happened, but yeah, looks like it decided to bail again. Of course, in typical fashion. I also don't know what's going on with my 12 TB drive, because that's... I noticed it wasn't plugged in, so I plugged it in about 10 minutes ago, and it just still hasn't shown up, so I don't know if we're going to be able to play the latest version of the review state, as well as the explanation video, because I believe that's all on the same drive. At most, if I've got a copy of the explanation video elsewhere, I might be able to play that much, which I might see if I can find a copy now. Do we, or do we not, possess a backup of that? Oh, okay, we do. Huh. I can't tell which one's older though. But at least I've got something in the meantime. Okay. Let's get back to it. We pretty much just started the reaction and then it decided to bail, so let's try this again, shall we? I don't know what happened to the mic quality, because this might have been on the iPhone actually. Because it sounds pretty...
Wait, is that in game?
Yeah, it sounds pretty average.
Because I noticed the leaves kind of faded out when the camera panned through them.
But I swear that's every Sonic trailer these days. It's just a pre-rendered visual that's super inaccurate to
I'm looking for gameplay.
what we're actually going to get.
I don't trust trailers anymore when it comes to Sonic games. I really don't. Because they've done it so often where they'll have a pre-rendered visual and it's like, it looks incredible. Right. And that's why I was trying to figure out if I was looking at gameplay for one of the shots or some of the shots, I don't know, but it could have been entirely pre-rendered. But yeah, I did notice that some things were fading out as the camera was panning for something else. Or some too, just one. Yeah, no, that's what I was trying to figure out, if it's pre-rendered or not. So I'd like to think that some shots were in-game.
And it kind of brings... The good thing about setting it up in the way that I did is that I kind of felt like I was getting it back to a sort of like Jera Cycler type of video where it was like, even though it's not his reaction, it is also him commenting on it, so at least that's something. Even if it's not really a major focus.
So yeah, now we're really looking at the Frontiers trailer. I'm pretty sure that the clips that play after the discount of the Allen 2 clip scene are all in-game till it blacks out and then fades into the pre-rendered scenes afterward. I really do hope that these pre-rendered scenes do make it into the final game. You know, that way they are integrated with the plot and the cutscenes. I just don't want this to turn into another case where it's like Forces or Gens or Unleashed. More so Forces, where it has pre-rendered visuals, but they're not part of the cutscenes, it's just there to get you hyped. Because even with games like Gens and Unleashed, where it does show these pre-rendered visuals, both in the teasers and the final game, if you leave it idle on the title screen, at least they are used and at least they do show what the game's going to be roughly based around. Unlike a game I really wish had certain scenes that haven't been released used. What? Given the teaser and given this trailer, I would like to think that it is part of a full-scale cutscene that will be integrated with the plot, but, you know, at this point it really is just out of speculation. But if I'm not mistaken,
I don't think that ever happened.
Actually, these look really great. I mean, it literally
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong.
With that said, another game looked pretty freaking amazing for its time, but still controlled. Oh, you guys know. But yeah, based on the fact that we still haven't seen what gameplay is going to look like, could either mean that they are trying to save whatever is in store for the game for a later reveal, or something that I really hope isn't the case that we'll have to wait and see on. Still, looks interesting, sounds interesting. I wouldn't really say I'm hyped, but I am interested to see more, so based on the next trailer, I may start to get hyped. Maybe they start showing gameplay. But as of right now, yeah, it's piqued my interest.
But these days, you know, like a next-gen title could drop and I really just don't feel the need or desire to even react to it, to be honest. That's kind of where I'm at. I just feel more and more detached. Maybe I'll do a stream to the Sonic 4 reaction, but that's about it. I can't believe I didn't notice the Emerald Hill remix in the trailer music.
Nice. He's not just in it for the sake of just being in it. They've brought him in with the Master Emerald, as he should pretty much always be. The Master Emerald. Because he's the guardian of the Master Emerald. So, yeah, just as a character. It's good. Yeah,
I don't know, maybe it's for the best that it's not in future videos, because it just, there's a lot of that providing context to stuff like the Master Emerald as well as Sonic CD. It's just, there is a lot of that, so it kind of does work against it at the same time.
And I love how faithful they are going and how respectful they are treating the characters with their hobbies, favorite foods, what they do, how they act, how they react, what their theme, what their purpose is roughly based around. There was a scene that reminded me a little bit of Power Rangers, but knowing that the Master Emerald is in this movie, it's probably got something to do with that, so I definitely wouldn't say that something like this is implausible. Although I say Master Emerald, but like, on closer glance, is it the Master Emerald? I mean, that thing is, I don't know, man, that's kind of, I actually don't know. I don't know, for this specific scene, it may be smaller than what it actually is supposed to be. Given what Eggman Robotnik is standing on, I would guess that it used to be bigger or can be bigger. It's a cool little detail they've got in the back there with the waterfall. Got a bit of that kind of owl symbolism going on, so that's nice. Tails definitely got a bit of a tweak with the design, which, yeah, okay, fair enough. I think he's, I could be wrong, but I think he's a little more yellow than orange. Maybe I'm seeing things. Honestly though, I haven't seen the Sonic movie since I saw it in cinemas, which was on the day it released, so forgive me if I'm a little out. The tornadoes in the movie, let's actually go. Yeah, this really does feel like a lot of care and respect has been put into this movie. The scenery where, what I'm guessing is supposed to be like where the finale is going to take place, looks freaking beautiful, and I hope we do eventually get a game or two based around stories of these movies, because man, I'd love to be able to play what I'm seeing here. Though I must say, it kind of does give me some Jungle Joyride vibes, so at least we do have that.
And at 60 FPS.
We get a bit of a clip of Sonic on the water, that's actually good. I feel like we don't get enough of that, and that could be because, kind of like Metal Sonic, too much of a good thing can kind of take away from what made it great in the first place. As far as a live-action movie goes, I'm totally down with this. And oh, I just noticed he is on a snowboard. SA1 or 6.5, let's go. And finally, Knuckles' voice didn't disappoint me. I'm actually on board with this. Even with the decisioning of who to cast. I always thought it was kind of ironic that the same actor played a kind of guardian of a very mystical kind of place that's floating in the air, and it's the same actor. No, it's just me comparing that. I love how unfazed Eggman is with the sparks going off. He really is just set on revealing Knuckles to Sonic. I don't know why I love that detail. But yeah, this has got me hyped. And it's not even that far away. And it's probably because it's not that far away to why I'm currently more hyped for this than I am the game. Because as I said, they'll eventually release more footage in the future regarding Frontiers. And until then, it's only really interested me. Whereas this, yeah, I'm actually pumped for. I said it on my review of the Sonic movie from a year ago, but it really does feel that in a lot of ways, the last movie was a bit of a prologue to set up an even greater movie, which I'm definitely down with. It does look like it's in great hands. Yeah, based on what I've seen, yeah, I really do look forward to seeing where they go with this. But yeah, that's all I've got for now, so thank you guys for watching. Hope you enjoyed this reaction and analysis. Hope you're all having a happy and safe holiday. Until next time, have a good one, and map it now. Peace out.
I don't know what to do, because, like, should I should probably continue on with the shadow thing, but I'm kind of thinking, should I... What are we up to patches now? Yeah, alright, we'll do that. Only because it's an 06 thing versus a PR6 thing, because afterward I would like to do the explanation video, because it just... Yeah, I want to be sparing with how and when I put that to use. Oh good, that's working again, is it? Yeah, I don't know why I couldn't do that when I tried to boot this back up. It's like I brought it up and it just wouldn't stay on screen, or I'd have to like do it like 4 times before it popped up, so that was annoying. But yeah, no, okay, cool, got that back, let's go.
Shadow White Holes. Holy crap. Entering the warp the transition, the shrinking, the sound design. Oh my gosh, I'm speechless. That is just so incredible. I'm not even a big fan of the warp holes in the original, mainly because they were just placeholders for what was supposed to become a glider interaction. Take for example the forest. You hit a warp hole to teleport in front of the Kingdom Valley mirror, and originally, in a review version of the game, you were intended to actually hop into the glider and glide all the way to the mirror. Sure, gameplay, sure, but for an introduction to the glider's gameplay, in my opinion this would have been ideal. And for that reason I am okay with there being no glider replacing this warp hole in White Acropolis, though I will leave that with you guys if you like the idea of instead of hitting the warp hole here, you would instead hop into the glider and have to kind of glide down to the end of section 1. It could be an idea for a potential difficulty change, either for hard, very hard, super hard, especially since one of the difficulties does continue with the door opening. Now let's talk about physics. Ice physics. I know it's just a nitpick, and I know it probably would be a bit of a hassle to not apply this everywhere, but only for the icy kind of surfaces. But I do feel that the only real thing that's incomplete in White Acropolis at the moment is having slippery slide kind of like physics for these surfaces. And I'm not expecting it, but every time I return to this stage, more and more I keep remembering this element. And I guess the good news is, if this were implemented, it would apply to literally every character that interacts with White Acropolis. There's not a single character that bypasses these icy surfaces. They all interact with this area. So without a doubt, this wouldn't go unnoticed if it were implemented. And well, what do we have here?
I didn't know that you were the agent who failed to infiltrate the location.
Come on, don't underestimate Rouge the Bat. I got in successfully and got the treasure too. I was only a little slow getting out.
You don't need to stay long.
Times like these, where I'm so glad I made a bit of a mock-up of how these unused lines could have been used in a sort of in-game cutscene kind of thing.
This treasure, haha! Shadow, why you?
It's a request from the president.
Come on, don't underestimate Rouge the Bat.
I didn't know that you were the agent who failed to infiltrate the location.
I got in successfully and got the treasure too. I was only a little slow getting out.
We don't need to stay long. Let's go.
Yeah, now we can get out of the base.
Dr. Eggman, I wonder what he's up to this time.
And I've often speculated that these unused lines were the original lines for the scrapped cutscene known as E-101, which was meant to take place before the very first in-game cutscene for Shadow Story, but after the first opening cutscene for Shadow Story, meaning it would have taken place somewhere during White Acropolis, perhaps during the stage. And listening to these lines,
We don't need to stay long. Let's go.
Yeah, now we can get out of the base.
Dr. Eggman, I wonder what he's up to this time. What is he up to this time?
assuming that these were the lines for this scrapped cutscene, it really does seem that there was going to be an actual in-game cutscene.
Yeah, I
as
love
you know,
this visual.
Which is probably for the best that it didn't appear in the original, because really let that sink in for a second.
That did
If
change,
this were
actually.
been implemented to the original, Rouge flips the switch and opens the door, laughing at how Eggman's no match for her stealth, and as she enters the new area, why, who could this be? And it's...
It's true, that totally would have happened if this were in the original.
Shadow, why you?
It's a request from the president.
Come on, don't underestimate Rouge the Bat.
I didn't know that you were the agent who failed to infiltrate the location.
I got in successfully and got the treasure too.
Some of the effects are a little dodgy, but it gets the point across as the main thing.
I was only a little slow getting out.
We don't need to stay long. Let's go.
You're back! Not to take away from the motion captured cutscenes, if we did ever receive the files for that, that would be a fucking goldmine. But even with all of that in mind, the thing that I've always been a bit iffy about is what determines when you are in the base versus when you are out of the base.
Right.
The Section 2 music track is listed as the base, despite in the original, when loading in as Rouge in this section, she says,
We got out of the base, but security's really high. Let's see.
not to mention the fact that glosses over when and how she gets the scepter, which I think it's safe to say that this line would be used for when you do get the treasure, aka the scepter.
This treasure, haha!
And I'm willing to bet that the scrapped Section 3 of White Acropolis would be used for when Rouge finds the
Again,
scepter, including
nice.
when she would met up with Shadow.
And
This
nice.
way, Section 3 was actually the base, which would make sense because it's going to be more of an indoor kind of look based on what we have seen from the cutscenes. Not that it would be completely indoor, because going back to what I spoke about in regards to the stage loading screen, if the arena really was part of Section C at one point, it definitely could excuse this line from Sonic's episode.
This is a pretty cold place for a base.
In the same way that the Nephilis Resurrection Castle area had the surrounding forest removed to prevent slowdown for better performance of hardware, I can see them doing the exact same thing here. I mean, heck, they did do the same thing with the Egg Genesis arena in the forest. It's why if you do find a way to clip out of bounds, let's say expand Purple Gem, why so much of the area has been chopped off. It's also kind of why there's a different lighting file for this area. But going back to getting out of Section 3 of White Acropolis, and eventually opening the doors to Section 2,
Yeah, now we can get out of the base.
it would make more sense when she does say we got out of the base. I guess the only real questionable thing is why do
This
Rouge
is
and
cool.
Shadow end up going to the end of Section 2 after Shadow has completed
Bitch
the
to
mission?
edit.
They just needed to rescue the agent. Once that was done, they didn't turn around to go back. If anything, they did quite the opposite. It could be said that Shadow progressed from Section 1 all the way
Look
to
at
Section 3,
this.
found Rouge there,
I
and they
forgot
turned
about
around,
this.
got out of the base, which was set up the Egg Cerberus boss battle, which if that is all true, would explain why they got rid of it, because it does seem like a bit much much to do, at least for a game being rushed out at the time. Like, with this progression, it would have completely removed Section B, unless the second section, specifically with Shadow and Rouge taking down the search lights to get out, wasn't intended to take place after defeating Cerberus. But even then, with what we got in the original, both don't explain how they warp in the funky way they do to the one of the many ruins in the New City's cave.
And the thing, oh god, see, and I might have mentioned this when I recently did the beta prototype DLC testing stream, because that basically made me go, oh shit, okay, this kind of clues in to some questions I had regarding White Acropolis and Rouge and Shadow's progression outside of the base, getting, you know, it's like, seriously, that I might have to restrict some things now, but yeah, I feel like I should at least acknowledge it now that I have that updated knowledge, and I don't exactly know how I'm going to do it, but I do have updated info, so I do feel I should at least try to factor it in to what I'm talking about here, because I certainly did have, yeah, those unanswered questions back when I recorded it and edited it, but now I do have some extra context. Yeah, I think I can for sure stitch an exhibit in there.
An idea I had from the very first time I ever played Shadow in White Acropolis was, what if the game didn't force you to use a vehicle to destroy the searchlights, and by having variety, you can trigger the end by smashing the glass off the searchlights. I came up with this idea because I did this very thing on my first attempt, mainly because I was so used to doing this in multiplayer of White Acropolis, even if it served no purpose. I was just so used to doing it, and it was second nature to me, since that was what I played before ever going into single player. It was the first thing that came to mind when I was playing it in single player, and I encountered a hint that said,
You need to destroy 5 searchlights.
and after pitching this to Chaos, I was actually quite surprised to see that it got an implementation. When it comes to variety, I don't know what it is, it's just always a nice thing to have. Fan games or official games. And it's nice to know that people that work at Sega do agree with an idea like this.
You just like go, they bounce out those, right? Like 20 seconds of them. Or you can use the, you can use the right, which was clearly just too easy to do. Yeah, hard mode, ladies and gentlemen. They have all the lights in the end. The door was not open. Unless we push it. They actually want us to destroy the proper building. That is. There we go. To make these things completely useless, they can't even try light mode. He's like, no. You literally need to destroy the foundation. Yep. Nothing else matters.
Oh no!
Oh no!
I'm thinking that maybe in a later release, destroying searchlights that are going to spawn enemies, basically all of them, assuming they haven't noticed you, could maybe behave a bit like a leader. How taking out the leader will destroy the following enemies around.
Again,
or in our case now,
this
the
is
enemies of the
great.
searchlight. I was at one point thinking, heck, maybe they could even be like a robot, navigating the searchlight, kind of turning it as it's hovering behind it. But I really don't mind about this one, to be honest. I do think that instead of ending after destroying the last searchlight, after Rouge says her line, and the door opens, I do think that the gold ring should appear. If collecting all the keys in Tropical Jungle forces me to still go and get the gold ring afterward, there should be no sweat here.
Shadow Valley.
Oh wow, quite a lot of amazing enhancements here. Having the unused glider damage animation used, the unused line usage, the radioing in effect. Nice suggestion for sound design continuity. Having a radar to find the keys, and also having substitute locations for RNG. This one could do with a bit of work, mainly for the retail locations that now have new RNG-based locations. Yeah, I feel like it could be a substitute object in lasers and cages that can be unlocked, because right now it's just a case that if you unlock it, there's nothing. But I do like that it slices up speedruns, and even in general. I do think that this is a better concept, having locations that change every playthrough. In my opinion, definitely something to take notes on for End of the World Chaos Emerald locations. I really like that section where it's have more decoration to where you're going, which I still find very, very, very intriguing.
Yeah, I don't think
the
that's-
castle that Shadow and
that's
Rouge
happened
go
yet.
into at the end of their take on Kingdom Valley is precisely where, at the end of Shadow's Section 1 for Kingdom Valley, the castle originally took place in a pre-TGS 2005 version's level design. Now, if only we had access to the exterior of this castle, I could see Chaos implementing it here eventually. But because the cutscene area only has the interior, aside from the placement of this section, this is one of the first times we really get to see the vehicles in action for Pier 6. And I still remember for the longest time wondering if the glider would, maybe not physically, but more so visually, look like that of the Omen's glider gameplay, which I do want to reiterate when I say visually. But at the same time, I do absolutely love the idea of being able to rotate the glider to avoid certain obstacles that may hit the glider on its left or right. Also, what an absolutely creative and unique way to make use of the unused substitute number font for the vehicle ammo values. I don't know, I just never pictured it for that. If anything, I pictured it for maybe multiplayer's UI. It's so small, so minor, but a way to make use of it in single player has been found and implemented. It's actually good. As far as the controls go, I'll save all the vehicle talk when I eventually get around to talking about all the gameplay. Moving back to section 2, you know that one place in this stage for Shadow where you're in the hover vehicle and you're just trying to get through and then, oh, what the hell? Why did that happen? Yeah, thankfully that no longer happens. There was a time where Vulcan cannon shots didn't actually tip the towers over, which I really don't mind the idea of. Now it's a bit more like retail where even one Vulcan cannon shot can tip it over. Which, yeah, like, come on, really? One Vulcan cannon shot was there? Like, I know it has a lot of firepower, but like, really? And I do think that it should have an effect on the towers, but yeah, just one doing it? Yeah, like, I don't know, just have 5 to 10 Vulcan cannon shots have a big effect.
So, yeah, I think that's a mistake. I believe what's actually happening is the radius or rather the hitbox for the ammo when it gets to a certain point almost unspawns, meaning even though it looks like it's actually hitting the damn thing, it just is not. Or better yet, maybe it even is, but like I said, it's unloading the hitbox regarding each piece of ammo. So I believe that's why when you get closer, it only seems to take effect. So I think that's what's going on, or what was going on.
As far as Section 3 goes, this light dash into the spring no longer kills you. Thank you. I detested this in the original. Aside from that, this now brings me to the infamous homing lock-on. So I've nitpicked this too often, and because of which I really wouldn't be surprised if this, doesn't change. But if we look at some clips, this happens because PR6 needs both a bigger lock-on radius and to use collision for the entire word, because right now you have to actually enter it in the center. The original does both of this, so it would be great to change this in the future. I explained this in the Sonic.
The interesting thing about some of these notes, because I know I did this for the, what was it? Knuckles following Sonic in White Acropolis, I think it was. And I think even the homing smash as well, and I think here too. A lot of these are essentially just side notes from the previous review that I've just put commentary on top of and just repurposed it for this review, which I think is fair enough, because it, nobody's really going to pause it and read it out, and much less Chaos X himself, so I just thought, yeah, what the heck, repurpose it for this, and makes it a bit more necessary and relevant.
Next stage 2018 review, mainly because the radius is bigger in the original, the Sonic will automatically face the next enemy when you do another homing attack. In PR6 and Sonic Next, you really have to manually rotate to face the enemy to get the lock-on to work. The fact of the matter is that Unity's take on 06's homing lock-on is inaccurate to the original, so obviously I recommend changing that. This problem has only become more apparent going into Shatter, because at least Sonic can rely on both gems and his other abilities to take down enemies. Shatter almost all the time needs to use his jump dash and homing attack. I mean, do I even need to mention the fact that you need to do a homing attack in order to enter the combat-oriented states?
Anyway, moving on.
There is a dash panel that probably could be increased in duration for how long you can't move and jump out of the state. Not that you can die anymore if you hold down on the analog, but you can jump out of it, and doing so definitely could lead to a death. And who knows, maybe even speedrunning shortcuts. The ropes are also there. Now it's at this point that I do want to make a bit of a comparison to the Tokyo Game Show 2006 demo. Aside from this crafty looking rope from the placement, and not talking about the gameplay yet, let's take a look at the area itself. The one defining difference between this area of Kingdom Valley from the final and this area from the demo is that all the staircases from the demo had a bit of decoration to it compared to...
Yeah, luckily this has been implemented, and I'm glad that I didn't have to point this out really much at all. I don't actually think I pointed it out much at all in beta testing. I can't think of a single time. No, not true. I think I might have tried once, but that's about it. I definitely didn't try as much as I did for other more important states, like actual gameplay states, as opposed to stage visuals. I think at most I basically just, well, it's pretty much exactly what I'm about to point out here.
The final, let's go. In the same way the tech demo's bridge was implemented for the first section of Kingdom Valley, despite not changing the way you approach gameplay in the level.
Yeah, so obviously at this point when I edited this portion of the review, it had vanished, so there you go. Last edited at least 2023. But that's still a good, fucking 3 years. It's ridiculous. I really ought to just go ahead and finish the damn thing. There really isn't a huge amount left. Yeah. I'm not in a good position to continue the review, honestly. As soon as I get a better capture card, and as soon as my Steam Deck is able to play Unity again, because I don't know what's going on with that, but nothing's working again, and it's it's just so awkward. But yeah, if I can get those two factors sorted, and in the next couple of months, I might start thinking of actually resuming and getting that in a more comfortable state, where by the time the last release drops, I'll have it in a state where it's like, okay, well that's done. Silver just needs to be edited. I've already got the commentary there. I've already got the visuals synced to it, because that's what I'm talking about, because it was all the stream. So I just need to edit it so it's getting to the point a bit quicker and it's keeping the pace up. Same thing with the last episode when that eventually drops with the bosses. And aside from that, yeah, I can pretty much just get it out. It shouldn't be too big a process if I can finish off the video editing of the Shadow release review. But as it stands right now, I really just am not in a good position to set it up. Because, even the hard drive, am going through. Has it loaded? No, it still hasn't loaded. Of course it hasn't loaded. It's only been going for how long? 30 minutes now?
I'd like to think that eventually this could get a full implementation in the future.
Okay, no, I didn't point it out in commentary, but I think... Do I point it out here? The good news is that this is the same texture, model, so it could be repurposed. And I believe that's exactly what was done. He basically just took that and got it to work, but do I mention it now?
The missed opportunity that this Shadow-specific release didn't include it, but I guess the silver lining is that in the TGS06 demo, Silver State of Hisking About also interacts with a bit of staircase that also has this fancy decoration, so maybe, just maybe, if Chaos is interested, maybe it could appear in the next release or two. Really could add to a potential TGS06 implementation to the test stage after hitting the Mirror Shadow Soul. That said, don't expect a thing, because I sure ain't shit.
Yeah, so as that visual quite clearly shows, it did not appear in the silver release, but fortunately it has been implemented since then, so at least I was kind of onto something when I said the next release or two, because we did get there eventually. But yeah, no, I curiously don't seem to have mentioned it, but by having it implemented, it actually would prevent what I curiously do show, where I go on the sides to ultimately cheese the speed of the staircase emerging, and that's the thing, you can even do it before the staircase is brought up. Whereas with that decoration, that somewhat seals it off, so it would be of use if it were implemented, and fortunately that is the case. With that said, I did critique it with what footage was showcased regarding it, because I basically was like, wait, why are we still able to stand here? The whole point is that it's supposed to prevent going up and shortcutting that, but yet based on the visual of it being implemented, you can still stand there, so hopefully that has since changed, but if that's if that's the side effect of causing it to be, implemented, and, I have to shut up about it to keep it there and not have him take it away, so be it.
Maybe, if Chaos is interested, maybe it could appear in the next release or two. Really could add to a potential TGS06 implementation to the test stage after hitting the Mirror Shadow Soul. With that said, don't expect a thing, because I sure ain't Shadow across the city.
I should probably remove that line or that piece of commentary where I say hitting the mirror is shadow or silver, because obviously, yeah, that's not the case anymore.
Perspective. I like what I'm saying. Hopefully we can get some
Perspective.
pumpkin and belly for silver.
Perspective. Perspective. Perspective.
Aside from that, I don't really have much to say. I love that the proper introduction has been implemented, making use of the semi-unused camera. The new section to Pure 6 is visually amazing as always, and even some of the visual hazards. And with the grind leaning and switching, man, this part of the section just feels complete. Again, thank you.
Yeah, kind of glad I didn't put this to commentary, because this kind of feels like it wouldn't achieve a huge amount if it were done, even though I would low-key like to see it.
I would, however, like to discuss the removed buggy. I don't know if it was removed because the physics just aren't really there yet, or if it was a choice to remove it because they're in the future, and why would there be a vehicle just kind of laying there in the bad future? If it's the latter, then in terms of the glider, yeah, why is that still there? And make no mistake, I do actually like the glider in this section. You do actually have to put in effort, and I do like that the invisible collision has been removed. It just seemed like a block when really it should be a hazard, and I do like that that is the case now. With that said though, I'm starting to believe that the glider was only intended for Crisis City for the tag story in multiplayer. It adds up with this line.
It looks like Sonic was swept up into the tornado. If I use my glider...
And I can excuse vehicles used in bad future stages, since it is a multiplayer story that isn't connected to the main story in single player. Same with the Chaos Emeralds and all their whereabouts. And just in general, the conversation between Sonic and Shadow for Crisis City that went unused.
You want to test me, do you? Shadow!
This was fun to edit.
It looks like Sonic was swept up into the tornado. If I use my glider... Thanks, Shadow.
My problem with this visual is that it does take away from an idea that I'm quite literally about to shout out.
There's no need to stay long. Sonic, let's hurry. I've got to help him! This is terrible. Shadow was swept up into the tornado! I've got to help him! Hang on, Shadow! It's gonna blow! The city is doomed! Good work.
while that also has
Perspective.
Sonic Saving Shadow and Shadow Saving Sonic, depending on who you're playing as, it at least would explain why the single player tape has Sonic and Shadow in two separate locations, one group finding an emerald, and the other group finding out about the egg carrier explosion, while the multiplayer tape, Sonic and Shadow would both move on to find Chaos Emerald.
There are 6 emeralds left. Hurry! There's probably an emerald here too. Don't fall behind.
I guess the only thing that could change my...
God, I'm just noticing now the amount of like differences with the volume control. Yeah, these speakers are going to be very useful to fixing up the audio, I think, because I didn't have this before.
Opinion that each character being swapped up wasn't intended element for single players would be you can find some form of evidence that suggests that after one stage to the other, they would continue and branch into their final section, Sonic being the last speed area, Shadow being the E3. Based on this concept, I am okay with the glider being present in bad feature stage, because I do actually have an idea for the glider which I will save it.
No, not again, please. Okay, we're good. But are we actually? Are we good on a...
Based on this apply and am okay with the glider being present in a bad feature stage, because I do actually have an idea for the glider which I will save it later, and it does apply and excuse the bunny not being present currently. Sure, if the glider were removed, Section 3 would probably look like a clone of Sonic's third section. But then I start to realize, oh, Section 1 and 2 are kind of also a clone of Sonic's Crisis City. In fact, the end of Section 3 is precisely where they would have both gone their separate ways, which is the defining reason to why they both end up in two separate sections. I guess, look, in its current state, it's nothing that needs to change, because as I said, I actually do like the changes made to the glider's take on the section of Crisis City. However, and this doesn't include Kingdom Valley, I do wish that you actually had to, like Way version, approach it and manually jump into it, but that's just me. Who knows, maybe that's how a substitute ending for Section 2 could end for Shadow, similar to that of Sonic sending in a trailer clip, only after the up-down rail, we hop into the glider which glancing up into the tornadoes in the next section. I don't know, just an idea. I always wondered how the up-down rail was supposed to work around here. At least with this idea, it wouldn't be a substitute spring, and it would also help set up the next section. But like I said, just an idea. Shadow Flame Call. Why was the Chaos Boost invulnerable to the lava, but now is vulnerable? I mean, come on, what a badass thing to have.
That's another example. I basically pointed out to him that in retail, Chaos Boost Shadow is invulnerable to Vulcan cannon shots, and so he did that. And I think what he failed to realize by doing that is because the Vulcan effect is also programmed into the lava. When I first tried out when he implemented that effect, I basically praised that it also affected the lava, and I was like, oh, that is so cool that it also affects the lava too. And again, it's like, oh, you praised that, yeah, no, ciao, get rid of that. And it just like makes me go, well, dude, no, why would you do that? That was cool. Why would you do that? It actually does discourage me from wanting to praise things, and it's just, it's horrible, because obviously I want to praise, but if that's the result, it's like, yeah, well, no, that wasn't what was intended.
I mean, even if this applies only to the Shard form, it just seems like a thing that Shadow would have. Is that just me? It might just be. As far as Flame Call
He's
goes,
the ultimate
Shadow
fucking
aside
life
from maybe
form.
slightly faster jump panels and obstacles in the future, that's really all that comes to mind. I think one of the main things I noticed upon playing Flame Call for both Sonic and Shadow is something that I mentioned in Sonic Stick on Flame Call. That just being the Raining Fire having an earlier lit drop Shadow. And while I'm on topics of the Raining Fire, or the Meteor's Fuel, I feel like this could behave somewhat like a Vulcan ring loss, or interacting with the lava ring loss. Maybe it takes away from the threat, but I think at the moment it's a bit too unfair that you're just randomly running along and then all of a sudden, bam, just lost all your rings because it's something you couldn't see. But that aside, I guess I could talk about the end of the section, although in all fairness, I'm not really expecting anything to change, mainly because it's in the same realm of nitpicks as the Way version Section 2 section being seen from Section 1. Which actually, you know what, I'll bring this idea back up when I get around to talking about Dusty Desert, because I do have a similar idea for the stage. Makes me wonder if you guys can figure out what I'm roughly thinking along the lines of Shadow Train. So remember how I mentioned that I replayed The Incredibles, a game from my childhood, and on a recent playthrough, I encountered an element that I did pitch to Chaos, which did eventually end up being in the release. This element is actually to do with the lasers. When you hit the switch, and the egg train can't proceed any further, when Eggman says, "Hurry and take down the barrier!" if you look very carefully at the lasers that's blocking the train, you'll notice that they've got a bit of a flickering effect going on to indicate that some robots in the train are trying to hack the station's lasers. Instead of in the original, it's just a set time, and when the time is expired, they all just vanish. The idea I had from the Incredibles video game was for each laser at the top to vanish one by one, potentially one vanishing every 5 seconds. And of course, when they're on the left, the egg train would go on to move, all as Eggman says is infamous, "Farewell, farewell, farewell!" Now, in the Incredibles video game, this would happen to basically lock you in a room with some enemies, to make it more difficult to flip the switch to turn off the lasers, to then raise the blockade before the lasers come back on, and before you get hit by any of the enemies, if anyone dares to try to skip them, that is. It's a bit of a cutscene to help show what you need to do in this situation, and of course when the time expires, the lasers again come back on one by one. Of course my idea for Hero 6 was a bit different to what we got in the Incredibles, as well as what we got in the final release. It wouldn't have been just a cutscene, but more so a gauge of how much time you've got left, so there are no more lasers blocking the egg train's path. Still, I really do like how it turned out, and it's crazy to think that an idea from a childhood game being implemented to another childhood game that's being remade can actually become a reality. It really does feel that in a lot of ways, Hero 6 is keeping my childhood alive, and in more ways than one. And by doing this, it's allowed for a wider range of players to experience these elements in a new and fresh way that the original didn't. So yeah, I'm really grateful for this element. I guess aside from that, I do actually like that we get the retail faithful switches compared to what's used in Sonic's Radical Train. It's a good way to keep both. Plus, I believe more that a common switch would stop the egg train compared to an actual lever. Meanwhile, the original uses the common switch for both. So yeah, at least this way we get the best of both worlds. Anyway.
I was gonna say, do we get this? We do get this. I almost feel like I should record commentary for this, because there's so much detail. And again, I doubt very strongly that Chaos is gonna read all of this, or pause to read it better
Let's talk
yet.
about the Chaos Snap. In the very hard take of Radical Train Shatter, they have made the level design in such a way where you need to use the Chaos Snap to snap into this cage and skip the enemies. Doesn't matter how many times you keep it.
Okay, I forget if that was a mistake, because I remember adding the text regarding Aquatic Base, but I also remember removing the text, so that might actually have been a mistake to include that. And again, it sucks that I can't show the latest version, because that might have actually been removed.
Taking down the enemies, it's never going to unlock the cage. Personally, I am okay with this teleportation into the cage mechanic. This is meant to be the ultimate life form, so I don't really feel that it's that far-fetched to having go to this extent. And I feel the same could be said about some other elements, which I'll go into in a bit. But that's all I have to say about section 1. Let's talk about the second section, specifically the bike. Again, I'll save all the major vehicle control talk for a little later. I'm curious about what you guys think of having the bike with unlimited ammo to be faithful to Shadow the Hedgehog. Either way, despite what we got, I am still curious what you guys think about it. Also, I don't know if it's for just variety or giving the player choice whether they want to use the vehicle or not, but I've always been a bit funny about the fact that there is 2 bikes in this section. I'm really surprised that since it got removed in Aquatic Base, this first bike didn't get removed. I just feel more people are going to skip it. It just seems that platforming seems to be the most easiest to handle for this part, getting to the main bike that you need to use. Aside from that, I love the little ending shot that we get after Shadow destroys the egg train. I low-key kind of wish we got something like this for Sonic's Day. Something where Sonic would be acknowledging the explosion delivered by Shadow, because I guess we kind of do already get that. It's just not really in a cutscene or camera fashion like it is with Shadow's. Though I guess realistically speaking, if we're really talking about continuity, it'd be grand in the future you could see Shadow jump out of the bike and set up the hole that he ends up going through in the in-game cutscene that follows after the stage. But that's if I'm being really nitpicky, it's fine as is.
Shadow Aquatic Base.
I really like the visual effect to represent that they are in the past. I always had the idea that maybe both the cutscene and stage could have a black and white filter to it. Which again, kind of like the Radical Train idea, you can kind of see how Chaos has taken these kind of ideas and turned them into what they are now. Also like Radical Train, this is one of the few stages that also has a bike. So, while I'm talking to this, I get removing the
Okay, that's a mistake, I
also like
believe.
Radical Train, this is one of the few stages that also has a bike. So, while I'm talking
Yeah, which again was fixed, but
to this,
I might just see if I can do something about that. Can I, or can I not, bring up anything so that was that. I mean, the date seems to be right for the most part, because I remember it was like late in the year. Yeah, it seems to mostly be right, but I'm just gonna double check just in case there is or isn't something. I don't think there was any others, but you never know. Because what is this actually relative to? Yeah, silver release update date. So, yeah, no, I think that was it. Which is weird because there was one more silver update that I feel like I should have posted some kind of update since the last one, but no, that does not appear to exist. How about that? No, this is even older, isn't it? Yeah, that's even older. Yeah, no. That's it's a little frustrating. Oh well. Never mind. Actually, I might just look it up anyway. Just in case. I mean, like, look, I've been pretty damn consistent with it being in the one location, so I doubt very strongly that I would actually have anything relative to it. But just in case I did do a backup, might not be worthwhile. I mean, it might be worthwhile checking out in case. What is this? Okay, so there's some stuff. What about you? It's too hard to tell. How about if I do that? Okay, that's better, sort of. Or, okay, hang on, better yet, is there a thingy? Okay, yeah, that's right. I have to remind myself that I have actually got specific, yeah, dedicated titles for the updates, so yeah, it's not just Gear 6. Which unfortunately might make it even more complicated to try to find. Yeah, that's not gonna work well, I think. Yeah, it's alright. Wonder if maybe I should bring it up in Final Cut Pro. If I even can do that, because I don't even know if I can. I genuinely don't know, because if that's the thing, the 12 terabyte drive ain't showing up, so if it ain't showing up, it may just flatly reject it or whatever. I will actually, yeah, I'll launch into it and see if it can work. Cause I don't know, I really don't. I really do not know. Cause like worst case scenario, it's just going to show everything is like missing. Cause again, the drive is still technically not here. Where did you go? I can't see it. Where are you? Channel, trailer, release video. The Fools. Character swap. Doesn't appear to be here. That's weird. How bizarre. Yeah, you know what? Forget it. It's just wasting time at this point. Time we don't got.
Removing vehicles from the so like radical terrain. This is one of the few stages that also has the bike. So while I'm on topic to this, I get removing vehicles from the past and the future. The way it looks from the original makes it seem like G1 just left the vehicles there for Shadow to find and use, which yeah, just kind of seems a bit out of place.
Actually, hang on a minute. Hang on. I think I do have an idea. Because if I still have access to the original unedited Sonic 3 video, it should actually just be there. It actually should be. Bear with me. Bear with me. Now I need to remember what the freaking file for the Sonic 3 review was. Okay, there it is. Copy that, paste that. Here we go. So we will watch this when we get to Sonic 3, because it is the raw full cut of the review that hasn't exactly seen the full light of day because of all the bullshit regarding the yeah, all the copyright crap. Oh no, maybe not. Damn it. Looks like I edited it out. I think I tried. Yeah, that explains it. Because I did actually try to get this to go out on December last year for like a anniversary kind of thing. I tried to get the full cut released, but yeah, that didn't work. So that's a no-go. All right, fine. All's not lost. We can try putting in the file name of the review and watch it directly from the hard drive that I should absolutely have it on still. If I can remember. Yeah, actually, what was it on? What would it have been rendered to? Because I'm screwed if it isn't showing up. Oh no, don't tell me it's not showing up here too. Oh, for fuck's sake. Just when you think. Are you sure? Hang on, let me just make sure that's the right drive. Is that the right drive, or is that the wrong drive? No, desktop, iCloud, iGroup game, script. I don't think it's showing up here. Which begs the question, am I maybe using this drive on the MacBook? Is that why it's not showing up? Or is, for power reasons, that why it's not showing up? No, that's not it. Hang on. Let's just see if that shows up or not. Okay, yeah, no, I don't think this is gonna work. What a shame. What a shit. Because that's when I think of the loophole, even the loophole's not working. So yeah, literally the one that's on YouTube. I mean, to be fair, I might actually still be able to get it to work because there was definitely more than one copy of the review that still had the PS6 review still stitched onto it. So even though the latest version did edit out the PS6 portion, there should be at least a version that hasn't got that portion removed. If I can find that. Is that it? Let's see. That's looking pretty good. Because the one we clicked on was 2 hours and 15 minutes essentially. Then there was a 2 hours 22 minute upload. That was in November versus December. So yeah, I really did try to get it out last year, towards the end of the year. But then I uploaded, on early March 2025, basically before the public one went out. Like I said, there's like a full version that had it was still blocked, but I didn't put it through the editor to remove it. So okay, we might be good. We might just be good. Because this version is like essentially the full thing. It's everything video edited, or well, no, that's not true. Everything that has been up to this point video edited, and everything commentary related. So it actually does take you to the thanks for watching, peace out section. So it really is the full commentary included. So what do we actually get up to? We got up to aquatic base, right? Second of play, please. Thank you. Here we go. Oh shit, okay, so I forgot about that. So the Pier 6 portion of the Sonic 3 review doesn't actually provide the context of everything from the start of the video all the way to the Shatter campaign start. So we basically miss out on the menu talk, the title talk, all of Sonic stages, all of the gem talk, because it just went straight from the start of Shatter's campaign talking about White Acropolis to where we're up to now, and then some pretty much to the end of the video. And it does also look like I've slapped a filter on as well to save it for the real video. So yes, okay. Yeah, because here it is. It's like you get the full-on Sonic 3 review, and then it just interrupts it. So I thought, yeah, what the heck, chuck it all in. I can edit it out later with the editor. So it looks like we get up all the way to that point. Maybe I condensed it, because it kind of does feel like it's a bit too short. It does actually feel condensed. Yeah, it is. I do remember cutting out certain things, so I don't really know what to do.
Camera. The new section to Pure 6. Switching. Man, this part of the section just feels complete. Again, thank you.
Yeah, that's here. So some stuff is here, some is not.
Take on Buildic. Aside from maybe slightly notice upon playing Flame Core for both Sonic and Shadow, it's really all that comes to mind. I think one of the main things I noticed upon playing Flame Core for both Sonic and Shadow is something that I mentioned in Sonic's take on Flame Core, that just being the Raining Fire having an earlier lit drop shadow. And while I'm on topics of the Raining Fire, or the meteors if you think a little unfair that you just randomly, I guess because it's in the same realm. Actually, you know what? I'll bring this in section 2 up when I get around to talking about Dusty Desert, because I do have a similar idea for the stage. Makes me wonder if you guys can figure out what I'm roughly thinking along the lines of.
Yeah, see, that's changed visually, because that wasn't there last time. So that's what I mean, there are some changes for sure.
Also, I don't know if it's for just variety, but funny, this first bike didn't go easiest to hand in the shot that we get. Like, would be acknowledgably in a cut. Talking about continuity, it'd be grand if in the future we could see Shadow jump out of the bike and set up the hole that he ends up going through in the finances. I would like to mention switching to silver.
Ooh, this is a new section, I believe. Yeah, this is a new section, isn't it? Because I don't remember encountering this, which is weird, because did I actually add that in as commentary?
The stage. But that's if I'm being really nitpicky as finances.
Shadow.
Yeah, that's totally new. I forgot about this. I don't remember. Oh, that's bizarre. I wonder if I recorded that as like new commentary. Unless it was like later on and I stitched it back on.
Now, I still would like to see Knuckles to be the character you switch to for Sonic's Kingdom Valley, but with that said, I'm not going to suggest implementing Rouge as a replacement for Aquatic Base here. If anything, I'd suggest that when you switch to Sonic and Silver's Kingdom Valley, to instead swap Sonic out for Blaze. In my opinion, a Hedgehog shouldn't switch to another Hedgehog. That's the whole point of having separate episodes. But to be honest, even with the idea of having Rouge replacing Silver in Aquatic Base, still...
Ooh, okay, that was edited out, because I know for a fact that and you can see it too, the fact that I cut and it's still to the same piece of footage. Yeah, I have some clips in between there that intentionally were edited out for this particular version.
doesn't work. Because in my opinion, both what we got, as well as the idea of swapping Silver for Rouge, just don't seem to really work. Based on, for one, the whole splitting up that Shadow and Silver want to do.
We'll have it split up. I'll restore Leveless.
Okay, believe it was 3D.
As well as a lack of Rouge during the past cutscenes.
What did you find 10 years ago?
So, here's what it grows. I like that my Encore idea finally made an appearance. Nope.
Yeah, see, that's what I mean. I really do condense the heck out of these sections in the review, because I actually did intend for portions of the review to be seen in the Sonic 3 review, but yeah, we just did not get that. So at least this is kind of a way of showing that, and then some. But yeah. But we're talking about aquatic base, or is that still in regards to Radical Train? I feel kind of lost at this point.
No fooling, I pitched this years ago.
Because
for demo 1 days. They're talking.
Yeah, because we're on Wave Ocean now, so I think I kind of speed run through parts.
I really like the visual effect to represent what they are in the past. I always had the idea that maybe both the cutscenes and the stage could have a black and white color to do it. Which again, kind of like the Radical Train idea, you can kind of see how Chaos has taken these kind of ideas and turned them into what they are now. Also like Radical Train, this is one of the few stages that also has black. So, while I was into this, I get removing vehicles from the past and the future. The way it looks from the original makes it seem like GUN just left the vehicles there for Shadow to find and use, which yeah, just kind of seems a bit out of place and a bit foretold. Like they knew Shadow needed to go to the future or the past, and knew where exactly he was going to be. So what I'm thinking is, what if Shadow could manually summon them by himself, almost like time capsules from Dragon Ball?
See, this is what I'm talking about. By having the visual I did in Crisis City, it totally takes away from the idea that I'm about to shout out here. So that, yeah, that may change, because I do feel a bit iffy about it.
Stay there.
Whoa! Bulma, how did you do that?
Everyone in the city has dino caps. How could you travel without them?
There's literally an unused capsule model in the 06 files, bigger than normal, but smaller than the vehicles. I could picture a miniature scale of the vehicles being within these capsules, giving Shadow the choice when and where he wants to spawn the vehicle. But even more than that, giving the player the choice which specific vehicle they would like to summon. Of course, if this were done, it could answer some questions to why there would be vehicles in Crisis City. Still, for stages like this, I could picture there being an option, giving the player the choice whichever vehicle they want to use, if they want to use a vehicle. That way it really does seem like it is Shadow's choice if the player wants to make Shadow spawn a vehicle, at least for areas and sections like these. But of course, some things would be mandatory, such as needing to be glider as an entrance stage. Aside from that, I really enjoyed Chaos Blast in the stage.
I really do love the visual, because you can tell too with the sound design and the visual with like what the player would be trying to load and is unable to load. They're only able to spawn in certain vehicles that are appropriate to the section, because of course, as I point out even in the text, you want to do this within reason. You don't want to have the ability to, for example, spawn the glider in the section where you can spawn the bike in aquatic base. You don't want to go overkill with it, right? So,
and overall, it just seems to have been implemented really well. With that all said and done, I would like to mention switching to Silver. Now, I still would like to see Knuckles to be the character you switch to for Sonic's Kingdom Valley, but with that said, I'm not going to suggest...
okay, that's why, because yeah, I see. That, god damn, that was such a seamless transition. I didn't realize we jumped straight to aquatic base from there. That explains why I felt lost.
Implementing Rouge as a replacement for aquatic base here. If anything, I'd suggest that that's the whole point of having Silver's Kingdom Valley, to instead swap Sonic out for Blaze. In my opinion, a hedgehog shouldn't switch to another hedgehog. That's the whole point of having separate episodes.
Yeah, you play as Silver in the Sonic storyline. And that was actually my first time playing as him, because, I wanted to finish Sonic first. Imagine my surprise getting used to his completely different gameplay style in the middle of a level. One of the hardest levels in the game, in fact.
There's even times when you switch control to one of the other main hedgehogs inside another hedgehog story. Guys, if I wanted to play as Silver, I'd fucking pick Silver.
I really don't get why in Sonic Story you play as Silver, and in Silver's you play as Sonic. It's so repetitive and nonsensical to me. I didn't play as Amy Rose in Sonic Story back in Sonic Adventure. Keep your characters to their stories.
Because to be honest, even with the idea of having Rouge replacing Silver in a quick base, it still doesn't work. Because in my opinion, both what we got, as well as the idea of swapping Silver for Rouge, just don't seem to really work. Based on, for one, the whole splitting up that Shadow and Silver want to do.
We'll have to split up. I'll pursue Nicholas.
Okay, and leave it was to me.
As well as a lack of Rouge during past cutscenes.
What did you find 10 years ago?
So, here's what I propose, and I'm not too surprised if some of you guys disagree with this, but it's ultimately to remove the switch from normal, for continuity, and using it for a harder variation. That way it's consistent with the story and doesn't go completely unused, and for the Rouge consistency, eventually, add her to the eventual Shadow vs. Silver boss, perhaps during the fight. Of course, if this were done, there'd need to be some kind of a visual or some sort of understandable explanation to why Rouge doesn't go to the past. Perhaps Silver could weaken her, almost knocking her out.
My body.
Shadow!
No!
Sorry, but I can't afford to stop here.
Now you're asking for it.
What did you just say?
Rouge, are you okay?
Don't underestimate Rouge the Bat.
I can handle this alone.
Come on, let's go.
You You are still too inexperienced.
Fine.
I won't hold back. Here I come. Don't get in my way.
Which in turn is what could lead Shadow to go as far as to ram past Silver in such a badass fashion. This way, she witnesses Silver and Shadow go to the past, which can set up her mind when Shadow returns,
Where's the kid? What did you find 10 years ago?
and that way it explains why Rouge isn't in the past cutscenes, let alone the stage. Which, by the way, on topic to when Shadow returns, that should totally take place outside of the new city. Like what, Silver and Shadow return from the past and both are in the exact location in the new city, but don't see each other? Like, bruh, come on. So instead, since Silver and Blaze hear some noisy people,
Yeah, that took a little longer than 10 seconds to figure out what everyone was saying, let me tell you.
meanwhile Shadow and Rouge are.
Omega is still in pursuit of Metals. So, where's the kid?
I feel even the Castle Town could be skipped over in place of the underused forest for the in-game cutscenes. With that said, the forest actually got more screen time than the Castle Town did, and since the Castle Town is where you load into next after this cutscene, it'd probably be more ideal to have it here. But yeah, in conclusion to this, it's to basically remove Silver from normal. Keep him for the difficulty variations, but as far as the continuity goes, as far as the story goes, for normal he would be removed. Same would apply to Silver's eventual take on a quick base. Anyway, yeah, that's pretty much all about it. I really like that you have to go up to the glider and jump in. It is something that went unused.
That's a jet glider over there. Use the triangle button to get on.
And just in general, I always wondered why you never did this, when for literally every other vehicle at least once you do have to manually get in. I like that my Encore idea finally made an appearance. No fooling, I pitched this years ago, before Demo 1 days. We're talking when guests would view my streams to get footage from the original game.
I think about how fun Tropical Jungle is once you really start to, play it normally. I like how you have to actually call a turtle by getting through.
Ah! It's why I cut White Acropolis a bit of slamming Sonic's taken up being a data. It's why I want to make sure that it is clear in this video that stages like Silver's Tropical Jungle and Blaze's Wave Ocean, he has mentioned Sonic's White Acropolis, and eventually Silver's White Acropolis, could, timeline speaking, take place with an accurate setting.
What is going on with the visuals? They're starting to trip a lot, and it's getting a bit concerning. And also, are we getting... Okay, no, we've still got a bit left. Good.
Just like how this was done here. Aside from that, it'd be great if eventually you can switch to Rouge, or at the least see her gliding next to Shadow in the glider sections. When she says a line, it's clearly meant to indicate that she is tagging along.
Not gonna lie, I kind of wish there was a bit of a transition cutscene animation to show
Did I just fucking slow it down? I swear I did. What the heck?
Shadow entering his line,
did,
it's
didn't
clearly
I?
meant to indicate that she is tagging along. Not gonna lie, I kind of wish there was a bit of a transition cutscene animation to show Shadow entering his section from the sea on the glider before hopping out. I don't know, maybe Rouge should also be seen there as well. I mean, Rouge literally has a line that is used, that was unused.
When this job is over, I want to come back here.
And in spite of it now being used, we don't really see her. I don't know if this bugs anyone else, but it just feels it could potentially be even better than just using an unused line, especially since we don't even switch to her or see her in gameplay. Let's talk about switch location. Why is the switch that Shadow flips not randomized? Am I the only one that really wants this to be randomized? Like, even if this had a radar attached to it, this is like the only time that we ever get to this specific part of Wave Ocean. But because currently the switch is only located in this one specific spot, if you know where to go, you can just, consistently go there and you never get to ever explore these other areas. I feel for this reason that it really should be randomized. It's big enough to have 3 or more locations. Yeah, in my opinion, something probably could change in the future. But still on topic to this location, I visually showed this off in the previous review, but I don't know, this is bugging me, this part of the cave, where there's like a bit of a hole, as if it's like leading up to a volcano. Like, what is it? I just can't put my finger on what... Was it just for being like a fancy vision if it's like leading up to a volcano? Like, what is it? I just can't put my finger on what... Was it just for being...
Why is the visuals glitching out so much? I don't get it.
Like a fancy visual? I don't know.
I wonder if that's corruption, actually, because that... The fact that that's consistently happening.
Alright, I just can't put my finger on it. Let me know in the comments if you guys have any ideas on this one. Aside from that, in the original, these sets of enemies, for some weird reason, would just automatically die when they spawn, so yeah, it's nice to be able to actually battle the enemies that we were meant to. Can I also just say that this hole in Wave Ocean so far hasn't been used at all, and it's kind of bugging me. I'm just thinking, what if we, instead of removing this spring, rotated the spring so it points you kind of...
I love that edit.
Thinking, what if we, instead of removing this spring, rotated the spring so it points you to the pole, and launching from the pole, you would go to where the spring would normally take you.
That took so much time to edit. It's just... I probably could have just modded it in, but I just thought, yeah, no.
No, it's minor. It's just bugging me that it's never used. It's not used in Sonic's take, it's not used in Tails' take, it's not used in Blaze's take, it sure as hell isn't used in Rouge's take. And honestly, this is like the only time I can actually see it being used. I mean, if it's a bit too far distance to cover from the pole to that platform, could there perhaps be like even a boostring to have the pole launch into the boostring to then place you on the platform? I don't know, man. I'm just trying to think of a way for it to be used. It's a thirst of justice, man, just like this pole did. Finally, let's talk about the elephant in the room. Have been writing this off since Sonic White Acropolis, so yeah, let's talk about the moon inconsistency. So, where to start? This was done because it's an attempt to fit in with the canon, since R6 is considered canon. And regardless if you look at 06 as a reboot to the franchise or not, at the time of this video, 06 is considered canon, for better or worse. Now, I am on board with an attempt to make 06 canon, or to make it more cohesive with the canon timeline, but I think the thing that bugs me is that in this same game, in gameplay and in pre-rendered cutscene form, we see the moon, and it is a full moon. Now, if you're looking at this from the perspective that it was a reboot to the franchise, you're probably
a new beginning.
But looking at this from a more canon perspective, if we take Shadow the Hedgehog into consideration, that is also meant to be considered canon, there too it also has a full moon. Heck, if you take laser beams into consideration, they all have a full moon. You could chalk this up to being laziness and just forgetting to include it or implement that little detail. Or if you're like me, you may turn to the logic of Sonic X, where sometime after the events of SA2, the moon did get fixed. So I agree with this concept of trying to visually look more cohesive, but I do feel that for continuity and consistency, not just to the game itself, but also to the canon timeline, based on what we see from Shadow the Hedgehog, again, if we really try to take on board the Sonic X logic, in my honest opinion, based on everything I've seen and know, I do feel that having a moon, a full moon, is the more accurate approach to go with. Now I get it, because we haven't seen this in game and it was only really shown through Sonic X, it makes it a bit harder to believe and accept this logic. And even if this doesn't change, I'm just trying to imagine what is going to be done, if anything is going to be done, about the pre-rendered cutscene where we do see the moon. The full moon. Again, to me, from what I've seen and know, it just seems there's more factors to why there should be a full moon compared to this, regardless if you're looking at this as a canon or non-canon game. But again, I do get the concept and do agree with the concept. It really is just for consistency at this point. It's a tricky position to be in, and I admire and respect the attempt to fill in the gaps and really to add to the cohesiveness, or for that matter, have a more unique looking moon. Sonic Team probably could have explained more. It kind of sucks that we have to fill in the blanks, but it's reasons like these to why we see a Crash Bandicoot timeline video on the official Crash Bandicoot YouTube channel, on the official Sonic channel, as opposed to a single thing about the Sonic timeline.
Shadow Dusty Desert.
I love that in section 1, it summons...
Yep, and that's it. That's how far I got into the ness of that particular update, but I think there is a little more with this one, but I might have spliced it a fair bit.
Chaos would be my streams, and eventually still. Not gonna lie, I kind of wish there was a bit of a transition cutscene animation to show Shadow entering his section from the sea on the glider before hopping out. I don't know, maybe Rouge could also be seen there as well. I mean, Rouge literally has a line that is used, that was unused.
When this job is over,
It could potentially be even better than just using an unused line. It'd be great if eventually you could switch to Rouge, or at the least see her gliding next to Shadow in the glider sections. When she says a line, it's clearly meant to indicate that she is tagging along. It summons one set of pillars ahead of the next set of pillars.
Yeah, here we go.
Compared to in the original, it's only loaded the next one you have to go through. Because of this, going through the next set of pillars results in you waiting around for a few seconds for the next ones to rise up. So definitely a positive from Gear 6. As for Section 2, I must admit I was a bit surprised to see just how lacking in darkness the caves were. Like I get it, the crystals in the room are kind of lighting it up, but I don't know, since they're in a cave, it probably could be a bit darker. In all fairness though, that's if I'm really comparing it with the original. I love that the unused bat sounds have been used for bats, and just in general I love that the sound design has a bit of an echo in these caves. Getting into the interior and the ruins, comparing it to past versions, yeah, not gonna lie, I kinda did prefer it in the old builds. Like the cave, that's one thing. I can kinda get by it since, you know, again, the green crystals kind of lighting up the room. But the green lighting on the interior of the ruins? Like, where is this coming from? If this area of Tropical Jungle was called Tropical Jungle, and the beta name for Tropical Jungle was Tropical Savannah, would that mean Sonic's Tropical Jungle and this Tropical Savannah?
This is literally as far as I've gotten.
Okay, for real, Loki, I actually wouldn't mind if that ever did become a reality.
That's it.
Since they really are two separate locations, and given what we got from the game itself outside of the DLC, I never got the impression that the area Silver and Rouge go through was ever connected to the area Sonic and Elise go through. I mean, bro, one is literally a flat base of bullets, while the other is more like a forest behind a swamp. Anyway, we're on to the actual stage now.
So that's what I mean. There's just, it's, the rest really is commentary, and the commentary pretty much is done. There is for sure stuff that I am going to need to add and change, especially now, like I said, with the context of the prototype DLC for White Acropolis. That is definitely something I'm going to need to look more into. But I think generally too that there are some things I'm going to need to change just going forward, because like, yeah, I want to apply a filter to the cheese that is this stuff.
Yeah, look, if the gold ring had RNG for its location, that would be a bit weird. But most of all, it kind of wouldn't add up the game cutscene before afterward. So, to prevent making it easy for just a simple glide to the end and victory, I am okay with it being a bit of a key hunt, and heck, was literally involved with more than half the locations. But as I briefly mentioned in White Acropolis, after doing what you need to do, instead of like White Acropolis, how it just kind of walks you to the end, I'm not against manually traveling to the gold ring. With that said, traveling to the gold ring after doing what you needed to do and dying afterward should probably not result in you having to redo everything, at least for all the key hunts. This also should apply to Kingdom Valley, and I also add. In other words, I do think it would be ideal to have each key behaving as if it's a save point. With that said, if the set of what changing feature, I would also be okay with that too, walking to the mission completed after getting the keys, I mean. Now, as some players may have already tested, if you try to go over the lasers to get to the end, you're greeted with invisible collision. That's, well, charming. In a sense, it kind of reminds me of the Kingdom Valley Section 2 area, where it used to have invisible collision, preventing you from using a shortcut, which later was replaced with lasers. Yeah, I'm gonna say I'm a bit surprised that lasers didn't get implemented here. I mean, yeah, sure, it does block off the shortcut, but I'd like to think that the lasers will eventually be raised up higher. Finally, only other thing I'll comment on is I do feel, and this does apply to this as well, but I do feel that when you get the goal ring, where the character processes the mission complete screen could be a little bit more accurate to where the goal ring is facing. Now, Rouge's is definitely a bigger case since she literally teleports, compared to Silver's not teleporting, or at least that far away from the goal ring. It's interesting if we wonder if Rouge's goal ring is meant to be.
Which again is interesting because that actually did get a little bit influenced in the prototype DLC, I believe. So, again, something I might have to revisit for this reason.
Completed at one point. If anything, it could be a substitute key location. For Shadow and Dusty Desert, I just feel that it could be flipped around. You know, having a door behind Shadow as he leaves the stage, especially now with the eerie-looking visuals to the door. Props to that, by the way. Of course, the Phase 2 arena takes priority in my book, but right now I'm talking about present time. And with that, that concludes all the stages of Episode Shadow and Release 2. We made it. Let's go. 1 hour and 15 minutes.
Yeah, that's basically the commentary for all the stages. I then go from there to speaking about, I forget if I speak about the vehicles next, or if I speak about all the characters and then the vehicles. Either way, that's its own fucking long-ass section. And my gosh, that is a little bit drawn out for sure. I'm not looking forward to going through that, to be honest, but yeah, again, probably could have been restricted or reorganized, because the fact that I spoke about Sonic and the gems, well, more specifically, I guess, the gems, but then I go ahead and speak about all the characters, including Sonic. It just, yeah, I probably could have moved the gem talk to the Sonic section, and I think I did consider that at one point. But it just felt like that part was going on for far too long, so I just thought, you know what, I'm going to put the gem talk right after we finish all the Sonic stages, and that way it's its own little section that's going to, you know, boost its duration up a little bit, but also, more importantly, take away from the duration of speaking about all the characters after the stages. So yeah. It is what it is. But yeah, after that, we pretty much get to the conclusion, and I, again, go to, well, more so miscellaneous shenanigans before we wrap up to the conclusion. So, yeah, and I can't remember what exactly I go into detail about, but I remember mentioning stuff like trophies and achievements and stuff like that, which may or may not already be in the works, so we will see. But yeah, that's why it's as long as it is. But yeah, I really wanted to finish Tropical Jungle so I could at least say, yeah, okay, I got all the stages of Shadows done, so at least that much had been achieved. But yeah, no, just let it go, and now it is what it is, because I don't see it here. So unless it's elsewhere in another PR6 take, yeah, like unless it's that, or unless it is that, then I don't know. But to be honest, I think still, even then, this is some stuff that's not really accessible until I get, again, the hard drive showing up. I think that's why it's not trying to load into anything at the moment. For reals. So, yeah, it's annoying. And as it stands at the moment, yeah, that really is not showing up, so that's really frustrating. Oh well, never mind. But yeah, we finally made it there. All I really have left is the Sonic 3 review, actually, so I should probably bring this back for that reason, so I can play the full package when we're ready. Or better yet, where is it? The other one, the one I had Is it that one? No, not that one. Hang on. Where did I put you? The one we literally just had open. And I was like, oh, that's not... That's been removed for the Pier 6 portion. Okay, here it is. Yeah, I'll keep that open for when we're ready to jump into the Sonic 3 review, because I think that's... It's going to be Oh, well, you know what, I say that. If I remove the Pier 6 portion, then what's to say I didn't remove other elements? So I might keep both open just in case. And I'll just move them out the way so I can jump back into either when we're ready. And what do we have here? The crush stuff, which we saw all of that, so we can get rid of that. Which means, yeah, we'll check out the patches of 21, and then we'll see about the TGS explanation video, or rather a variant of it, because again, I don't think it's the full backup of it. But speaking of which, where the hell did that go? Where did that go? Where did that go? Is that it? What's that? I can't read. Is that it? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so no. Is this it? I don't think that's it either. Where the hell did it go? I just found it. Maybe it was a different window. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Okay. Yeah, I don't actually know which one to view because we've got 3 here. How complete is this out of curiosity? Is this the intro?
TGS 5.
No, that's just a portion of the video. What's this? See, that's got the intro. What's this one doing? Yeah, I don't like the way that's been rendered, so I think we will put on this middle one when the opportunity presents itself, which will be after patches 021. So how far away actually are we from being up to date out of curiosity? Because we've still got 2 40-minute videos to get through. And then we've got to get through, whatchamacallit, Sonic 3 review, as well as all the in-betweens to get to the Sonic 3 review. So we've still got a bit left. But I can also see the ending. I can see the tunnel. I can see the end of the tunnel. So we'll see how we go. But I think for sure we should be able to get this, get all of these done by the end of the day.
Hey guys, what kind of aka Jerusalem? So, let's talk about the patches of 2021. I must admit, I didn't really know what to expect going into this year. I mean, all the main patches that were needed were, well, restored. And while there is still a lot more that could be done in the future, for the most part, they're all pretty minor. If anything, I'd say the patches that needed some updates from last year could be more deferred to them getting up patches. But we'll get into that in a bit. For now, let's go over all the patches we received this year.
Unlock snowboard control.
Man, how long has it been since players first tried Snowball Sonic in this game, and it wanted to be able to do something as basic as rotate properly? I think it is safe to say that pretty much everyone has lots of 360-degree movement. This, alongside the air control, the better trick animation, and the better collision animation, really just completes Snowball Sonic now, at least at the bare minimum for what you have received in retail. The one thing I found very interesting about having full control with the patch is if you look very carefully, you can kind of see Sonic is a bit snappy with his animations as he's turning left or right. It's one of those kind of elements that I always find myself going, oh yes, Pier 6, I'm so used to that, and now we've got it in the original, let's go. And oh, wow, okay, it's actually a bit different to what I was expecting, probably because I'm so used to how it is in Pier 6. I really don't know if this animation snapping is why they programmed it the way they did in the final, and not that I'm complaining. The main thing is that we can't turn around properly now. So as far as Snowball Sonic goes, I think we have got this in a pretty good state. The only thing that I can really see that can be improved in the future is really just to do with animation slots. And even then, it's just adding a landing loop animation after the trick animation plays. Super minor, because otherwise I'm pretty sold on this Snowball pick.
See the title below.
So I don't know about you guys, but this one really bugged me.
Just curious because that still hasn't been implemented. I forget actually if it's been implemented to PR6, but yeah, it's not super minor when it comes to the original, trying to get an animation slot, but yeah, never say never at the same time.
A lot. I mean, try to put yourself in my shoes. Being a modder of this game, the amount of times I need to boot into the game and wait 2 seconds every single time to be able to press start. And pretty much every time I'm spamming, waiting for the delay to expire to actually get into the game. Last year we got the new game continue selections to appear. And who would have thought there's also a delay for that? Albeit this one only lasted for 1 second, rather 2. But again, if you really put yourself in the shoes of a modder of this game, the amount of times you have to boot into the game, this can get pretty tedious after a while. This patch also removes a delay that really bugged me. Probably more so than most, but if you get rid of the Xbox guide, yes, this only happens on hardware and 360, you would have to wait a second. And if you're holding down on the analog stick, that's about half a second right there before it actually starts cycling, which to recap affects every selection where you can cycle, including new game and continue. So if you combine this with the guide delay, you have almost a 2-second delay for doing something as basic as closing out of the guide. Whether you're bringing it up to pause the game or to frame advance for speedrunning, again, this can get annoyingly tedious after a while. But now, thankfully, this is all being removed. Currently, my only critique with this patch is mainly when you play this on hardware. Now, admittedly, when me and Hyper were testing this out, we were mainly testing on Xenia, and even when I would test it on hardware, this glitch happens inconsistently. But there will be the occasional time where I go to press start, and instead of bringing up the Xbox guide to choose which device you're going to load into for the game save, the press start logo just flashes. Once it's finished, that's it. The game basically is self-lock. And even if you sign out to try to reset the game, even that doesn't work, so you do actually have to get out of the game and boot it back up. In my coverage of the Limited with Objects Still Held video, you can see just how frustrating it was for me, how many times I had to reboot the game just to do something as basic as let me in past the title screen. And to be clear, this soft lock can actually happen on Xenia, albeit not nearly as often as on hardware, but still can happen. I think the reason this happens is because it's supposed to bring up the guide after the flashing of the press start animation finishes. But with this patch, it can actually bring up the guide immediately as you press start. So I think when it soft locks, it does this because it's trying to bring up the guide at a time when it's not meant to, which could explain why it rarely happens on Xenia, since Xenia doesn't have the Xbox guide yet. But going back to the removed delay, I was hoping that by removing this 2-second delay for the press start, that it would also remove the 2-second delay for super switching. Because in a previous video, I tried to show this, because yeah, basically, the float I found a while back that I briefly mentioned in the patches of 2020 video, that controls the press start delay, also controls the super switching delay, but unfortunately, it doesn't happen here. It's times like these where I have to remind myself that these aren't memory edits that affect multiple codes. But well, at least we eventually got both removed. Let it take the object's help. That's beautiful, but, you know, the one thing I was hanging out for is one of the earliest ones restored this year. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but either way, I am very grateful for this one. With that said though, god damn it, the original has gotten me so used to the original controls that I don't use it as often as I want to, even after playing PS6 a lot. God damn it, sorry. But yeah, it really is identical to what we see in the trailer clips, so yeah, I have no critiques. Have we done everything that Silver was intended to do in the original? Because I think the only thing that comes to mind in terms of abilities and his moveset is his speed up upgrade. I'm not sure how much of that code is left over in the final, if there's enough to fully restore it, or if it's too far gone. Either way, maybe we should look more into the Xbox Live Arcade demos code in case there's some more code that Retail doesn't have. I genuinely have no idea how that would have looked if it was just going to be the same as what we got, but it just runs faster, or it was going to have dedicated animation, something like what we see in Gear 6. Perhaps this is where a lot of the unused Silver sounds would be used. I really don't know. One thing I do want to comment on though is low-key, I actually wouldn't be surprised if this speed up upgrade was just the light dash for Silver. There is an abnormal amount of rings that can be light dashed in Silver stages. His teleport dash, yes, while it does have dash in the title of the ability, in the files the animation name is listed as light dash, which is exactly the title that's used for the light dash animation for Sonic and Shadow. So yeah, it really wouldn't surprise me if that was what they were planning, because outside of that I really just have no idea what they would have done and how they would have done it. I guess there's always other gameplay quirks that could be restored, such as releasing the enemies without insta-killing them. Not just the Marketplace demo modded to play Silver, but even the E3 demo behaved this way. So I am pretty sold that this is what they wanted to achieve originally. Of course, with working gravity so the enemies would actually fall upon release. Aside from that, I guess there's always other quirks like being able to grab enemies without stunning them. Conversely, being able to damage enemies with the stun. I could definitely see 2 of the 3 that I just mentioned being something people would want to use. But aside from that, not really sure about the speed up upgrade. Who knows, maybe it's something Chaos could exploit in PR6's next release. I'm the Telltale.
Character gradients.
And this kind of haunts me because I have actually gotten character gradients to work in the past, but not in a state where I could actually roam around in gameplay. It was literally just with a black background and I couldn't even play. Well, at least for Shatter. In fact, I think it froze the game when I would do this. If I quickly switched the code around and back, I could get Silver's gradient to work in gameplay, but Shatter's...
The one gradient that didn't appear in the E3 demo.
I could never actually get it to work in gameplay, and naturally Shadow not being in the E3 demo, you can imagine like a lot. But I think the thing that really haunts me about this is I didn't even put 2 and 2 together that this could have been Silver and Shadow's gradient.
But bruh, could you be any more oblivious?
It was literally me talking to Chaos and discussing whether or not character gradients should be implemented from PR6. It got me rewatching a lot of E3 clips based on the question, did it use 1 or 2 gradients? And after putting 2 and 2 together, that this Silver looking gradient was the one from the E3 demo, and had Shadow been in the E3 demo, it would use this. Yeah, that's when I freaked out. So yeah, this is the reason why the Shadow looking gradient was implemented to PR6 before we got it fully working in gameplay on the original. I think the reason this was cut is because the concept behind what they wanted to achieve, while it sounds great in theory, the amount of work that would have needed to be done for everything else, from the results to the pause menu to the hint box, might not sound like too much, but once you take into consideration that the main display sprites are just plain grey looking textures and are coded to show the gradients, both the main display itself and the outline, compared to what I just mentioned already being colored in the sprite sheet and not relying on the game's code to color it. And again, while it might not sound like much, we are talking about a game that was getting rushed out. But yeah, bummer that this was never even seen in the TGS06 demo, because that could have been the only chance we would have got to really see the shadow gradient end officially. Same for this slightly modified version of the E3 loading screens. So the fact that we haven't, well damn, that's sad. I'm still not certain if Silver's gradient restored through this patch is identical to E3 Silver's, because it does appear to be a little different. And that could be one of three things. Either one, the capture card quality from 06 is making it look different. Two, the E3 HUD mod is still a mod of the retail HUD trying to recreate the look of the E3's UI instead of accurately enabling the code to be used. Or three, the gradient actually is different. If I were to guess, I'd say both 1 and 2 are the reasons to why it color-wise looks a bit different.
I make it sound like you can actually enable the E3 HUD in the files by programming it to be used. I don't think I should have worded it that way because I don't actually think that is a thing. We were lucky to get the equivalent of the E3 loading screen to show up in the way that we did, because I don't think we can get the UI to show up in that fashion. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, maybe we can, but I think that was a bit of a stretch saying that. So I might have changed that if I was making that now.
But at this point, who really knows?
E3 save point animation.
Who cares?
Yeah, for real, probably don't need to talk about this. Only reason I will is because if you hit the save point, travel a bit through the level into spawn, then go back to said save point, you'll be able to re-trigger it. It's for this reason that I'm not certain if it accurately recreates the E3 save point, because I did go back to the compilation video, once again dissecting all the footage, just to see if there was anything where the player either hits a save point we've already seen triggered, or looks at a save point that should have been triggered, but hasn't been. Yeah, sure, at the end of the day, there's a strong possibility the player just jumped over it or ran around it, but given this result, I can't dismiss the impossibility. Regardless, something to point out in case we do receive footage in the future that behaves like this.
Light dash with Y.
So I don't know, I really wasn't expecting this one for some reason. If you guys don't know already, Unleashed is my favorite Sonic game, and of course with the light dash being mapped to Y, I appreciate that this is now a thing in the original. It's definitely going to keep my muscle memory in check, so yeah, let's go. It's also fixed a lot of times where you jump and go to light dash and instead in the original would just bound down. Now that's not an issue. Who would have thought something so basic in concept could change so much in the performance of gameplay? It also gave me an excuse to hurry up and fix my text mods, because for the longest time I had it saying use the Y button to do light dash in a shot, but the actual hints in gameplay that would say, hey, press this button to do the light dash, was still saying press X, and at that point the audio was also unmodified. I only have one critique at the moment with this patch. I can no longer light dash out of a spin dash, and I'm sure that's got something to do with it originally being mapped to the X button. In fact, if you hold down the X button when you've released the spin dash and you're on the move, it will cancel the spinning stage. So much so that I can even see this being what happens when I go to light dash out of a spin dash in the original, because majority of the time I have to hold down to prevent Sonic from spin kicking. It isn't really a problem, more of just a nitpick if anything. But I guess this is another time where I've gone into Pure 6, gotten used to that, where you can light dash out of a spin dash, then we get a patch of said element from Pure 6 in the original, and it behaves differently to Pure 6. I also just mentioned that for some reason, I don't know why, but Mark Speed Sonic was never programmed to have the light dash while in a jump. Wow. I mean, this is just as bad as Sonic with at least not having a jogging stick when you let go of the analog whilst you're running on sand or water. Yeah, times like these, man. Thank God for PR6.
You installed Rainbow Gem.
From what I've tested, it's coming along quite nicely. That said, it still is a work in progress and still does need a bit of work, so that's why I'm not going to talk too much about it here. I guess there's always next year, but while I'm here, I might as well talk about the actual needs replenishment. I don't know why, but this took me a really long time to install. Just this one patch specifically. I don't know what it is or why it is. There were times where I said it installed, so I gave it a shot, and then my results would be inaccurate to what was supposed to happen. So yeah, after a while, this can get pretty frustrating. Eventually I did come back and gave it another try, and thankfully I did get it working. And basically all the specifics that I mentioned previously have been fixed. The red and purple gem do drain at the right speed, and do cap where the gauge ends. The only semi-downside to this is the rainbow gem can't trigger anymore, but in all fairness, it never really worked to begin with. Even locking the animation at the end if spammed enough is an animation glitch, not a leftover code of the transformation. Let's just hope the restored rainbow gem patch will fix this currently not working rainbow gem here.
All Amigas and multiplayer.
So, surprisingly, or unsurprisingly, this game did have plans for all the Amigas to be selectable in multiplayer. Definitely would have given some underused characters some more screen and playtime. But you see, I think this affects me more than it would others, mainly because I grew up on 06 multiplayer before single player. In a sense, it's kind of what got me prepared for single player, and I'm not talking about a few months, I'm talking years. I guarantee if I didn't play multiplayer in 06, I wouldn't have gotten into single player. So the idea that at one point I could have grown up with a version of 06 that had all the Amigas used, you know, it might not sound like a big deal, but when I eventually discovered how underused these characters were in single player, I was disappointed. Also for everyone that was involved with creating these Amigas for this game, from the sound design to the animations to the particles to the modeling to the texturing, all of it. In some ways, it's kind of what inspired me to make the weekly character swap series. That way I can really share what the Amigas would have been like if we got more playtime with them. But even with this patch, it's still frightening to think that had this made it into the final or an update, you still would have been restricted to only 2 players with these Amigas, when 4-player multiplayer was planned. And speaking of which, this leads me to
4-player multiplayer.
I've never cursed myself as much as I have now for not being able to play this. Believe me guys, I put in a lot of hours to try to get this to work. I ran into issues installing this patch on hardware, and keep in mind, to get this to work you also need to install the multiple Amiga patch, so that way all 4 players can be used. I ran into controller and charger issues, then when I thought I had it working, 1 or 2 of the patches didn't install properly. And the fact that I couldn't find which specific patch was not installing properly, it just really didn't want to work, unfortunately. Hopefully sometime soon I'll be able to fully test this out, but from what I've seen it does look pretty functional. I still can't get over how minor patches, even for multiplayer, have been made. From implementing the 2 stages that didn't appear in multiplayer, being Radical Train and Tropical Jungle, to the particle effects from single player being implemented in multiplayer. Because yeah, you guys didn't know.
So, I could be wrong, but I actually don't think the patch works on hardware, because the fact that because I really did, I tried several times and put in so much time to try to get it to work, and it was not having it. It just consistently kept on crashing and just, not having it at all. So I don't actually think it works on hardware, to be completely honest. I think it's a specific thing that works on Xenia emulation style. But even then, I struggled to get anything working. But it was mainly the hardware that really just flatly rejected it every time. So that was unfortunate.
Multiplayer, being Radical Train and Tropical Jungle, to the particle effects from single player being implemented in multiplayer. Because yeah, if you guys didn't know, the multiplayer particles are a bit different to how they are viewed in single player. A lot less is used, mainly so the game doesn't slow down as much. Which, with that said, I would really love to see eventually a multiplayer particle effect in single player, basically the opposite of what has been achieved. I do know the object behavior is a little bit different. Like for example, if you destroy a rock, instead of summoning 3 pieces from it, in multiplayer it would just make the entire thing disappear. Similar to that of TGS05 tech demo's object behavior. Which again, I imagine doing stuff like this would prevent slowdown. Anyway, back to 4 players. I do apologize that I couldn't get around to testing this. But yeah, hopefully soon I'll be able to get to it. But yeah, with that, let's move on.
Jump dash gravity.
So, to my understanding, all that has been achieved here is the curve, or gravity if you will, has been enabled on the retail jump dash, and currently this only affects Sonic and Sonic Release. Somehow I kinda had a feeling that this was gonna happen. Probably because the spam attack once affected just Sonic and Sonic Release, then eventually Shatter. This isn't a big problem, mind you. Just have to be a bit more consistent. But yeah, if we are going for that accuracy, for reference, TGS06 Shatter does have jump dash gravity. I think that's probably the main peak of this patch currently. With that said, there is one more element that is slightly inaccurate to the Xbox Live Arcade demo's take on the jump dash gravity, but not E3. That being, as you are going down, if you dash into a crate, for example, in this demo, basically the crate would get destroyed. Currently this does not happen with the patch. And to be clear, this isn't because of the jump dash gravity. It's literally because they programmed straight jump dash to behave this way, probably because you're not meant to be going down anymore. So an interesting change, but it just goes to show what they did from the course of the E3 to the final builds.
Downloading fade out.
So currently this isn't 100% working, and all that really is the fade out of showing up from the Sega screen to the next screens, and the title screen to the menu. Though from what we have received, I can kind of see why they got rid of this. I mean, take town missions for example. Most people are just going to want to skip the dialogue, and because of which, consistently you're going to have a now loading text at the bottom right in gameplay for the short space of time that you're in this "hey, help me" dialogue. With that said, I am still glad that we got this working, and I do look forward to updates. Though in all fairness, when we got the demo to go into the main menu, interestingly the now loading text is not on top of the menu. So I wouldn't worry too much about that specific. If anything, it's just the now loading text being on top of the Sega title screen, because again, according to the demo menu, it's even more buried than the final. Speaking of the demo menu, moving on to the
Xbox Live Arcade main menu.
Oh boy, this is the big one, isn't it? How many people have asked me what I thought about this? I'm just glad that I shared the offset of me finding the title screen booting to the loading screen. Because while it wasn't the offset that assisted this patch, it was literally the codes before that helped trace and track down the whereabouts to the main menu of this build. And me posting the offset was literally the day we got booting into the menu in the demo. And to think, all I was trying to achieve was booting into the TGS06 menu. But instead, we got something better. And holy sh**! There is so much here! With corrected text, we can see roughly how this menu was supposed to look. And this is pretty much exactly how we have seen it from this manual screenshot. And for clarification, if you were playing on the PlayStation 3, instead of saying Xbox Live, it would have said Network.
Can we get a PS3 TGS06? Okay, thanks, bye.
Selecting Xbox Live or Network would reveal ranking and download. Sadly, ranking does crash the demo. But you know, makes sense that they probably heard it out because it is a demo. And selecting download doesn't do anything. Huh. Selecting the audio room reveals that the genres are not fully in capitals.
Wonder why this changed in the future.
There's also one extra genre compared to retail, separating the jingles from other, compared to in retail going to other and revealing the jingles there. Within theme, they only have theme of Sonic, theme of Elise, theme of Shadow, and theme of Silver. Interesting how theme of Elise switched from Sonic and Shadow selections all the way to Silver selection. I mean, it makes sense, but yeah, I don't know, maybe something to keep an eye on. They also don't have the Sweet Dreams, Sweet 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 tracks, which I always thought if we got a version of the menu that was older than retail, there would have been 3 selections, because to my understanding there was a 3rd version, maybe even a 4th, that was either scrapped or just wasn't in the game files of retail. But regardless, none of them are in the demo's tape, even if you cycle to the bottom. Within Act, retail has 30 selections, the demo has 31. Well. There's no doubt in my mind that is Crisis City Section D, the highway. Don't get me wrong, I know of a couple of other sections that were scrapped, but Crisis City Section D was the main one that made it furthest into development before being scrapped. I mean, heck, we've got screenshots and footage of it, compared to the couple I mentioned where there's, nothing. Just a shame the text will store if you've been in a genre that has working text, which is also the same for boss, because if not, the text just won't appear. I'm guessing that this is why when you enter the audio room, the game kind of freezes a little bit before entering. Regardless, you can't expect everything to work, especially when the demo didn't use the menu. Within boss, retail has one extra selection. I wonder which one didn't appear in the demo. Solaris Phase 2, maybe? Since in the text it is separated from the rest. I don't know, just a guess. Within town, Accordion Song no longer has a selection here, mainly because they have any other genres, and Town Mission 2 to 4 are listed as no title. Within Jingle, it's pretty much the exact same as other from retail, except they didn't have result. Interesting. I wonder if this is related to the fact that there is no results jingle that plays in the results screen in the Xbox Live Arcade build. The weird thing about this is that there is actually a result jingle in the files, just unused. And it's not like Accordion where they've moved that to a different genre, because otherwise it would play. I can play all the music that's used in the demo, but I can't play the unused result jingle, or the unused His World theme. So the fact that the selection doesn't appear for either, you just have to keep an eye on. Finally, in others, just Accordion Song. Yeah, wow, they really were keen on getting rid of that genre. Imagine you put down another. They also changed it from others to other. Yet, they had extra, which evolved into extras, like, huh?
Does that one jungle when it becomes jungles? Is that another jungle?
Selecting the theatre room unfortunately crashes, and it was at this point when I noticed that you couldn't actually hold down to get that kind of scrolling effect. But this is when I was using the D-pad. When I tried the joystick, holy crap, the speed! Which, if you guys don't know already, is actually present for cycling through the pause menu selections. Again, only if you're using the joystick. Selecting options would reveal vibration settings, which I'm not really that surprised about, because aside from my Pure 6 review, where I mentioned that all the adventure games have vibration settings, in the final, there is actually some traces of vibration.
What was the point of mentioning
But if you go to
that?
switch back to the main character that you're playing as, instead of doing it properly, if you go in front of them and try to switch back, occasionally there'll be times that the character that you're playing as decides to just kind of spin, forever. And it was at this point where sometimes I did notice a bit of vibration. Not much, but it definitely was that. So for this reason, if I were to guess, I would say that it is possible to restore this one day. Selecting gold medal results reveals something that I always remember imagining as a child, because I always found it an interesting decision for them to have the extra stage and all the bosses, having them all be at the very bottom of the list for both the gold medal results and the stage select, instead of being in its chronological order of how you progress through each character's stories. If you cycle over to the last episode's gold medals, I thought this was pretty interesting. To recap, Retail Show's End of the World, Solaris, achieved S rank on all act missions, and all episodes cleared. 4 categories to clear. The demos menu shows 5. I also find it very interesting that it shows 160 medals here, but in retail it shows 180 medals. Yes, the game wasn't big enough. But translating the Japanese text, starting from the top, we have cleared episode, collected all Soliana Silver medals, and obtained S rank. So it's possible that what we received in retail for Sonic Shadow and Silver, listed as collected all of Soliana Silver medals, was at one point meant to be listed in last episode. Which, yeah, you can kind of see why they changed this. It just makes me more curious to want to see the rest of the gold medals for Sonic Shadow and Silver. Selecting either in Trial Select reveals that at one point, the 3 trio would have had their full name used. Yeah, it looks a bit much. I think this is one of the few things that I'm glad changed. Might just me. In Act Trial, we can really see just how everything would have looked had it all been in chronological order. Yeah, I can see why this changed, but at the same time, I don't mind this for the simple fact that it is in chronological order. I'd even go as far as to say eventually when all this is in PS6, maybe there could be an option to switch between chronological and
I
retail
agree with
phases.
that.
So I think it's clear that at this
I can't remember if I mentioned that in commentary, but I know it has made it further into whatever, whether I've mentioned it in beta testing or I have edited it or I've recorded it in commentary. I can't remember, but I think I do recall recording commentary or something along those lines where I say if we add when we're in the act trial, add an extra input to A and B for Y button, and if you hit Y, it would basically give you the toggleable ability to switch all the acts from chronological to the order that it's in now, or it's specifically keeping all the acts together, then the extra, then the boss. So basically, something to toggle that to switch it to be chronological, which I think that's fair enough personally. I think for sure could see that getting implemented in the future. Hopefully for PS6 as well.
At this point, the capitals were already starting to dominate. I mean, Iblis Phase 2 is literally the only one in Sonic's campaign that's lowercase. For Shatter, Tropical Gauntlet Rouge, Metallus Phase 1, and Metallus Phase 2 are lowercase. And for Silver, Iblis Phase 1, Wave Ocean Blaze, and Iblis Phase 3 are all lowercase. It's interesting that the extra stages and bosses are mainly what got affected, and even then, some bosses have capitals. Oh yeah, and End of the World is lowercase because, gotta have at least one act lowercase. Selecting a stage would reveal 5 selections, all 5 missions maps, I should say. Which, okay, this is pretty interesting, because this is how it was always meant to be. Easy, normal, hard, very hard, super hard, and ultimate. But, given the fact that there's 5 here, if I were to guess, I'd say, like the last episode, being unlocked completing the 3 trio stories, I would think that you would have to complete easy to super hard to unlock ultimate. Completing normal technically unlocks hard. So if we assume that, had they implemented all the difficulties, and everything from easy to super hard was unlocked as soon as you would complete normal in story mode, I don't think it's too far of a stretch to say that ultimate would be unlocked if you complete all the difficulties.
It's entirely possible that easy was scrapped at this point, so instead of easy to ultimate, it was instead normal to ultimate. I wish I proposed that possibility, because I would say that's probably the more likely. I think easy probably was scrapped, even if it was an intended difficulty at one point, especially because normal is the default difficulty over a top easy.
Anyway, so that Encounter Trial reveals that Sonic in this build only had 13 time missions.
And I also think if we did get easy, it would have been the equivalent of the multiplayer takes, where it's essentially one section long, super easy, super basic, and just very, very fast-paced, and no tutorials, but it's very much holding your hand throughout the stage. So I would guess that would be what an easy equivalent would be.
Shadow 7,
or how I would go
10,
about it, at
such
least.
All of their values end at 32, despite there not being 32 selections. It also seems that cancelling out of the menu is a bit slower than normal, and even when it loads, it no longer shows the character names, let alone the selection bar behind the text. In Episode Select, aside from the as-mentioned selection bar and the character names not being present, not to mention the character models, the progress is at the top, below that is the life count, and below that is the ring count, and while I'm at the very bottom, the silver medal count, all of which are like retail. However, restart point and total playtime are new additions, and save time would eventually go on to become last save time, one of the very few times that it would go from capitals to lowercase. Oh, Sonic Team, how could you? Insult the 6 tradition. And of course, Tropical Jaunty's the default stage. Actually, a bit shocked that Kingdom Volley isn't. I mean, that was the definition of focus when it came to the Euro 6 trailers and demos, to the point that I'm actually shocked that it's not Sonic's first stage. And I guess there's 2 total playtimes. And cycling over to the last.
I do have to wonder about that, because, yeah, I do think that is a bit sus, though, that, yeah, there was so much focus on Kingdom Valley for a stage that was so late into Sonic's story. It could just be a coincidence, but I do think it is very interesting that Crisis City, that also appeared in the E3 demo, that was Silver's first stage, is connected to, you know, the same demo where Kingdom Valley is, again, Sonic's stage, a part of that demo. You know, I can't help but wonder if it really was at one point in that version of the story, perhaps. If Kingdom Valley was the first stage, and yeah, maybe that's how the game started. I mean, if I'm getting very different with how the story may have gone at that point, and out there with the theory, it could be that you play Kingdom Valley and you get all the way through the stage, and you get the same progression like you do in that point in the story where the princess dies on the egg carrier, but you then have to go back in time to basically undo that mistake. That could potentially have been a factor. I don't know, it's hard to say, because I mean, I wouldn't think so, because so much was finalized by the time the E3 demo was done. But it still just strikes me as odd that, you know, again, they have the first stage of Silver's as the E3 demo stage, and they made so much emphasis on Kingdom Valley being a main stage for Sonic. You know, it just, I don't know, it probably is just a coincidence, but I've just never been able to dismiss that possibility, you know? And we know that the story at least went through some differences from the course of early 2006 and May to the version that we ended up getting, because, you know, again, look at the trailers. The Silver supposedly finding Sonic. That is a different story. There's no denying that. You know, it's no lip sync. It bugs me. I think it bugs me that more people don't talk about it more than anything.
Last episode, interestingly, shows a Tails life icon, Team Attack Amiga. I don't know, I would have thought that the question mark would have been better suited for something like this, if they couldn't do the 3 heads that they did in Final. In all seriousness though, if you look at the sprite sheet for the life icons, Tails is the 4th life icon after the trio of hedgehogs, and of course, last episode being the 4th slot, and Tails being the 4th life icon. So my assumption on the matter is it's probably just cycling through all the life icons until the episodes repeat. Now this is where things start to get very interesting. Selecting tag in multiplayer reveals tag story, a special 2-player story, and tag trial, where you can challenge previously cleared missions with 2 players. So I have done a bit of a mock-up video of what the tag story could have looked like. Long story short, it's pretty much Sonic and Shadow ganging up to get the Chaos Emeralds before Eggman. As far as tag trial goes,
Well?
if this is what I think it's implying, then we may have just solved the free mode case, because even if tag story and tag trial were only intended to have 2 players in these modes, knowing that you were meant to be able to use all the Amigas in multiplayer, and knowing this now, wow. And to think that I've already hinted at most, if not all the unused Amiga lines being used in a different version of multiplayer. At least all the old lines, where all the Amigas would have been selectable. Being able to select previously cleared missions, as well as being able to select all the Amigas, was already sounding a lot like the free mode that IGN was going on about. I mean, if you really try to imagine this in tag trial, it's actually not that far-fetched. It's getting to the point where I'm actually starting to get convinced that IGN had a review build that contained a working version of this menu with a working tag trial, and potentially, who knows, maybe even a tag story. Oh man, this is good. Something interesting to note is that
Totally possible.
was the destructible Savannah. I'm not sure if this was like a
Dare I say even
but I'm surprised
probable.
to see it being used in a build of its sheer multiplayer, especially when this build isn't even that far away from when retail released, after you've selected your stage. The fact it shows, yet again, missions 1 to 5, really does tell me that at one point, you would have had the ability to use the Amigas in not just previously cleared missions, but in all of the difficulties. Like, I'm sorry, but how freaking big was this game trying to be? Like, what? And to think this isn't even covering the online aspects that were scrapped. Godspeed if we ever receive an E3 build. Finally, in multiplayer, for battle. For the first time ever, the character models are quite a fair distance away from where the camera is, and unlike Tag Trial, where it was originally planning to only use 2 players with all the Amigas, it seems that this is where 4 players was intended to be used, because here we do get to see all of the Amigas. It's a shame we've never officially seen or received all the character logos for the Amigas, although I do have doubts that this was intended for multiplayer, mainly because last episode had a logo like this. But then I asked myself why in this build it has their full names. I don't know, maybe it was a placeholder. Cycling through each character, the 1P text basically moves to indicate who you're selected on. I remember the first time I saw this, I thought it was glitching or lagging, especially since it takes such a long time to load the character models in one place. Selecting your character reveals a very different screen to what we see in retail. Instead of showing just the stages, here we have rule, count, and stage. Rule can only change from 0 to 1, count can change defaulting from 5 all the way to 20 before looping back to 0, and stage can count from 0 to 2. The screen does look a bit incomplete, so yeah, not really sure how this was legitimately meant to look. It could have been anything from how it looks in retail to a stretched out version of the E3 polls.
See, like, gosh darn it, I really hope we get to see how that was supposed to look, and at this point, yeah, only chance of seeing how it actually was intended to look is if we get, like, a review version that has it, you know, and the frustrating part about that is that actually is very possible. We could very likely get something like that to see how it was supposed to look, but, you know, how are we gonna get that? You know, we kind of just gotta wait. All we can do is wait until something gets dumped.
To even something more original that we have yet to see. Regardless, even if this is a bit incomplete, I do like the more light blue tinge to this menu. Kinda reminds me of how the NTSC-J menu looks, which I'm pretty sure did use specific colors and gradients, which, they made black and white for PAL and NTSC copies. What? But with that pretty much is everything to cover with this menu. The other thing I'll mention is that you can actually press the start button, and this does accept things in the menu, compared to retail where it does nothing. Same applies to the results. If you want to skip things in the demo, you can press the start button and it will skip through. While retail and the results, pressing start does nothing as well. Anyway.
Change on flips.
So last...
Yeah, I do think that that is for sure very interesting. I remember pointing it out to Chaos, but no, just generally very interesting differences, and yeah, hopefully we do get some build in the future, but I forget if I've pointed out this to Chaos, but yeah, the NTSC-J manual I think for sure does have some clues to how the menu or how a variant of the menu was supposed to look, because I still think that the upper and lower border that's like looking all silver looking, I still think that that's a very incomplete graphic, because it's pretty common knowledge at this point that the default sprites of the game from E3 to the final, they all have like white or gray looking sprites essentially that get the color manually programmed in afterward. So the fact that that's also the case for the upper and lower sections of the menu, now compare that to the NTSC-J manual, where it does appear that they actually have a silver dedicated gradient, where it actually looks like it's a bit more colored. Yeah, just saying. Yeah, I think for sure it would be cool to see, yeah, like a campaign-specific gradient applied to the borders when you either select a campaign or come back from a campaign. I think it's something for sure we could probably expect to see in Pier 6 eventually. And I think this is something I actually did record in commentary for the Shadow review. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is recorded and has yet to be edited. But as far as it appearing in the original, I've only really been able to make mock-ups of it. But I don't know how many people are even clued into its existence, and that's why I kind of felt like I should make this known through these videos, but it still hasn't really fully seen the light of day, sad to say.
And NPSC copies. It does accept things in menu results, pressing jump until that thing as well. Anyway,
Chain jump flips.
so last time I did mention that there was a delay, preventing you from doing another chain jump until that delay expired. This was more noticeable for shorter chain jumps, but with that said, for some chain jumps in medical terrain, if you were spamming it, you could notice the delay at the end slightly. Thankfully this has been removed now, it's hoping for additional interpolation updates. So, if I'm not mistaken, as far as chain jumps go, the only thing that could use an update in the future is the jump sound effect being used for Mark Speed Sonic. Or if you include this year's 2020 normal Sonic chain jump start animation fixed patch, I'm saying that 10 times fast. Then also common characters. Since the patch, yes, fixes the animation, but at the cost of muting the jump sound effect. No different to Mark Speed Sonic's chain jumping sound design. Through lawn mods, I have been able to get.
It's a little bit. I forgot about that, but yeah. I don't know why I felt the need to do that in editing, but then I totally do it again in the Pier 6 review as Blaze, so it's like, what the fuck? What am I doing?
Yeah, Mark Speed Sonic to use the jump sound effect by swapping certain plugins around. So I'm more than positive that the sound design can be fixed for it.
Xbox Live Arcade Chaos Sphere.
I remember finding an offset a while ago that did actually affect the chaos field, but I just never got it to go up, and I was quite positive that this could be restored. I mean, because all it really is just reusing the homing recovery state for the spear recovery. But what I wasn't expecting is how with this patch you can now enter the spear state if you enter an air state, which is very faithful to not just the Xbox Live Arcade demo with Shadow modded in, but also the TGS06 demo. Heck, this was even made to be compatible with the Y-button patch if you want to have both installed. Once again, an unexpected move, but that much more respectable. You know, it's times like these where I really do wonder if at one point, maybe even in a review build, did they ever use the upward chaos spear recovery for boss Shadow? Maybe something to think about. I just hope in the future there is a way to merge what we got in the final with this overpowered Chaos Sphere. So that way, well, it won't be overpowered. Anything from charging it resulting in the Chaos Sphere recovering upward, and tapping it results in the retail effect, to having the first 3 recoveries going upward, but then the rest of the retail effects. Or even, when the spear hits something, an enemy or an object, you go up. But if you miss it, you go down like retail. At this rate, there's better chances of getting more TGS06 states, such as triggering the jump dash out of an air state, aka being able to infinitely jump dash, or restoring and or extending the Chaos Smash failure state, even if that looked a bit oriented-esque.
Super switched away.
Oh, I was just saying, once upon a time I removed it before it. It's individually and permanently a thing now. Also, I get why this was modified in such a fashion where the intro animation has been removed, but in my opinion, in the same way that the final has it so you can only switch after the intro animation finishes, I feel like that should also apply here. I completely understand why this was changed, but for a patch like this that's only meant to remove the switching delay, it just feels a bit inaccurate removing the introduction animation, even if it is supposed to be faster now. At this point, we could probably get 2 patches to get the best of both worlds, but
Push off walls.
okay, let's actually go. This works better than I was expecting it to work, which is weird because I was expecting it to work the way it currently does, but then I changed my opinion later on, and now it's this. Yeah, okay. The reason my opinion changed is because, as I mentioned in the 2020 patches video, if you don't glide at all for gameplay and jump onto a wall and jump off, you will view what originally was the code that was meant to be for Knuckles and Rouge jumping off of walls. And it was when I tried this on this specific Kingdom Valley wall where I distinctly remember it failing with this retail method that shows the way it was intended to work. I'm even starting to think with the snowball physics mod that also shows the way this was intended to play, also failed in this infamous wall, because when getting footage for this video, both didn't fail. So I don't know, maybe I didn't try long enough, or maybe there was a specific part of the wall or gameplay that could prevent this from working. Either way, I'm just super glad that this wall can be jumped off of now, and the way it was intended. So let's freaking go. Currently, this is more faithful to the snowball.
Stop defending it,
Clement.
Clement.
Critique with this patch at the moment, and it's something that some of you guys even pointed out. That being, when you glide out of these push physics, the push momentum gets stored into the glide state, which, while accurate to the snowball physics take on it, it's not how the final was meant to behave. If you jump onto a wall, push off, and then glide, kind of like the final, how it disables the push physics is kind of how it was meant to work, only it wouldn't have disabled the push physics completely. In other words, the glide would have behaved normally, not having push physics stored into the glide state. Regardless, I'm really glad we got this working.
Rolling damage character bosses.
So, ironically, or unironically, you can already do this without patches, simply by timing when you grab and throw the boss, and with a bit of pausing to help you get the timing, you can get this result. At least now, you don't need a strategy to do it. It's just as simple as it's no use. Take this. The frustration of not being able to do what the boss does to you is just as on par with Silver throwing a psychic ball in the cutscenes, but not being able to do that in gameplay. So now,
Good time.
the satisfaction. Let's go.
Demo trick system.
The fact that some of you guys actually thought that this footage was the Xbox Live Arcade demo, and it's just retail with mods, is a testament to how far modding really has gone. With that said, if you directly compare it to the actual Xbox Live Arcade demo, instead of saying great, like how it currently is with the patch, it would instead say good. Which, yeah, I must say, it would be nice if we could get the good message to eventually appear in the future. This
Which
really
we
was a
did
nice way to
eventually
get
end up
messages to
getting
appear,
greatly.
even if it did increase it by 1. But at least this way we wouldn't be reusing great from the Rainbow Rings, or radical from the enemies, at least for the first message. Because see, to my understanding, every time you would do a light dash, while the score would go up, the message was also meant to update. But since it starts on good instead of great, since great is the very first message on the sprite sheet, with the patch that currently is more demo faithful, how the trick message goes away when you do a second or more light dash, in that respect, I feel it should be demo faithful with the trick message itself having good instead of great. But if we do eventually get a second patch that allows the trick message to update with each light dash as it was originally intended, in that case, then progressing from great to good all the way to perfect would be ideal. And in that respect, I'd be fine if the Rainbow Rings great switched around to saying good to cater to this more intended faithful trick system patch thing. This patch also currently doesn't affect Mark Speed Sonic, which as far as going faithful to what the demo and review builds were aiming for, I think it's probably for the best that this doesn't affect Mark Speed Sonic, because from what I've seen, modding Mark Speed sections into the demo, as well as checking out review build footage, thus far I haven't come across a single clip of Mark Speed Sonic light dashing and triggering a message to appear, or score for that matter. Would be nice to get a separate patch,
Which is a bit-
but as far as I'm aware,
a little
right now,
surprising.
at the time of this video, this is faithful.
Combo text.
It is a little surprising, but I must also reaffirm to myself that, like, hey, if it were there, you'd get an S rank stupidly fast, so kind of good that it's not there, for reals, because the amount of rings that you are going to light dash on in a Mark Speed section, it's only natural to why it's not present there, if anything.
So I pretty much explained everything I needed to about how the messages are meant to progress, but for right now, this patch currently has 2 messages. Once the uncolored messages from the sprite sheet finish and go to progress into the colored messages, it's very cleverly well done, because I think right now the reason there's 2 messages is because if it was one continued message, the way it was intended, in the same way it does with the score value, updating with each trick, the gradient that's added on to the non-colored messages in the sprite sheet again would get stored to the colored messages, which you can see in some mod videos that have just swapped the messages around in the sprite sheet. Still, I must say, this is actually really impressive. I am very impressed with this patch. Hopefully in the future this can also be merged with the light dash trick system, because right now merging the two kind of just confuses the way each trick progresses.
So I think I think I am wrong on this. I don't actually know if it was intended to be one message. I was always under the impression that that was the case, but I am starting to have second thoughts about that, because I believe if you open up the programming of the trick messages file in a sprite viewer, or rather I can't even remember what it's called. I think it's called Shuriken. It basically opens the XNCP files, like the raw data of how the sprite work is supposed to work. I believe if you open that up, it actually does still bring up 2 messages instead of one continuous one. So I could be wrong on that. It might actually it very possibly was supposed to bring up 2 messages instead of the one. So I will have to double check that, but I think that is actually how it was supposed to work. But I always imagined that it was just the one, because that's how it pretty much always was from the demo take, showing one message and then looking like it glitches out when you update the score value. Conversely, getting the like enemy trick message and then going from that to a rainbow ring, or vice versa. It's the same type of deal there, so you can kind of understand where that came from. But yeah, I will again need to double check to retrace my steps to be absolutely sure. But I am for sure having second thoughts on that, so I might need to, reevaluate that before I mention that any further, whether it's in Pier 6 or not.
Each message, to the point that it can even lock the trick message once the gradient message is in. But by itself, I really am impressed with this.
Locking the GP levels.
Wow. This is frighteningly close to Pier 6. Like, at this point, I could start to see why people would be convinced that Pier 6 loaded footage is Pier 6 when it's not. Like, the maturity even affects the gems individually rather equally, which in all fairness, it probably does behave better being affected individually, allowing for more variety. But as far as accuracy goes, equally much what they were aiming for. This also does store to other sections, which is top tier, let's go. When no gem is selected, the maturity gauge does appear. I'd be okay if this changed looking like the equivalent of the Xbox Live Arcade demo, where there's just an inch of the maturity meter. If not, then nothing, whichever works. It also seems to keep the gem level when going back to the menu and then going back into a stage. But aside from that, yeah, honestly, the only real critique I have is the whole equally affected thing. Again, we could probably get another patch to match for it, but still, this is freaking amazing as is. It certainly is giving me faith for a better gauge in the future, and I certainly am looking forward to an official release. And with that, this brings us up to speed for 2022. Wow, that is a lot of patches for this year, but maybe it should come as no surprise as it was the 15th anniversary this year. I think for me, there's only really 2 minor patches I'd absolutely love to see in the future. Sure.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting though how Pier 6's influence on the modding community absolutely can be felt with the mass amounts of mods and patches. Because I do think if it weren't for Pier 6, we would have got the maturity patch to affect all the gems equally over individually. But again, because of Pier 6, I really do think that it influenced it to being achieved that way.
One being a fixed saving system, so it behaves more like the PS3 version of the game, when muting music and saving actually does save if you boot out and back into the game, compared to what we actually got on the 360 build, where if you muted and save, boot out and back into the game, it's unmute. The weird thing is it does actually save changes to the subtitles and options if you turn them on or off, but yeah, just the audio doesn't save on 360. For the second patch, it's a patch that behaves like the Xbox Live Arcade demo, for when you pause while holding down on the analogs. I did actually make a bit of a comparison video a while back, where it shows if you do this in retail, when you unpause, regardless if you're holding down or not, for at least a frame, you are going to be rotated in a different direction. So if you're holding down, for a frame you might see it jump a bit, but if you're not holding down anything, your direction change is going to be more noticeable. It's one of the very few things that the Xbox Live Arcade demo actually got right compared to the final build, and more often than I should, I do pause holding down the analog. And I believe this is also related to why if you buffer a frame pressing an input, upon unpausing in the final, it re-inputs what you've already inputted, which as a result can lead to fast homing attacks, which can also lead to clipping or launching out of bound results. Compared to the Xbox Live Arcade demo, holding the analog doesn't result in rotation change, and double inputs sure as heck don't happen. Again, it really is one of the very few things that the Xbox Live Arcade demo actually got right compared to the retail build. But I'm curious about what you guys think. Is there anything you guys might be still hanging out for? Or maybe we've already received it, you're waiting for updates. Either way, super pumped to see what's in store for next year. So with that brings us to the end of this video. So thank you guys for watching, I hope you enjoyed and learned a thing or two. Before I go, I'd just like to say a big thank you to everyone. We wouldn't be here if it weren't for the continued support of trying to fix Earth 6, so it really does mean a lot to me. I'd also like to thank everyone who helped this video reach a million views. I literally woke up on Christmas Day to my first video with a million views, so this really is quite literally the best Christmas present that I could ever receive from you guys, so thank you. I hope you guys too also had a great holiday season. Thanks again, and until next time, have a good one, stay safe, and I'll catch you all next time. Peace.
Yeah, I think that mostly holds up. Some things here and there, but I'm pretty happy with it. Because you know, considering I got that out when I did. Actually, when did I get that out? Was I late? I think that's January. Is that saying January? I can't read because I'm stupid. Yes. Okay. Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. Considering. Because, yeah, I only got more and more late as the years went on. But, yeah, not bad to get all that done. Because, of course, I would have preferred for it to go out in December, but, got there eventually. Got there eventually. But now, let's see what we have here. Because I don't even know what to expect on this. This might be super unfinished, but yeah, we'll see. And I also have to realize that there's a good chance that it's going to do shit like that.
Hey guys, Volcano the Bat here, aka JR Cycler. So I've wanted to make this video for quite some time now, ever since the E3 explanation video, which also does need updating. But I've wanted to talk about both the Tokyo Game Show 2005 tech demo, as well as the Tokyo Game Show 2006 convention demo. I was thinking of doing two separate videos for this, but then I realized why that really wouldn't be a good idea for a few reasons. For one, the tech demo is an extremely small demo. Two, barely anybody knows what the TGS or 6 demo even is. Three, there's that big demo, just assume, oh hey, that's the Xbox Live Arcade demo that was publicly playable. No. How often do you see on YouTube if you look up TGS on 2006, it just results in TGS 05? It's so barely talked about and known by the public,
and even those that tried to make Earth 6 evolution videos failed to include TGS Earth 6 footage, a piece of Sonic Earth 6 history. And this is why I'll do my best to cover everything, mainly everything that's different. Before
You can tell this is old too because of the music I was using.
go ahead and talk about the TGS Earth 5 tech demo. I do want to talk about the E3 2005 teaser, so that way I can really go through the history of Earth 6 in chronological order. A lot of people seem to think that this E3 2005 teaser was only showcased at E3 2005, when that is partially, but not entirely true. I know that there was a big debate whether or not this teaser was in-game or pre-rendered. Hopefully this video can make things a bit more clear, because I believe I have found a pretty good source to what the answer is. Needless to say, this video will document what we know versus what we don't know. So with that, let's head back 16 years ago.
Yeah, I'll have to have a disclaimer or something, which is weird because I feel like I have already edited
2005.
one in.
The date is May 18th to May 20th. Aside from what was publicly playable at the convention, behind closed doors, we got our first look of Sonic 06 in the form of the E3 2005 teaser. Since this was our first look, and as a teaser, not much was showcased. Considering E3 2005 lasted for only 2 days, it's quite impressive that even this teaser for the game got leaked. I'm not sure if it was for this reason that they ended up allowing the public to see this teaser for the game at TGS 05. Regardless, I'll talk about TGS 05 stuff soon. But the teaser starts off with this interesting looking emerald, with a different emerald sound to what we got in the final. Spinning at the camera before zooming in to reveal Sonic running through a forest, which may look a bit similar to something that we've seen in the past. As he jumps off the tropical savanna grasses, leaps over the cliff, bound lands on the linear path, he continues to dash, cautiously looking at some egg gunners that have been following him, very reminiscent of how some Mark Speed sections look. While the egg gunners currently aren't a threat to Sonic, he tries to lose them by speeding up, eventually leading up to a very familiar looking castle. Now, why does this look familiar, you may ask? This is actually the same castle that Shatter and Rouge enter before Mephiles is resurrected. I remember as a kid figuring this out and thinking,
oh my gosh, I need to get into modding, because if I can free roam around this castle-like area, I may be able to explore the forest.
Now, unfortunately, to save space, and to decrease the chances of slowdown on hardware, it was sadly removed. I remember I was so disappointed when I found this out. I kind of figured it wouldn't have been there, but still, would have been nice. But yes, this is the same castle. As Sonic pauses to check out his surroundings, Sonic becomes transparent as the camera goes into his first-person perspective. Then, the unthinkable happens.
What you are seeing is being controlled in real time.
So I want to make a bit of a, what's it called, like a little bit of a passage or some kind of mention to something that so far I haven't, and I don't even remember if I knew about it at this point, because if I did, it's a bit bizarre that I didn't write anything down or record anything acknowledging it. Yeah, because there is the deleted shot that we have received a high quality screenshot of that I may address in commentary, but more important than that, there is an unreleased screenshot that again would have taken place around the same period in the teaser, and it's super unclear to me how the deleted scene was supposed to work and function, but it almost certainly was in between when the gameplay factor kicks in to throw the dummy ring bombs. So yes, I would like to add that detail or details into the commentary, so eventually when it's finished I would like to think that that would be added onto it, but anyway.
The camera sets up the first-person shooter. Then, the Sega worker confirms that it is in fact in-game, being controlled in real time. And then Sonic chucks around dummy ring bombs? When this was showcased at TGS 05, this part of the teaser was skipped over entirely. And it's for that reason that I'm not surprised if a lot of you people here haven't seen this visual. I'm not sure if this implies that at one point Sonic actually had dummy rings as a method of attacking, or perhaps this is what eventually became the gun drive. Remember, Tails and Rouge and Heroes possess dummy ring bombs, and if we accept that Sonic's dummy ring bombs here evolved into the gun drive for the Sky Gem, it's not impossible that this was the same treatment applied to Rouge. It even uses different sound effects, which I thought was pretty interesting.
Gotta fix the text.
Actually, are those sound effects even known? Because to my knowledge, I've never heard this in 06 or Heroes. So if it appeared in previous or future games, please let me know. After chucking around some dummy ring bombs, the cutscene kicks back in, with the air gunners that Sonic outran landing in front to block his movement, while also scanning him. Probably because, looking at the vision, and knowing how everyone else behaves in this game.
So basically what that is, it's supposed to be Amy, Amy, going after Sonic, going, yeah, I've got you, Sonic, and just not being able to tell that, hey, that's clearly not Sonic, that's Silver. I don't recall putting a clip of SA2 in when she mistakes Shadow for Sonic as well. But I think I do also cut to, again, when Silver sees Shadow and goes, Mephiles! And it's like, oh my god, here we go again. So yeah, that's what that's supposed to be.
Mephiles the Dark.
Yeah, that's right.
You, Sonic!
Okay, here we go, it is here, good.
You're crazy if you think you can get away from Amy Rose, and who are you?
Whoa!
Yeah, I'm not surprised if egg gunners are also colorblind. Before the egg gunners can figure out that this is the blue hedgehog that they're looking for, Sonic quickly goes into a homing smash and knocks them out, while recovering into a sprint. As Sonic sprints up the pillar, one of the egg gunners that Sonic missed starts firing Vulcan cannon shots at him. And it's at this point where if you listen very carefully, you can actually hear the Here We Go samples used in the Wave Ocean soundtrack. There are actually some other samples used in this same track, such as the Shadow Infiltration and Aquatic Bass percussion sample. It's stuff like this that really saddens me that we haven't actually received this E3 2005 teaser music. Not that it's anything special, but it really would complete the soundtrack that much more if we did actually have this, especially since we did receive the E3 His World track. But as Sonic avoids the Vulcan cannon shots bouncing from spring to spring, this eventually leads him outside the castle. Not too long after, Sonic pauses, as he can hear something big coming. He looks up to reveal the returning egg carrier. Now, I assume the egg gunner that Sonic
I'm gonna just say this now. If I don't get contacted in regards to the sound design after proving time and time again that I'm capable of doing music stuff as well as dubbing stuff, I'm gonna be very, very disappointed. That's all I'll say about that.
And didn't take down, reported to the egg carrier that Hedgehog just took down 2 egg gunners. I don't know, I just like to think that they're not useless and can signal in. As the egg carrier approaches, an army of egg gunners fly out of the egg carrier, landing in front of Sonic. As they all get closer with each step, Sonic can only look at the numbers and feel somewhat intimidated. After all, if size doesn't intimidate him, numbers do, which I actually think is a good separation to Shadow's.
Ha! There's no strength in numbers.
Before Sonic can do anything, the egg gunners all fire at him, and while there are only Vulcan cannon shots, and while they don't do damage individually, get hit by a whole bunch of them, it's capable of destroying pillars. So naturally, because Sonic was hit by a whole bunch of these, he falls unconscious. As the egg gunners wait for the smoke to die down, they soon realize that this is the biggest mistake that they could ever make, because Sonic launches into the air as the 7 Chaos Emeralds surround him, completing his transformation into Super Sonic. And wow, how the tables turn. Never thought I'd see the egg gunners look so intimidated.
As an aura surrounds Supersonic and he regains consciousness and concentration, he blasts towards and through every gunner, and with ease, all as the Rainbow Emerald concludes the teaser. Interestingly, with the Rainbow Emerald going around the Sega logo, which is a little different to how it looks in the TGS05 take on it, but we'll get to that in a few minutes. And as the teaser ends, the Sega employee confirms once more.
In fact, I want to remind everyone that this entire performance was done without pre-rendered graphics. This next level that we just witnessed may be coming sooner than we think.
Now, this Rainbow Emerald appears at the start and end of the teaser. Obviously, this is going to be compared to the Rainbow Gem that was also meant to transform you into Supersonic. I think because at this point in time it is a Rainbow Emerald and not a Rainbow Gem, I think it is safe to say that at this point in time, gems weren't a thing in the game, which would explain why instead of chucking a gem, Sonic chucks dummy ring bombs. Again, it's quite potentially just a placeholder. But now for the big question. Is it pre-rendered? Or is it in-game? In my personal opinion, I am going to say that this is in-game. And please remember, this is just my opinion. I'm not trying to convince you otherwise if you disagree. Because unless they did some Forces BS with, ooh, from the team that brought you this and this, and simply put, just lied to us, you definitely could argue that because it was closed doors, they had more of a reason to lie to the people that were there, convincing the people that it was in-game when it could have been pre-rendered. I think, at worst, it was in-game, but they could have recorded it and played it back as a video, in the same way that a lot of cutscenes that look in-game were just recorded on the PC version to get rid of any slowdown that would have been there had the cutscene played on hardware. That, and also to add video effects such as this or this. Hey Gage. Looking back at the Sega logo, how the Rainbow Emerald goes around the Sega logo, that could very well be something video edited in, because I don't really see how that could have been achieved in-game unless the Sega logo was a 3D model present in-game, but I don't see that being a 3D model, but that's just me. If anything, I do believe that here, what we saw was in-game, but what we see at TGS05 was video edited together, and I definitely will point out why I believe this. But yes, this is the E3 2005 teaser. Because of the quality of this camera-captured video, I can definitely see why people were more interested in re-uploading the TGS05 take on it, which definitely has better quality, but thus far a screen-captured version has yet to leak. And speaking of TGS05, yeah, since I'm done talking about E3 2005, yeah, let's move on to TGS05.
Is that it? That is it. Wow, okay. Yeah, so it's pretty alright for the most part. I do think it's a little slow paced at times, but I am saying this just after going from like 1.5 speed for the rest, so there is that. And yeah, you can see how I have lost a lot of files that were working when I was originally editing this on the old iMac, but have either just lost them because the hard drives aren't plugged in there anymore, or they just generally have moved locations, and because of which are just missing, unlinked. So I just went ahead and rendered it anyway, so I've got whatever was salvageable to work off of, and to hopefully go from that to the rest of the video being done. But there is a lot of stuff that's still missing, not just from that entire section regarding the E305 teaser. I forget, did I don't think I did do much TGS05 coverage. Maybe I did. I genuinely cannot remember. The commentary, again, is the most complete form of it, but curious how much is done here. Yeah, see, like there, now the TGS05 logo is showing up in that version. The Visual.
He continues to dash. Caution.
We get to... Yeah, was that missing? I can't remember. Actually, I'm curious. Did we or did we not get that? Because I might have to hybridify it. Can't freaking... Where was it? Where was it? Yeah. See, like that's the logo was missing there, so we did get that in the other one. But like, okay, yeah, no, that is the. So some things are here, some things are not.
Because if I can free roam around.
Is that at one point Sonic actually had dummy rings as a method of...
Still missing text. Still missing that. Whatever that was. Just, yeah, not much difference, actually. Sample stuff. Ooh, I don't remember seeing that. Or am I tripping?
Look at the numbers and feel somewhat intimidated. After all, if size doesn't intimidate him, numbers do. Which I actually think is a good separation to shatter.
Oh, no, that was used, wasn't it? Yeah. What about that? Is that still missing? Because that's supposed to cut to a shot of the castle town showing that same pillar getting, or the results of it being destroyed and blown up, because I always liked that detail in the retail castle town that they actually did model it so it looks like the pillar's been destroyed, so that was pretty cool that they detailed that in the final, even if last episode does not have it modeled for the altar pillar. But yeah, no, that's pretty much it, isn't it? Don't think there's anything else. Yeah, we saw that. And yeah, that's pretty much the same. Yeah, very, very minimal changes. I'm curious though, did this, because I noticed that there was an overlay of commentary for what I mentioned here, and I think I did get that fixed in A version, so yeah, was that fixed here?
In the same way that a lot of cutscenes that look in-game were just recorded on the PC version to get rid of any slowdown that would have been there had the cutscene played on hardware.
I think that's a yes, because I also noticed that there was like a weird pause icon, so yeah, some changes, some fixes here and there, not much, but...
That, and also to add video effects such as this or this. Hey Gage, looking back...
So is that it? I think that might be it. Yeah, again, this is as long as E3 or 5 to TGS05, but as soon as we pretty much get ready to start that up, it ends.
TGS05.
The date?
Ah, okay, so now I see. I separated it.
September 16 to September 18.
Alright, let's bring this up. How complete is this? Because this is all the commentary, I think it is.
TGS05.
The date is September 16 to September 18. Now, as I said, because the E3 2005 teaser was leaked, it's not impossible that Sega learned of this and in response to this allowed the public to see this in TGS5, because if not, if they weren't aware of this being leaked and just in general did want to show the public this teaser for the game, there is definitely a pretty big inconsistency with the Sonic we see in the teaser and the Sonic we see in the tech demo, because the Sonic we see in the teaser just looks like a more HD version of the Heroes model, when the Sonic we see in the tech demo is almost the same as the final. Even in the springs, there is inconsistencies here. The egg is
yeah, see, like I'm not even using the footage, I'm using footage that I'm going to use in the video, but it's just, yeah, there's virtually nothing video edited, but yeah.
I'm pretty sure are the same as the final, maybe with some different shaders. Like I know for a fact that that red light does not appear in the final.
Peter 6 idea, anyone?
looks like
So
that's...
right off the bat, we have a different setting, we have different animations, we have different crates, we have different stage placement, we have different particles, and we have a different camera.
Okay, I think I'm talking about the tech demo there. Yeah, I really do go in depth.
Seriously, the enemies that it flies into are to the left and right sides. There's even one on the goddamn crate, but this one is destroyed as well. Like, what? The fact that this is still technically a homing attack because he isn't charging it. This homing is flat out overpowered, man.
Yeah, again, tech demo.
Would have played the full animation like it does in retail, or the other demos for that matter. Whereas here, it's cancelled out of fairly quick, before the interaction for the spring.
Is that a classic spring?
It's times like these where I really am glad that I talk about stuff that could be in these demos, just supposedly never seen. I'm even more grateful for this reason that Chaos has actually implemented this for not just Sonic, but now the rest of the characters. For example, remember, this tech demo is not just a demonstration for their next Sonic game, but also a demonstration on what they could do in the future, potentially. They were trying to get people hyped for next gen after all. Looking at multiple pieces of footage is unlike retail, where if you would press start, how the logo would stop glowing and for half a second later, the logo would play its animation. Here, as soon as the player presses start, the logo animation immediately plays. Another similarity to the retail title screen might be the theme that it's playing. Really, if we got a 360 leak of the TGS06 demo, at least that would be one way of getting this PS3 loading screen, and also that would be more ideal in respect to how much we can achieve on the 360 side of modding. Though perhaps more importantly, from all the footage and photos I have seen of this demo, the as mentioned render swap for this version of the demo for the character select appears to be a 360 version of the demo, so assuming it never existed on the PS3 side.
See, this is why I need to re-record certain parts of this video, because I was still recording this with the pretense that this was all a TGS06 build, and it's not. It's a variant of it, but it is not TGS06. And that is... in that respect, I'm glad the video didn't go out, because it would have essentially spread misinformation. So I will very badly need to go back in and fix that, or at least make it damn clear that there is a variant build that exists that is not TGS06, and that is where the renders swap out, that is where the red details in the UI pop up, that is where the invincibility particle is used for a ridiculous amount of states, that is where the grind rail particle appears on the wind rail. It's all the one build, and it is not TGS06. Super important to detail it, for sure, highlight it, but really, really important to make sure that it's clear that it's not TGS06. Super duper identical to it, but it's essentially an updated, or if you will, even a downdated version of the build, considering there is, yes, improvements here and there, but there's also stuff that could be considered missteps. And again, stuff I will absolutely need to go into more detail about in the video, stuff that is just missing and because of which can come off as misinformation. And again, for that reason, I'm glad it didn't go out. Yeah, it is what it is.
Well, just go on. All these specifics that I've mentioned are also present in the Xbox Live Arcade build and review builds, which again is frightening how consistent they are in that regard, yet never were with what we got in retail. Even the sprite setup is very similar to the Xbox Live Arcade demo. The only thing that makes it slightly inaccurate, aside from the loading screen, is the fact that some builds, not all, but some builds, don't actually use the red icons for the gauge.
Again, some builds implies that the ones that do have the red UI is TGS06. It is not TGS06. it's essentially built off of it. It's fucking mighty similar. It basically is the same demo, but it's not TGSR6.
Point, regular grinding for both sound and particle, makes me wonder if the hitbox was the same. But the invincibility particle playing for almost every state, I always found kind of interesting because we kind of get a bit of a visual on this if you look at the trailer clips, specifically when Sonic interacts with Egg's Cerberus, likewise the Orca in Way version. You'll notice that the particle playing is actually the invincibility particle.
I think that's wrong. I don't think it actually plays for the Orca. It certainly does play for Cerberus, but yeah, I'm gonna have to probably nuke that because I don't remember seeing it on the Orca. But yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about. I do mention so many of these details, but I attribute it to it being TGSR6, which it is not. It is so badly not it. I can understand why I came to that conclusion and was mistaken, but it is not TGSR6. It very much is not.
It seemed like the final build was just built off of a TGSR6 build. It would explain why so much content from the demo exists in the final's code and files. Perhaps this is why some E3 content was also left in. Now, like I said, because we haven't received a whole lot of footage regarding these specifics in a TGSR6 build, this may actually be the build that contains the renders swapping out. Because again, it's a build of TGSR6 that we really haven't received a lot of footage for.
No, it's not. It is not TGSR6. You fool. Insert DP cars when teen goes, you fool! Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's like, again, I really have gone through the entire scripting process, essentially, of recording the commentary with that in mind when it's very much not the case. Yeah. It's true that we really don't have much footage of the build, but the reason we don't have much footage of it is, again, because it's not TGSR6. And yeah, it really just, it was pointing me in the right direction, but I was still getting it wrong even back then.
Surprised me if that's how they handled the final build, because even the review builds have so many minor changes, it's like actually ridiculous, be they for better or worse. In fact, in a lot of ways, I can definitely see a consistency with elements from the TGSR6 demo to review builds, which is actually quite surprising that there is such a consistency from a demo to a review build. Yet, the same demo, or any other demo for that matter, even review builds, have almost no consistency to what we got in the retail build.
I can see what I'm trying to say, but, I mean, if you want to go by that logic, it's like, well, I guess, what about the jump dash and the homing attack and... phrase, the homing attack itself, you know, not the ability to jump, the ability to run, the ability to grind, it's like, the ability to spin dash, it's like, they're all still there, so boom, there's your consistency right there.
There's like only one review build that looks very close to retail, but the only reason I can't fully confirm this is because this is in fact the review build that we have received. The same review build that hasn't fully been ripped due to bit rot. And that's what I mean, because we haven't been able to fully rip this, and probably never will, as much as I hate to say, we'll never truly know if, say, the Xenon side of the files, if perhaps they had differences, especially since other review builds do in fact have changes in the Xenon side of the files. It could be something as basic as the jump dash duration, or even interpolation gravity. The possibilities are endless.
That's back when I was trying to call it by its code string name instead of rotation interpolation, as Chaos X has dubbed it.
Review builds, while they have demo elements, aren't restricted to how much content they can have within the files, likewise the structure of the files. What we have received from this review build, while minimal, I get the impression that this had the same setup as
the retail build. Take it with a grain of salt, since again, we don't actually have access to the entire review build. Because yeah, there could very well have been differences in the Xenon side of the files. The reason I make this assumption is due to the main display, because as I said with the consistencies with certain main display templates, there usually is a consistency with what patches that it also received.
That is partially true, for sure. But, at the same time, there is that one piece of footage where you flat out have almost 100% accurate to the retail UI, except for one trait that I'm personally not going to reveal, because I either will reveal it in this video, or I will hold on to it just in case any forgers want to try to fake a build in the future, and I'll have that trump card up my sleeve to be like, yeah, no, that's fake. Because there is something I have noticed that is very useful for being able to tell if it was built off of demo traits or not. So yes, but yeah, the footage of the review version with essentially the retail UI, yeah, it's about 99 or even 99.9% accurate to the retail UI. So that is about the only build that has had some inconsistency with the patches and the UI, because otherwise they are pretty consistent for the most part. But I do have to wonder how game journalists played 06, because the inconsistency with the UI for the screenshots of the Prima Guide astounds me, how inconsistent it is. Because they surely would have received only one build, right? And yet there are different UI setups in the Prima Guide screenshots. What is that about? Did they actually have the UI inconsistently changing between stages? Because that's kind of what it seems like happened.
For example, I have never seen a build with the Xbox Live Arcade and TGS or 6 demos main display with retail curve or attributes.
That's true. Say that again?
Or curtail with latest major steps to get box like with build with the Xbox Live. With build scene. For example, I have never seen a build with the Xbox Live Arcade and TGS or 6 demos main display with retail curve attributes.
Yeah, that's true. I haven't seen that. Even to this day. I've never seen the straight jump dash with the demo UI. I've never seen the retail ring explosions with the demo and review version UI. Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Thankfully, we have actually received the XEX from this review build, and that is where most of the patches are weird. I don't know if that means that they were just recording between two builds, or it just was enabled and disabled. And
see, oh my god, I was literally just talking about this. I think this is what I'm talking about, the Prima Guide.
People say that it was to destroy ports. No, you're going to twin core, which things that mean that if you're there is that yet. It's not the file and initial intention has which put the hop here, that didn't say
we see from the same video. Half of the footage has rotation interpolation and the other half doesn't.
Okay, no, I'm not talking about Prima Guide. But it's the same thing here, though, of like, did they or did they not have inconsistent patches and inconsistent UI setups? Because that is very interesting that seems to have happened more than once.
Yeah, that is very weird. I don't know if that means that they were just recording between two builds, or it just was enabled and disabled in the same build. But this is like the only review build that I've seen that doesn't have rotation interpolation, or at least for some of the clips that we see. But looking at some minor changes here and there from this same video, and if I were to guess, I'm gonna say that the review build that we did receive, while it does have bit rot, I feel that this is more like the retail build than this video as a whole.
but that's just me. The reason why I'm pointing out so much with the review builds is because what the TGS 6 demo, likewise the Xbox Live Arcade demo, as well as the review builds, all have in common is that, simply put, if you mod the Xbox Live Arcade demo, say swap a stage, swap a character or two, while it is still technically a mod of the demo, you really do get the equivalent of a review build, or rather a review build's take on said stage and said character. Because low-key, minus the abilities, modding Silver, but more specifically Shatter, into the Xbox Live Arcade demo gives some really, really close-looking results to how both TGS 6 Shatter and some review builds of Shatter looked and played. Again, minus the abilities of course, which, does that confirm that the homing gravity was at one point an ability? Even modding the Xbox Live Arcade demo to have characters that weren't in TGS 6, basically all of the immediate characters. Hell, even modding the bosses in. Again, you really do get the equivalent of some review builds out there. It could be from just consistency from the animation slots, to little gameplay quirks, to even unused states. We've actually seen promotional screenshots of this same Silver, even in the guide screenshots of gameplay. You can definitely tell that there are animations playing there that aren't in the retail version. Though thankfully we can still
The fuck was that?
and still handed thankfully there are
Wait, did something just happen to my USB port? Are we good? TB still hasn't shown up, because of course it freaking hasn't. Fuck's sake.
Though thankfully we can still restore this through modding the demo, and I'm more than positive that the states are there in the retail build, just like everything else unused. But the point I'm trying to make with all of these differences is that even though we just have an Xbox Live Arcade demo, in the code it still does have not just the characters, but even the bosses, and with the right file treatment, even some stages. Considering how extremely similar the Xbox Live Arcade demo is to the TGS 6 demo, it definitely could be argued that the TGS 6 demo, if we got access to it and could mod more stages and characters into it, it's definitely a possibility that the review build-like results that we could get with it would be similar, if not the same, to what we get from modding the Xbox Live Arcade demo. And you might be wondering, why would they put so much code into a build that's only going to use 3 characters and 3 sections from one stage? My assumption is that they were all review builds at one point in time, but when they came to the decision that they wanted to make a demo, they used what they had as the final build at that point in time. Take it with a grain of salt, because again, this is just my assumption on that. Assuming this is how they made demos, I really just can't help but wonder how the E3 demo would have behaved in a more review build-like state. Just how different the characters and stages could have played. If the Sonic Generations PS3 E3 demo got leaked, it's not possible that eventually one day, perhaps, Pro 6's E3 demo could see the light of day. At this point, we can only have faith.
Okay, so that's as much as I've recorded, I think. I was going to say, I don't actually remember recording a conclusion section to that to the video.
But anyway, forgive me on my rambling about the review builds. Back onto TGS 6 talk now.
Yeah, is that it? It's because it gets to a point where it does start to get in pieces, and I think that is now. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. So I didn't actually finish the commentary for that video, whereas the commentary for the Pier 6 review I did finish, but I did intend to record a bit more because I did still have more to say. In general, again, I want to kind of put like a bit of a whatchamacallit, like a disclaimer at the start. I want to have a slightly different outro, because that's the thing, I have got it recorded saying, oh, thanks for watching and peace out and all that, but that's the thing, I'm not concluding the video there anymore, so I will need to either nuke it or move it to after the silver portion and last episode portion. But yeah, no, just in general, there is some stuff that I've been holding off recording for a while now. And I believe I did write it down in notes, so I'll remember what to roughly say when I get around to recording it. But yes, I have some bold claims to make when I get around to recording that portion. But yeah, I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. But yeah, that is the state of the TGS explanation video. Yeah, very much in pieces, and not really much of anything done with the video editing, sad to say. But you can kind of see how it's roughly going to eventually take shape in some way, shape, or form, eventually. Hopefully not too far away now, but you know what, at this point I really wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't get dropped in the next 5 years at this rate. But like I said, if I can get into a more comfortable state with video editing and everything, yeah, maybe there's a chance. And look, to be honest, there is more chance of getting the TGS explanation video done and out this year than there is for finishing the Pier 6 review. Because like I said, the intention right now is to merge it, so I do a trilogy of releases in one video. all been reviewed. And because of which, because all I can do is really wait for the next one to drop, all I can do in this time is essentially work on the TGS explanation video. However, I'm still not really happy with the setup I've got for that as well, because even though I have tried to make a crossover from the old iMac to this one, and tried to slowly and painfully revive it, again, it's like I've literally got the hard drive plugged in right now in the iMac, and the fucking hard drive isn't even showing up. Why? Why is it not showing up? I don't know. I don't know why it's not, but it's these really tiny, insignificant complications that really do go a long way in slowing me the fuck down, and it's really not good. It's not good for business, it's not good for the look, it's not good for the image, it's not good for the reputation. But I've accepted it at this point that I'm going to be considered and seen as slow, and that's fine. It is what it is. It goes out when it goes out. But I do intend to eventually get it out. It's a slower game, unfortunately. But as long as we get there eventually, that's all that counts. And before we get the frickin' TGS build, we get some kind of dump of either TGS 5 or 6 before I get the video done at this rate, or a review version, but I don't know. But yes, that is the state of that video, which is, it's upsetting because that was obviously in development longer than the Shadow review, and I wanted to get it done before the Shadow review, before it even started, as a matter of fact. Because that's the thing, it pretty much started almost immediately after the E3 explanation video. But yeah, then the Shadow stuff happened, and I just thought, I want that to be a little bit more on time. So we'll kick that into gear, and again, it is what it is. But hopefully, by showcasing where both of those are roughly at, is compensation for my embarrassing delays, and I do apologize on both counts. But that's where they both are at the moment. And again, it's like, if I can get one of these working, I totally would show it. But again, I think this is also relative to the 12 TB drive that for some fucking weird reason isn't showing up on the Mac. But yeah, anyway. Let's continue. Where are we at now? Yes, Sonic 2, the movie. Because we've done the Shadow review, and because we've done the TGS exclamation video, pretty much, I think we are good, right? There's nothing else. Am I forgetting anything? No, I don't think so. I think we're good. Yeah, alright, let's continue.
Hey guys, Spoken in the Bad, aka Cycle. So, let's talk about Sonic the Hedgehog 2, the movie. In preparation for the movie, I decided to revisit the first Sonic movie, also since I hadn't seen the movie since I first saw it in cinemas on opening day. I still remember getting up to attend the first 10 AM session, and I certainly am glad I rewatched it, because while I hadn't forgotten a lot, there were some things that made me go, oh wow, I don't recall seeing that. Like how Eggman has badniks written above the evil lab when he's going to fix the power outage. Minor, but sometimes it's the minor things you don't catch on the first viewing but may on the second. It was also good to see the Tails post-credit scene again, to really see how they've modified the scene in the sequel, because I'm pretty sure it is the exact same shot, just reused, but with a slightly altered Tails design. With that said, I am going to be talking in depth about the sequel, so if you haven't seen the movie yet, this review will contain spoilers, so you have been warned. Sonic the Hedgehog 2, the movie, was directed by Jeff Fowler, who also directed the first Sonic movie. First and foremost, consistency. I love that they kept not just the director who knows what these movies are aiming for, but they didn't get a voice replacement for Tails. I dead set thought, because Colleen played Tails as just a post-credit scene cameo in the last film, that there would be studio interferences with them wanting a more known name to voice the character. I was nerved that they were going to get someone like Tom Holland to voice either Sonic in the last movie, or Tails for this movie. And please, make no mistake, I love Tom Holland as Spider-Man and as an actor, but lately Hollywood has been overusing the actor... And yes, while if this did happen, like Disney picks up on you, he would have been heard as a voice and not seen. I'm that type of viewer that can quite easily pick up on who's voicing characters, be they voice actors or actors. I picked up on Mike Pollock's voice when he was voicing Ella from Sonic X, likewise Litigious Beaver, and a thing from Sonic Boom, both of which were shows I was watching in my early teens. I even picked up on the fact that the voice actor for Knuckles in 06 was also voicing Knuckles. And I say voice actor because I literally didn't even know Dan Green's name back then. The same about me picking up on voices could potentially be said about Jim Carrey's voice as Eggman. There is a line in this movie where Knuckles and Eggman have just found the temple to where the Master Emerald is, and Eggman says, "I found it," in a very Eggman-fashioned way. However, and this may very well not apply to everyone else, but because I pick up on these kinds of things, I tend to hear other roles coming from what we were given, such as, "I found you! I found it!" And not to take away from these amazingly talented actors and voice actors, because they all bring such life and uniqueness to all the characters they voice, but you get the point. If I heard Tom Holland as either Sonic or Tails, I would have just heard Spider-Man, especially with lines like,
Turns out with great power comes great power-hungry mankind.
And perhaps this is why I was inwardly hoping for Mike Pollock to take on the role for live-action Eggman, mainly because of his irreplaceable and iconic voice as Dr. Ivor of Eggman Robotnik. Still, I love Jim Carrey from all the movies I've grown up with him in, and I must say, he has impressed me with his take on Eggman in both movies. Sometimes I really did forget that I was looking at Jim Carrey and Eggman gear, but my overall point of this is that I'm really glad that they stayed consistent. But alright, let's talk about the story. It starts off with Eggman being quite obsessed with getting Sonic back for sending him to Mushroom Hill. He's borderline going mad. Destroying a Sonic figure he's miraculously made with the limited resources he has there. Somehow he's even able to play chess to keep his IQ locked and loaded. The story is kickstarted when Eggman tries to use the quill from Sonic that he was using to power his tech to combat Sonic in the last movie, causing a massive explosion only with no result to get it home, at least in the moment. And real quick, I thought Sonic snatched the quill before sending Eggman away, but he just took the energy out of the quill with his electricity. So how did Eggman manage to get the quill to start glowing again? Resources, I'm guessing? A little later, these hawk or owl-looking human-sized masked agents show up from an alternate dimension to investigate. I couldn't tell if these were meant to be echidnas that were wearing the masks because they were at war and presumably enslaved all the owls back at South Island in present time, shortly after the events of Sonic leaving. Either way, they're pretty easily overpowered by Eggman's traps, until the legend himself, Knuckles the Echidna, shows up looking for, you guessed it, the Master Emerald. More on the faithful backstories later. Meanwhile, Sonic is secretly trying to be a Dark Knight by stopping robberies, trying to use his power for the good of mankind. And it was at this point where he saves a guy from a truck that was about to explode, and there's a kid in front of the disassembled truck with an ice cream, staring silently into his soul, and I almost said out loud,
That was totally wicked!
There's actually a lot of intentional and unintentional superhero references, for better or worse, but I guess we're gonna start somewhere with building up this Sega CU. After saving the day and heading back home quietly to pretend he's still asleep, Sonic is quickly told to hurry and get up because he has fishing plans with the Donut Lord himself. It's around this time where it's implied that this is where Sonic picks up his fear of water, when he's so tired that he falls into the water when waiting for the fish to bite. What is this? Not a big fishing adventure, but all good, because Tom saves Sonic, only to confirm that he came to check Sonic when he was sleeping, only to find a fart-jerking dummy in place, with that bank robbery heist all over the news. Shortly after telling Sonic that he's not quite mature enough to be the hero the world needs, the Donut Lord and his wife, using the power of Sonic's teleporter rings, head to Hawaii to attend Maddie's sister's wedding, who interestingly got popped the question curiously fast. In the meantime, Sonic promises that everything will be fine, you know, being the house-stitching crime fighter he is. And it's at this point where I got some Home Alone vibes, mainly when Macaulay Culkin finds out,
I made my family disappear.
Finally, let's turn that mess to the scales of, say,
199.2.
Now, this is where things start to get interesting. This is supposedly when the post-credit scene takes place, showing Tails with a slightly upgraded design, now wearing a bit of a backpack of gadgets. And it was here where I couldn't go any further without smiling to how beautiful everyone looks in this film. Sonic looks beautiful, Knuckles looks amazingly handled with care, and Tails too looks as flawless as the others. If anything, I do prefer this design slightly more so than the post-credit design. I grew up with a yellow multi-tailed fox, not an orange. Well, at least not for this franchise. As things get suspiciously spooky after the power goes out when Sonic's chilling under the cover of night, even our blue blur gets a bit spooked. As it appears, someone's hacked into the TV, which initially I thought maybe Tails was trying to introduce himself and leave an impactful impression on Sonic, and boy does he. Just, not yet. Instead, Dr. Ivor Robotnik himself is back and raring to go for revenge, to the point of getting a bit wicked, and, in more ways than one. Which I'm probably reading too far into this, but I couldn't help but sort of see this as foreshadowing to Eggman's color upgrades in the final act. Just me? Yeah, I thought so. Just as Sonic is boosted with confidence to show why Eggman shouldn't have come back, now Sonic has a need for it to deal with.
Enter Knuckles.
I certainly got some Forces vibes here, with Sonic being overpowered with surprise to how Sonic is no longer the one in control. But in all fairness, Sonic 3 did do it first.
I really can't get over the volume control difference with these speakers. I don't know if it's... I don't think it is the speakers. They're pretty damn crisp. but I really am noticing like a very big volume difference across multiple videos, and it's really, really surprising to hear it. I've never actually watched these videos with these speakers because I only just got these in like the last year, so yeah, very surprising.
Also, side note, Knuckles' voice is incredible. It captured the essence of Michael McGahan's and Scott Drea's chilled and laid-back vibes, Dan Green's charming growl and naiveness in turn, and Travis Willingham's scruffy gullibleness. But at the same time, there's a type of tribal sound to Elder's performance which is a surprisingly fresh and welcome change to the guardian of limitless power. This was a really great casting choice in my opinion, and can't see how they could have done it better outside of getting any of the game's voices. Anyway, Sonic insists Knuckles has the wrong guy, and he begins asking of the Master Emerald's whereabouts, calling himself the guardian that has been entrusted to such limitless power, calling Sonic the apprentice of Longclaw, the former naturally igniting the drooling attention of Eggman, but surprised in realizing that they do have some kind of connection to Longclaw, Sonic is quickly overpowered by the Echidna, who's about to get the upper hand until Tails comes in driving a cop car and Tomorrowland's Knuckles in a very unexpected way, introducing himself to Sonic and quickly escaping with him before Knuckles fully recovers. It's around here where we get a small chase that leads to some quick exposition where we learn Tails has been watching Sonic for some time now, viewing him quite like an idol, and that his energy surge from the last film caught the attention of our beloved two-tailed fox friend. Also, we learn more about the Master Emerald, making Sonic react with
The Master Emerald? That's just a bedtime story.
Am I stupid?
our beloved two-tailed fox friend. Also, we learn more about the
Yeah, that also is from another video. I think I couldn't be fucked going back and recording me just going also, so I just went. I can't remember what video I got that from, but it's definitely a different video, I can tell.
now, viewing him quite like an idol, and that his energy surge from the last film caught the attention of our beloved two-tailed fox friend. Also, we learn more about
I think that's from Demo 1's review of Pier 6. Around that era, if not.
the Master Emerald, making Sonic react with
The Master Emerald? That's just a bedtime story.
Ain't that just a myth? Which is a nice way to have him aware of the power's existence, while believing it didn't exist. Sonic and Tails managed to give Knuckles and Eggman the slip, with Tails revealing to everyone his unique copter ability, flying away with Sonic into the lit. Eggman and Knuckles form a triple line, which Ivor's extreme interest and fascination with the thought of using Knuckles' gullibleness to his advantage as he calls Agent Stone for his latte, confirming he has returned. After everything's calmed down, it's here where a Force Ghost Longclaw confirms from the map given to Sonic that the Master Emerald was concealed on Earth, which you then start to wonder, of all the planets in the galaxy, in the universe, that they could have chose to keep a sacred and mystical emerald that, kind of possesses. Why did they choose the one planet where everyone's gonna, want it for personal, factual, scientifical, dissectual reasons? Yeah, well, I guess you could say that they didn't know what the civilization was like, though I do wish we got a bit more on who brought it to Earth and when exactly. They shortly decide on going after and getting the Master Emerald first, before Knuckles and Eggman. Okay, so this is kind of where I got confused. Is it me, or if they just didn't look for the Master Emerald, would Eggman and Knuckles not have found it? Like, I get that if they went with that, they could have confronted Sonic about the map, especially since Sonic does have connections to Longclaw. But it did feel as though, like the games, them getting to the Emerald first, only for Eggman to take the opportunity to use it before our heroes, is just an overused concept. Which is strange because we later find out that Tails and Knuckles' backstories are faithfully similar to the game's insurers, and yet I don't see this as overused. Maybe because instead of going after the Master Emerald alone, in previous games insurers, it's the Chaos Emeralds, being 7 specific objects compared to 1, and because of which, there's more opportunities for mech kind of reasons for how Eggman gets the Emeralds. I guess it really depends how you view these kinds of concepts and backstories. Eggman and Agent Stone are reunited and confirm the Doctor's scheme of using the imbecile Echidna to get what he wants.
Why are we working with this imbecile?
And it was at this point where I just wanted Knuckles to say, "You guys know I can't hear you, right?" Because he's literally right behind them, and then immediately continues reading the Sonic messages as soon as they stop bickering.
Another boring night at home.
I was even hoping that he was going along with it, to surprise the fans that he was the one using Eggman, and we all thought it was the other way around. And this same type of thing happens again. Eggman is about to backstab Knuckles later on whilst muttering,
You're listening to what coming now is a backstage pass to the biscuit.
and I'm like, Anywho, Sonic and Tails' headshot parts spend the night. That's all that should have happened. Because, my goodness, this bar scene was easily the worst part of the movie. And it was sadly worse than the bar scene from the first movie. And that was like, whoa, okay. We get a cool appearance of the Miles Electric Translator for an attempted use of translating their way for answers, which leads to some shaky translations, which then leads to everyone ready to murder to what? Huh? Okay. To then... I'm sorry, but what? A fucking dance-off?
So stupid.
I know this is going to appeal to kids, but I promise you kid me would have seen this and been...
I didn't like it. Can we get this musical wannabe jack out of here?
Whatever. At least this didn't end with another quicksilver sequence. After everything's calmed down, as Sonic's explaining the plan for the morrow, he turns around to find Tails asleep. I thought this was a nice callback to when Donut World turns to Sonic just after he said that he was going to stay up all night, only to be out in a mere second. In some ways, it does feel as though Sonic is on that journey of being in the hero and leader's shoes. Anywho, in the morning, Sonic and Tails arrive at the mountains in hopes of finding the Master Emerald. And here we get a pretty cool animation animation as Tails translates the ancient scriptures, and after punching the right symbols from the map Longclaw gave to Sonic in the ancient contraption, the mystical piece of rock begins scanning the whole room like this is some syndrome tech. In the end, all they receive is a compass to what essentially is Labyrinth Zone, with of course the Master Emerald within, which by the way, in my opinion, is a refreshing twist to have the Emerald located there. Knuckles and Eggman shortly appear, and it was here where I was uncertain whether Knuckles had used one of his teleporter rings, like the one he used to meet the Doctor, and used them to walk here once they knew where they were going courtesy of the messages they were able to hack into, pretending to be the Donut Lord thanks to Agent Stone's hidden lab in the coffee shop he now owns, called the Mean Beam. A neat way to call back to Dr. Robotnik's Mean Beam machine, and without feeling forced. With everyone here now in the temple, this is where we get the scene of Sonic grabbing and chucking the missile away like he's what, Silverno? I could say this annoying others more than it did me, but it's really how far your sense of disbelief can stretch, I guess. Destroying a few of the drone bots, Sonic turns one of its broken pieces into a snowboard, using it in an attempt to escape. A nice callback to Adventure 1, and a slither over 6 if you remember the broken piece of debris Sonic uses as a snowboard then. Definitely put a smile on my face to see two pretty well-known stages from my childhood on the big screen and in live action. Knuckles does the same thing as Sonic, prepping up blood from a broken Bandix debris, which he does in a very badass fashion I might also add, but relentlessly destroying Mech and Eggman, and Louise, despite being the one working with him. And why do I have a sudden urge to see Knuckles on a snowboard in White Rockets in Year 6? Oh, shut up. All as this is happening, Tails flies to catch up, whilst Eggman chases after them in the Eggmobile.
Oh yeah! This is happening!
That too made an appearance? Let's actually go. And for real, it actually looks nice and really fits in with the consistency of the other tech that Eggman has. At this rate, I wouldn't be surprised if the egg carrier shows up in the next movie. Though, if it does, we probably shouldn't expect it to look the way it does in Adventure nor 06 based on the tech consistency here. But it is interesting to think about how the egg carrier could look with the movie deck design. Okay, so this is where we get a Quicksilver sequence in the movie. And it was here where I jumped out of my seat to the most coincidental thing that has ever happened in my life. To those that have seen my 2021 Patches video, I used the same summertime music that was used in this sequence in not just the video, but on literal clips of Sonic snowboarding both on debris and in a daytime White Acropolis. It's almost as if I saw a secret screening that I couldn't tell anyone about but could hint and video editing. No, the closest I got to this was its opening day on the 31st, when a lot of others had to wait a few more days. Because, yeah, this really made me have a very strange and different surprising reaction, with emotions and revelations the likes of which I've never reacted like till now. Because it's not even Sonic music, it was just a piece of music I like to listen to, being the orchestral nerdy geek I am. Because all I saw of the movie prior to its release was the first trailer. Or was it? No, friendly. With that said, I do wonder, having not seen the second trailer, if it used the music. I'll actually do a quick reaction to it here after I'm done with the review to those that are interested. But anyway, back to the story. After Knuckles catches up to Sonic, and our Blue Blood calls him the Winter Soldier.
Oh, great, the Winter Soldier.
Do you see the amount of hero references yet? There's a brief moment between Sonic and Knuckles where the Echidna reflects on his past, and we get a pretty faithful backstory, which I'm pretty satisfied with. I almost thought we were going to see Tikal for a second, but to be honest, it's never really been clear to me the age difference between the two. But Knuckles is surprised to hear that Sonic 2 was left alone on that fateful night. But he quickly calls lies when Tails approaches them, trapping the Echidna and asking if Sonic's alright. It's here where we get a nice moment when Knuckles acknowledges that Sonic was willing to choose to save the Fox over getting the compass back after the Doctor caught him and passing it to Tails. He realizes that this is where the Doctor's convictions and his own differ, making him ask himself if he's on the right side. Anywho, it becomes quite apparent that the Doctor blasted one too many snowflakes. For now, an avalanche caused by the commotion is beginning to build up and quick. All as this is happening, Donut Lord is still in Hawaii, and actually seated at the wedding ceremony. At this point, you probably know based on the pacing and editing how this is going to intertwine. Because Sonic lost his rings, he needs Donut Lord to use the one that they used to travel to Hawaii in order to allow Sonic and Tails to escape the avalanche, calling and informing him that it is an emergency.
Dignify the commitment.
So help me, Thomas!
Sorry.
Donut Lord has no choice but to take the call, and after being quickly informed, he chucks the ring with Cyclops' passion, only for the ring to drop as if it were powerless. It's a miracle that it's not animal specific, because with a quick revelation, he quickly realizes that the wedding ring and the teleporter ring got switched, which I remember noticing the wedding ring in the previous scene, thinking they looked a bit too similar to Sonic's rings, but didn't even think it would come back into play now. Silly me. Knowing that she's going to destroy him if he intervenes, Donut Lord insists on interrupting the wedding to save Sonic, trying to inform them that he needs to see the ring for just a second. Meanwhile, Rachel keeps insisting that Randall, her fiancé, should ignore Donut Lord and focus on him continuing the ceremony. Stress quickly turns to stress. Donut Lord has no choice but to take action, punching Randall square in the face, knocking him down to nab the ring, naturally shocking everyone. But just as shocking is when Donut Lord chucks the ring and portals Sonic, Tails, and an overload of snow to the ceremony, if you can even still call it that. With explanations trying to be made and quickly to what Sonic has been up to, Rachel is naturally furious and ready to destroy the Donut Lord.
But wait, there's more.
Turns out all of Randall and his friends are secret agents, coming from the organization that existed in the last movie. The organization that decided to bring Eggman into the investigation of the Power Surge after Donut Lord claimed Sonic wasn't around anymore in the last movie. The organization evolved into a secret division known as the Guardian Units of Nations, or commonly known as GUN.
Your worst nightmare.
It was cleverly done, but Rachel calls it GUN, while the commander says gun, knowing that it was somewhat of a controversial abbreviation, much like that of Star Wars with AT-AT or AT-AT. I felt a bit down when this was all said. I only just recently looked up what GUN meant, but when they explained it here before abbreviating it to GUN, I totally didn't pick up on it till it was too late. It just was all said. It'll happen so fast.
Guardian Units of Nations was born.
GUN, seriously?
So yeah, GUN have been keeping tabs on the Lord clan, so much so that they were willing to get Agent Randall to pop the question to Rachel. You know, as a mission. GUN has made some scummy missions, but it certainly added to the lengths they were willing to go to get the job done. Apparently, they kind of softened the scumminess of the mission later on for the kiddies, so... But yeah, they take in Sonic and an unconscious Tails that the Hedgehog's pretty concerned about. And oh boy, Rachel is ready to shift her...
So help me, Thomas! What do you want to do?
Yeah, Agnes to Randall before being restrained, making Randall feel bad for the realization of the repercussions for taking on such a scummy mission, which is kind of nice in a sense, but as I said, it kind of softens the brutality and agent of G-Wen, for better or worse. We then get easily the second least favorite part of the film for me, that being the small subplot where Maddie and Rachel team up to take on, you guessed it, G-Wen, with the assistance of the gadgets left in Tails' backpack, because of course, that wasn't confiscated with high security, because apparently Sonic conveniently dropped it, and they didn't pick it up. Right. But perhaps even more frustrating is their lack of experience with, for one, taking on literal trained agents, but also conveniently being able to wield the gadgets as if listeners sprinkled some luck virus juice on the gadgets. Actually, forget sprinkled, I'd say more like we're completely submerged in a river of it. It honestly felt cringy to watch Rachel be all, I did not mean to do that, conveniently battering all the experienced agents, all whilst the inexperienced Maddie conveniently ducks when she just so happens to know when to duck, when all the experienced agents just so happen to turn off their thinking caps for that golden minute. Very considerate agents. This did feel out of place. I was actually hoping they wouldn't be afraid to show how fierce a force G-Wen is, and how this is a force to be reckoned with. I borderline was thinking they were going to go all ET with the experiments with taking Sonic and Tails in, calling them extraterrestrials.
She's on our side. Remote controlled extraterrestrial.
But all good, because the dynamic duo used gadgets they don't know a thing about and shoot an agent up presumably to his death, rescuing everyone. Shortly after, an unhinged Rachel was ready to shoot the platoon leader to get by to confront Randall and get her revenge. But it's fine, because he jumps in the way anyway, taking the taser like a man from his platoon leader. So now all's forgiven, because the feelings are real. Okay, again, I get softening the bleakness, but shit man, how are we going to take these agents seriously now, masked or unmasked? The sad thing is that it preps us later on for the already confirmed
I still can't believe that that's the actual movie speed. And I try to point that out through text, but yeah, actual movie speed. They slowed down the fucking impact. It's like, again, I get it's for kids, but what the fuck, man?
So now all's forgiven because the feelings are real. Okay, again, I get softening the bleakness, but shit man, how are we going to take these agents seriously now, masked or unmasked? The sad...
It's just, it feels like it's going through a massive block that is completely just deflecting any slither of darkness from being there, or any kind of brutality, and it's just, I don't know whether to blame it on focus groups, because I can't help but feel like that is one of the big factors to it, because I could absolutely imagine them showing these movies to focus groups absolutely scared shitless that they are going to get dissed like they did, like in the way they got destroyed for the original Sonic 1 design, and thus show it to these focus groups to basically get acquainted with the common opinion. Is this good enough? Is this okay? And the kids being all, I didn't like that, I didn't like this, and just really shaping it to a fault even. I don't know, it's hard to say, and it's frustrating because you do need to find a common middle ground, but yeah, this really is an era of influence that we're going through these days with movies, and it's frustrating because we can't really seem to get to a point where it's like, okay, this is it, this is how it is, release it and see how it does afterward. Nowadays it's more like, no, what does everybody think? Is this cool? Is this acceptable? It is? Okay, well here it is. Oh, that's not? Well, no, we'll change that so everybody's happy and satisfied and pleased and content with it, and it's just, I get it to a degree, but it does feel like everything goes through a sterilized process of being safe and riskless, boldless.
Bad thing is that it preps us later on for the already confirmed third installment to this growing Sega CU, which undoubtedly will include G-UN, potentially more so than this movie did if the source material is anything to go off of. But because of this, I don't feel in the slightest bit intimidated if the likes of two everyday people with no particular talent can recklessly use some gadgets an 8-year-old Fox made that has proven to make tech that can fail and in this universe, but still conveniently treat trained and experienced agents like they're the joke of the goddamn movie. As a child, I never really cared for G-UN and its agents in the past, which might be why I was hoping to be wowed by them here. But even for the actual kids that saw this movie, there was literally a kid in the audience that said out loud, and I shit you not word for word, she said,
"This is stupid."
This is it all. Needless to say, I'm not that impressed with the first impression, even if I am glad they set up their introduction so the exposition overload won't be needed for when the third film eventually drops. But anyway, around this time, Knuckles and Eggman locate Labyrinth Zone, and cue the scene I briefly mentioned where Eggman's all, I found you! With our heroes free, Sonic Bruce suffered a mere second before Tails awakens. And we get to a part of the film that, while gave literal incredible vibes, it once again put a smile on my face, making me utter in awe. This could be a level. This could be an amazing level. Heck, this could be a game for that matter. Something I really do hope Frontiers explores. Bruce will know Bruce. Anywho, as Sonic enters Labyrinth Zone, it was here he's sliding down the diagonal zigzag water slopes where I realized how Labyrinth Zone-esque this really is.
I do want to comment on Sonic's catchphrase, because I'm not sold on it. cool with the idea of gotta go fast being the catchphrase, but I noticed it in Sonic 2, thought, okay, it's a one-off, let it go. Which is why I didn't comment on it. But then it comes back in Sonic 3, and Shadow's like, that's your catchphrase? Don't tell me you have one of those. But, yeah, just, I'm not sold on Ben Schwartz's performance on it, and I don't know why. I don't know why. It's almost like he's... I just don't buy it. It sounds like he's reading a script. It doesn't sound like he's casually saying it. It doesn't feel like he as Sonic is saying it. It just feels like I've got to say this because this is what I've got to say. This is what the character says, so that's why I've got to say it. You know, I'm not getting the organic reaction and delivery from it. And I don't know why, because I thought it was just Sonic 2. But even Sonic 3, when it comes up again, I'm like, ooh, why does that not sound casual? This should be Sonic going, gotta go fast type of thing, but instead it just comes off as very, gotta go fast, and it's just, I don't know, it's lacking a big natural trait that's lacking for me at the moment, and I can't even seem to emulate it. That's where I'm at. It's just frustrating.
Especially in a shot that appears like Knuckles, where it pans out and really see a literal maze-like labyrinth of a temple. Here's where Knuckles and Eggman blast their way through to the Master Emerald. And with it in plain sight, this is when I mentioned Eggman was about to take Knuckles out of the picture behind the back. What the heck he is. The good thing Knuckles didn't hear him, and Eggman took his time. Sonic unintentionally crashes down, starting Sonic V Knuckles Phase 2. This was pretty bad, I was not gonna lie. Even if short. Sonic, I'm pretty sure, uses a spin dash for the first time in this battle, and the sound it makes is pure satisfaction. The way he pound back and forward into his opponent, it's just badass. It felt like a bit of a callback to the last one where he did something like this to Eggman in the final act, but I got more vibes to when Rockley was feeding the blood-smelling sand out of Gar's armor. You feel the brute power in Sonic's spin dash as he crushes Knuckles into the staircase. Even Knuckles looked like he was feeling another slam effect, but Knuckles fights back relentlessly, getting ready to rock the consciousness out of Sonic, till Sonic intentionally or unintentionally uses Knuckles' gullibility, steering his attention to the fact that Eggman's about to steal the Master Emerald, and for himself. As Eggman monologues about how friends equals dookie, Sonic replies with, oh no. And not gonna lie, I low-key would have preferred to hear Knuckles say it for the same reasons they brought back.
I'm something of a scientist myself.
Among the plenty of other fan servicey quotes in No Way Home. I mean, I'm not all that sure how mean Knuckles is from adventurers compared to the likes of Silver's.
It's no use!
But I still think it's just as infamous. But oh well. The Master Emerald fuses with Eggman, and we get something that I've always wanted to see for a long time, surprisingly. And that's basically an emerald-powered Eggman. If you guys have been watching some of my streams for a while now, you might have heard me mention it. We've seen it with hedgehogs, we've seen it with foxes and echidnas, we've even seen a tease of it used for negative purposes by the hero, reaffirming that emeralds can transform your thoughts into power, and will react differently if they are negative or positive. But we haven't seen the main antagonist, Dr. Eggman, in a super form, using the power for negative purposes, making a dark Super Eggman. But now, this so far really is the closest look to that childish idea I once had fully being realized. And my, was that a pretty snazzy performance there, have I ever seen one before. It changed the way he thought, the way he sounded and spoke. It even changed the red in his outfit to green to totally match the Master Emerald, which again, I may be reading too far into with the whole Wicked Witch line foreshadowing, but call it what you will. And obviously it's given Eggman the equivalent to that other super form, if not even greater. But well, I say greater, but in this universe, it is or was the aggregate of the 7 Chaos Emeralds, rather its own separate entity. At least I think. I could be wrong on that given what happens to the Master Emerald and Chaos Emeralds toward the end, which I am fine with. However, it does mean no real faithful chances for the Super Emeralds, but that really is a pipe dream at this point, even for the games. But I guess if that ever did come to fruition, it probably would be its own entity from its own multiverse universe. More on that later. But as Eggman flies away, Sonic sees Knuckles drowning and does everything he can to help lift the rock that's trapping him, till eventually they work together, and with the power of teamwork, get it fudged. However, Sonic, knowing this would be a theory he didn't want to face, is now watching Knuckles as he swims to the surface while he struggles to swim or regain composure. It was here where I was waiting every second for an orchestral drowning piece to start playing, reflecting Sonic's inability to regain his composure and struggle to get moving. But yeah, missed opportunity in my opinion, but no doubt, this wouldn't be soft enough for the kids to the point that they could have had scary nightmares because of the Jaws-like terror in the music.
Oh, it happened to me in the dreams.
But no fear, kids, nothing.
Yeah, again, I can't help but feel like a focus group saw a Jaws-like terror track in that moment, and all the parents were just going, no, didn't like that, get rid of it, and they did. I really do get that vibe from this movie specifically.
Knuckles is no villain, like Uncle Silver. He's just being manipulated by the true villain. Sonic is mildly surprised to be saved, but Knuckles acknowledges Sonic's heroic persona and actions and recognizes him as a more trustworthy team player than that egghead. Meanwhile, Eggman prepares himself in a Death Egg robot. That's an interesting move. Appropriate for how Sonic eventually combats this, with the form that he takes, but arguably inconsistent to where the robot is meant to be based. I mean, it literally has its name in the title. Not saying that we should have had a Death Star-like threat, especially this soon, because even for the next film that would be pushing it. But now I'm left wondering, what the heck are we going to call this now? Robot? You know, get rid of Death Egg, just robot? Big Egg Robot? I don't know. It's just not the same. It doesn't have that same ring to it. Hey, that's a thought. The coffee shop's named Mean Bean, and Eggman builds the machine here, so it's the Mean Bean machine.
Very, very proud of you right now.
Okay, sure. Anywho, Agent Stone starts begging the Doctor. Like, life is so meaningless without him. I mean, shit, man. If life in this universe is identical to ours, but then some alien hedgehog runs fast enough to knock out the power, and you're working with a doctor that's willing to uncover the source of its power to rule, more power to you if you're willing to risk your life to escape to a higher lifestyle. The doctor electrifyingly takes him with him, whilst many copter pilots are diving out of the cockpit in fear of getting caught up in the mayhem being unveiled. I distinctly remember noticing and making a note of one of the copters that had the model name SA-2. Now, didn't know about this one, but I'm pretty sure it's a self-explanatory Easter egg, unless I'm stupid and there are copter names that conveniently were chosen for a video game movie sequel that references a video game sequel's title that this has a post-credit scene referencing back to said reference later on. It's here where we get the beautiful appearance of the tornado in all its glory, which was cool to see Knuckles tagging along for the short time he does before doing a very Knuckles thing and splitting up to do things his way, at least for now. All while Sonic faithfully hops to the top of the tornado, sticking as faithful as ever, looking mighty sweet, till Sonic gets yeeted off screen by a missile. Meanwhile, with Agent Stone and the Death Egg robot, he tries to navigate through some of the miscellaneous controls of the enormous contraption. It's around here also where he literally holds up a literal Sega Robotnik manual, product placement logo and all, stating, right here in the manual for the Death Egg. So, I guess that's what it's called? The Robotnik? Anyway, Team Sonic quickly reach a conclusion how they need to take the Death Egg robot down, simply by combining Sonic's speed, Tails' brains, and Knuckles' power. So, they split up, with Knuckles and Tails taking the left and right, climbing their way to the head, while Sonic gets Eggman's attention at the bottom, since Eggman's first and main goal, most of all, is to eliminate Sonic, being the only threat that can combat Eggman's plans to achieve world domination. Eggman basically declares he's going to take over the entirety of Green Hills, and eventually the universe, and then the multiverse. Yeah, okay. We are 2 movies in, and they have already mentioned the multiverse. It's cute. Don't get me wrong, I do like the idea, but there is such a thing as less is more, at least in these early stages of the game. Because even for Eggman standards, this really does seem like he's in over his head. In the post-credit scene of the first Iron Man movie, they didn't mention Thanos, Spider-Man, or the multiverse. They took it nice and slow and slowly introduced the Avengers into it. So, whether this is trying to be foreshadowing or not, as an intelligent robot once said, "The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, slow and steady wins the race." I just don't want them to rush into things and bring in the likes of Team Chaotix and Silver and Blaze and Cream and Rouge, but don't know what to do with them. Or what they do have them doing in the film is out of character or handled without care, mainly because there's too many characters to handle in such a short space of time. Sega and Sonic teams struggle with handling these characters simply because the gameplay is only focused on Sonic because of the boost formula and he's the main character. And I get the obsession with trying to capitalize off of the success of the Marvel and DC's cinematic universe successes, but the one thing I hope they're all aware of is how much thin ice these projects really are, and with enough mistakes could shatter their plans and projects, or completely shift them into a reboot that's completely animated, much like what happened with the Smurfs. Ultimately, I just don't want them to jump the gun, because right now it seems like they almost feel overconfident. But that said, perhaps they are in the works of taking it slowly, building characters up one by one, starting with Sonic, then in the form of the confirmed Knuckles spin-off, then perhaps in the future maybe even a Tails spin-off later on, depending on the form of success. I'd even be on board with an Amy and Metal spin-off if that's done right. But anyway, you get my drift. I just hope they don't jump into No Way Home plans this early in the game. We're still in Phase 1 days after all. Anywho, it's here where Eggman reveals that if Cyclops is going to be in these movies, he's got to utilize that multiverse power through his contraptions. So yeah, Heat Vision, something I'm pretty sure the games never did. Correct me if I'm wrong, but otherwise, would add to the Marvel DC bucket list of things to implement off and add to the growing Sega CU. Whatever. Before anything major happens, Eggman is interrupted by our 2 Tails Fox Brendan and Shadow clones. Eggman eventually gets the best of Tails by overpowering them all with
chakra. He did all that with just his chakra.
Have no fear, because Knuckles is here again to save the day, and what a satisfying punch. And forgive me for comparing so often, but I shit you not. It was at this very moment when Knuckles hits Eggman to when I distinctly remember hearing Tom Holland's Spider-Man theme subtly in the score.
Not so subtle.
Keep an ear out for it next time you get to this scene. Hopefully I'm not as deaf as a kid is.
Why don't more people talk about that? I haven't seen a single review that mentions that. And am I blind? Am I deaf? What? That is verbatim. That's the same fucking melody. Why aren't more people talking about that? How can they get away with that, you know?
Meme. Approved. Where are your ears?
Shut up! Which actually, now that I think about it, this wouldn't be the first time that Sonic is lifting music from Spider-Man. Or 6? Guess they've always been trying to capitalize off of something. Power source. At this point, the Monster Emerald slugged out of Eggman, quite literally. Eggman has no choice but to strike now, while the Death Egg still runs but on backup power source. At this point, the Monster Emerald is right in front of Sonic and ready for anything. Meanwhile, Donut Lord and his wife Pia try to get Sonic to safety, only to barely escape a kick from the Death Egg robot. Interestingly, the Monster Emerald, having used up its energy, is forced to shatter, separating the Chaos Emeralds from the Monster Emerald, absorbing their power with his will alone, all as Eggman goes to finish him off with a crushing blow from the foot of the Death Egg robot. But it's no use, for it's too powerful for you to overcome, Egghead. Sonic has gone supersonic. And good god, the visuals are glamorous. A real treat to the fans. And I feel one that is appropriate, since Supersonic, likewise Tails, the Death Egg robot, and the Tornado debuted in Sega's Sonic 2. With the power of the Chaos Emeralds, Sonic is more than ready to defeat Eggman again, but as if Eggman forgets that the tables are turned, he pretends to talk him down to sort things out, to let bygones be bygones, as he says.
Well, this is new.
Until he tries to slap Supersonic a couple of times with the Death Egg's hand, met with only futile results. With ease, Supersonic blasts through the Death Egg robot as if it's child's play, really reminding me of the scene where he kinda just, flesh wounds his way in and out of perfect guile. Of course, not as brutal, but still in a mighty badass fashion, I'd like to add. Then, we easily get the one scene that made me geek out to Blur Studios' continued acknowledgement of 06.
Okay, we're not friends.
Which, I think I'll just play my reaction just after seeing the movie.
Speaking of the Hero 6 callbacks, yeah, we literally have a scene where Sonic taps on the giant kind of robot menace to Sonic and tips it over. A very, very nice callback, and I geeked out when I saw that. I was like, oh my god, Blur Studio, because they did Hero 6 pre-rendered cutscenes. And now I'm gonna call back to this in the scene in the final showdown. That really put a smile on my face. There's a lot of things actually, a lot of moments that put a smile on my face, but that definitely was like, oh my god, thank you guys so much for acknowledging this, thank you for not doing what the games are doing, where they kind of just, they're afraid to acknowledge 6 months, like, oh, this game's not really scenes, so we're gonna never ever mention it again, or if we are, we're very, very quick and vague, and if we're gonna honor it during our anniversaries, we're just gonna put now learning instead of the brief text of the story, it's just, yeah, I'm really glad that they are not afraid to acknowledge the existence of Hero 6 and, like a quick tribute to it, so not that it doesn't to me being a Hero 6 fan, so no, that was very nice.
Turtle goes to approach Sonic, only for Knuckles to warn him that he's not the Sonic that he once knew. And here I actually thought they might have been flipping the script a little, where we could maybe see the repercussions to using the Emerald's power for too long, or something along those lines, you know, with the rings counting down in the games. Or what happens if you use this power right after it's being used to transform negative thoughts into power. But all good, because Sonic just glares and storms a wish to life, wishing for Cloudy with a chance of chili dogs. Alright, fair enough. Shortly after, Super Sonic transforms back into normal Sonic, and they're all reunited in a comforting way as Sonic chooses to give up the power of the Chaos Emeralds, even if they do keep shards of the Master Emerald. It was at this point where it was uncertain what happened with the Chaos Emeralds, because they didn't really show where they went. They only really showed Sonic kind of just scattering them up into the skies, or what they used to kind of dispel across the world. Yeah, we really didn't see much of anything. Which I guess that's probably leaving it open for the sequel to answer that, because with what we got, they really try to emphasize that Sonic really did give up the power of the Chaos Emeralds, while Knuckles fixes the Master Emerald from its shards.
Like, I'm sorry, that just, that's so frustrating. It's just, it was written out lazily, and it was brought back even more lazily, and it's just like, how could you do that? It's one thing if you're going to write it out that way, but you would think that that would be a note, surely, when going into the next installment, the literal next installment. I don't know, maybe... Look, alright, to be fair, dude did direct some stuff with Knuckles, right? That's enough to, like, be like, well, I forgot. You know, I worked on this afterward, right? Still, it still doesn't justify it, but it's a little bit more understandable. But seriously, it's frustrating, because it's like you set it up that way and then just abandon it completely. It's like, well, why even do that, you know?
Where I said I'm not really sure if the Chaos Emeralds are the aggregate of the Master Emerald anymore, because before it kind of seemed like that was the case, but now that they are separate and the Master Emerald is now fixed, I'm left wondering, is it a separate entity? Is there hope for the Super Emeralds eventually? No, I don't know. But it did get me wondering, because yeah, now that it is fused back together, does that mean it's going to slowly produce another aggregate that builds up the Master Emeralds?
You see?
Potentially Super Emeralds? I don't know, maybe I'm overthinking it, but I would be curious to hear what you guys think about this. Next time we see the game, they're all playing baseball.
And the same thing has happened with Sonic 3, in a lot of ways, you know? Because it's like, Shadow's the last one with the super form, when you really break it down. Woo! Come on!
Nice way to bring this back from the first film to show that Sonic really isn't alone anymore. I'm pretty sure they even had Sonic say the line once again with,
I can't with that guy. I can't with this guy.
And it ends on a wholesome high note. The end.
Except not really, because the post-credits scene reveals Agent Stern is still out there, and the government thought they could make Eggman disappear, but there are connections to Professor Nero and Robotnik, which reveals Project Shadow.
Okay. Even though I wasn't expecting this despite all the gossip on Twitter, I still felt that I saw this a mile away when they were just talking about trying to make Eggman disappear. I still remember in my seat saying out loud, Gerald Robotnik. And Shadow? Okay. And thankfully the volume of the movie was so high I wasn't interrupting anyone, but damn, it's a strange feeling to see what's coming when I haven't even seen or been spoiled on the movie. It's a similar kind of vibe I got when going into the Harry Potter movies after reading the books, or only here the games. But let's talk about Shadow and Gerald. Wow. Like I said, I was not expecting this, at least not this soon. I dead set thought, if anything, for the post-credit scene, Amy and or Metal Sonic would be the central focus around this time, especially given Sonic CD and how that came out in between Sonic 2 and 3. And then for the third installment, that post-credit scene might have been Shadow. Now, I'm left with the question, is Silver in the air? Especially when Blur Studio and the director have no problems with those 6 elements and callbacks in both movies. Because while I'd love to see Silver eventually, especially with this universe's electricity for their power, and while I've often heard that those 6 elements should have been made into a movie rather a game, I still can't help but wonder if they're just jumping ahead a bit too much. At the end of the day, they tweaked the design after a big backlash, so it's not like I don't trust them. As long as it's done right, that's all that matters. With that said, I do wonder when and if we'll get to see the day where we get Amy and Metal. I feel if they were present in the next film, it would be a bit crowded, especially with not just Team Sonic, Eggman, but also Shadow and probably Gerald and Maria thrown into the mix. Well, we'll have to wait and see, I guess. But all we know is that Project Shadow is a thing, GUN and Gerald are involved, and the Master Emerald will likely be involved, since it's in our hero's possession. Now, it is at this point where I can see some people a bit dissatisfied with the same stories from the games, where it does appear that we are leaning to an SA2 in the form of Sonic 3 the movie. Don't know if that means we're skipping SA1 with Chaos and Takao, or maybe the plan is to have Shadow and Eggman get the Master Emerald and revive Chaos with Eggman promising Maria's return if Shadow helps the Doctor, or something along those lines. I mean, I don't mind the idea of merging SA1 and 2's stories, but I can see some that just want a more original story with these movies. In my thoughts, at this point, I'm actually more curious to see how they would tackle Amy and Metal. Not to take away from Shadow, because I love Shadow and the Maria backstory, but I think it's because I know roughly what they are aiming for and know that Shadow will be in the next one, that's why I'm so curious, because I have no idea what they'd do with Amy and Metal. Who knows? Maybe, just maybe, they could intertwine with the Knuckles solo series, assuming the story.
So that's the thing, even when we got the post-credits scene, it didn't even occur to me that time travel could be a factor to what they're gonna do with those characters. And it's like, well, yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It's Sonic CD. It's essentially a Sonic CD adaptation where literal time travel is involved. They weren't afraid to have a literal Back to the Future reference in Sonic 3. But yeah, for reals. I mean, yeah. God, that's gonna be a thing, isn't it? I'm just realizing now there's gonna be a lot more of that, isn't there? It's gonna be like, oh, so you can be your own DeLorean, Sonic. You can go back in time if you do this. Oh, look at you, Doc Brown. Just that's gonna be annoying, isn't it? Eee. That's gonna be annoying. I just don't overdo it, or better yet, just don't have any pop culture references. That'd be nice. It's nice to dream. I want to see a cut. I want to see a fan cut that removes every single fucking abominable pop culture reference. I would pay to see that. That's where I'm at. I shouldn't be as bothered by it as I am, but I really am. It's frustrating. It takes me out of it. I'm trying to enjoy the Sonic universe as equivalent of the stories, and I'm open to it being in a live-action medium, but not if you're gonna remind me of all the other shit in the real world. You know, it's supposed to be its own universe with its own set of humans and its own civilization and timeline. Basically, it shouldn't be, in my opinion, like a Sonic but in the real world, and that very much is the trait that it's inherited, for better or worse, in my opinion, for worse.
There's less of a backstory to the events before Sonic 2, and instead, after Sonic 2, showing Knuckles trying to live on Earth away from the Donut Lord family, it'd probably make more sense for a
and
prequel
look, to be fair, I actually would be fine with it if it actually is the real world, if they didn't mention pop culture references so goddamn often. But it's the fact that they do to why it bugs me.
A sub-sequel, but I'm cool either way, whichever route they take. But if I were to guess, I'd say it probably will be a prequel story, and in which case, hopefully explaining what the hell those masked creatures were at the start of the movie. But anyway, that's Sonic the Hedgehog 2, the movie. Did I enjoy it? I'd say it was overall positive, but there were some times where I was patiently waiting for mech scenes to finish. But yeah, I think the positives do outweigh the negatives. But with that said, the people that haven't played the games might not be able to overlook the scenes that don't include Sonic characters with the assumption that this defines what Sonic content is about, when most of the time, it doesn't. Could be why some of the more critical reviewers gave this a lower grade. But I think for me personally, I think it's around 7 to 8.5 out of 10, or what I said on the way home, just vinegar Pringles out of 10. But with that said, what did you guys think of the movie? Did it live up to your expectations? Or like me, did you go in trying to have as little expectations as possible? Let me know below. Before I conclude everything, I'd like to address that when I went into this movie, and right now at the time of me recording this now, I haven't seen the final trailer for the movie, which may or may not have changed my experience compared to others. I only saw the trailer that I reacted to when I also covered my 2 cents on the Frontiers teaser. But now that I've watched the movie, I actually am curious how much the final trailer gives away, so feel free to skip this time if you want to jump ahead. Okay, I'm going to react to this trailer, the final trailer as it's called. It's currently got 23,400,000. Yeah, with that, let's press play now. Oh wow. Yes, yeah. I had no idea. I had no idea about the ending. Yes, even is. Yeah, look, I am glad I didn't watch this. Yeah, wow. This gives away so much. It's just... I can't believe how much it actually gives away. because it has like a progression. Ooh, wow. Wow, they even give, okay. Bloody good. Even this? Wow. It's like, as I said before, it's like I really just, nowadays kind of trailers really have a way of stitching the editing together that can make you figure out the plot, you know, whether it's intentional or not, you know, it just, that's the way they kind of just make trailers now, so I'm actually really glad that I didn't watch it, because there would have been a lot that I was like, oh yeah, I remember that from the trailer, it's just, I had more of a positive reaction when going into it and seeing it without knowing, well, remembering scenes, you know, so, no, I really am glad that I managed to avoid this and didn't get, either spoiled or just see clips of this trailer in other videos. Yeah, I feel like there was enough from just the first trailer alone, and that was far enough away to, not so much forget, but for it to not be as on my mind as these scenes would have been, especially how close it was. But yeah, no, this is good. It just it further confirms how much I'm glad I actually managed to avoid this. So yeah, maybe give it a shot if you're interested in doing so in the future. Anyway, I apologize if my content has been on the lacking side of things lately. We had to move house recently. Hopefully soon I'll get my coverage on the P3.5 Shadow release out soon. Assuming it doesn't get so late to the point where I just merge my coverage on the inevitable Silver release. It's just been an interesting time recently with trying to get things sorted. It could be related to me also trying to balance time for a book I'm writing. It's been in the works for a few months now. I'm still in the process of having my PC in a comfortable state, because previously I could unplug my mic and plug it straight into the PC. Now, it's in a different room, for better or worse. I was even going to do a house tour of the house I spent my time slowly growing the channel in, beta testing P6, and all that good stuff. But honestly, I have enough projects on my mind to think about, so I think I'll just leave it with this footage just seeing now. But with that, thanks you guys for watching. I hope you all enjoyed, and let me know what your favorite and least favorite thing was about the movie. Stay safe, and I'll catch you all next time, guys. Peace.
Yeah, mostly holds up. There's some things that just feel are a bit obsolete. Some things are a little robotic. I've got like a bad habit of unintentionally doing that. And again, it just comes off as almost condescending in the way that it's like I'm trying to walk the viewer, hold the viewer's hand through the process of what I'm trying to explain, whether it's relative to the story or not. And it just comes off as a bit like, I don't know, like I'm speaking to a child, and it's just, yeah, it's a bit much. Sometimes it's hard to explain certain things, but yeah, just maybe for that reason it is better to script the videos and the commentary, all of it. What's this? Oh yeah, right, this. Yeah, I thought, so I wanted to get this done a while ago, before it went out, and yeah, I don't know why I didn't just post the audition itself, but yeah, I felt the need to actually put it out with some context, but yeah, you know, it is what it is. But hey, I mean, it did force me to create the Star Wars playlist, which has now evolved into a more Lucasfilm, LucasArts type of a playlist, which, you know, I think was a good call, because for sure, I've certainly streamed a lot of, like, Monkey Island in recent months. Which, yeah, just felt wrong that I was doing so much coverage, but not, yeah, not putting it to its own playlist. And it didn't feel right to make like a Monkey Island playlist, especially when I could merge it with like all the Lucasfilm and LucasArts stuff. And actually, speaking of Monkey Island, oh my gosh. I mean, I'm glad I noticed now rather like a year or two down the track, but I can't believe, like, I photoshopped it myself. I made sure that the fucking drop shadow was there. I made sure that the final result was saved after being edited in Photoshop. So it was saved to, you know, from Photoshop to the USB, ejected from the iMac, put into the PC, copied off of the PC, injected into OBS where it first shows up as super freaking blown up, but I still missed all of that for the C that's missing from the freaking logo. So basically 2 of those 4 streams where it uses the logo in the escape style is basically saying you're a siler, and it's just fucking embarrassing as fuck, but oh, how did that happen? Because I had the ability to literally go in and fix it up, but I missed it. How does that happen? How does that happen? So yeah, I don't know. Maybe next time. But yeah, I'm glad I noticed it now rather than 2, 4, 5 years down the track. But oh well, never mind. But no, I am glad I created edited the playlist to include more stuff than just Star Wars. But yeah, it felt like it could warrant a bit more of anything from the Lucasfilm, LucasArts kind of era for the games. Because I think eventually when I get to, well, I mean, it's tricky. I can't exactly do Pajama Sam because that's not LucasArts, but it's also through Ron Gilbert, so yeah, that's tricky. I don't know if I could do that. But I am still glad that I've got like the Lucas element as its own like playlist, because I do want to keep that much organized, because I feel like there is a few things I could really comment on and make videos about, whether about Star Wars or not. But yeah, I remember I wanted to talk about like the music for a time, because and it goes back to like my parents being musical, because you know there's just so much I feel like we just don't know about whoever we see walking down the street. You know, like, would you believe me if I told you that my parents actually had someone that was in Star Wars come back to our house back in the late 90s, or mid to late 90s? Because you wouldn't think it, but yeah, no, that is actually Femi Taylor, the actress who portrays the green Twi'lek slave servant of Jabba in Return of the Jedi. Mother was a friend of hers. She knew her, and I can't remember if it was a party, but yeah, she was actually in the house that I grew up. I hadn't been born at that point, but I had no idea for the longest time. But yeah, it's just the more you know. But yeah, you don't know, and you wouldn't know. I feel like there's so much. I could really just, oof. Yeah, and we'll soon find out when we get into Sonic 3, because there's more stuff I'd like to dive a bit more into. But yeah, that's amazing to me, because it's just, for the longest time I didn't know, and because I was about 3 or how old would I have been? I would have been, I think 3 would have been a bit too young. I think I would have been about 4 when I saw Attack of the Clones for the first time, that being the first Star Wars movie I saw. And I don't know when it eventually came up in discussion, but it sure as heck wasn't when I was living in that same house. It was much, much later. But it would have been nice to know, because I mean, I didn't know how influential it was going to be to me going forward into my writing journeys, but Star Wars really did. helped me with deciding what I wanted to do in the future, because I still remember seeing the first time I saw like George Lucas and that being pointed out to me and how old I was, because it was before primary school, so I was still fairly young, and I remember just seeing it and going, oh my gosh, so he's responsible for everything in Star Wars? Holy shit. My gosh. And it just bewildered me that all of it could come from imagination, from a single person's imagination, and that really kind of just unlocked something in me, I think. I think that might also be why I'm so hypercritical on details, because I really try to make sure anything and everything is all ironed out, but nah, for sure. But I always wanted to do something Star Wars related. Yeah, whether getting into like the Legos, you know, helping create the sets, creating a type of lightsaber brand, work for Lucasfilm, become like a VFX artist. The thoughts did cross my mind. But as the years went by, I thought, well, you know, I wonder, could I like maybe do some kind of a voice work for some fan projects, and yeah, when the news came about regarding Theory looking for a Dooku voice, I thought, yeah, try it out, see how that goes, and we'll see that I did do another audition for the Vader episode 2 fan film that Nia's working on, and I did do an audition for that, but I thought, yeah, I won't do a context type of thing. I'll just let the video speak for itself. But maybe I should have provided context, because it was so much more intense, darker, and extreme with what was being said in the audition, to the point that I think that probably deserved a bit more context than this audition did. So yeah, it's yeah, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. It shouldn't be too long now, but alright, yeah.
Hey guys, welcome back. So, this is going to be a bit of a different video today. I may or may not have used this in the form of the channel trailer, or if you earlier than that, here's its review, where I did a bit of a parody of the infamous Turby scene from Naruto Shippuden.
The true power of Sonic 2006. It belongs to him, Yuji Naka!
Which I don't know, call it what you want. Christopher Lee impression or Neil Kaplan impression. So I've been contemplating making this video for a while now, and I was borderline going to do it last year, but I guess stuff happened. Before I knew it, it was New Year's Eve, and I was late getting the Patches of 2020 video out. But I'm here now. So yeah, let's talk about my Count Dooku audition from 2019. Back in the day, Once Upon a Theory didn't even have a name, but there was this new series that Star Wars Theory was trying to make, and it just so happens that he even posted on his community tab, asking for a casting call, calling voice actors for some characters, one of which just so happens to be Count Dooku. Now, even though I don't really share too much on this channel, I'm a pretty big Star Wars fan. My channel name was originally Jervin Skywalker, and I guess you could say Jervin has stuck with me.
Jervin, good evening.
And some of you guys may already know, but I have wanted to try my hand at voice acting. Now, if you've already seen the video, you probably already know that I use the ink at all. But to be honest, I don't even think the email properly sent, because I'm not really good when it comes to sending emails. I feel like a complete geek. Like, even to what I was trying to compose, I didn't want to be too formal, but at the same time I didn't want to be too informal. I really didn't know what would make for a great email, and even now I'm still not too sure. But yeah, I didn't get a reply, which is the main reason I was a bit confused to whether or not it actually sent. I'm sure there's probably something to indicate that it has sent. It's probably, again, just me being a bit of a geeky dude. Of course, I understand, Theory, even at the time, had quite a following, so I wasn't really expecting much of a reply. Again, I was just looking for some kind of indication that it had sent, but yeah, the possibility that it actually didn't send. I would like to play what I actually sent to Theory, so that's it. I'll send this back in time to the point that Volcano That's All was alive.
Let's persuade the commerce people that cut the lives to sign the treaty.
You must persuade the Commerce Guild and Corporate Alliance to sign the treaty. I am a man of my word, Viceroy. I am a man of my word, Viceroy.
I kind of wish I applied some more effects to it, because there kind of is, but not enough. I feel like if I put like the reverb and stuff on, it really would have helped enhance it. More than that, Bruce, the bass of it would have helped a lot as well.
I am quite convinced that the 10,000 war systems are ready to our cause with your support. As I explained to you earlier, I am quite convinced that 10,000 more systems will rally to our cause with your support, gentlemen. Very good. Good, very good.
Our friends from the Trade Federation pledged their support. And when their battle projects are combined with yours, we shall have an army greater than any in the galaxy.
Our friends from the Trade Federation have pledged their support. And when their battle droids are combined with yours, we shall have an army greater than any in the galaxy.
Jedi, we overwhelm. Up, free, in, out.
The Jedi will be overwhelmed. The Republic will reach any demands we make.
Oh no, my friend. This is a mistake, a terrible mistake. We have gone too far. This is madness.
Oh no, my friend. This is a mistake, a terrible mistake. We've gone too far. This is madness.
This had nothing to do with me, I assure you. I will petition immediately to have you set free.
This has nothing to do with me, I assure you. I will petition immediately to have you set free.
May I ask why a Jedi Knight is all the way out here on Geonosis?
May I ask why a Jedi Knight is all the way out here on Geonosis?
There are no bounty hunters here that I'm aware of. The Geonosians don't trust them.
But there are no bounty hunters here that I am aware of. The Geonosians don't trust them.
It's a great pity that our paths are more crossed before than everyone. Qui-Gon will be spoken behind me. Yoshida, still alive. Could use his help right now.
It's a great pity that our paths have never crossed before, Obi-Wan. Qui-Gon always spoke very highly of you. Wish you are still alive. Could use his help right now.
Don't be so sure, my young Jedi. You forget that he was once my apprentice, just as you were once his. He knew all about the corruption in the Senate, but he would never have gone along with it if he had learned the truth as I have.
Don't be so sure, my young Jedi. You forget, he was once my apprentice, just as you were once his. He knew all about the corruption in the Senate, but he would never have gone along with it if he had learned the truth as I have.
The truth?
The truth.
What if I told you that the Republic was now under the control of the Dark Lord of the Sith?
What if I told you that the Republic was now under the control of the Dark Lord of the Sith?
The dark side of the Force has clouded their vision, my friend. Hundreds of senators are now under the influence of a Sith Lord called Darth Sidious.
The dark side of the Force has clouded their vision, my friend. Hundreds of senators are now under the influence of a Sith Lord called Darth Sidious.
The Viceroy of the Trade Federation was once in league with this Darth Sidious. He was betrayed 10 years ago by the Dark Lord. He came to me for help and told me everything.
The Viceroy of the Trade Federation was once in league with this Darth Sidious. He was betrayed 10 years ago by the Dark Lord. He came to me for help. He told me everything.
You must join me, Obi-Wan. And together, we will destroy the Sith.
You must join me, Obi-Wan. And together, we will destroy the Sith.
Again with the volume control.
It may be difficult to secure.
We don't recognize the Republic here, Senator. But if Naboo were to join our alliance, I could easily carry a complete tendency.
We don't recognize the Republic here, Senator. But if Naboo were to join our alliance, that could easily be a plea for clemency.
The Republic cannot be fixed.
There's a very strong bass contrast with these deleted scenes, especially.
It is time to start over.
Without your cooperation, I've done all I can.
Without your cooperation, I've done all I can for you.
Patience, Viceroy, patience, you will die.
Patience, Viceroy, patience, you will die.
Master.
That was weak.
How pleasant of you to join us.
Master, how pleasant of you to join us.
Brave, but foolish, my old Jedi friend. Very possibly outnumbered.
Brave, but foolish, my old Jedi friend. You're possibly outnumbered.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Master Windu!
Master Windu!
You have fought gallantly.
You have fought gallantly.
Yeah, that was hard to do the
Worthy of
calling.
recognition in the archives of the
name.
Jedi Order. Now, it is finished. Surrender, and your lives will be spared.
Worthy of recognition in the archives of the Jedi Order. And now, it is finished. Surrender, and your lives will be spared.
Then, I'm sorry, old friend.
Then, I'm sorry, old friend.
It doesn't seem possible. How could a Jedi come up with an army so quickly?
It doesn't seem possible. How could a Jedi come up with an army so quickly?
There are too many.
There are too many.
My master will never allow the Republic to get away with this treachery.
My master will never allow the Republic to get away with this treachery.
I will take the designs with me to Coruscant. They will be much safer with my master.
I will take the designs with me to Coruscant. They'll be much safer there. Hit my mouse.
As you see, my Jedi powers are far beyond yours. Now, back down.
As you see, my Jedi powers are far beyond yours. Now, back down.
I miss those lightsabers.
Yoda holds you in such high esteem.
Master Kenobi, you disappoint me. Yoda holds you in such high esteem.
Surely you can do better.
Surely you could do better.
Brave, you boy. I would have thought you had learned your lesson.
Brave of you, boy. I would have thought you had learned your lesson.
Master Yoda.
Master Yoda.
You have interfered with our affairs for the last time.
You have interfered with our affairs for the last time.
I've become more powerful than any Jedi. Even you.
I've become more powerful than any Jedi. Even you.
It is obvious that this contest cannot be decided by our knowledge of the Force, but by our skills with the lightsaber.
It is obvious that this contest cannot be decided by our knowledge of the Force, but by our skills with a lightsaber.
This is just the beginning.
This is just the beginning.
The Force is with us, Master Sidious.
The Force is with us, Master Sidious.
Yeah, there is reverb, but
War
it needed to change
I have
the
to use
scene.
it, Lord. War has begun.
Your swords, please. We don't want to make a mess of things in front of the Chancellor.
Your swords, please. We don't want to make a mess of things in front of the Chancellor.
Just because there are two of you, do not assume you have the advantage.
Just because there are two of you, do not assume you have the advantage.
I kind of wish I included the Clone Wars, like from the movie, because that was Christopher Lee there, I believe.
Look forward to this.
I'm looking forward to this.
Good. Twice the pride, double the fall.
Good. Twice the bride, double the fall.
Sense great fear in you, Skywalker.
I sense great fear in you, Skywalker.
You have hate. You have anger. But you don't use them.
You have hate. You have anger. But you use them.
Well, enough of my bickering. Semi-small demo reel. Let me know if you guys want to see more. Demo. Bit of a short video, but I did want to share my experience when auditioning for this role. In any case, I think to wrap this video up, I'll conclude it in my notes.
I thank you all for watching. I hope you all enjoyed, and I look forward to Star Wars Theories Vader Episode 2 and 3. See you next time. Have a good one. And I will see you all next time. Peace.
So there was more, but I did cut it because it did borderline get into super cheese cringe
There is still
territory.
a bunch of other video.
Oh fuck me, I forgot about this. Oh shit, man.
That are on my to-do list.
Oh no. Fuck. How could I forget? Oh shit. This is gonna be a long one.
Hey guys, welcome into the bat here. So today I'm actually going to be covering Sonic Rivals 2 for PSP. The reason why is because about 8 years ago I actually went through the entire Rivals series, both Sonic Rivals 1 and Sonic Rivals 2. Rivals 1 I was actually pretty successful with being Ben, I got it all the way to 100%. Sonic Rivals 2, not so much. And sadly, the main reason why is because you actually need a second PSP in order to get all the cards, and like getting the cards.
Okay, so yeah, alright, what I'll do is I will go all the way up to the end of this recording session, because I know that the gameplay sounds in the next sessions annoyingly overpower the heck out of my voice, to the point that even putting it through like voice filter doesn't massively help. So when we get to that point, I'll put it at double speed. But yeah, because for the most part, I don't actually mind the commentary up to this point, even though this was like 2018-ish.
That ultimately means you get 100%. So yeah, I was a bit disappointed by this. Like I didn't mind the multiplayer feature in Rivals 1 because it wasn't like you needed to
Yeah, I totally forgot about this, to be honest.
But yeah, in Rivals 2 they forced this on you, and it wouldn't be such a big problem if it was just
But yeah, let that sink in. This is another video that was delayed because I recorded this shit in like 2018. It didn't go out till late 22. Like that's like 4 years, nearly 5. You know, just ugh. And that's kind of where we're at in regards to the review and the explanation video, and it's just like, why do I let it go on for so long? It's so annoying.
Like I said, you obviously need to get all the cards to not only get 100% completion, but you also get customizable outfits for every character. And to me, this was a big deal when I was playing Rivals. It was the one thing in Rivals that I really just loved, because I don't know what it is, but yeah, just having the opportunity to change the outfits. I don't know why, I just really admire this feature, and the fact that there could be another outfit or another suit that could be unlocked only through multiplayer and there's no other way to get it. I don't know, it just kind of I wouldn't say annoyed me, but it definitely was a nuisance having to get a second PSP, because obviously back then I didn't have access to getting a second PSP because I didn't have the money and I was young and all that. So yeah, that was a bit unfortunate. But just this Christmas gone, yeah, I actually got my hands on a PSP, a second PSP, as well as a second Sonic Rivals copy. I'll actually show you guys. You can see right here, there's actually a bit of a difference. Now, I don't mean on box art, but I mean from my old version to my new version. You can't tell already, the ones on the left is a little tanned by the sun, so yeah, I left it out. Can you open it a little too often? Yeah, that's pretty much the two games. My second PSP, I'll actually just put it here, because I've got it there. That's pretty much ready to be connected with that, so it's all cool.
Sheriff!
I've got to stand here. Cool. Alright, so yeah, I'll connect it now. I'm going to play Shadow. Cool, so I basically had a look at the cards before I started this video, and yeah, it looks like I just have to do 5 battles, 5 races, 10 battles, 10 races, and I think after that, there's like one more card and then I get 100%. So yeah, I'm hoping that's pretty much all there is to it. Now, it has been a while since I played this, so it might be a bit meh. I think yeah, it's circle to slap him in the face. I don't know why, but I really like that feature. It kind of reminds me a bit of the spin kick, and hopefully my game won't freeze. Cool. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but yeah, my game actually crashed when I tested this last. I started recording some time ago, and yeah, my PSP actually crashed as soon as I got like, the results screen. So that was a bit of a fail take. So let's see, getting cards that I've already gotten. Wow! See, that's what I mean. That's a new one. Costs for me no 6 render. Yeah, apologies if the
So the interesting thing about the editing choice here is that I did very much use the sound effect to convey when I get a card, which is good because it's like, okay, that is the moment of me unlocking it. Cool. But I think the thing that really made me want to do that versus considering it before is the fact that I actually get the same card over again, and it's like, oh, I basically wasted my time, and I didn't know it when I was recording it, and it's because of which to why I actually did not put the sound effect when I get it again. So yeah, that's kind of unfortunate, but I mean it's good as far as like highlighting when I actually do get a card for the first time.
Quality on my iPad isn't the best. I try to get it as good as I can. I actually do have a screen recorder, but I think it's the PSP model that I have for the reason to why the cord won't plug in. Because yeah, I got the PSP cable for the screen recording. It's just it won't plug in, even though it it's the same shape and all. So the PSP must be like a different model version or something. But I'll look into that later. For now, let's set this back up. Sorry guys, I had to cut the video just there. Yeah, basically my PSP turned off on itself, and I think part of the reason why it does that is because I have to have like the charger like literally plugged in all the time because the battery is so old to the point that yeah, if it's just like if the cord's kind of not just a little bit out of place to tell it that it's not charging anymore, it immediately runs out of charge and turns itself off. Yeah, that's a bit of a pain. Hopefully that won't happen again. It's kind of awkward playing PSP, especially with the fucking camera in front of my head, as long as you guys can see. Alright, so that's cool though. We got that Shadow card. Because I think, yeah, about 8 years ago, actually, I did connect to multiplayer because a friend of mine had a cousin visiting who just so happened to have a PSP, so, and conveniently, I actually was carrying around Sonic Rivals 2 pretty much everywhere I went. So you can imagine my delight when I first heard the news that this guy's cousin was visiting with a PSP, so... yeah, and it was funny because he started playing and I was like, no, you have to lose because I need to get these cards. It's fucking hilarious. And yeah, I only got 1 card out of it, sadly. And I mean, I knew that I probably wouldn't get, all the cards, but yeah, that was literally my only chance at getting, some card out of it, so
Fun fact, this wasn't the only time I tried to connect to a second PSP. Once upon a time, my school had a grade 3 sleepover plan, and I asked someone I knew who had a PSP to bring theirs to the sleepover, in hopes of getting at least 1 card unlocked. Miraculously, she and I were both able to bring both PSPs to the school that day. But as misfortune would have it, as soon as the normal school day finished and the sleepover plans were beginning, the second we booted up our PSPs, a Mrs. Karen teacher confiscated it for the entire sleepover, rendering my enthusiasm and motivation for the entire afternoon and night useless. The only thing I got from that night was sleep.
Alright.
PTSD nerd out. Yeah, I've still got the battle scars.
Here we go. Connecting second PSP.
That was a time of all time.
Alright, cool. So hopefully now we should be good to go.
I mean, can you imagine that though? Like at that point, I had no internet. That was like my form of achievements back then. Getting cards, getting 360 achievements. But for something as, uncommon as getting rare multiplayer cards, and, keep in mind, I don't have siblings. I was an only child. Am an only child. I did not have the ability to play multiplayer on the PSP anywhere near close as often as I did playing multiplayer on the DS. Pretty much every single kid that I went to school with all had a DSL when I had a DSi. So already that was like, oh, the DSi kid, okay, whatever. And even then, I was late to the party getting a DS. But even then, when I got one, it was like, yeah, okay, well, that's it. That's your multiplayer saving grace. You have a DS now, and now you can play some games if it's generous and will work with it. But that's it. Forget it for PSP. Just forget it. Too expensive. Nobody else has it. Forget it. So there's my opportunity, finding out that someone that I knew at school did have a PSP, who I wasn't really massively close friends with, but I go, do you mind trying to bring your PSP to this sleepover, and I'll bring mine, and we'll see if we can do this multiplayer thing. And I can't even remember if it was like, oh yeah, I'll try and bring it, or what, I can't remember. But I wasn't expecting it, I remember that much. So to get to the sleepover where I have brought it, sneakily at that, but she too has also brought it, that's like, oh my god, this is a humongous accomplishment. And I'm thinking, man, alright, I gotta see if we can try to stay up when we go to bed, when everybody's starting to, quiet down type of thing, see if we can do it then and there. And then that happens, where it's like, before we even get to the evening, it's already confiscated, and it's like, I wasn't even trying to, get it, fully working. I just, that was so frustrating. I can't even put it into words, because again, it's like, this was a pre-internet era for me, so that was like someone blowing up a world in my face, or like a chance of communication with a different world, that's what it was like for me. It was so devastating. So devastating. Yeah, I couldn't have fun for the rest of the night. I can't even remember what we did. We might have watched a movie, we might have shared some stories, I can't remember, but I was just so crushed by that. So defeated.
Well, no problems. Now this is a race, because we did a battle the last time. See, as mentioned, when the PSP crashed, it was actually because I crossed the line and it was loading the results, but for some reason, it just decided to freeze on me. So, and it wasn't in the battle; it was in a race. So hopefully, that does not happen now. I honestly have no idea what happened. After that, after I quit out of the game and reset the PSP, it was playing up because it wouldn't even load the dashboard, and that was kind of freaking me out. I was like, oh god, now my first PSP is messing up on me. Do I need to get a third PSP? But we should be good, we've already gotten a card so far, so slowly we're making progress. My main priority in this video is just to get all the cards, because I think, by getting all the cards, we get all the outfits, as well as all the, just the 100% mark. Because I think, you do get a card for 100% or something like that. Because it always did bother me as a child not being able to complete this game, because, I really was a big fan of this game. I must say, in some respects, I think I do prefer Sonic Rivals. Not completely, but there are a lot of things I do prefer about Sonic Rivals 1 over Sonic Rivals 2. But then again, that's true the other way around, so, there's pros and cons to both, I guess you could say. Alright, so... I know a lot of people are probably going to be like, why is there no person playing second player? Because a lot of people complained about that in my 6 multiplayer videos, but,
oh, yeah.
It's kind of hard to play 2-player by yourself and record at the same time. But I swear, if I get someone to visit, I'll definitely be sure to record some multiplayer videos.
I can't help but feel like then would have been a good time to point out that, I'm an only child. I don't have friends. Which, no, that's not true, but no, it was for sure hard to play multiplayer with the PSP, and at this point in time when I was recording this, I could have called a friend, but you know he's not a Sonic fan, so what? Hey, you want to come over and play a game that's, you know, that you're not even into, and play like a handheld device for however long I need you. I don't know. I might have had more chances or better chances of getting Cyclone in on it, because I think he would have been fine with helping out, but I don't know. That might not have been a bad idea, but at the same time, considering the whole process, you know, was what is this, like 2 hours long pretty much. I didn't want to have to put him through that. I didn't know how long this entire process was even going to be, so yeah, I didn't feel right.
You can actually get some.
And if that was how I was feeling about Cyclone, I didn't want to do that to a friend I hadn't seen in a while.
Action, yeah, so jump and X a couple times. Record some multiplayer videos with an action time. But I swear, if I get someone to visit, I'll definitely be sure to record some multiplayer videos so we can actually get some multiplayer action. Yeah, so jump and X a couple times. Actually, I might need to do it a few times here because the remix is a little different. Now, let's see.
I feel like that could be so useful for reinforcing that point I made in the first Pure 6 review where I was basically saying, yeah, I found myself bounding a little bit more often than retail, because you quite literally need to bounce only twice in the final, in the original, and you can make it, but in the remake, nope.
Cancel that, continue that. So we how it kind of just kicks you out, there's no like multiplayer menu, it's like, oh yeah, once you finish it, just back you go to the menu, you know? Oh shit, sorry about that. Okay, so, before I do anything else, I'm actually going to check out my card collection, because I think, yeah, we have gotten, I think, 2 multiplayer cards. Yeah, we've got Omega and Shadow. These ones I don't believe were multiplayer related. Yeah, doesn't look good. Yeah, I don't think so. Also, is it me? I don't remember there being Elise Child render. I don't know why. I do remember the Princess Elise render, but yeah, I definitely never remember seeing the Elise Child render. I guess that's the same for the Duke of Soliana, but I kind of remember seeing his render, but never Elise Child. Oh well, that's just me.
Yeah, because I think we do see
so it looks like
the Duke's render in the manual, but I strangely don't recall seeing Child Elise. Maybe she is there, and maybe it's probably the color. It's probably that, because there's not really a whole lot going on, and I think you do still see the Duke on the site and all that. But yeah, if you do see Child Elise in the manual, again, it's just I would be more used to seeing that in black and white because of the manual I've grown up with, but yeah.
Like I need 3 more multiplayer related cards. Let's see. So win 5 multiplayer races. Okay, I'll do that. What's this one? Oh, okay, battles. Okay, so we've cleared all the battles then. Alright, that's good to know. So yeah, it's just the races then, because I think, yeah, I've done about 2 or 3 already. So yeah, pretty soon we'll get these cards. So yeah, for that reason, I probably should play as another character and, you know, start switching it out, because you don't want to just play as the same character, only to find out you're going to play as the other characters as well, you know? So, okay, I'm really just hoping that my PSP doesn't mess up on me, because it has happened in the past and often, so I'm kind of hoping for the best at this point. I do have to tackle the cup circuits later, but I won't do that at that moment, because the cup circuits are for when I unlock the extra suits that I mentioned for the other characters. But yeah, I'll cover that after I complete 5 and 10 races, you know? So, yeah, I'll play as Shadow this time around. And yeah, okay, let's go in the same race. Kind of just makes things easier and faster in my favor. Alright, and yeah, we're playing Sonic on the second PSP. Cool. This is good. It's not too bad so far. I must say, I've definitely had a lot worse results in the past. Like, I'll be in the middle of recording and then a PSP either just dies or it's just plain out frozen and there's nothing I can do to like fix it. So, yeah, it just sucks. But let me know in the comments, have you guys actually played Sonic Rivals or Sonic Rivals 2? Because if you haven't, I do recommend giving it a shot, because while it's not identical physics to the classics, I actually didn't mind these physics. I mean, sure, there are some problems, but see, I'm someone who has grown up with a 3D era where I'm used to such things as the homing attack, and you know, like a spin kick even. You know, so when I play this game, pressing circle to do a similar kind of spin kick, or you know, double jumping or pressing the jump button twice to do a homing attack. My point is that I have played 06 and just modern games with like the homing attack and similar kind of attack, to the point where in this game it was second nature to me. I was almost expecting that, and maybe I shouldn't expect it, but I was at a young age, and I was kind of just thinking 06 was, you know, the very first Sonic game ever made, because that was my very first Sonic game, to those who don't know. So it was a new series to me. It was a big change as well in franchises, because I was more into, you know, Crash Bandicoot or car racing games, and yeah, never anything like Mario or Sonic. But yeah, to me, this is kind of like a 2D version of 06. Like, I know there was a fan game called Sonic the Hedgehog 2006 2D or something like that, but I think nothing can top an 06 2D than this. I mean, that's just me. I mean, come on, it's got like the original cast, the 4 Kids cast, it's got like the similar kind of renders, similar kind of attacks. It's just 2D, that's the only kind of difference, you know? So, yeah, to me, this is like 06 2D, if anything. Yeah, I'd rather see a Sonic 06 2D being one huge Sonic Rivals mod, kind of like the Gens has like a huge mod to look like 06, but obviously, yeah, with Rivals to make it look like 06 2D, you know? So, because I can't remember what the original game was that they used for Sonic 06 2D. I think it was like, it might have been Sonic Advance, I'm not sure, but to me, Rivals just tops it. Maybe because I've got a lot of nostalgia towards these games. Anywho, yeah, we'll keep on doing this, because I think, yeah, the next race that we do, we'll get this card. It's yeah, like I said, it's a bit of a pain that you have to, it basically like kicks you out and you have to go back and set it all up again, you know? Because I've played multiplayer games like this in the past, not on PSP, but like on the Nintendo DS. I've connected to multiplayer, and they actually give you a multiplayer menu, so you have something to return to just to change the stage, for example, instead of kicking you right back to the title screen or something, you know? Bit of a nuisance, but oh well, doesn't matter. Single event. And that's join. Some knuckles, and we're going here.
See, I'm tempted to redo this video when we get to the next section, because, like, this part is actually pretty fine. I'm actually pretty happy with it for the most part. But, yeah, when we get to the audio blasting, it just, yeah, I'm low-key tempted to really just put it in to, like, a voice isolator and see if I can, try to improve the commentary I do for the rest of the video when we get to it, because it's coming up soon, I believe.
Cool, alright.
So I think it crashes around this point.
Cool. So set up. Honestly, that loading screen when it's like searching for the second player, I cannot tell you guys how many times I would actually leave my PSP on the loading, looking for the second player, because yeah, I honestly, I was really like going everywhere. I was taking Rivals 2 with me just to see if someone in like the city or in my town would have a second PSP and was going on game sharing to play multiplayer or something, and I knew the chances were like pretty much impossible, but still, it didn't stop me from, you know, looking, you know.
And that's what I mean, it just, that's exactly what I mean. I was trying so often back in these days, so can you imagine when I actually get the opportunity, when it actually does work out, where we have arrived, we have brought the PSPs, we've gotten them past the parents. And then that happens, it's like, no! Why? Why would you do that?
So, this really is a dream come true to me, you know, to be able to finally play multiplayer and get these cards that I've been wanting to get for freaking ages, you know, because like I said, it's been 8, 9, maybe even 10 years, because when did Rivals come out? Rivals came out in 06, I think Rivals 2 came out in 07, so... and yeah, I pretty much got it on day one, so yeah, I think it has been about 9 or 10 years. It really is like a dream come true, because I remember I actually like played this.
When would that have been, the sleepover, out of curiosity? Because the cousin thing was first. When would the cousin thing have been? That would have been, because that was with Nick and Yanni, and that would have been. It was after New Super Mario Bros. Wii had been released. I know that's kind of weird that I've tied that to that, but I just have... When did New Super Mario Bros. Wii come out? Let me see. Was that 2010-ish? 2009. So I probably would have gotten that like either Christmas 09 or early 2010-ish. Yeah, so I would guess I would guess that I had the meeting of the cousin in 2010-ish. So either the sleepover took place. No, 2011 doesn't sound right. I think it all would have been 2010. I would have, which is weird because it felt like it was across at least 2 years, but yeah. But it's entirely possible that I met up with the cousin in like early 2010, and then the sleepover was like super late 2010. Because yeah, 2011 doesn't sound right. It doesn't sound right. I was actually in the same classroom as her, so in that light it's kind of possible. But at the same time, that doesn't really add up because it's irrelevant. Is my point, because we joined classrooms together. It was part of the same year, so it was like all the different grade kids were part of the sleepover. So that wouldn't make a difference what classroom I was with whatever kid. So yeah, but I mean, it is possible. It could have been 2011, but it's weird though because like I know that the classroom that I was in versus where we were having the sleepover, it was very disconnected. So while it was for sure possible, it still just doesn't really feel right. Maybe it was, because I do tend to forget how many times I actually did go into the building that we did have the sleepover in, because even though I remember the main class room that I was, housed or whatever, we still very much did leave the classroom to get to whatever period. And in that light, yes, it's entirely possible. So yeah, it could have been. It could have been like I met the cousin in 2010-ish, and then sometime in 2011 we had the sleepover. Because if not, yeah, I'd say like late 2010.
9 or 10 years. And yeah, true.
So basically, what we were saying, I had the game. What if I got it in like Christmas 2007? So yeah, we're basically saying I had been playing the game for a good like 3 or 4 years at least. So yeah, I was pretty desperate to complete the game, to look for other means to connect to multiplayer to complete the game. I was very much thinking like a completionist at this point. And as someone that just didn't have much communications with people that had PSPs, again, this felt like a golden opportunity, and it was, because it even worked out. But just, yeah, very, very frustrating time.
Because I remember I actually played this. I used to sneak this into bed because there was actually a lot of stuff to do in this game. Now that I really think about it, there was a lot of cards in the game and a lot of secondary stuff that you could do, and it was really great. I had a blast. And this is part of the reason to why I won multiple campaigns in 06, because Rivals does pretty much this, So we're gonna get the card? We are not gonna get the card. Damn, I could have sworn that we were gonna get it this time. Okay.
Again, pre-internet, so where anybody might, look at their phone and scroll through their phone before bed, even at a time that's 4 a.m., maybe you should be asleep at that point, still scrolling through your phone on whatever app, social media. Where people would be doing that, I would be basically playing Sonic Rivals or whatever PSP game, even watching PSP movies, because I used to watch a lot of those religiously. That really, again, this was pre-internet for me. I didn't get internet access till I was well, I had brief access to it when I was 10, but then I lost it, and then got it back when I was 12. And yeah, it was when I turned 13 to when I was okay, maybe now that I've got internet back, I can do some YouTube stuff. Because I really did lose that accessibility, unfortunately. Which is a shame, because again, I would have absolutely lapped up the opportunity to make more videos, and maybe I would have gotten into video editing sooner had that happened. Yeah, so I really was, for a long time in my life, very much internetless, even though I did have very brief access to it at very selective points growing up.
Because, yeah, honestly, I haven't really been paying attention to the amount of times that we've been playing multiplayer races. we probably have done more battles than races, so that's fine. I'm just setting it up. If we don't get it this time, I think then we're doing something wrong, because I think we've done it about 3 or 4 times now. So yeah, if it doesn't work, maybe it's because we have to do another race, as in instead of playing the same stage, we have to do other stages for it to register. If that makes sense. But yeah, we'll give it a shot. It's good either way because we're going through different characters now. So after this, we'll be halfway done with the character list. So and yeah, when we complete all the characters, we should get a card for that. So that's cool. Okay, so I think the only thing I have to nitpick about this game is some of the abilities that you probably would expect characters to have. Now, I know there is a power-up that pretty much allows you to have the powers that they have, but yeah, double jumping kind of annoyed me how if you double jump with Silver, he doesn't levitate, he just does homing attack, and I guess that's the same with Tails, and well, pretty much everyone, really. And like I said, they have like a special power-up where you can use their character's abilities, so like if you're Tails and get the special power-up, you can fly, or if you do it with Knuckles... Actually, no, you don't glide with Knuckles, now that I think about it. I think he just does like a Knuckles slam kind of a thing, which I didn't mind as an attack, because, again, it's something I've kind of grown up with and just had a lot of nostalgia for it. But yeah, now that I think about it, he has no glide, so, It doesn't bother me too much, but yeah, it would have been great if we could have gotten some form of gliding for Rouge and Knuckles. But oh well, it doesn't really bother me at all, so it's just, like I said, a nitpick. I guess part of the reason why everybody actually homing attacks is kind of similar to the classics. If you take away the whole double jump, makes you fly or glide as Tails and Knuckles, aside from that, their control is pretty much the same, They pretty much run the same speed as Sonic. They jump into enemies and jump the same speed and height. Well, actually, I think Knuckles jumps a little lower. I can't really remember, but still, they've got similar control, that's my point. So I think that's part of the reason why they were like, oh yeah, everybody's gonna have homing attack. Now, card? We got a card! Nice! Oh wow, that's amazing. That's good though, we are making progress. I was a bit afraid at first, but we are making progress, that's really good. I kind of did expect the 06 renders to be, the cards. I mean, it's kind of obvious because, you've got half the 06 renders and the rest that aren't unlocked. I must say, I'm actually really impressed with my PSP at the moment, because yeah, I really did genuinely think that this would mess up, like, turn off or something because I bumped it or something like that,
You jinxed it!
Second PSP kind of just went into demo mode. Oops. Alright, so I just gotta remind myself we've just got 5 more races to do. It's a shame that there's no, what's it called? There's no, fast race that you can do. Well, maybe there is, and I'm just forgetting, because it has been a while since I've, last played this, so, yeah, maybe there is a faster stage that I'm forgetting. Oh well, it's kind of too late now anyway. Also, why is it putting me on the second player starting park? I mean, yeah, usually you start to the right of that little starting place, but I was kind of like on the left side, like behind Sonic, so was it because I created the group and I didn't join a group? I don't know, it seems a bit meh to me, but so I think, yeah, that's the thing I really love about Metal Sonic. If you get like a special ability with like Sonic, he goes fast. If you get a special ability with Tails, he flies. With Knuckles, he does like a knuckle sandwich and so on. With Metal Sonic, the thing I really love about him is he copies everybody. Kind of reminds me of Kakashi, how he's like the copy ninja. But yeah, no, it's a really cool feature.
I would want to echo that a lot in 06. I don't know how that would exactly work, because obviously Metal pretty much never interacts with anybody in 06's story. So, yeah, it would be very, very difficult to try to echo that element in 06, but at most, we would be able to see Metal mimic Amy's invisibility, because I would very much want Metal to be the reason that Amy is separated from Elise, to allow her to be kidnapped once again, captured. And I would also want him to mimic some form of ability of Mephilus's when he goes up against him, again in that Emerald plot alteration. But that's not, that's one character and one antagonist, that's hardly anything that would be like a full-on copy ninja, copycat type of rivals tribute, I don't know, maybe one is enough, considering it wouldn't be applied to every stage, but the one time you go up against Amy, maybe, possibly. It's interesting to think about.
I personally think. I'm also taking inspiration and notes from these games into p3.5 too, because it's going to be hard to create new abilities.
See?
The least I can do is take notes from these games and
I was
something
thinking
like
about it even back then.
In Rivals, so have it so Metal Sonic copies his opponent or something if he gets into
You
boss
see?
battle, or something like that. It's just an example, really. Also, his victory animation. I know this might sound weird, but yeah, his victory animation looks an awful lot like an 06 animation. There's a few actually, but there's one in particular. I think it's like when you touch a spring or a dash ramp. Yeah, it looks a lot like that. Intentional or not, I don't know, but I just noticed that the thing that kind of sucks about my second PSP is that unlike this that you're seeing right now on screen, this has got autosave, which probably can be enabled in options. But yeah, on my second PSP, it doesn't have autosave, so it's like every single time we beat a stage, it's actually asking me every time, do you want to save? It's kind of, it does get annoying after a while, but that's alright. It's not like I'm making a new game save on that. I'll probably save that though, that new game save on my second PSP for if I decide to do a playthrough, my like second playthrough of Rivals, or something like that, But yeah, I actually noticed rewatching the Rivals 2 cutscenes, the cutscenes actually have some scenes that don't appear if you replay the game. You actually have to physically start a new game to see these cutscenes that don't normally appear. I don't know what it is or why this happens, but yeah, I have picked up on that, so it is encouraging me to return to Rivals 2. I'm not sure about Rivals 1, but
I'll have to write that down in my schedule
to
for sure.
Get back into these games. Would be actually great to pick this up, as a ROM and play it like on an emulator. I don't know. We'll see. Let's see how we go. So I think now we've done we've done 6, so we're up to 7 now. I think that's right. Either way, we should make it in time to cover all the characters when we get the complete 10 races card. See, now this is what I'm talking about with Tails, because like I said, he doesn't actually fly when you double jump. He just homing attacks. Now I don't mind this feature at all because I actually think that everybody should be able to homing attack. Now I know a lot of people are probably going to disagree with that, but I don't know, that's just how I first, those were my honest first thoughts of when I first played both 06 and Rivals. I think, Rivals was my second Sonic game that I ever played, so, I didn't really have a lot to go with going into this series. I grew up with the 4Kids cast, and I grew up with the homing attack and the spin kick being a common attack that most characters possess, so, and I have a lot of nostalgia for these games, to the point that I might even consider speedrunning these games in the future. I remember there was actually a glitch that I recently discovered where you can actually pause the timer, I think in Sonic Rivals 1, not 2. But yeah, there's a stage where there's like a cutscene in the middle of a stage, and when this occurs, the timer freezes. It's actually, now that I think about it, it's actually a lot like the Sonic Forces cutscenes in the middle of a stage, how it freezes the timer in that. If you guys remember the demo, there was actually a bit of a glitch where you can actually freeze the timer from counting down, so you can explore more of the demo. But yeah, it's actually a lot like that in Rivals 1, now that I think about it. Yeah, you get to I think you pause it or something like that, and it actually pauses the timer even after the cutscene has ended, So I can't believe I actually just realized that. Yeah, the Forces glitch is actually very, very similar. Because yeah, I think it is something to do with pausing it when the cutscene's taking place. But anyway, I think we've got 2 or 3 more races to do, so we're getting there. Actually, let's take a look. I'm not going to select another station. I'm just kind of curious. I'm just kind of refreshing my memory because it's been a really long time since I played these stages. No, from memory, I don't think these stages really are anything like fast-paced. Nothing like the Hole from Crash Bandicoot 1. And I got to admit, the iPad actually does have a bit of delay when I'm recording this, so because I'm actually looking at the iPad screen, which is recording the PSP. So yeah, I can't even look at my PSP screen. Imagine my delay. So yeah, that's part of the reason why my gameplay might not be the best. But yeah, that's alright. We're slowly getting through this. Initially, I actually thought that the PSP had a delay because it's connected to multiplayer, but nah, it wouldn't do that. Though I might confirm my suspicion on that one just to be safe after this recording's done, because I could be wrong. I don't think I am, but I have been wrong in the past. Oh yeah, and while I'm playing this, I would like your thoughts on this. Now, I might be the only one with this one, but as a child, I really just wanted to see a Sonic Rivals 3. I know a lot of people wanted a Sonic Adventure 3. The same kind of, dedication people have for Sonic Adventure 3 is practically how I feel about a Sonic Rivals 3. Now, I don't know what it is, but, I know that will, never happen now because, the 4Kids cast isn't a thing in the Sonic universe anymore. So, yeah, it is a bit disappointing, but I wasn't expecting a Sonic Rivals 2, in all honesty. I was like, oh yeah, Sonic Rivals, it's a great game. I wish we got more, and we did get more, so I was like, wow, that's cool. And, yeah, I did. I had a blast with Rivals 2. And after Rivals 2, I was like, yes, give us Rivals 3! Not knowing that, like pretty much every other Sonic game, they always, chicken out on making a third game unless it's Sonic 3 or Sonic Advance 3. But aside from that, yeah, they haven't made a Sonic Adventure 3, they haven't made a Sonic 3 iOS, they haven't made a Sonic 4 Episode 3. The Sonic 3 iOS thing I kind of get because I think it was confirmed that the soundtrack, they didn't have permission to use the soundtrack because it's something to do with Michael Jackson, because I think he was somehow involved with the soundtrack. Yeah, for that reason, Sonic 3 iOS will never happen unless Key Lopes does something, which he has, but Sega have declined because Sonic Mania didn't exist back then, but it does now, so what's stopping them from doing it? I don't even know why I care anymore. I'm not even a classic fan. But honestly, yeah, it really would be great if we could get Sonic 3 or Sonic and Knuckles for iOS, It wouldn't hurt to just, be able to pull it out of my pocket and play the fucking game, Because at least the Christian Whitehead games get a lot of stuff right. Mainly the physics and control, because make no mistake, there are glitches in the Christian Whitehead editions if you really look for them, but there are more glitches in the original Genesis versions than in the Whitehead edition. But yeah, make no mistake, the Christian Whitehead edition is shitloads better than the Genesis version. And I'm not saying that because I don't like the Genesis version and because I only play that on PC. I'm saying that because the Christian Whitehead edition seems to get a lot of things right with pixels. It makes it more smooth and crystal clear looking, and the physics feel better, or at least in my opinion. You know, so again, that's just my opinion, so I understand if you guys disagree. But yeah, a lot of times I actually did play the Christian Whitehead versions both on iPhone and iPad, so yeah, I had a blast. I actually think I do prefer the Christian Whitehead physics from Sonic 1, 2, and CD on the mobile devices more than I enjoyed the Mania physics. Now, make no mistake, Mania has pretty much identical physics to the iOS versions, but have you guys noticed that Mania actually does have glitches? By glitches, I mean more glitches than the Christian Whitehead mobile versions had. Now, of course, the mobile versions got updated, of course, because it's an app. But still, they could update Mania on PS4 and Xbox One. And I think they have. Correct me if I'm wrong. I really wouldn't know. But still, they didn't playtest it. They actually confirmed this. Do you not see the problem here? The fact they didn't playtest it? But still, yeah, I actually do prefer the mobile devices physics more than Rivals. Rivals, you know, is good. And there are things I like and don't like about, you know, physics. If the Christian Whitehead physics were ported to Rivals and we still had like the homing attack and the same kind of power-ups and all that in Rivals, then yeah, it probably would be my favorite 2D game of all time. But that's never going to happen, so I really shouldn't, you know, be speculating physics theories for fan games and mods. But yeah, anywho, yeah, I think we're done. We're going to have, hopefully, what? No cards. I thought at least one. Let me read that one card again, because I could have sworn it said that you have to complete, like, or you have to beat the Rivals or something, or play as the Rivals or something like that. Oh, I did it the wrong way. I did it the wrong way. I played as all the Rivals, but I didn't beat all the Rivals. Meaning I was meant to switch the fucking character. Ah, in multiplayer. Fucking hell. Wow. I wasted my time. Man, what a nuisance. Doesn't matter. This is good. You know, I can record my like experience with this multiplayer thing.
See, I do have to wonder, would it be... Because I am actually heavily considering re-uploading this. It might not be a bad idea for me to cut that. Just again, because it's already long enough as it is, and I had no idea how long it was actually going to be when I was originally recording all this stuff, so yeah, it might not be a bad idea to nuke that going forward, which is a shame, because that's part of the good section, the good part of the recording where the audio sounded A-OK, but yeah, I might have to nuke that going forward.
After this, I won't return to recording any like multiplayer things until I like get a screen recorder and an actual person to play with. It's just exhausting after a while, especially while recording. Especially for fucking 50 minutes, because yes, I have been recording for 50 minutes. I don't know how long this actual video on YouTube's been going for, if I've cut the video or edited the video, but yeah, currently it's like literally 50 minutes recording. Now that I think about it, if there's one thing this game does, it makes it so you pretty much like never ever die. You can die in this game, but it is very hard to die. Yeah, most of the time that doesn't happen, and rarely there are bottomless pits for you to fall and die on. So yeah, it's actually pretty rare to die. But I gotta admit, when you do die, the lines that they have in this game is fucking hilarious. There actually are some that are from 06, but Silver's, man, oh dear, if you guys have heard Silver's death line in Rivals 1 and 2. No! Oh dear, I would have preferred not now, but ooh, it's more cringier than Darth Vader's no! He finds out Padme's dead. Now, do we get the card? We got the card, and it's Sonic himself. Wow. We did it. Well, we almost did it. That's cool. That's really cool. So I think now we can actually move on to playing the cups, because I'm not sure if it does force you to play as a character, but I think, yeah, you can choose your own characters. And yeah, if you can do that, we can basically like kill two birds with one stone by doing cups to get the cards for that, as well as beating all the different rivals, you know, so yeah. Okay, cool, so this time we are playing as Knuckles, and yeah, we'll do the Sonic Cup. I think we already did do this in like past recordings. Now, I don't know if it's when the PSP crashed on me, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But I do remember loading this up, but I think it was when it crashed when I like bet it, so hopefully yeah, this time it doesn't crash. I really cannot remember how the cups work.
And cue the failure.
My PSP crashed. I have no idea what it is. I heard the sound, and that's why I kind of stopped when I was talking. I can hear the PSP. It's like making a fucking weird ass noise. What the hell is it with this not working on the cup?
1 year later.
Hold on, Harry.
2019. Fucking hell.
1 year, guys. 1 entire year. I can't believe how long it's been since my last recording. Well, it's only been a few seconds of being more than a year, because I couldn't resolve the problem regarding getting into a cup. And I had to regret the line because I couldn't get video off my iPad until just yesterday. So, meanwhile, I was recapping this, the whole thing, everything is ready. Updating the knowledge of what happened, what was stuff in me where I cut, like that, and
I mean, not bad though, considering. I thought it was much shorter, but yeah, it's like what, a quarter into it almost.
Yeah, right now, I'm ready to go for more footage. So hopefully this won't die on me. Actually, let me go back into the card collection. My X button is very sensitive. Sensitive nerve, sorry, it's bad blood today. But no, I'm like tapping it and something. So I really push into it to get to work. So yeah, we've only got like one more card to go regarding just battles and I think it's just battles actually. It's not, yeah, it is. So that I know we can definitely get today. However, the cups being these ones here, I don't know about these because yeah, I'm recording while even my keypad bit. It's not responsive. Yeah, all these cups I'm not actually expecting. I'm not expecting to get these anytime soon, but it would be dope if we could. See how we go, I guess. But yeah, it's pretty much all the characters cups and multiplayer. And then I think at the end, no, that's another card. Yeah. For the 100% completion figure. Cool. Yeah, so we're not that far off from actually completing the game, so I'm really hoping that they will be able to at least push it a little closer to being complete, so I'll do my best. But like I said, the only thing I can see working at the moment is just, completing all the battles and, the characters. So just to be 100% clear with what I need to do, so I'm not mistaken like I was in the first video. Yeah, okay, so I have to defeat all the rivals, so I don't really feel like it matters which character you're playing as specifically, but rather which characters you defeat, so yeah. Cool, so yeah, that. Yep, that. Knockout, one knockout. There we go. How about no? So now we're join another word anyway. Yes, accept. So yeah, cool, that is as responsive as ever. And that is very good because I remember the days where I'd be like waiting forever and maybe 10 minutes into it, finally it shows up. Or sometimes not at all, so that's good that is responsive.
It's so bad.
So, again, I'm spawning as if I was the second player. That is so weird. Not really sure what happened. So I think I actually did go shatter before. So hey, well, I'll just go over again. I'm sure it shouldn't take too long. Holy shit, I said that, but we've already been killing this fucking 10 minutes. Oh dear. Damn, 10 already, yeah. Luckily I would be editing this, or this shouldn't take too long. In video form, that is. Okay, sir. Let's set this up again. Again, it's a bit of a drag, the fact that I have to manually set this up. Instead of like saying you could set menu music with. So, yeah, well, this is going to be speaking, number 7, so I should worry. So yeah, I should do this for all the characters and perfect. Now, in terms of my PSP failing on me before it's come to model, I mean, it shouldn't happen because the reason why it failed in the first part of the video is because I was using my 10-year-old, 10-plus-year-old charger, and I believe the setup I've got now is I'm using my new PSP charger in my old PSP that I'm playing now. So yeah, there's no chance that the new PSP will run out of battery or for charging. Actually, you know what, I'd say that, but I don't actually think it's charging. I think I did knock this or something else. Shit. Yeah, oh god. It's saying that I'm out of battery, so shit. I don't know. So that's a fail on me. So I think I'll reverse like from, move it. No, that's not gonna. Don't. Time to charge.
So I've got a bad habit. I've got a very bad habit of like not testing the audio in these days, especially. So that really kind of did go on for way too long.
Oh wait, I see that, and see what the deal with the RNG power charging symbol thing. Yeah, this. But yeah, it's showing that it's charging now on the second PSP, so yeah, still don't have to worry about anything with the thing. So hopefully it stays that way. Got them already. Yeah, this is something I have been wanting to do for a while now. Or when I didn't have a second PSP, and especially now that I do have a second PSP. So it's worse now because, actually I've had the PSP for over a year and just couldn't do anything about it. Mainly because, again, I needed to get the video on my iPad, and because I couldn't, what's the point of being part of the video if I can't get the digital of it, So the biggest problem was that the recording was over like 50 minutes long, it was like almost an hour. So for that reason, it was a lot harder to get off the iPad because when I connected it to the PC, it wouldn't show up like normal recordings would because of the file size. So yeah, that made it a lot more difficult to get it off. But luckily, I found a method and it worked. I managed to get it on the iMac, so that's pretty much what I'm doing for this. Luckily, I'm using my iPhone to record, so the quality will be a lot better. This should be better. And that's another thing too. I would actually use my iPhone to record the first video. I'm sure that I basically got my iPhone for my birthday, which is a few months after Christmas, and for Christmas I got the new PSP. So had I known at the beginning of the I would have held back on recording, trying to set up the drivers through multiplayer playthrough, but at least you guys kind of get a bit of a take the birth for quality comparisons, I guess. I'll be very curious to see how this turns out there. How much is better. If this doesn't unlock the card, by knocking out every character, then honestly I don't really know. I don't really have an idea for how to unlock this specific card, so I'll have to think of something. Because the way they explained it, this is the only thing I can actually think of to how to unlock such a card that describes you to defeat all of your multiplayer rivals for folly. It's no you. I actually like that remix of the victory jingle. Yes. Good to see you. Yeah, by the way, let me know if you guys want me to do more Rivals videos, because if you go for that, I'll likely do like 3 or 4 games. I guess it'd be clear. I would have done 3 or 4 games for this playthrough, but for the iPad playthrough, I didn't actually have it set up and it wouldn't plug in. And because a year later, I stayed out and what's going on with that, if I can get that working. I should be able to, but I'll have to look more into that. But again, it really all depends on you guys. So some of the lines in Rivals are just, wow. I didn't expect that from 4 kids, but anyway. Like that one wasn't as bad, but there's some are like, oh, hey. Nice to see you. I was originally thinking of editing the video, so it's just victory to victory, but I figured, come on, why not share the local playthrough, because, it's going to be something I'm sure some of you are going to be interested in seeing. I was a bit worried setting it up this time, because, heck, I was actually worried back in the iPad playthrough, but, yes, I was worried that, if you try to join too early, you might stop the connection. I'm probably not too worried about that. No, man. Anyway, yeah, I don't know if it was later in the fall, but anyway. Sleeping. I think it was an S rank. Was it? No, it wasn't. So I guess time attack doesn't take away from the S rank. Then again, yeah, it kind of still was pause. I'll set this up first this time just to see if it is going to work. I only just learned this recently, but there's actually 2 unused loading screens. At least I think there's 2. It says 1 on the it says 1 on the site, but I'm pretty sure it's 2. There's one that's said to be unused, and then there's the other one which will say unused, but I don't recall ever seeing and believe me, I've played this game a lot. Yeah, there's a delay now. That is strange. I don't know what's up with that, but thank you very much. Let's go! That's gold, honestly. I loved him. Her 6 renders there.
It was just, they felt so rare.
That is done. Just to recap. So I don't want to keep this rolling if I can't do anything. But yeah, wow, look at that. All the cards for all this jank. Also, I'm not going to see that. You see how there's like Knuckles, Blade, Ruby, Gamey, kind of do. It looks like there's multiple card layers at the bottom. But then you go to Tails and Omega, Sonic, and Shadow and Silver, and it doesn't look like there's anything behind that. Why is that? I'm really curious to know why, because, yeah, like, what's up with that? Now that I look more in detail about it, some cards have like bronze outline and silver outline and some gold, so, yeah, I don't know, it's just kind of like the PS3 trophies, how you can get, bronze, silver, gold, and platinum kind of trophies, depending on how fast and how well you achieve the trophy. If that's the case, I'd love to see gold every card, has or not, but that would be the day one. I could be completely overthinking this, but I can't really think of a reason to why there'd be gold, silver, bronze, and what's the layer cards for the card collection. But if anybody could let me know on that, that would be greatly appreciated. So yes, we do have all the cards for this section of the card collection.
So I still don't know what the dealio is, because it almost seems like there was supposed to be a reasoning behind it, but yeah, I genuinely don't know. Because I made a Photoshop edit of the rip of all the cards and made them all have a gold border, and even after doing that and posting it, I still I don't know. I really don't. I have no clue. It could be that they were intending it to have meaning behind it, but it was just way too hard to program. I don't know. I really don't know. And as usual, radio silence.
So you're up here, though. Still got the cups to do. But again, I don't actually think that's going to work for right now, because for some odd reason, it doesn't load, or at least it didn't load a year ago, so I don't really feel like that's going to change now. I mean, it does fucking great, so the chances of that happening, I pretty much chances of them. Oh no, what's that? Right round, a donut, cannon, a guardian, a server, check wide, and yada, not eat later. Wild, steep. Now, I don't actually know if there was a consistency to which cup would work, which would load, which would crash. Let's see, obviously that zone, that act, both of those would load. Because obviously I did an iPad playthrough, so there's no reason why it would crash or load into such a zone and stay like that. So it would have to be the cut specifically to why it won't crash. And I cut this out in the iPad recording, but I don't know why, midway through I cut out or was corrupted at the end. But I said maybe my disc is scratched in such a way where this specific part of the game won't load. And hell, if that's the case, fine. I'm hoping that is the case. By switching the disc of what I've got in this disc now with the one in the second disc, by doing that should hopefully fix the problem. That's the only thing I can think of to how to fix the problem if this is going to continue to crash. But yeah, we'll see. That's a lot of work, but we'll see. Here we go. There shall. The truth. No freaking way. Get freaking word. Let's actually hear it. Or that is actually fucking weird. I have no idea why it was crashing multiple times on the iPad playthrough. But it's obviously working now, so fuck yeah, I'll take that. I'm actually going to cut the video really quickly because I'm already going over 30 minutes and I don't want to, like the last time, for it to be around the 1 hour mark to the point where I'll be able to get it off of the device and onto the computer. So with that said, I will see you guys in a few seconds. So guys, I'm back. So let's jump right on in. Back into it. So, hang on, that's something I haven't seen before. Yes, this is a bit was waiting for a comment. I've never seen that in my life. I'm using the computer to take comments and stuff. So this back. Yeah, continue. Alright, so this is awkward. With this delay, and the fact that the sensitivity of the input's kind of on there at the moment. Yeah, it's a bit awkward, so whatever. We'll get there, Hang on. I'd rather just, put up with it now. I can get it through the mode. Because this has been on my to-do list for like easily 10 years. But it's become more apparent since I, not just recorded the first part on the iPad, but, after I got the iPhone, especially, when I actually picked it off the iPad yesterday. So, yeah, I definitely should wrap this up, because I hate having videos that, are on my to-do list, upload, a couple files, I put, either edited or not edited, so it's there. It's like, oh my god, I'm gonna get around to that, and it's fucking 10 minutes quick, so. And surprisingly, there actually is a few that to the day haven't been uploaded first. Earth 6, Rivals, any kind of indie game, there are a lot of videos that, I want to upload or edit, but never get around to, so. I know that there are more than a few that probably won't get uploaded, not because, I haven't been edited and I won't get around to it, and because they were recorded, or some were recorded, going back to like 2013, 2014, to the point that you can hear it in my voice. It is actually ridiculous. I'm like, hey guys, you're cycling down. It's just, okay, there's classical time breaking in my videos, thank you very much. I'm sure I'm not, I was gonna say I might cover those kind of videos in the future, but the specific recordings not so much. But anyway, it's all, error occurs, you have been disconnected from the network. Why? What did I do? What did I actually do? I don't know. Yeah, well, we're gonna give all the tracks a go, just in case one does work. Because I want to know for a fact that every circuit, every cup failed if this problem is apparent. All the cups, because, if there is one that works, I want that card, I have all the problems to be present, not, oh yeah, I've got problems, but there are some that aren't problematic, that's just, and that's, I guess, what this part of the video is the main idea about. Before it was getting that problems card that I knew I could get, and we got it, and I'm more than happy. But now, it's a bit more, hey, so it's gonna work, it's not gonna work. Now, luckily, considering I'm, just facing myself, and I don't have to control certain world, I don't have to, try or not try. I can just do whatever I want. And I said before, but, I was, investing in my friend's cousin to get some multiplayer cards. I only got one, I think. And, even then, the guy I was versing, he wasn't staying around for very long, and that was really annoying. Because I actually did hear that his cousin was visiting and he had a PSP, so I was prepared for this moment. And it got enough that back when I was in this country, so I was kind of like, hey, my friend told me that you have a PSP, can you maybe, can we plan it, multiplayer? But, that was back then. And even then, when we actually did get around to it, I could tell just from his replies and his motivation, he did not want to play it. And when he did play it, he didn't like the thought of me, having this PSP, idle while I just did whatever to get a card. And given the amount of work that I'm doing now to get these cards, I'm really surprised I managed to get just one card. Because to think that I was planning to hopefully get, at least half, man. Even if I asked the guy, can I, go on your PSP, the minute he walked up, I don't even think I would have made halfway. That's how long he stayed for starters. But more than that, again, his motivation, which I understand, who's gonna go, yeah, sure, have my PSP and do whatever for the limited time I'm here. For God knows whatever reason. I forget if I did explain it to him or not, but whatever the case is. Oh hey, where's the next turn? Look, actually go. Alright, maybe I have to take this a bit more seriously. Before I could have sworn that it was going to reject me. Hey, bingo. Been forever since I've seen and heard that bingo. This is such an epic zone. Honestly, man, this to me, this is up there with Casino Park and Heroes. The music, it's good, but it doesn't do it for me as much as Casino Park. But the level design, the aesthetic, just the visual board, it is an amazing zone for that exact reason. And I still can't believe that in 2019 Death by Delta, someone actually asked a question about Rivals. I really was not expecting that, and I was really surprised to hear that Takashi actually did have a lot of involvement with Rivals. So yeah, that was something I probably could have looked up in months, but probably not found out that way. But no, it was good to get some history on rival games. I think I wanted to learn something. Oh well, unless we're talking about fanfiction.
If you would have a crossover between the Sonic games and Batman, how would Sonic beat the Joker?
Seriously, some of the questions must be holy crap. If I recall correctly, in Sonic Rivals 1, your signature move isn't actually something you can do with an input. Nor is it something that you get by bringing the DPS with Sonic Rivals 1 is actually a power up. Get a hurry up here, so I don't want to disconnect the network that we currently have. I get people lost. It's been forever since I've gone through these rooms, so please forgive me so pretty up to date. So yeah, hopefully the quality of this playthrough is good, or at least better than the iPad playthrough. I'm hoping this is going to be a little bit more full screen gameplay compared to the iPad just having a full screen. Or it's just, can't really do it, but just full PSP and all. Whoa, what the frick was, whoa, I totally skipped that, I didn't mean to. What the heck was that? For reals, that was weird. That card shot the vertical. What the heck? I gotta look at that again. Oh, it took me probably 15 minutes to raid just to get, this. Just this one cut card. Hey, I actually did get a cut card. I was Ed Gorman from freaking SA2. I wouldn't even know that had I not played SA2 last year. Damn. But yes, okay. That explains why it looks sort of different to something that I guess I'm more familiar with. I'm thinking, should I cut the video now, or should I, do 2 cuts or 4 cuts? I don't know. But if that, yeah, let's do another crack. Yeah, really hoping I can wrap this up, because I'd hate to have, again, like the iPad playthrough, have some cards collected, but not quite all yet. That's also good, so... Yeah, we did get that network issue, but I'm hoping that was just for a moment, because we get popular content. Let's not expand this. Well, let's put the break this. Come on. I think it's gonna do it. Please do it. Yes, it did. Let's go. Now, I believe it crashed here, actually. It worked. It worked. Let's go. Oh my god. We are actually getting somewhere. Into some stuff. It's a miracle. I swear to god. Fortune is finally smiling at me again. Shit. Oh lord. Alright, so, yeah, wow, I forgot how some, like pretty much all the level design in Live is just how original it's like to be, because it really does bring a lot of like new elements to the table that have never been, in the front game. And for that matter, I don't recall many other like franchises actually. So yeah, points for originality, especially for handheld device. Seriously, Arrival 3 in my opinion should probably get done. People like the fans of like votes to Sega or something or whatever. Because it's definitely, I don't know, I feel like these are very underrated games, and I totally understand why, because, not everybody has PSP. But, like, even though you can't play this on many levels, I still feel like this is not just Rivals 2, but Rivals 1 as well. Both games are just very underrated, very, if any of you guys ever do get comments at playing any of these games, I 100% strongly recommend it, because these games are actually really amazing. And, that might be nostalgia coming from me, but, I guess all I'll say is if you guys are a fan of, the 4Kids cast, the Jason era, then you should be into this.
Yeah, this was quite
so
heavy
not all
because of the 4Kids.
So I do imagine there are some out there.
For sure.
So I definitely do recommend it. So okay, just checking. We're on third race, right? Yeah, I believe we are. So hopefully it doesn't crack on me like I'm done. Sorry, that should hopefully give us a card. Yes, let's go. And I think yeah, it is Chaos Jank. Again, just SA2 stuff. I will not remember that either, so let's go. Sonic's Cheese unlocked. It's actually her. I should totally check this out though, because I didn't even think of that till now. I looked at the cards, but I didn't look at the suits yet, so I'll look into that. Okay, so yes. Yeah, it makes sense because you've got SA2 pluses and enemies and whatnot. I mean, I wonder if that's maybe SA2 enemies, it wouldn't surprise me if it is okay. See, Grace, Ice, Black Flag, and Sheeta. It's funny because I was really hoping that by the time I eventually got around to doing this, it would still be unknown to me, but I've seen online, I've seen on wiki resources and just taking HD screenshots of it. So again, this isn't actually a big surprise for me. Unlike before how old the outfits and Race of Black Tie. Granted, I've seen most of the stuff on Rivals 1, but I do believe it does bring some new outfits to the table. Aside from the one that I just unlocked now, I think there is more than one gun that is new. Maybe not. I don't know, I do feel like there is more than one gun. There's at least one, but I do feel like there's more than one. Yeah, see this one, I don't remember seeing this in Rivals 1. So that was cool to discover. I thought when I was first playing this game that they would just bring in, the outfits from Rivals 1 only. But no, they do bring one or two for some characters to the game, so that is amazing. I think to look forward to. Or at least it used to be, but again, I've seen them all now, so I do know what to expect. Now, what did I unlock? I think I unlocked the Tiger or Zebra. I think it was the Zebra. Yeah, I don't recall seeing that one. I think that's the number. I should have checked this out before, just to be clear. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Zebra. But yeah, anyway, I think it looks like the video now, because again, I don't want to go too long. I think I'll just do 2 cuts at a time, because you never know when they're running to networking issues or if you crack on me or what. So yeah, I'll check this out in a second. Get that. So you know what, now I can keep trying to, use these new outfits that I've unlocked, so yeah, why not? Now we're going to do something stuff, so yeah. I will cut you on, and I will return in 2 seconds. Alright, I'm back. There it goes. Yes, I can do it. Yeah, I actually forgot that there's battle and tags, whatever.
Yeah, it's the same volume every time. It's so frustrating.
Maybe I can try and play down.
And I actually did already put this through a voice filter, but
what happens if it's detonate first?
Still,
and you're like, back?
It kind of helped, but not as much as I hoped.
Give me some time to get some water. Come back. Yeah, why couldn't the cups be like this every day? Get laggy. Being tagged without being tagged. Pretty sure I got that one. Just like I said, of course, the little pretty sure they call it. He's actually, I think all the entire cup is this new game. Word. This is like the most jealousy games I've been. Something's up. Is it ring or? It is ring. Sir, where is the ring? I feel like I'm missing something. Yeah, I'm missing something. The ring. Hold up. There's only one shot then. Ah, come back. Oh, I get it now. Right. It's been so long. Oh, you knew. Yeah, I forgot about that. But I guess it makes it even more challenging, more harder for the, more easy to get on it. You're doing an amazing job, man. What? I already stopped at the last 100! You've got a sniper. Sure. You know, not as bad, but at least with the other one, you were doing it. Just as easy. Sure, one more girl. Oh, my god. I don't have time to have nothing down. Oh, unless it's a time thing. It is a time thing. Yeah, so it's the same. Okay, that's fine. Some of this music better. It's like creepy Egyptian music or something. I guess that's that. Now, I'm kind of curious about what you guys think about the music. Maybe for another game after this. And? So, yeah, it is nice, cool. So, that's a game. That's a cute game. Eggman suit. That's right, yeah, there is one. That was cool. We should get it. Alright. So, I guess next is Rouge's coming. Before I do any of that, I'll just that out. Good old Eggman outfit. That's cool, cool. Yes, Rouge's cup. Cool. Yeah, so it starts off, it's really good. It's going to really good. I really hope it stays this way and it doesn't do whatever. Because if we keep this up, we will get 100%. Oh, is it a boss? Or is it a showdown? I think it is a boss. No, it is a showdown. Actually, fine. No, it is the boss. That's cool. Okay, I'm still not used to this round. I don't know, really back into it enough to know this. Ooh, just this. Yeah, I think that's what's going on. Seems right, but I feel like holding something like that. Oh, come on. This is what I mean. It's not like these are kind of flying on my there we go. Nice. So those actually really good for these games on the loose. I'm getting better at this. Keep it that way. Sure. That wasn't bad. Took me to get used to, but hey, it goes in the end. So I guess, yeah, some caps are like races the whole way through, some like minigames and bosses the whole way through in this room. It's been a really long time since I've done this, but yeah, so I think this is just bosses the whole way through, but fine. And you know, for that reason, I kind of landed on playing Tails because you know, I don't have to worry about too much move. So you know, I kind of do this, but I can't do too much move. Ah, did I remember that? Oh, that money for me. Yes. No, I did get into the time. I failed. I did get it. Oh, really? Yeah. Yeah, the left one is a bit janky. And, I'll pick it up again. Don't be dead. Ah, I knew it was going to do it. Come on.
Such a...
I don't remember him doing anything attack now.
Such an Exoverse kind of a boss. I don't know, it just reminds me a lot of it for some reason. I think because it's also in the desert-like setting, it just reminds me a bit of it.
I think this is the second boss. Could be that up, but no. Just slowly got there. Yeah, one more. Yeah, it was just 3. What? Oh, it's a race now. So okay, I can't split it up. I was gonna say, I thought they did split it up. Oh god. I just realized how similar this level design is to some of the Super Mario Bros. Blue levels. And it's funny because I actually did play New Super Mario Bros. I'm not sure how soon. I didn't think about this for a second. If I played this back in 7 or 8, I would have built New Super Mario Bros. In 11. So yeah, it would have been a few years after I stopped playing this. I just now kind of realized, oh yeah, I actually did take inspiration from the Blue levels. I think I'm going to take on that. But yeah, I will check out the cards and I'll wait till I've got all the cups done. Yeah, already read the 23 minute one, so I think that's what I'll do. I'll do 2 characters, or a campaign, because you know, you've got some Tails, not the Blues, but there are 2 campaigns, like I'll sort out, do 1 campaign at a time. Yeah, that's alright, we'll jump into Knuckles with the Eggman suit next. And the Shadow Cup, I think. So I guess that's 2 seconds. Yeah. Yep, so Shadow Falls out safe. So this has been very, very expensive, so yeah, it's really grateful for that reason. Yeah, he got something kind of curious now. I briefly mentioned this before, but Knuckles doesn't actually have the ability to slide. Knuckles and Mario are the ones that aren't too okay. I'm curious what you guys think of this, because the fact that Tails can slide has his signature move in this game, but yet Knuckles and Rouge can't actually slide. Like, in a way, I still understand Knuckles, even though I am so curious about what you guys think. But for Rouge, I thought for sure she would have gliding. Other than that, she's pretty much got her parts attack thing. I just know what names it is, but...
Yeah, it's sort of hard to tell what I'm saying.
Freaking
frustrating.
I like how they were playing for 80.
But I can see what I'm trying to say.
The fact that we didn't get Amy in this game, and it kind of hinted at Amy in the last game, maybe we get Amy right if we play to go down the path.
Yeah, because Amy was totally planned for the game. I really do wonder what her special move would have been. It could have been the Pico Hammer. But yeah, I do have to wonder if we would have gotten a glide in a later sequel.
Results. That's something else I noticed. This didn't happen in a lot of ones, but in a lot of periods, it keeps coming back to the South Sea and stuff. The Garrison effect doesn't have to play, and I don't know if it's just anything. I don't really know if I could very well be wrong. But yeah, as far as I'm aware, the Garrison effect doesn't take us down. It always a nitpick of mine, even in the first time game. It's funny because back then, I never used it well with me. The fact that that's something that was on my mind a lot back then, and still is, it feels that I am a bit antsy about such a thing. I'll be a 4-5 shine. Seriously, I forgot how OP the Garrison can be at times. Cool. Good soundtrack. That was pretty enjoyable. That's the challenge. This is fun from memory. I'm not sure why. But this, I have good memory from this. I'm not sure how this works or. Over there. Fine.
I think, yeah, this is the one that I either redo now or later. So I remember redoing this. Which again, I absolutely would cut if I was re-uploading this. Because it's one thing when I get it out for the first time, but it's when, yeah, when I do any form of re-uploads, condense it a bit more.
Oh, you're cooking wood. That would be fun. Take that second. Whoa, that's a big shot.
Okay, there we go.
I think.
So that's the first time we do that, which means that, yeah, we're gonna redo this one, unfortunately.
Cool.
Later
on.
on.
Change of plans. I don't want to do no. I don't say no to it. Cool, why not? Yeah, that was my favorite character for that reason. I'll build up to when I actually do unlock them. But having said that, I will still cut the video after I get this to done. Wow, lovely. This is very basic, so I don't have to worry too much. Yeah, I don't need to spin dash. That's fun. Oh, something like that. Not bad at all, considering I'm pretty trashy nowadays. I need to totally practice the
A world of flames and destruction. It's just like the future our own world faces.
Because even back in like Earth 7, when I was on Earth 7,
again with the volume control, my guy.
I still look at this very Crush City inspiration. But that'd be cool. Someone made like a mod, be it Generations, or something cool even. Try to replicate something rival, level design and placement. Make for an interesting mod, especially to compare how different physics are. It really depends on just how much could be ported. Because obviously you have to try to rip the rival stage models, but in terms of like placement, you know, that you kind of have to go from the ground up, using whatever game you're modeling. So for that reason, it's kind of making one of how Generations placement would, you know, making comparisons to like Missile 4, the original Dead Metal. Alright, let's get that card. So. Sorry about that, guys. My holy iPhone just ran out of charge. That's alright, because I was actually going to cut the video anyway sooner or later, because it's just finished the cut. It's all on 100% charge now, so we are good to continue.
So how does that work? You're saying that, and that was through the iPhone as well? Maybe it's different for the iPad, because, like, you're telling me if the iPhone runs out of battery, it still documents the freaking video, but I do the same thing on the iPad and it doesn't? What's up with that?
But yeah, I can't even remember how long ago I put on charging the iPhone, but either way, it's fully charged now, so
oh, that's
yeah,
bullshit.
Just turn off the PSP.
I've fucking lost videos that were recorded because of that, because it's ran out of charge. But you're saying it works for iPhone, but not for other devices? Whack!
He's lost the connections or
Ooh.
this thing while it was charging. So yeah. Fine, I guess. Yeah, no, it's stupid or anything. Doing using the unlocked outfits rather than already have like 10 of them. So anyway, while I was playing,
I also find it very interesting that the loading screens, well, I said loading screens, this in particular, I think it is a bit of a glimpse to an earlier version of how all the cards looked, because I'm actually looking at it right now on my MacBook screen, but the card that's listed as number 148, which is the 06 Sonic render, this is supposedly the same one at the bottom right of that loading screen that you guys can see, is actually very different in terms of its scaling. It's more zoomed in on that loading screen equivalent, whereas the one that we got in the final, you get the full body render basically. Point is, it's a different card setup basically, so I do find that kind of interesting. Same for like the outlines, I believe. Because let's take that silver. Yeah, exactly. That silver outline is gold in the final, but despite that, it's red in that loading screen. What about Knuckles? Is he different? Yep, final Knuckles is bronze. But there it's silver. I even think the scaling is slightly different because it looks like his shoes are going all the way up to the border in the loading screen, but the final looks like you can see a bit of a space between his shoes and the border. So yeah, I don't know. I just take interest to that stuff. And also the order as well, because like that's a Rivals render, and all the Rivals renders are at the top left at the very, very start. Conversely, all the 06 renders are all at like the bottom right, at the tail end of it. But they all seem to be pretty much out of order, because like that looks like the Rivals render for Sonic, and there's the Silver Rivals render as mentioned. There's Rouge 06. Again, they all seem interestingly very out of order, so very interesting.
Yeah, this looks really amazing. Not the film too. You know what? It actually kind of reminds me of the episode from Sonic X, where we can't really explain the mode. I believe she is doing either the GUN or the government, and she's like trying to infiltrate everyone's base and try to riot. It's a shame that they use more opportunities to come up with in their games, a TV series, or other very big games. So I guess we did get touching on those games also. Nothing for the characters to be able to play. There's really nothing customized in classic characters or modern characters. Or for that matter, any of the other characters showing players in there. So we could see when you go into the game scenes, that is rushing. They can start off are good. If they're taking a little bit of time, but kind of gives me time to get back to the writers. Because they're doing something. I might take it once you have to do it. They can time games, it's okay, that's from the break. Something long now. There's a area of them, it is pretty things. It's one of these unfinished.
Yeah, this is this it? This might be where we redo it and we don't get the card. Oh no! You fool! You stupid fool! Oh!
Bingo! Cool beans. Okay, so we're up to
And I had no clue. I had no clue that I did it again.
Yeah.
And that's exactly why I didn't add the sound effect in. Because I will cut that when I eventually re-upload that video.
And then we get silver stuff anyway. Which leaves S tier. But yeah, no.
But we're a year too early.
I think I could do this because
Never noticed it was red eyes.
yeah, I think this plus 2 is actually pretty good. I mean, we can expect the best of the year. I like the fact that you can do more, like, multiple turning size off you already done 100 already. Pretty cool, even if it doesn't do it, it would be weird if it did, but still. Yeah, so it's just a pulse in 2 acts for our whole project. Ooh, that's needed. There we go. Just working with just a one-off. I mean, it might not be, but obviously we can get it now, so yeah, that's good. Yeah, cool, so far so good. Yeah, we haven't like needed to do anything super long. That might change now. Very good place. Ah. Well, that's a screen 50 or something 50. Ah, come on. We've had enough of the input delay.
So even the gameplay audio just sounds like it's getting phased out by, I don't know if it's my hand or what, but yeah, not cool. I mean, look, there's only so much I can do when it's camera captured, right? But still, frustrating.
Rather than 126. Which if that's true, still, but I guess they can't use the exact same 14 for 6 head. So maybe they can, so they do like the moon change. Kind of reminds me of the ones that go invisible, but you know, here in CFC, invisible they do, they kind of have that moon thing. Two beans? Yeah, 2 beans. That's fair. Awesome. So yeah, that just leaves S tier to play as going into the Metal Cup. And finally, guys, we can now move on to the final cup. The Metal Cup. So I am looking forward to this. As I mentioned, Metal is my favorite character. So I was expecting this Metal 3.0 to be here. Long time after the 16 table, 2.0 is actually still in Rise of One. Or, yeah, not the first latest time. I was disappointed by games, but I was a bit fun. Okay. So I thought it would be a bit more impactful if they had a month to recover as the year goes on. Also, we thought like, this version of the country also gets this game pretty fun. And homes that don't have access to it in Rise of One, or I don't know why. I guess it was not. See, I'm supposed to be because of your online screen or whatnot. Yes, I'm completely again, it's coming up today. Give you control lead. I'm just gonna double check just to be sure because I don't put full thing in the second. Alright, so let's check this out. Oh my god, every line collection at the moment. Yeah, so I'm seeing even one more top here, things from here. Hot top, tail cup, uncle cup, blue cup, shadow cup, silver cup, that's your cup, and yeah, so I'm gonna serve. I think I did this air cup. That or I already did a cup, you know, I don't need iPad flavor. Or I mean, it's easier, but you know, anyway. I'll try to play those characters. Okay, I'm actually see lightning. You can kind of don't check on so it's like, hey, so this is a nice here. Whoa! Yeah, this is probably one of my favorite bosses actually. For that. I think the once more time I actually didn't go down. I could be wrong, but I think I did. You can't land on it. It looks like serious. Good job. One more. That's enough. Yeah, from sticking this, jeez. Yeah, I think even the best of us in my opinion. Oh well. Yeah. This always confused me, because like I thought it was a ghost, so then it's like Eggman inside, so it's like
still confusing
like
me.
if Eggman seems possessed or something, that's kind of what it makes itself. And they kind of have something dead because no.
Yeah, I still don't get the tech behind it.
I'm gonna do. As I recall, this specific boss wants to beat him as a ridiculously loud looping indie song. I don't know that's why that happened, but that's how it is. Cool. Oh dear. And I believe I'll have to do on to get Metal Sonic's search in the up but he was actually 100% car. So yeah, as far as I know, this is why you can find the stage at. I don't know what he does actually. I think it's not close on the line. Yeah, I think he gets the arms out. Oh, that was a great point on Sonic. Yeah, I would actually eventually really like to see out of this game just to see how broken this can become used for. Because I mean, there isn't a lot of glitches in these games, a lot of fun, but I don't really think there's any major glitches in the tools for feeling. I think I believe that is it. Nice. Beautiful. Let's go. Now it's nice. But no 100% completion card.
I turned down my reaction then, but yeah, inwardly I was like going, "Fuck yes, finally!" I really was, because I wanted Mark 2.0 for a long time. Yeah, that was a real moment getting it.
Alright, so just to make the
I didn't want to overdo it.
We have all the characters. Yeah, it's original. It's light.
But I was really feeling it.
3,000. Sold the opposite small countries. I think I blame him for the laser that one, so we're spamming it pretty hard. Yeah! Wow, I can't believe it, I actually got the 100% card by losing. Well, that is the first time I have ever done that. I'm not sure if anybody who's watching this or anybody who might have presented the game. Because gee, I hope the red outline is, you know, not because it was, because again, it was like gold, silver, bronze. I don't ever recall silver red. And if that is, again, because I lost, shit. But, yeah, for that exact reason, I'm very curious. It actually isn't well. Yeah, I'll yeah, so that compared to this, I just feel that the Mod 3.0 looks better. I mean, this looks great, don't get it wrong, but again, we actually do get this in Rivals 1, so I feel like if we got this originally and could get this as a connection, yeah, sure, again, that's kind of like not great, you want to just get that because it's a but at least you would feel a lot more rewarding instead of, oh, cool, it's all the outfits, even though I technically already have it in the one, but I think that was the outfit that motivated me the most to get into the second PSP, because all the other outfits they were great, you know, I was looking forward to grabbing them as well, but it was specifically Metal Sonic Mark 2.0, just for curiosity's sake, like how it might look, but then I found out, yeah, it's from Rivals 1. I still wanted to get it, but yeah, I didn't really have that determination of Rivals 1. So, it was what it is. It is a ruse. I was thinking that. You know, I actually took it. Yep. So yeah, that's just how it is. I'm surprised to be honest, I really thought for sure that we would have gotten the 100%.
That's another thing too, I would want, because I've said this in the past, I would want Metal Sonic's animations to be a literal mirroring of Sonic's animations, within reason, but I would want key animations in place. Like for instance, his results screen animation, I would want to mirror, not mirror, I would want to cover and tribute the Rivals victory animation purrs, for example. So it wouldn't be a complete mirroring of every animation. I would specifically want to do the character select mirrored, Yeah, possibly most of the gameplay ones, aside from like the real robotic, like flying type of animations. But yeah, the victory that I would very much want to tribute Rivals in that light for sure.
But surprisingly, it seems to be a close, probably just be a good match. We have to like pick the stage here. Yeah, we did get it in the end, so let's check out the top selection with that though. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, you can see it ready. They just pinged it ready. Yeah, I was looking. I'm not sure if that's a consistency or a pattern of why it's like that. Because the fact that I'm also only about 100% means that, or at least I'm going to assume, means that when you lose, you get the top event. I think that the ones you might have a bit of B, the C rank, your sort of A, the B to A, and hopefully that's low. That's the only thing I can think of anyways. In which case, like I said before, extremely curious to see what the clouds will answer. You know, with goals and everything. That'd be a true one, which is a bit of 110%. The sad thing is, I don't actually think you cannot date these clouds to being all inclusive ones right here. I mean, some you can get, for the most part, the ones that I just try to get, remain that way. I mean, like, maybe some of the multiplayer ones you can get, but I don't really need to get the 100% cloud again. So that's probably going to remain like that for at least like you gain to. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Finally having some again, this is something I can do for pretty much 10 years. I mean, we're going to start picking the other, but I actually did have access to some of the play. But again, it's going to be able to never really get on top of this. And it's okay. So finally put down. So again, if you guys want to see more content like this, I'll be more than happy to put up to the you need to get the cables working to kind of stream it and make videos on it. Because I think if I am going to do more flavors, I'll have to actually go on my second video because I don't really see how I think people is going to work. I could say do that off and everything I work now. So yeah, I'll probably just have to do things on the second game here. That's perfectly fine by me because this one actually does have some input delays and that top actually is input to the button from the actual to the circle button here. Sometimes the details are. But anyway, I'll quickly this one more. Shoot this one here. Yes, so that's all the pink zone. And we have there's 5 particular reasons, 5 particular battles, 10 particular reasons, battles, and the wild one. And that obviously will combine in the local and completion of the going for a battle, losing.
It's just so hard.
Something short here, and just I lost this look of it. So I'll put the reference out there so you guys can see multiplayer.
I remember turning this into a short and it's still just as bad in audio. It's like, man, you did that, but you didn't even think to put it through the freaking resolution. I don't know, maybe I didn't have the tools back then. Well, no, I didn't. To be fair, no, I didn't. Not in 22. I only got them in like 24. But I did have other tools I could have tried to use with it. Maybe I did and it just didn't turn out well, I don't know.
And again, let me know in the comments if you actually struggle with this, because if I do, probably I'll try to ask and stream forward to anything I might use the camera. I can shoot it now and then, but eventually if it gets it, get it. So just keep watching, check out do it. Next time, keep it
Yeah, it's a shame. It ruins the rest of the video. It really, really does, and it's a damn just damn shame. Damn shame. Speaking of damn shame, shall we? How to cover this next one? Where did my mouse go? And it's vanished. Of course it is. Are we all good? Oh no. Is the stream? Are we good? Okay, we're good. It scared me like that. I thought that bailed again, but my mouse certainly has. Mouse? Can I have my mouse back, please? Thank you. Yeah, wow, so that really is Yeah, we're getting very close. We're getting very close. Although, actually, where the fuck? What the heck? Where's? Oh, okay. No, I just haven't ordered it all too well, have I? Yeah, no, I haven't organized that at all. Cause like, when was that done? Doesn't say, just a year ago. Yeah, organize that a bit better maybe. Off. But yeah, no, we're good. As long as yeah, we don't get too sidetracked or carried away with the review, we should be fine. Okay, so that's 2024 August versus whenever, because I'm noticing it's not just that, but like, yeah, I don't see. Where is Sonic 3's review? I don't see that here. Am I stupid? Where is that? It's not here, is it? No, it's not. So, unless I put it elsewhere, but, yeah, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. So, okay, August 24. That would be 23. That would be 23. That would be 24. At the start of the year. That would be April. So it would go after that, I believe. Yeah, I think that's right. I think that's right. Yeah, I didn't even organize this one, which, yeah, I could do, because that's like a double in the one if I did. But again, it just, yeah, how badly do you want to prolong all of it? So again, if that's August 24, this is July 24. Yes, I believe that's right. So yeah, it's kind of annoying because it looks like I just kind of stopped at a certain point organizing it. But yeah, no, flat out, I don't even have Sonic 3 here, so, and I should probably put that in its place. Just, yeah, 'cause it's not even that far off. Alright, hang on. Let's see if I can dig it up. 'Cause I need to be mindful. nothing for Sonic 3. Nothing for Sonic the Hedgehog 3. Okay. Yeah, alright, let's see if we can bring it up. If you will let me. There we go. Did I really not add this to the freaking playlist? Can you please work? Yeah, we totally didn't. What to do to fix that? There we go. Wow, wow, wow. Okay. Now I just need to make sure that's in position. And what about you? Is that in order? Yeah, that's in order. Okay. Then we just open here. When you're ready, we will commence. And then, is that, okay, and I just need to reset that, do I? Should also organize the, when your E3 demo needs become wants, or wants become needs. Because, yeah, I won't play that because that is actually evil. But yeah, I should also organize that, so that's in a yeah, date accurate order. So when actually was that? Oh fuck me, that was actually a long time ago. God damn, that actually, I thought that was more recent. That was 2019. That explains why the video hasn't aged well as far as the stuff I show on the TV. Okay. Say no more, say no more. So if it, okay. So if it's December 2019, when could that roughly go? Where does that slot next to? It wouldn't be too far away from the future of the OVA dub, I believe, because that was, or was it? Actually, no, that was the end of 2020. I'm looking for the end of 2019. Because, yes, the Sia thing, that was 2020, I believe. The movie itself was 2020. Patching the Rern DLC was at the end of 2019, I think. And the Homing Evolution was the start of 2020, so I think it should go between there, if I'm getting that right. Am I getting that right? Okay, here we go. So the, oh shit, that was actually, ooh, wow, that's closer than I thought. I knew it was closer to the end of the year, but I didn't realize it was also December. Okay, so December 2nd versus December 12th. Yep, we're good. We're all good. And then for the evolution analysis, that was February 8th. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8 not bad, considering I'm going based off of memory. Yeah, alright. God damn it. This was yeah. I don't even know what to call it. Not even an experience. It was silly. Couldn't even hold off till April to put it out. Righty. Yeah, alright. Because to kind of give like a very brief demonstration of how silly and stupid this video is. Which for some reason is slow. Hello? You good? You wanna like add on our fucking work?
Okay guys, so this is how you get the E3 demo. You just want to be like, alright, so then we have the E3 this, what we're gonna do is take it out, put it in the 360, and then we have the demo. Not just...
Yeah, it's just stupid. Really stupid. But I also started tapping into the green screen effects. Because I can't even remember where it is, but there absolutely is a jump scare, and I react to the jump scare too. It's like, what the fuck was I thinking? Because this is 2019, it very much, yeah, was missing a shitload of stuff. You can already tell that it doesn't even have like the gradient, the item capsule animations, you know, obviously not there. Loading animation, I don't even think we had like the raw like layers enabled at this point, so that would have been a loading screen instead of being all animated, and it's like, what the freak? Patches, you know, we didn't even really have patches at this point, because 2020 was really when patches started to occur and they started to become the norm and happen and really take off. So oh yeah, and I checked this in because, yeah, makes it more relevant, right? Wait, there's a jump scare somewhere around here. I can't remember where it is, but it's so weird because I did this even in the Rivals video. I was like pointing to the tech demo crates. Okay, I think it's coming up somewhere around here. Oh shit! Not even sure that too. Again, gotta commend the editing because it's like, you know, it combines a lot of things together. I think there is, what the fuck? I don't remember showing that. What is happening? What?
Exploration.
Oh my god. Christ. I forgot about this shit. Oh my god. Pain. Yep. But yeah, I haven't seen this since I essentially made it, and it was just, ugh. It's supposed to be stupid. Oh yeah, again, I gotta commend the editing, because that is the E3 demo, and I've totally put that in to make it look like it's on the TV. So, for sure. Considering that, you know, again, I only just started to get acquainted with Final Cut Pro in like late 2018, 2019-ish, so Yeah.
You get through the demo, this really is the tech demo.
This fucking Shire. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, it was full of stupid. It was absolutely full of stupid. But, it was absolutely the point of it at the same time. I think for sure I would have been better off holding off 4 months and posting on the first day of a month. But yeah, oh well. Yes, that was whatever that was. Anyway,
you guys back here. Keep recycler. So, we're back. Patches of 2022. There's not exactly a whole lot to cover today, at least as far as patches go, which is primarily the main reason why I'd also like to cover some mods that are released. It might come across as something as minor as just an animation slot, but in my opinion, I do feel it is worth covering. With that said, let's go over all the patches for starters. Kind of like some of the patches I covered last year. I'm only basing this off of the footage that we've received. So yeah, what we have received does indeed look like a spin dash for Shatter, very similar to that of Gear 6. I'd even go as far as to say the puzzles even look like they were made for a Shatter spin dash. The thing that I really find impressive about this patch is how you can actually spin dash across walls, areas where you would normally wall run, and only wall run. Because if you try this with Sonic, it would just cancel it and go into a tripping state and prevent you from spin dashing across. Of course, Gear 6 is a remake, so you can't all spin dash across, but that's what I find so impressive about this patch. We are in the original, and yet we have got a patch that allows us to spin dash across wall runs, areas where you normally run. The only thing that looks like it could be improved upon is the spin kick out of the spin dash. Do this with Sonic, you'll obviously see the momentum from the spin dash carrier to the spin kick. Do this with Shadow with this patch, it just looks like it goes to an idle spin kick. So it looks to me that it just needs to be pointed to the spin kick when you're removed rather than the idle spin kick. Because otherwise I'd say this is a pretty flawless patch. Spin kick. So this one I actually really was not expecting at all. If memory serves, Desco has stated in the past that restoring the E3 spin kick should be impossible. And while I'm not like a huge fan of the idea of the spin kick automatically slowing down regardless of your speed, I am still very glad that this has been recreated, be it for the sake of recreating the E3 demo, or just in general, to be able to try what the E3 demo did, to document what the E3 demo did. Because I remember trying to get footage from my E3 explanation video, and there was frighteningly little footage around of that spin kick. I remember when there was another patch before this that was similar in behavior, trying to slow down the current spin kick, and I managed to trace the code to affect Shadow as well, so I was pretty confident that if we ever did get an E3 accurate spin kick to slow down, we probably could tell it to also affect Shadow, and well, sure enough, this patch does also affect Shadow. Again, I'm not like a big super fan of this patch, I can totally see why they changed this. I'm just grateful that we do have something from the E3 demo recreated, and quite flawlessly. With that said, as far as Verse 6 enhances and fixes go in the original, I'm always open to the idea of being able to release the analog upon spin kicking, and that causing the spin kick to slow down. Again, similar to that of how Gear 6 has handled it. I'm not sure if that is what they wanted to achieve, but still, can't help but wonder.
Camera.
More like trailer camera, holy cow. I wish I recorded my reaction to when we got this, because I could not stop laughing to how ridiculous.
So it's pretty obvious that that was reported separately, because I just go from, you know, almost monotone sounding to just full of immersion and reaction. Because yeah, this was very much reordered. I can't remember the exact order that it was done, but there came a point where I decided I gotta organize this a bit better. I gotta have it so we go from patches to mods instead of mods to patches, or mods and patches as it was before. So that kind of does, through those lenses, become increasingly obvious to why it comes off that way in the final.
It is the fact that this camera was even left in the first place in the code. Like, I mean, is there any more red flags to indicate that, hey, this is kind of a prototype and not what they intended to release? This is so insane to me that, like, they really did leave so much in. It really is just becoming more apparent that this very clearly is not supposed to be the game that was meant to be released. And, like, the simple fact that they removed a lot of this stuff in the PS3 version, being a version of the game that came later, giving them time to remove elements, even fix small elements, I'm not telling you, man. This is a prototype. Like, for real, if this much can be achieved, then, you know, free camera exploration, leaving Sonic idle, I believe that's possible now. I believe a full skybox rotation and lighting progression in real time can be achieved, like cycling it manually. I was already mildly convinced that we could probably get it from debug mode to Sonic and Sonic to debug mode, but now after this, it's like, yeah, well, what more can we break? What more secrets can we find from this never-ending rabbit hole of stuff that we can find in the game that's unused, left in, left over? But man, I don't even know what to say anymore. Obviously, having something like this is not going to fix the game by having it, but even so, just knowing that we can frickin' play the game with the camera settings and controls that, you know, those that Sonic Team had and were using to literally create the trailer clips for the game. Enough said.
Day night cycle.
So for better or worse, this kind of is starting to turn into a bit of a pattern where we are seeing patches, but the patches itself aren't actually released. So like Shatter's Pink Pick, I can only base this off of the videos that we've seen, and based off of what we have seen, yeah, it does look pretty damn flawless. It certainly does have progression, that's for sure. I'm not sure if the intention here is to make it as
See, this is another reason to why the patches of 23 also didn't occur, because this started to become the norm of basically just private patches or patches that just, weren't being shared, or, they were being achieved, seen as clips, but not actually sharing the offset for people to install it. And it just felt like, well, what's the freaking point, you know? Yeah, sure, I can update the public about what's the state of it, that it's been achieved and all that, but, you know, well, like, you know, it just feels like we were being left out, you know, in a lot of ways. So I didn't really feel the need to make a video when I couldn't really review it properly. Because when you really break it down, most of the stuff up to this point is my raw reaction and review and analysis of what's been done. So take away my ability to try that out. Yeah, sure, I'm kind of still reacting to it, but it's just not the same. I can't really find all the intricate details that are, you know, either right or wrong with whatever's been done. So that's just super dismotivating to me.
To the tech demo, or if it's just to get any form of progression. Because
so I to this day, I have not tried this patch. I don't. If this could be fake for all I know. That's where I'm at. I still haven't tried this.
If we are going for accuracy, I'd say maybe the lighting could be a bit tweaked here and there for say dusk or nighttime. But if we're just going for the progression, then yeah, it has been achieved. I wish I could say more, but again, it's hard to say because I haven't tried it because it hasn't been released.
Fixed shields.
So like, not only does the unused green shield take damage in a way where you not only have invincibility frames when you take damage, but you also fall over like you would normally if you didn't have a shield on.
But wait, there's more.
No, not just that, but it also applies to the yellow gem shield.
But wait, there's more.
Go back to the green shield. Collecting that item box now plays the original sound effect that it was supposed to play.
But wait, there's even more.
If you get the gauge up item box, that too also plays its sound it was supposed to play. What's happening? This is almost scaring me how much is being done. This is really happening. The game is literally being fixed yearly. Like at this rate, we could probably create custom item boxes, like, I don't know, for example, getting the best of both worlds with the one-ups, having the E3 version and the retail version, and creating a difference between the two, because, say with the texture in E3, it has 2 hours, making that a 2-up instead of a 1-up, and the retail a 1-up. I'm really, like, dead serious. We could probably do that if we really wanted to. And I don't know, maybe I'm just getting ahead of myself, because of how much stuff that was originally intended is being restored. But like seriously, this is just insane. I am struggling to think of like major things that need to be improved upon as far as what the original was intending to achieve. Like really, Homing Smash and Silver's speed up upgrade is really all that comes to mind. I've heard people mention maturity for Shadow, and what, maybe having the purple gem grow and shrink, if that's even going to affect the hitbox, and what, maybe blue gem can do damage. Yeah, sure, there's plenty of like demo states that could be implemented to the retail version, but aside from them being very unfinished and very minor, like I said, I'm trying to think of something major here. Okay, I view the demo states as something major, but I'm talking about majority here. Actually, I have to think about it for like a seriously long time. But no, seriously, the only major thing I could think of that could be achieved, as far as patches go, is restoring the elements where you would be able to, well, in Blaze's words,
use my power. Press the Y button to wrap me in flames. If you use your psychokinesis to grab me, you should be able to launch a powerful attack. I'll go all out too. Use my flames as much as you want.
Like, I'll have to double check this, but I don't recall ever seeing an unused animation to convey that they were cooperating together. Yeah, really, I don't recall some kind of collaborative animation. Then again, I didn't put them together, but from what I remember, I don't recall running into anything, but again, I'll have to double check that. But yeah, I have no idea how much of that code could potentially still be there, unused. But really, that is like the only major thing that comes to mind, and it may very well not even be restorable. It might just be a case of, hey, we need to create the custom code ourselves. And you know, by the time Silver's release will drop, I'm sure Tier 6 will have it if it's not going to be intertwined with the bosses.
You have to use my power to stop it before it's fired, or use your power to grab it. Ha! My flame can penetrate anything!
Back on topic though, it's really, really satisfying to have objects behaving the way they were supposed to as far as the sound design goes. It's very gratifying. But even for the shield's behavior to actually bounce back when you take damage, that could have been as simple as, you know, bounce back, and as soon as you get up, you're fine. You know, kind of like Max Speed Sonic, it's like animation specific. But the fact that even more than that, we've got the invincibility frames afterward is just, it is flawless. And to demonstrate my point even further, I'm going to steer you guys to the usage of the yellow gem in the It's No Use boss battle. I never really used the yellow gem in this boss for so many years, because for one thing, you don't have the yellow gem in the story when you're going through this, or you don't know how to use gems. But even when you get gems and go into this boss, you don't think to use it. It's not like a natural thing that you think, oh yeah, well that'll work. But let's suppose that you're really wanting to experiment with the gems in the boss. If you use the yellow gem in this boss, you get It's No Use, you get thrown. What happens? You lose your shield, but you still take damage. Even though I knew it did nothing. I thought for the sake of this video I would test it out in at least a few stages. And to my surprise, if you use the yellow gem now in the silver boss, you get thrown. You lose your shield, and oh snap, you don't lose your rings, you don't take damage. Wow, the boss battle is actually interesting now. Like, with this patch, I'd go as far as to say, hey, let's start putting some shield item boxes in the boss.
And I think that actually did happen in LOS, I believe. I think there is shields to pick up in, like, the boxes or something like that.
Like that is how big of a difference this is making to this boss alone. So the fact that this applies to not just the normal shield, but even the yellow gem, it's like, oh man, I don't know what to say. I am very impressed with this one. I hope now that invincibility states can be tampered with in the way they have with these power-ups, I'm hoping that perhaps the snowboard gameplay and Max Speed Sonic's invincibility frames could be looked into a little bit, because, yeah, they probably need more work than anything right now. Because, yeah, you don't have invincibility frames as soon as your animation ends for both characters. Even after the damage animation plays, it should still have the invincibility frames even after that state is finished. But yeah, after this yellow gem and normal shield patch, having invincibility frames after that, I'm certain something similar can be achieved for giving it to Max Speed Sonic and Snowboard Sonic.
Holding screen.
Okay, this was very unexpected. Not only is it the Xbox Live Arcade version ported to retail, but it even does something that the Xbox Live Arcade version doesn't do. And that's actually using the mission logo, the one from Mission 3, because instead, it actually uses text in the Xbox Live Arcade demo. So to see the E3 accurate mission, including the rest of it, just within the retail build, is pretty darn impressive. I just wish that we could hold the logos for the stages in the E3 style, because the only versions we got with the Cairo font are just the Kingdom Valley and Crisis City logos, the ones from E3. But even then, the ones we received were technically used for the results screen on that stripy box, because otherwise the bigger scale and better quality versions, the ones that were actually used in the loading screens, were never found in the files that we have received. At best, we could put in place the unused stage logos that were found in the Xbox Live Arcade files, which pretty much is how the E3 demo did handle the logos. The only real difference here is that it's a different font. The thing I really like about this is it's not just placed the sprites on screen, it literally has the opening animation for as you enter a stage, not to mention the animation of the class above and below the stage logo. My only minor critique is that, like the opening animation, this doesn't actually have the closing animation that E3 has. Well, I say closing, but really it's more like another opening animation. So I mean, really with E3, the sprites really do separate as if it's opening up to gameplay as the background fades in. But here, instead it kind of just vanishes into the black screen as it fades into gameplay. I mean, don't get me wrong, it certainly does work the way it is. It'd just be nice if we could eventually get it to be even more E3 accurate. Still, in the meantime, I'm quite fine with what we have received. Issue complete. Okay, for real, holy crap. To clarify, there were absolutely no sprites at all whatsoever in the retail files unused, nor the Xbox Live Arcade demo files unused. The sprite work is rebuilt from the ground up, and the animation is rebuilt from the ground up. So with that said, to have it this accurate, like, forgive me for freaking out, but this is freaking amazing. PR6 Squad can never stop praising that. In all fairness, compared to retail, compared to the original, we are comparing it to a fan game that's being developed in Unity, something that has a lot more freedom, and because of which, a much easier range to recreate things, even to the quality of it being considered flawless. But to do that on the original game, now, this is something I'm very, very surprised about, and can only say I have great respect for what went into the recreation of this sprite mod. From what I can gather with how the original E3 demo used the original mission completed screen, it appears to have been its own sprite file, because as I'm sure a lot of you guys already know, at the end of a stage when you go and touch the goal ring, gameplay would actually freeze as you touch the ring and you hear the sound. Then of course as it unfreezes it does load in the result screen and all the sprites and stuff. Now compare this to E3, that lag is gone as soon as you touch the goal ring because it now plays the mission completed screen. Does that mean the lag is completely gone? No, the lag does actually still occur right before it loads all the result screen stuff. So long story short, the lag before the results screen is to do with the results screen only, which is basically why it lags in both E3 and retail, of course, just taking place at different times. This is why it leads me to believe that if we ever were to receive the E3 demo and look at its files, I do strongly believe that the original mission completed sprites have its own file, or XNCP to be specific, an XNCP separate to the results screen. With all that said, I have no idea if this is possible to somehow copy all this data to its own custom and new XNCP file, and tell that to basically, yeah, play that before the results screen as you touch the goal ring. Because if we do compare this recreation to the real deal, we can still see that it still does have the lag as you touch the goal ring, as opposed to E3 not having a lag when you touch the goal ring. Of course, this really isn't an issue at all. I'm only really pointing it out for documented purposes, so we know the differences between E3, retail, or the mod. And speaking of differences, because of what I just pointed out, with the flawless recreation of the mission completed animation being a part of the result screen XNCP file, as a result, this does actually have the first window sound of the result screen playing as the mission completed animation plays, instead of for the first window that's brought up, and because of which, as a result, that window now has no sound, since it's already played earlier. when in E3 I'm almost certain that there is absolutely no result sounds in the mission completed, mainly because the goal ring sound is supposed to be played for the mission completed. With that all said, does that affect the animation recreation and how flawless it is? No, absolutely not. On the contrary, I'd love to see more. I'd love to see if it's possible to get the retail font version that's in PS6 implemented to the original, or even the damaged version. But seriously, just because the lag doesn't take place the way it does in E3, and just because the sound plays earlier rather than later, or because it's not a separate file, really does not affect this mod at all. I'm still absolutely blown away that we do actually have this in the original, be it the demo or retail.
That's the thing, if we ever did get the E3 demo, we could just copy paste the file. So, you know, for now we've got the recreation, which is scarily accurate to the real deal. So, you know, I'd be very eager to see like the actual file and how it actually compares. If like, is there any stretching issues, or is it just because it looks flawless? It really, really does. So I'm very curious. Same for the E3 HUD. I think I'm actually more curious about that than I am the mission completed, to be honest, because I know that the mission completed is more accurate than the E3 UI is. I think more so in color than in position or positioning. Well, positioning's certainly a lot better than it used to be, that's for damn sure. But I think the color, there'd be a very interesting difference in the color for the two different UIs. The recreation versus the real deal.
Hey, look, Key, I'm starting to get a little that some out there are starting to think that this, specifically this, is just PS6 animation ported to retail when no, it's in the retail files, like everything. To an extent, I can kind of see why, because it's like, well, you know, PS6 did it first, and you know, PS6 has custom animations, and I think this is why people want an animation customization for those that aren't a fan for the custom animations and want just the retail and unused retail animations. But yes, this Omega hovering animation is in fact an animation that was first played for Omega when hovering in the original. So naturally, I'm glad that we have this in the original. It's freaking amazing. I'm hoping something similar could be done for Sonic's homing recovery animation, transitioning from the homing after state to the falling state or falling animation. Because if you check the boss's animations, or Sonic and Shadow, after doing the homing flip, do transition from their recovery animation to the falling animation. And I believe even Sonic Next did this for Sonic. Hashtag PS6 win. Yeah, hopefully in the same way this slot was enabled for Omega. Yeah, hopefully something can be done for both Sonic and Shadow, or even the rest of the homing type characters, be it Blaze or Knuckles. Animation. Yeah, speaking of PS6, it's actually good. For the longest time, I had the teleport dash animation playing for the stage, and oh my. I knew it sucked, you guys knew it sucked, and there was nothing I could do about it.
And there's nothing you can do about it.
And then PS6 came along and was like, hey, you guys remember Generations? Well, you know, yeah, play as it. Play it, use it. I was like, oh, that's great, because it's on the original model and we have no way to put it in the original. Great. But now, thankfully, we have it in the original. Which, oh man, I am so glad about this one. But I always distinctly remember thinking or imagining, like, what if we did actually get the animation ported to the original? What would happen? Because, like, really, it's one thing to enable an extra slot, and believe me, that's a big one thing. But it's another when you already have an extra slot, but your animation is being played twice. So, in a sense, thankfully, Silver does have the same animation played twice for both a jogging animation and the top running animation. Many believe this is where the running speed increase upgrade that was planned for Silver would have come into play, giving him his own top run animation and, of course, speed as well.
I mean, the fact that, you know, Gens even uses the unused sound that Silver has in the 6 files, it also has a little hover animation when it's close to the ground, you know.
Which is why, for the longest time, imagining this PS6 animation in the original, while it sounded great and all in theory, I could see exactly what we got as far as we got the animation, but we wouldn't have the ESP Psychokinesis shader applied to the run state in animation. And for some time that was the case. But you know what, it didn't really bother me as much as I think it did others. Just the mere presence of the animation in the original was enough to make me go, well, at least it looks a million times better than how it was, where Silver was almost clipping into the ground with that animation that I had before. So, to know that we are at a level of modding where we can actually tell the freaking game to apply the shader to that state and animation, like, that is unbelievable to me. I was not expecting that at all. I was ready to say, no, that probably will never happen. And I think the reason why I felt this way was that it would almost have to behave as a type of glow, something that wouldn't affect when Silver does his psychokinesis, be it grabbing an object or preparing to do like a slap or a stun, because I was fearful if that were to happen, it would like almost double the layer of the ESP shader, thus making Silver like glow even more so and making it look a bit weird because of how bright it is. But for one thing, it doesn't even noticeably do that. But even more than that, custom Silver models that don't have the shading programmed into the XNO model can and will appear on the model, because it basically bypasses what the model says which shaders it can and can't use. And like I said, this is like a level of modding that makes me believe now that we can definitely recreate the E3 hint shader, just based on the premise that this much could be achieved. So yeah, not only do we have the PS6 animation ported to retail, but we've even gone as far as to tell the game, hey, enable the psychokinesis shader on this state. And I mean, that's just freaking unbelievable. And some people even said, okay, but what about the sound effects for running? Because there's still the footsteps there, so, you know, what's the deal there? It's almost like the first few mods that existed for 6 with the super mod, where you had footsteps playing for a flying animation with the supers. And lo and behold, there's also a way to get rid of those sound effects too. So it's like, whoa, we have done like 3 freaking huge milestones here, and I'm losing my mind that all of this stuff has happened within a year, within 6 months. You know, like, this is insane. I am convinced that the E3 hint shader can be recreated with its glow, especially looking into how the shaders affect the keys when you collect them, and how that kind of makes it look like the E3 hint shader glow. Now, this is just speculation, but I do have a theory that this sound effect that is unused for 6 was intended to be used for the speed up upgrade. With that said, I'm not really sure if we should implement this sound for this, having it sort of behave as a type of, almost like the tail sound when you reach top speed, likewise Omega. Because at least that would be some form of sound, I guess, when you get to top speed. I don't know. The name of the sound is PSI Move, Psychokinesis Move. I don't know. What do you guys think? Let me know down below. Seriously, big props to everyone involved with this mod. I am speechless.
John DeRado.
So this was very unexpected. To my understanding, this is not a patch. This is just as simple as telling the sprite work, hey, you know this object? Yeah, like, kind of glow when you get closer to that. Huh. Sprite work, hey. So this was very unexpected. To my understanding, this is not a patch. This is just as simple as telling the sprite work, hey,
I don't think it's a patch, but I also am selling it to be something original when I don't believe that is the case. I believe this actually is an unused XNCP that has been put to use. Yeah, I didn't see this when this dropped, so I do kind of feel a little bit out of the loop with this. It might actually be something custom, but conversely it might also not be, and I feel like I am missing a big amount of context in regards to this. But I think I do recall again hearing that this was like something accessed through the Shuriken tool, and because of which I think it actually is that there is some legitimacy.
You know, this object? Yeah, like, kind of glow when you get closer to that. Huh. It really is just as simple as switching it between a grey key sprite, a yellow when you get mildly close, and a red when you're super duper close. I haven't actually gotten a chance to install this p3.5 yet. Yeah, I'd very much like to. I don't know if I missed the file and dropped or what, but for that reason I am only basing this off the footage that I have seen. Yeah, the fact that we are yet again another step closer to an SA game, something that essentially is becoming more and more like an SA3. And while, to my knowledge, there were no plans, no noticeable evident plans of them wanting to implement a radar, I'm still certain that, you know, had they had the time, postponed the game, I'm certain they would have implemented it. But it is a bit strange that, again, from what I've seen, there was no signs that they were looking into doing this. But then, you know, rush game's a rush game. The only thing I will critique with this mod is it would be great if in the future we could somehow get the silver and shadow character gradients to affect the radar box, because at the moment it just sticks with the Sonic style gradient. Very minor, doesn't need to be done, but it'd be great if possible. And with that, we're up to date for 2023. Bit of a short video in comparison to last year.
Well, you know, that's kind of what happens when I do full demo main menu coverage, so...
With that said, I thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed and had a wonderful Christmas. Big thank you to everyone that's contributed to patching and modding Earth 6 to be a better, more enjoyable game. Same for you guys that support the work that goes into it. Let me know what you guys are hanging out for next year's patches. And yeah, until next time. That will
fuck dick suckers.
Yeah, see you all next time. Peace.
That's all I'll say about that for now. Thus concludes the trilogy of patch videos. Again, I probably could have done more, but it just... the patches seem to become very non-existent after 2022. And like I said, even to the stuff that was seen and not playable, it wasn't very motivating to want to continue, you know? And on top of that, I had enough on my plate to just be like, yeah, well, I've still got the stuff I want to do with the Shadow review and the TGS video. So, yeah, I need a break. Because, you know, trying to juggle the patch videos with each respective channel trailer back then, whew. Oh my gosh, it was hell. It was just really frustrating and annoying. And that's why pretty much every time I was late, on both points. But yeah. Anyway, is there anything else we're gonna do? I think we're good. Oh yeah, right, because that was to bring Sonic 3 in. Now that we have Sonic 3. Yep. Put that to use. Where does that go? That would, because that would have been, when would that have been? That would have been, because the movie came out December, so it would have been mid-year-ish. And then that came out, yeah, at the end of the year. And then, like full on, like a year later, we then did the Star Wars thing. So I think that's accurate. If I'm getting that right. Yeah, we're not too far away. I'm tempted to skip over the re-reacting. Because if I don't, it will definitely be the double speed, but yeah.
Hey guys, Volcano the Bat here, a Gyrocycler. So, I actually have no idea what to expect. This is my reaction to all of this. I got some comments telling me that the beta opening cutscene, opening and ending shots were found, basically, courtesy of a user named Windy. Now, unfortunately, when it comes to 06, I'm unbelievably skeptical, because, I mean, aside from the fact that it's 06, we haven't exactly got any builds that are complete. All we can really accomplish with the game is either mods or recreations. And compared to 10 years ago, that's a freaking huge milestone. But anything pre-retail is I'm very skeptical, which I hope most of you can understand. So I actually have no idea what to expect going into this, because all I know is that there was a trailer in the past that had an opening shot that was very different to the final, and it was pretty much silence after that. We couldn't find any better versions of the trailer, and I'm still looking for that even to this day. But a few months ago, we did find template covers of 06, and one or two of them did actually include a high-quality shot of this beta opening cutscene shot. And as amazing as that was, and as much as it did freak me out, especially in the moment, it was just a shot. So I don't know if this is going to include it. I'd like to think so, but for all I know, this could be the prototype version that Blur released, I think, a few years after the game had released. And all that really had was just Bella Hudson as Elise instead of Isabelle. So I don't know if we're going to get that version, but it's in high quality, or if this is going to include the trailer shot. I don't know, but that's pretty much where I am with knowledge and information, so I am going to jump into this now, and we'll play it from there. So okay, just opened it. I'm going to go ahead and press play right now. Okay, so it is the prototype version, because I recognize the sound design. And there's the Blur Studio watermark at the bottom left. Just going to turn it down a bit. Yeah, there's those beautiful unreleased shots. Very similar to the final shots in the final last episode cutscene, but it is different. I originally thought it was the same, but you know, it is different. Fun fact, this is actually the Galaxy Quest soundtrack that's playing right now. Same for this one coming up here, the little procedural one.
Yeah, I actually did cut something from this, because I did make a mistake.
It was flash forwarded?
Regarding the final cutscene's music.
This is great. It could be wrong, but there might be a bit of change in the placement of the audio clips, dialogue clips. This soundtrack's from Chronicles of Riddick. Obviously, yeah, the sound design is a bit incomplete too. Just putting in a file before. So that's interesting too. I knew this was the emerald was present in the version that was already uploaded, a bit lower quality, but yeah, the cast emerald is still blue, light blue, but not green like the trailer.
Yeah, we still have yet to find.
And also notice what Sonic says when he goes up to Elise. He says, "I'm Sonic." No, I'm Sonic. Sonic the Hedgehog, like in retail, coming up in a few seconds. Right now. And you also notice that there's no lip sync there too for Sonic the Hedgehog, which didn't change in the final, so you have a bit of ADR and no lip sync at all. They kind of get away with it because how dark it is, but still.
I finally found it. The Needle's Trigger.
And then it fades out a lot sooner in this version compared to retail if you compare it. Interesting, huh? So, it's amazing, it's beautiful, wonderful that we have a raw, high-quality version of the prototype version of Blur. That is amazing. I was hoping a version like that still existed, and that definitely is something to cross off the to acquire and to document list. However, the search does go on for what I now consider to be the beta version, because a lot of people are calling this the beta version, and I must admit I have called this the beta version in the past, when, yeah, it's what I downloaded, it's titled the prototype version. The versions that have been uploaded for the past decade have been titled the prototype version, so in my mind now, it is the prototype version. What I would title the beta version is the one that we see in the trailers, which, I mean, to be fair, there are two versions in the trailer. There's the one that has the alternate opening shot, and there is the version that we got in the E3 and X5 Arcade trailer, which has, it's most known for having the silver scene riggers found in the Illustrator, and using Crisis City, though, that's the biggest difference. Yeah, we still have yet to find that version. But like I said, there appears to be two different versions of that beta version, if you will, because the very, very first trailer of the game that we have in air quality has, like I said, an opening shot that is very different to the final, and it is a different shot to what appears in the Xbox Live Arcade and E3 trailer as well, so that's the biggest difference between, to make it easier, we'll call the alternate opening shot Beta 1, and we'll call the one that appears in every other trailer Beta 2. So in that light, we still have yet to get both Beta 1 and Beta 2, because to be crystal clear on this, the difference between Beta 1 and Beta 2 is Beta 2 does not have the alternate shot that we have in mech quality. Beta 1 and Beta 2 both have the silver in Crisis City pre-rendered cutscene by Blood Studio finding Sonic, or supposedly finding Sonic when he says his infamous found him in the blind.
In another scene, we get to see Silver looking at Crisis City, glaring at something or someone specific, as he says, "I finally found it." The Illustrator.
Beta 2 does also differ from Beta 1 with that same scene. However, the difference is that in Beta 1, Silver is more silhouetted, because I believe it was the very first trailer that was ever made for the game. It was more of a teaser than a trailer, which would explain why Silver was more silhouetted. It's unclear when this teaser trailer, or Beta 1, when that dropped, but the fact that Beta 2 does reveal Silver in that same shot, and also replaces the alternate opening shot from pretty much the E3 trailer all the way up to the Xbox Live Arcade trailer. It's very interesting, and I do hope that eventually we do get both Beta 1 and Beta 2. That would be amazing. Like I said, the search still goes on. I'm still looking to this day for Beta 1, the trailer, because I do strongly believe that teaser trailer was somewhere released. I refuse to believe that it was, just, here's this teaser trailer on the Sonic site, and that was its only form of documentation. Because the thing is, the fact of the matter is that pretty much every version of that teaser trailer that has ever existed online has only ever existed in bad quality, as I've mentioned. But what's so interesting about Beta 1 is that the title of the trailer is called PS3. So the tricky thing is that the PS3 it wasn't publicly available at this point, so it's hard to really say, well, okay, if it was the first trailer or teaser that released of 06, it's hard to say if it had released in a magazine or a demo, because, like I said, the PS3 it wasn't public at that point. It was like almost a whole year before that. So it is very strange, and it's for that reason very hard to find a lead on when this trailer released and where it could possibly be around now. Anyway, please forgive my rambling. I do hope that the knowledge has informed at least some of you, but without any more delays, let's jump in now to the ending cutscene. A bit of warning before I click play. A lot of people don't seem to know this, but I have actually posted this trailer already. I'll link that in the description if you have missed that. So this also won't really be a reaction from me, because I have already seen this. Unfortunately, I didn't record my reaction at the time, because I didn't really know what I was getting myself into when I found it. With that said, I am still going to press play, and I'm going to press play right now. I think if I found the soundtrack. I think I did, if I did, I actually can't remember where it's from. It might be in Galaxy Quest again. But I don't remember the panel. I remember the quiet track in this was Galaxy Quest. I said this before, but it's just so refreshing to see these cutscenes with their proper lighting, without all the darkness going on like in the retail version. It is a great pity that we didn't get this in the final. Yeah, this is from Galaxy Quest. I think that's Lazy Sugar. That's a different take. That's interesting they did have Lazy's takes in some delayed fireworks. A bit delayed though. I think it's probably more accurate to real life, but they did change that though. That's such an awesome final shot. I always connected that to the first shot of Unleashed, where he's Super Sonic flying in space. I always thought that was a nice way to connect the two games, even if it isn't canon. Yeah, so again, really not all that much to go off of, at least from my reaction, because like I said, I have seen both of these already, but it is amazing to see these in top and full quality. So yeah, I am really glad I covered this, mainly because I can give a bit more context to what I knew going into this, and also to kind of give you guys a bit of an update with what I know, and where the search goes on for the other versions of these scenes, or these cutscenes from Blood Studio. So yeah, the search does still go on for Beta 1 and 2, but the main thing is that we do have the top quality for the prototype versions for the opening and closing cutscenes of 06. So with that is going to wrap it up for today's video, so thank you guys so much for watching. Hope you all enjoyed and learned something out of this. Big thank you to Real Sonic Videos and Windy Get More for this. And yeah, till next time, have a good one, stay safe, and I'll catch you all next time. Peace.
What the hell was that? Y'all see that? Don't know what that was about. Blasted with some kind of prompty thingy. Don't think I didn't see it. He saw it. Wasn't part of the video though, was it? I don't know what it was. Weird. Very weird. Whatever. Oh yeah, right, this. It's like, again, another unnecessarily long video.
Something right. Mark up. Try from the consistency or the differences between all the different logos, because this particular one's pretty sharp.
And again, this is like,
the non-sharp one, the non-sharp logo.
I'm not in this house anymore.
The trailers and soundtrack.
So we really didn't get to see much of this house. We saw a couple of camera captured shots when I was showing some of the stuff in the Shatter Gear 6 review. But this is like the only time that we actually get to see the TV from this house.
These are probably the best trailers I've ever been released.
Well, common trailers.
They just have like very bright blues, like bright greens, bright yellow oranges. Yeah, just I really like the color scheme they have for all the rooms. Just past that halfway point now. Of course, if there's no smoke, I can't play right now. So I've got controls set up. That's what the software currently got when it's connected to the TV. So that's what we're doing with it. Let now. Oh shit. Oh yeah, it's like a sound stuff. That's. Oh man, I'm actually kind of freaking out. Like I said, there it is, black GM. Black treble. Interesting. Aside from the fact that I was really shocked how fast that loaded just to save screen. It is really good. Okay, I gotta get the control.
Sounds delayed.
Ooh, yeah. Okay. And just like that. We are playing an emulated PS3 version of Sonic 06 on Steam Deck. Interesting. It is pretty much exactly how I expected it to turn out.
The pain of it all. So this is, I mean, it's kind of, if you know what to listen for, that is dubbed, massively dubbed, because obviously, yeah, you can't hear me. And I thought, yeah, what the heck, it's a good opportunity to use the raw cutscene audio, no voices, which I just so happen to have recorded around this time point. So I thought, yeah, what the heck. And I think I wanted to experiment.
That's about what to expect from the videos I've seen. Yeah, the speed, stability is all that, just kind of rendering all properly, consistently. I was surprised how good the quality actually looks, because simulation of multi actually does look pretty difficult. So getting right to people in the corners is the... Because I need to see where I'm going.
So there's the contrast right there of how the cutscene actually sounds on the TV compared to the editing I just did, so I'm kind of glad I left a bit of both.
On that deal, probably thing. It's pretty fast for the most part. It's still slow, but it's not linear fast, but it's not fast enough. I think that was the only group tension was done. Maybe one more step. There you go. Yeah, sorry to look at that first shot. Yeah, I look at the camera way too often. I'm quite much used to the 360's version. Yeah, wow, that's fast. There you go. And that's the end. I'll save on whatever and resume from there. Okay. There we go. Let's say we get back on course. If we can. I like how it only works when other people are around. It works just me. I'm dependentless. I'm honest and competitive. How is it possible that I can hit the Xbox button? But not through it? Yeah, I can do that. I can't extract how much is a parrot. Parrot? What's it? I'll be back. So that just means I just have to make do. Good thing I saved. Didn't think I'd be quitting so soon, alright? Alright, actually. Yeah, I really am surprised how fast it just immediately boots into a loading screen before a cutscene or gameplay to the next loading screen. It's surprising, I am surprised about that. Okay, here we are. Not really slow down. Not as much of this. Yeah, have a look at this. Good thing I played this enough, huh? Unfortunately, too, with the occasional visual glitches, it certainly does help, even if a little. But if I can do that one, a bit more visual, I think. Because I guess anybody that's played this kind of knows what I'm trying to do. That's close. Yeah, no, just play it safe now. Yeah, I am surprised that even though the visuals are glitched, it's not like the lock-on or anything physical in gameplay is glitching. I am very surprised about that. It's good, actually. I prefer it this way rather than consistent visuals and inconsistent hitboxes and collision and all that, as bizarre as that might sound. Okay, where am I? Yeah, I'm down. Okay, guillotine roll. Ooh, just missed those spikes. Okay, I know where I am. Here you go, spring wide. Yep, okay. I'm still not used to this whole thing. I don't think I'm ever really get used to that. Resetting camera. Let's see if I can land this. Nice. Thankfully I can stand like that because I don't have it down. I'd be surprised if I messed this up. No, I didn't, it's great. That is the way. I didn't steer too much there. Oof. Yeah, low-key, I can work with this. I played a bit too much of the game to know what to expect. Wow, so even the emulator is affected by lighting change there. Interesting. Yeah, demo too long. This is a weird skip. It's hard to get when you don't know the timing, so you can't see that visual cue type of thing, or just the visual in general. It's hard to get a good grasp. I will try though. Show it way off. See, that's when you get to really see where you're going there. Could have played it safe there, but I do like that shortcut. Compiling shields. I was going to disable that because I mean, look, gonna get annoying after a while. Missed what I told you. Notice it at least. See, if I do this fast, I start. Okay. Okay. Not too much there, I think. Oh, no, I did make it. Zero. Okay. Holy shit. I'm actually not going to do the thing. I'm going to flip the switch. I'm going to try to at least. Where I am. There we go. There we go. Let's go. Because I mean, I don't know how often that's going to happen if I'm going to get that shortcut if I fail to fly here. So, I'll play it safe there. It's actually kind of makes it more interesting. Oh man. Rings. Where did you go, Rings? Yeah, I see that one. So once you're running for a while, you know that you're kind of out of bounds almost. Pull the line out of bounds. There you go. There you go. There you go. And then now jump panel. There you go. I'll hit the jump panel here, I think. And oh shit, I got. Yeah, I know where I am. Yeah, I got the helmet sooner than I thought. No, I'm gonna try it. Yeah, I'm gonna jump over the jump panels this time now. See if that makes a difference. Yep, no. I kind of do drop this up to me playing ones a bit too often because for real, I actually haven't played 3.6 for quite a while actually. Shame because like I know there's a life that I could have rinse and repeat getting, but again it's rinse and repeating trying to get it consistently. And I'm just not good. Okay, so I think I'm going to need to turn a bit more. I think that's what's kind of screwing up. Okay, there we go. Still life, not a zero. Hey, looking good, man. Okay, there we go. There we go. Oh god, I could taste it. I was like so close to that duck. Oh man, almighty. Okay, that's good. It loads very fast into the menu. I can do that. I am confident I can beat the stage. The issue is lives. So I mean, well, even then I know lives technically aren't an issue because I know how to farm a life, you know, enough to kind of keep going. The issue is getting to that life and starting over. And I think I'm going to mess up, but still flashing. Really controllers there. The thing that really surprises me, I think, is the particles because like they are in very peculiar locations. Locations I wasn't really expecting. There you go. Yeah, okay, I'm good. I'm good now. Now I know where I am. Like it was just getting the light dash, which helps guide me through the stage. I'll just left this. There we go. I might have this. Oh. I ran right past the loop. I was afraid I was going to miss it, and I ended up missing it because I was afraid I was going to miss it. And then I thought I knew everything. Yep. Come on, we'll do this one. I'm so close. I'm going to do it again, aren't I? Yeah. Rings. Damn it. I hate when it happens because like I am on track, but if you just are a little bit out of the range of the light dash, you can just click past the dock if you're too worried you don't make the ramp. Oh, don't do this game. You're doing so well. Okay, that's our first audio glitch. Interestingly. Here. Just need a light dash. That's my biggest. Okay, now I am. Oh, I saw the rings too. I went too far to the left, which is why I got the freaking silver medal then. And then I tried to redirect it by going to the right, and then I went too far to the right. Okay, let's just take some nice and slower. Assist, he does that. No, not again. Alright, back here. Back here. Again, we just need to make the final loop. That's as simple as that. Come on. Hey, buddy, don't be dumb. Okay, so I think I need to go a bit more to the left when I do that, because I saw the robots there. Okay, here we go, let's try again.
The things we do for views, huh?
Oof, rings.
Is what I would like
hey,
to say.
Oh, let's go. Right,
if this
yeah,
fucking did wow!
Stay on track, please. Thank you. There's that. Come on, there you go. Now on track. I can work with this. Just make the final loop, please, and it'll be good. Okay, take cool.
I have no idea what happened there. Yeah, without doubt, it's easily my kryptonite so far. Yeah, but you're right too, right? Freaking end of the damn stage. Yeah, it's an interesting thought. If I don't mess up too much, I can actually get lives back and potentially level 100 rings. Okay, you know, don't die. Good luck. Here we go. Should start very well. It was weird because I got a weird collision thing. I thought I made it. No, up here, unfortunately, because I didn't start very well. Okay, so that confirms, because I know what happened then. I went to the left, basically, because I didn't steer roll just then. First, I missed the loop, it was to my right. I hit the part of the loop that comes back down once it loops. Basically, rode the collision all the way up, and went back onto the loop. But because I entered it way far on the right, it basically flung me off. You should have sent me left. Yeah, that does confirm to me that I was right with the last try of the visual on the loop. I do have to actually steer a little bit to the right. So if we get back onto the left, I do have to go at least a little bit to the right. It's frustrating because the amount of time that I'm just flat out too far to the right. It's annoying. But, maybe I'm doing something right. I'm not very close to doing it. Now it's doing it. Okay, let me go so far so good. Get this one up this time. Yeah, as long as I'm slow enough to start over, I should be able to get this eventually. There. I'm gonna just pause it like this. What did I bloody hit? Okay. There we go, I think we got the loop. Okay, no, yeah, flying off please. Yo, we freaking did it! Whoa! It's a fucking miracle. Hell yeah. Yeah, at least I had some visual cues there. Well, not cues, but just visuals to kind of help guide me. I also have a gold medal. So that's what a gold medal screen looks like without a gold medal. I only could have found that out with modding, but somehow I never tried that. But let's go, we actually freaking did it.
From the Rivals videos.
Yeah, I think I could use the visuals on robots to kind of tell if I was too far to the left or right. And I was pretty well aligned there anyway, so I might have still made it. Had I not steered to the left after that last pause. All that for that. It's interesting, even though so much that's glitching and not loading in properly, I can still see that the shaders for the cutscene are very much not the 360 shaders, and it's loading the way PS3 is, telling it to load. I'm not sure why it does that, if it's just the way PS3 handles it. But there is a very, very clear difference. Definitely not so much in this video, but if you compare the actual PS3 and 360 version 6 with its cutscenes, and even the gameplay and menu, I think you will begin to notice a difference, be it in the way gradients look in the menu, to the way shaders look in gameplay, be it for literal gameplay in level stages, or cutscenes. So yeah, interesting. But yeah, anyway, that is going to wrap it up for this video. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Till next time. Again, let me know if you guys want to see more of this. I'm struggling to play the game that I've grown up with and try to complete the game, be it this campaign or the others. And yeah, thanks again. Have a good one. Stay safe. And yeah, I'm out for now. Peace out, guys.
Yikes. Yeah, I don't know if I don't feel like that needed to be posted, but I don't know. I think it was an experimental video to see what the reception would roughly be like, but yeah. What's this? How to play is Naruto? What is this? Oh, this one. Yeah, this is actually pretty good. It's the... Yeah, I remember Cyclone actually being pretty happy with the result of this one, which is pretty cool.
AKA Cycler. So, how did... You guys walking in the back here, AKA Cycler. So, how did I get here? If you're someone that's been playing Rise of a Ninja like myself for a while now, to get to what we're seeing right now is pretty difficult. There have been fluke moments where you might be able to clip through the floor and see this endless void of stuff. But that's the thing, you basically clip through the floor, and after a fixed amount of time of falling, you do end up respawning back to where you were before the clip. So getting here is one thing, but how did I get here while being frozen? And in such a crafty animation I might, because basically doing a story fight crashes the game. Because, you see, they basically treat Battle Naruto as a different Naruto to the overworld Naruto, which I guess does make sense since they want to treat it as if it really is another character. Fortunately, I was able to record all this footage of me doing it, so let me show you how exactly I did this. So at this point in the story, we're basically doing the bell test, or more so a teamwork test in this game. So what you want to do is do everything normally, talk to Sakura to trigger Kakashi's appearance, then still doing everything normally, you want to battle and defeat her. But as soon as you finish that battle, you want to get prepared to do something a little fast. When you finish the battle and you get the "you win" message after you defeat Sakura, you want to quickly cycle through all of Kakashi's dialogue, and after doing so, you'll be able to move for a few seconds. In this time, quickly talk to Kakashi and trigger a fight. You basically are trying to get into a fight before the "you have defeated Sakura" mission update goes away. It is pretty precise to pull off, I must admit, and it definitely did take me a few tries to get it, even upon replaying this on the Steam Deck a few years later. If you've done this right, it'll basically give you this tutorial within the fight, and after you close out of it, it will enter a fight within a fight. You can still hear Kakashi fighting in the load screen, and you can even see where Kakashi was when it finishes loading. Kakashi's health and chakra are also still shown, despite his hitbox and AI now being disabled. Swapped over to Sasuke's. I could be wrong, but I do believe Sasuke's AI occasionally gets confused with there being more characters on screen, to the point he even pauses for a few seconds. Probably a bit unsurprising, but even Jutsu don't affect Kakashi.
I must admit, yeah, it was pretty
Despite this outcome, Sasuke still has a
refreshing.
health bar and can be defeated, luckily. Probably behind Kakashi's if I were to guess.
It was
if you look
pretty
closely,
refreshing
Sasuke
to
is
do
slightly
another
outside
Rise
the
of a
narrative.
Ninja video,
I do
talk
believe the
video.
glitch assisting this. My theory is that the more
Because
characters that are
last
on
time I
screen,
did
the
one of
weaker the
these
illusion
was
of the
like
barrier. This will explain why in this game
2017,
you don't have the ability to switch to
2018-ish.
two other amiibos. When in Broken Bond, we eventually did get two amiibos to switch to.
Actually, no.
I was actually able
I
to
think
explore this
2019.
for about a couple of hours on Steam Deck playthrough, so...
I mean, either
check that
way,
video out. Just
it
check the
certainly had been a while, so it was cool to come back
this
and
video
do
is
something like
definitely
this.
because while there certainly are some interesting results, this one I haven't actually been able to replicate on Steam Deck, which makes me wonder if it is just an emulator thing or a console thing, because to be clear, all this footage was recorded on a console. When you defeat Sasuke, after you cycle through all the dialogue, the gameplay should feel very different. Also something to note, the sounds for mission updates are out of sync because the game is now slower than normal, due to using a different gameplay type. Right now, gameplay should feel very different. I'm actually holding down the analog stick in every direction, but I'm still not moving. You may also notice that I currently can't save or load, and instead have the combo and jutsu lists, when I'm only meant to view this in battle mode. Even this menu is slower than normal. So, since I can't move, I'll have to jump in order to move, which thankfully enters an auto-run state if you land still having momentum. But despite being in an auto-run state, I still can't turn, so the only way you'll be able to steer is while jumping. It's a very strange form of gameplay, but that's how they programmed Battle Naruto. And to be fair, Battle Naruto was programmed for 2D gameplay, not 3D. I guess it does make sense. Certainly, you definitely get some fancy results with this gameplay. This took me a number of attempts to get the gold coin, but I'll just skip to it now. Same type of thing happened when I tried to get back to Konoha and I had to jump over the water. But that aside, if you know the animations well, right now you may notice certain idle animations are different. It isn't looping, so I do think this was just a one-off, so it's hard to say for sure if this was supposed to be an idle animation, or if I just made the previous animation freeze on this idle state. But you actually can get Battle Naruto's idle animation in this gameplay, so that's pretty neat to see in the overworld. Surprisingly, you can't use jutsu or combos as this Naruto. I guess it's disabled when out of battle mode? It's a bit bizarre, because I mean, yeah, why can't Battle Naruto do jutsu? Because he can during battle, and okay, sure, I don't have a lot of jutsu at this point in the story, but I should still be able to do Shadow Clone Jutsu or Sex Jutsu. Yeah, very, very strange. That said though, I did check out what happens if you enter a tree reaction sequence with this Naruto through mods, and sadly nothing's different. So if you're wondering what happens if you go and speak to Sakura and Sasuke to trigger the Kakashi fight, simply put, it will crash when it tries to return you after the fight is over. I guess it just can't load certain mission updates as Battle Naruto. That's the only thing I can think of anyway. It probably doesn't look it, but to guide Naruto to go straight during a jump is really difficult. I must admit, I was pretty fortunate to get back to this part of the village. For real, the Steam Deck playthrough took a really long time. Finally made it. Also, hey, Nap decided to show up. Maybe I'm just mistaking it, but I could swear sometimes he even runs faster than normal Naruto. To recap, keep in mind, the game is now slower than normal because we're playing against Battle Naruto in the overworld. It's times like these where I really wish I could try this out with the sprint in case he went even faster than the normal sprint. But sad to say, it seems like the glitch is only able to be performed at this point in the story. Ah well. The main thing is we made it back to the village now. Looks like having ramen doesn't change anything to this gameplay style. I really wanted to experiment to see just what exactly would change, what wouldn't change, just in case. Because this is essentially a character swap, even if we are still playing as Naruto.
Now, this actually is another case of me coming back and essentially doing a redo of an old video, because when I originally recorded this footage, I put it out as a video tutorial with text, basically saying everything that I'm saying now in commentary. So I am glad that I came back to redo it, but yeah, I certainly did go through a phase where I was just done.
Interesting he's still running during the talking stage. To be fair, I've only pulled this glitch off twice, but yeah, I guess that just goes to show how not used to this I really am, even to this day. Here we are. Now we have the idle during battle animation. It actually looks pretty good seeing him from the back like this. I kinda wish it was used during the overworld gameplay, perhaps during cutscenes, especially if the battle's about to trigger. Ah well. It's no secret that this game didn't exactly get to use everything that it wanted to. Conqueror was apparent.
Which is fucking hilarious, because I'm pretty sure that animation actually is used in the in-game cutscenes, but yet I'm making it sound like it was never used.
Voiced.
At least in the overworld.
Udon had renders for dialogue. Even the little mini arc where Moeka gets kidnapped. The bandit design that we ended up getting is just a cliche bandit that we have to battle before and after this point in the story. But originally, it was supposed to have a more unique design. I'd love to get into full-on modding for this game eventually, but sad to say there really is no community here. I am growing a small community in the Discord server if you guys want to join that, but I think at this point, the only way this is going to attract others is if these games get backwards compatibility, or the emulation gets 1-to-1, if not better. Rise of a Ninja is pretty damn close. When I performed this glitch on Xenia, I was playing on a Steam Deck and I played through the entire game. I'd say about 99% of the game was flawless. There was just one time where the textures started to slightly glitch in the village, but really aside from that, pretty much for the entire game, even past the story, everything was flawless. But it wasn't as fast as I was expecting it to be for loading screens or slowdown even. I don't know if that's a testament to how good this game was and ahead of its time it was, but anyway.
I'm very, very tempted to put together a dub for the entire game and to basically make all the characters' voices sound consistent with each other, and to basically fix all the characters that have different voices. So characters like Iruka, the third Hokage, definitely fucking Jiraiya. Anybody that just sounds out of place. Ebisu, Konohamaru, Moegi. Yeah, it's a lot of work for sure. A bit of a commitment if I do commit to it, but it is on my mind for sure, because it's just, it does harm the game as much as I hate to say it, having the voice talent that we ended up getting in 2007.
I low-key want to pay Silent Warrior, who's a great modder of many games, to crack all the formats for both Rise of the Ninja and Broken Bond, because if we could start up a modding community here, holy crap, that would be my dream come true. Because I feel like there really is a lot of potential in this and Broken Bond to be even more faithful to the source material. Heck, it might even be possible to get a Shippuden tale through these games. And again, that really would be a dream come true if I could see that day come. Anyway, back to the topic. Now we basically want to talk to Iruka to start a match. I'll skip over this battle, because it really isn't that different. Although with that said, I do want to point out Kakashi is still watching over us. Well, kinda. See, when I replicated this glitch on the Steam Deck, with all the footage that I recorded, every time, Kakashi was not there. But anyway. And with that, here we are now. The Endless Void. I can't jump out of this state. I literally can only move the camera, bring up the map, or pause. That's all. But if you want to move around as normal Naruto again, you just have to save and load back in to fix that. Which, sad to say, does mean that you won't get to play as Battle Naruto again unless you're able to replicate the glitch. But even then, you can't play as Battle Naruto outside of this point in the story. At least now you guys know how to roam free as Battle Naruto. I welcome anyone if they want to try to experiment with this glitch. Feel free to join the Discord server and post your results. I might try to get this later in the game one day when you unlock the double jump.
Yeah, I said that on purpose actually, because I came close to saying feel free to post the results or comment the results in the comment section, but again, who cares? Nobody cares. Not really. You know, it's like, oh, you did a thing, you did a glitch, you're out of bounds. Ah, cool. Okay, bye. You know, nobody really cares, and I have to accept that, and I have to kind of almost go through like a rinse and repeat process of like, look, this is just the state of things. It will very quickly change if these games ever do get like a PC port or a recompiled edition. I mentioned it in the video, but I don't even think backwards compatibility would massively change the community numbers, to be completely honest. I think it really would have to be like a Steam port, a recompiled port, or some massive breakthrough into modding these games that would really reignite any kind of attention or any kind of audience, basically. So till then, nobody cares, not really. It's just the state of things, and that's just unfortunately how it is.
But for right now, it really does seem like this glitch can only be performed at this point in the story. Hopefully that isn't true.
So it really did.
But for right now, that's all I've got for today, guys.
Unnecessary.
So thank you for watching. Hope you all enjoyed.
Yeah.
Until next time, have a good one. Stay
Post
safe.
in the
And I'll
comments.
see you all next time, guys.
Not post in the comments. If anything, it might have encouraged people to join the server to see if anybody did post their results. Yeah, again, it is what it is. Still waiting for competition on Broken Bond speedruns. I'm still the only one. I am still the only one speedrunning Naruto the Broken Bond. I just find that ironic that, you know, considering people make such a loud buzz about Broken Bond being the better game compared to Rise of a Ninja, I do think it is pretty telling that Rise of a Ninja has competition. Broken Bond does not. I'm the only runner speedrunning Broken Bond. Rise of a Ninja, I at least have 2 other competitors that, okay, albeit haven't ran the game in a while, but at least have submitted something to SRC. At least if you go there now, visually speaking, yes, there is submissions there. Yes, there is competition there. But yeah, no, cannot say that at all for Broken Bond. Right. So what was this one? This was... Oh yeah, for the new deets. Which does remind me, yeah, I think something I should bring up if I can. Ooh, I don't know. Where the fuck would that video be? Oh, where would that video be? Where, do pray tell, would that video be? Would it be on my MacBook? Would it be on the iMac? I genuinely do not remember. Is that it? Please tell me that's it. No, that's not it. Oh, hang on, I think I might know where it might be. Where am I going over here? My only problem is there's so much shit in this fucking folder. Would it be here? I remember saving it, and I remember putting it in a place where I'd be like, okay, there it is. Come back to it every once in a while and be like, ooh, what's good? Should be a folder for it if I recall correctly. Because alternatively, so I genuinely don't know what I'm name-wise looking for. Would it be this? What's this? Aha! Yep! Gotcha! Nice! Excellent. Excellent. Okay, I think back that up, because that is a pathetic name. It's literally just titled Sonic.mp4. Oh. Okay, yeah. Have I, or have I not, backed that up to the folder, the necessary folder with all the other documentation. Yay or nay? Yay, I think. Yeah, I think that is correct, because yeah, definitely, there we go. Excellent. Excellent! Okay. Like, I am actually really tempted to make, like, even a short video talking about this, acknowledging this, shouting out the user that, linked this to me. Because, this is a pretty big deal here. But I'll play the video that this is in relations to, and then I will play the thing that changed from the course of this video to the thing that was linked.
While I'm related to this video, I just wanted to say happy anniversary to 2006. Yeah, at this time, 5 years ago, Demo 1 actually went out. I still remember it like it was yesterday. And because I was trying to push the E3 explanation video around the same time, it's amazing to see just how far we've come in 5 years for Demo 1 days. Back then, we literally only had 2 stages for Sonic. Now we have Sonic Silver and Shadows campaigns with the last episode and boss release on the horizon. So yeah, happy anniversary, Chaos. And here's the next 5 years.
I really hate how it does that. It's like, it says, oh, well, it's, you know, it's 1.25, but it's clearly 2 times.
I'll make this video to basically clear up some things. By itself, I thought, well, it doesn't really warrant its own video, but with these together, I do think this works as one. When we got the E3 trailer in the 25th anniversary soundtrack disc, while we didn't actually get the real E3 trailer that was played at the convention, we did get a trailer that was official. What we got was basically an English trailer played at a later convention, but to my understanding, it definitely wasn't the E3 trailer. So the second thing I wanted to address is in regards to a music video I posted on the soundtrack channel a while ago. You may have heard this music on the 06 2005 teaser of the game. Because this is what mainly got it over a few K views back in the day. But after the video went out, I quickly realized that this is in fact not the music that was used in the in-game teaser. The real track has yet to see the light of day, which is why I'm actually working on a bit of a remake for that track. I can't promise that it'll be finished anytime soon, but depending on the results of other projects that I've seen in the works, I might speed things up. But it wasn't just for that reason that I unlisted the video. Back then I wasn't sure if I should put the 06 logo on the video since it isn't exactly 06 music, but it was dubbed on top of 06 footage. So back then especially I really was going through a bit of an existential crisis whether or not I should have the logo or shouldn't have the logo. And if I didn't use the logo, what to use instead. In retrospect, looking back on that, I still wouldn't have put the Microsoft logo on, so long as it is clear that it is from the Microsoft presentation back in 05. And ever since the full Overdrive music has been released, I have been sure to make that clear in the videos I've posted. But with all that said, I still do see the occasional upload by other YouTubers stating that this Microsoft music was the official music for the 06 2005 teaser, which couldn't be more further from the truth. As I said, it was dubbed on top of the footage, but it definitely was not the in-game music for that teaser. Elements certainly are similar with the drums specifically, so I can kind of understand why for that reason the 2 tracks are being seen as the same, especially with the dubbed footage being the more popular in views. But yeah, to be crystal clear on that, the Overdrive music was merely stock music Microsoft used for their upcoming games in 2005 and 6. The real Sonic 06 2005 teaser music has never been released and has yet to see the light of day. To really distinguish between the 2 tracks, when Sonic's being fired at by the egg gun, this is the Microsoft presentation music. And this is the real 06 2005 teaser music. For me, I just look out for the Here We Go Again sample that's used in Wave Ocean as well. Because I guess that to me really does cement the fact that it was composed by someone that worked on 06, as opposed to, while epic drum music. Nothing that sounds like it was directly from the game. So yeah, I hope that clears that up. For the third and final thing I wanted to talk about, lately I have been revisiting a lot of my old videos to either update them in titles, descriptions, adding them to playlists, all that stuff, and I came across a comparison I made a few years back regarding the beta version of the opening cutscene, the prototype version of the opening cutscene, and the final version. But what caught my eye on this was the fact that I actually called the now prototype the template version, and another version the prototype. So in retrospect, with me re-reacting to the prototype version video, dubbing the trailer version of the opening cutscene as Beta 1 and Beta 2, how does that fit into the context of this comparison I made a while ago? So okay, Beta 1 has the alternate opening shot. The same version has a green chaos symbol that at least holds different takes for Sonic Man lines, Sonic in a fiery environment looking at the camera, and a silhouette silver. Beta 2 has the final opening shot with the subtitle The City of Water Soliana, which also has some very mildly different lights in the background. Beta 2 has the green chaos symbol that at least holds compared to a light blue later on, and the same version we still haven't received footage for. While it does show a scene of Silver non-silhouetted in Crisis City, I'm pretty certain now that there's a different cutscene, because I believe Beta 2's version of Silver finding Sonic in the opening cutscene would have looked like this. Now, I thought I was tripping when I first saw this, but then when I compared it to how literally any other version of this scene looks in the final or the prototype, there is no guardrail. This might seem ridiculous.
So that is the real bombshell for this video. Because I remember coming across those screenshots and thinking, what the fuck does that look different? And then when I compared it, I really lost my mind and realizing, what the fuck? What the hell? There is a fucking guardrail in one of these versions of the opening cutscene that we don't even seem to have footage for.
Mostly minor to most, and fair enough in which case. But to me, this totally cracks the case of Beta 2 being different to any of the versions after, be they a template or prototype. My belief is that Beta 2 has this version of Silver finding Sonic with the guardrail in front of him. Whether he says I finally found him, the illustrator, or not, remains to be seen for the same scene but in Crisis City, especially since he literally has no lip sync, but the subtitles are still there. Now you might be asking, if Beta 2 has the guardrail in front of Silver at the end of the opening cutscene, is Silver supposedly finding Sonic in Crisis City non-silhouetted still a part of Beta 2? For now, I'm going to say that it is, but definitely take it with a grain of salt as far as it being a part of the same cutscene goes, because there is certainly a good possibility that it could very likely be an alternate version of Silver's opening cutscene, but in which case I would still title that as Beta 2 and the silhouetted version Beta 1. So, to recap, to make it as crystal clear as possible, Beta 1, alternate opening shot, different takes for Eggman's lines, a green chaos symbol that at least has instead of light blue, Sonic in a fiery environment, silhouette silver. Beta 2, semi-final opening shot with Soliana subtitle, more notable lights in the background, different takes for Eggman's lines, green chaos symbol, Sonic in a fiery environment, and a guardrail in front of Silver, as well as the non-silhouetted Silver in Crisis City, whether that's a separate cutscene or not. Prototype version, no subtitles on the opening shot, new extended shots showing the gondola and the dancers, the bottom left below studio watermark, Galaxy Quest music, no Iblis flash forward scene, Bella Hudson as Elise's light blue chaos emerald, I'm Sonic as opposed to I'm Sonic the Hedgehog, and a non-guardrail building with Silver finding Sonic fading out much sooner compared to the final. That is still being titled the prototype version, but an even later version that's not the final version, I'm now dubbing as the template version. This is actually a very rare version of the cutscene. I only found one copy of this on YouTube, so it kind of is rare, even though it pretty much is the same version as the prototype. But for this, it pretty much is the same deal, same opening shot, Galaxy Quest music.
So yeah, my dumbass did not freaking back up this file, and I have yet to come across it again, and I don't know if I still have it anymore since editing this video. Go figure, huh? Yeah, that's, I don't know how that happened, because seriously, it just, like within a month or two after this video going out, I just seem to completely miss wherever the hell it was downloaded, and it's like, what the hell? How do you lose that? I'm very much someone that does not delete my resources even years after I finished editing a video. So I don't know how the fuck I lost that copy. But, because on paper I should still have it, I just don't know where the bloody hell it is and what name it's under.
No extended shots of the dancer in the big gondola, a much bigger below studio watermark at the bottom right, still no Iblis flash forward scene, still Bella Hudson for Elise, still a light blue emerald, still no Sonic the Hedgehog dialogue, just the I'm Sonic as opposed to I'm Sonic the Hedgehog, and because this is more closest to the final version, also no guardrail for the building that Silver's on where he finds Sonic, and like the prototype, this also fades out sooner compared to the final. So yeah, that is the template version. Pretty much the exact same as the prototype version, but you can see how we're starting to get even a little closer to the final. And then of course the final itself. Darker lighting, dimmed lights, no extended shots, Iblis flash forward to the future, Lacey ship there as Elise, light blue chaos emerald, I'm Sonic the Hedgehog, no guardrail where Silver finds Sonic, and a much longer final scene before the fade out. So, finally with that all said and done, I really hope that clears up these new pieces of development, if you will. It's not exactly a whole lot of amazing news, but like I said, I just wanted to kind of make things a bit more crystal clear in case people go back and watch my old videos and get confused. I think I'll probably redo the comparison eventually, because unlike other videos where I can just edit out where I say beta when it should be saying prototype, and vice versa, this literally has the text falsely saying template rather prototype, and prototype rather template, and on top of that the editing is a little bit messy, and on top of all of that, there's no audio from the cutscenes itself, it's just all being dubbed and published with music. I also wasn't a fan of the fact that it kind of just played everything from start to finish instead of really comparing each individual scene. I mean, it did its job for when it was released initially, but I still would like to go back and have all the scenes directly compared to. I really do hope in the future we do get a better quality version of the template version of the opening cutscene. Same for Beta 2 or Beta 1, but I think at this point there's probably more chances of us getting either Beta 2 or more sort of template version. If we ever do tap into the territory of either Beta 1 or 2, I'm still going to view that as a gold mine. And that shouldn't take away from the template version if we ever do get that. But obviously, yeah, there's a lot more meat to it, more content that hasn't been documented fully with Beta 1 and 2, not to mention a whole lot of scenes that haven't been revealed in those versions of the opening cutscenes. But I really am still curious about the whole Silver in Crisis City versus Silver finding Sonic in Soliana. Looking at the final version of Crisis City that we got, as far as the setting goes, I could buy that that would take place immediately right after Silver's in Crisis City in Beta 1 and 2. That lighting just seems to fit. It's as if it was made for it. Whereas the final version of Silver's opening cutscene that we got, I could almost buy that that would merge into Flame Core in a sense, because of how far he warps into the horizon. But of course, more realistically, how PR6 has done it, transitioning to a nighttime version of Crisis City instead. But that's the thing, because we didn't get that, because we got a more daytime or sunset-esque version of Crisis City, not just from E3 but all the way to the final, I really can't help but wonder if the pre-rendered cutscene version of Silver in Crisis City was meant to transition to the Crisis City that we got in the final. And if so, was he really looking for Sonic at one point? Could we have potentially gotten Mephiles in Low Studio fashion? Because let that sink in for a second, we've never actually seen Low Studio pre-rendered Mephiles. Every time we see him in a video cutscene, he's pre-rendered either by Sonic Team or in-game recorded on the PC version, again by Sonic Team. Anyway, sidetracking aside, I hope that clears up everything regarding all different versions of the opening cutscene. Same for the music regarding the TGS5 teaser of the game. Thank you guys for watching, hope you enjoyed. Till next time, have a good one, stay safe, and I'll see you all next time. Peace.
I think something I maybe should have pointed out that I did not regarding the guardrail shot or shots is that they are very much indeed shots and not there's no footage or when I came across them, it was all just the screenshots, and I just thought, man, alright, is there any chance that we could ever see a version of the opening cutscene that does have the guardrails used? And that's kind of, sort of what I was trying to, I guess, allude to, or try to imply with everything I was talking about regarding the guardrail cutscene, whether it's Beta 2 or not. But yeah, since the video, I have been reached out to by a fan, and I do think for sure I will be making a video in regards to it to shout them out for sharing it, because holy crap, it's not working is what it is doing. Can we work again, please? Thank you. Can we work again, please? Why? I've got the fucking cursor here, I'm clicking and I can't do my commandness. Alright. Let's try this again. Is it this one or is it this one? Because that's the PS3 one, is it? Oh no, it's not. Okay, so this is the one. Are we all good? Just I can't do it. It won't let me. How about if I do? You good? I wonder if my keyboard's like running long battery, because it kept on prompting it. It appears to be, but are you not the leader? Are we talking? It was a while ago. Nah, yeah, you're fine. Okay. Yeah, and are we good? We are good. Okay. Try now.
Sonic the Hedgehog is back. to battle an old adversary.
You must give me your Chaos Emerald.
And a new enemy. Now, you'll need some.
Oh, look at that!
I finally found him. The Iblis Trigger.
And from the ultimate life form.
There's an SOS coming from Dr. Eggman's base.
Understood. Initiating the mission now.
It's a next-gen adventure. But this time, speed won't be enough.
Oh.
Sonic the Hedgehog.
Now that is a trailer if I've ever seen one. How we got all those other ones, those constant re-uploads of the same old freaking one of
Sonic the Hedgehog is back, and he's never been faster. Racing through a fantastic realm, battling awesome enemies. Like,
shut up every time. How do we get a mass amount of re-uploads of that trailer and none of this? None of this at all. But yeah, this is packed with shit. You know, all of these Blur Studio cutscenes are essentially early versions, right? Just from different ways of how it's lit. More so for the opening cutscene for sure. But it is important to keep it in mind, especially for the opening cutscenes of Shadow and Silver's story too. For sure. But as promised, yeah, and even like the in-game clips, it's like, this is literally like the review version footage, the environment video stuff, you know? It's like, oh shit, it actually made it into a freaking trailer. How the frick about that? And, you know, one of my gripes about the trailers for the game is that it never used any of the in-game cutscenes. And albeit this isn't exactly in-game, because it is a video, but it's still using the in-game models, and it obviously was in-game on the PC version that they recorded. But that made it into a trailer. So that's good enough for me, even if of all the freaking cutscenes they picked the one where the fucking gauge is coming throughout the hologram. But hey, at least it got used. At least, you know, one of those types of cutscenes got used in a trailer, because I always thought, yeah, how come they didn't reveal much of the story? It's like, were they like super keen on restricting stuff? Because seriously. And again, yeah, more environment videos, environment clips from the trailer. And oh, look at that! It's a fucking guardrail in front of Silver! Huh! How about that? Take that! So yeah, like, I think I ought to set up a comparison for sure. Just in case the animation is different, because it's absolutely possible. It low-key does look a little bit different. I don't know how different it actually is, because we have to keep in mind that this is actually the earliest clip, the earliest version of Silver clenching his fist in the opening cutscene's context, because again, I don't count the one where he does it in Crisis City, because he's in Crisis City, and that really does, he's not talking in that animation, so as far as I'm concerned, that really is a different cutscene, even though it's the same type of animation. So this really is the earliest version of that infamous, I finally found him. So I'd be very curious to compare it and see if the animation is identical and they just nuked the guardrail, or if there's something else at play. I don't know, but I am very grateful for that being shared, and I will absolutely shout them out when I get around to making a video debunking this trailer a bit more. But yeah, this is, again, we have to remember that even these scenes are early versions of Silver's opening cutscene, which is good to know, because it's more clues to how this potentially could or could not merge with the Silver shot where he clenches his fist in Crisis City. Because I always thought, well, if there is a chance that there was some deleted scenes and shots in Silver's opening cutscene, could it be possible that him clenching his fist was maybe connected to his opening cutscene? It didn't take place at nighttime and instead took place in a more sunset type of setting, just like him clenching his fist in Crisis City. Did it just have a different lighting setting, and it was like a startup scene or shot to show him like what the daily life for Silver the Hedgehog is before he starts levitating off into the distance, into the city, and then we cue what we're seeing now. Maybe. I still could buy that, but the setting is very much nighttime here. The setting is very much dusk-like for the clenching fist in Crisis City shot, so I still don't really think I'm fully sold on that idea that it had an extended shot. But at the same time, trying to imagine, the shot as its own cutscene is hard to imagine, because for it to be its own cutscene, there would have to be so much more that we haven't seen, and that partially does seem to be the case given Sonic, because there's two shots of Sonic, right, when he's got a close-up. Something tells me that it could be something as basic and simple and small as what was done with Shadow in his game, because it starts off with him kind of having a nice quiet moment. He walks a little bit, it cuts to some close-ups of him, and he's thinking about the past, and that's pretty much all there is to it. There is some flashbacks obviously in there, but in the grand scheme of things, nothing massive really happens in terms of anything in the present moment. So conversely, that could very possibly have been what happened with Silver. He walks forward a few steps, looks at the distance, clenches his fist, vowing to do something about his future, to prevent it or to stop it. And again, I can almost see him thinking, I was told by a mysterious time traveler that the Iblis trigger caused this destruction, and I would stop him no matter what. And it would cut to Sonic, in a fiery kind of environment, and we get the shots that we get, maybe some other shots we haven't seen, to stitch it back to that second Sonic shot before it cuts back to the present, with maybe Silver levitating off screen or something like that. It could be something as small and basic as that. That could really just be the gist of it. But it still would be enough to fill in the gaps of, oh, okay, so that's how Silver's story actually started. Maybe. Because through those lenses, I could buy Silver going into Crisis City, and then after the Crisis City stage, then almost going into the cutscene that we ended up getting after you complete the stage, where he goes, "This world was devastated before I was born," and then Blaze emerges. He's appeared again, speeds off into the distance, and then cut to the in-game cutscene of him finding Iblis. Come on, you monster! And then cue the boss. I could actually see that being the original progression of his story. I really, really could. But we still need more evidence. That's just my prediction or potential idea. Ooh, wow, yeah, you really can see a lot more here with this lighting. Again, these are slightly earlier versions we have to keep in mind, and you can tell because of how much more brighter the lighting is, and it's super interesting to see. Same here. Well, I say that, not really. That's still a Sonic Team pre-rendered cutscene. But still fascinating to see. Yeah, the lighting is unmistakably different there for that one. That looks mostly the same, but I don't doubt that there's differences for sure. It has to be. At least something going on. Yeah, again, I can see the color difference. It's almost got like this bronze kind of filter. It's not ideal in my opinion, but it still beats the fucking absolute darkness of the retail lens. Same here, I don't know what's going on here, but I can tell that the lighting is different here too. So again, fascinating stuff. Very fascinating stuff. Yeah, I'd be very curious to compare the animation. Even that looks a bit different. But it could just be the lighting all around. And again, cool. This is really cool because we get a full-on complete animation, because this was used in the Xbox Live trailer, but then it fades from that into gameplay. But instead for this, we get the background fade, which just feels like, oh shit, that might have been the title reveal at the end of a cutscene to boot you into the game. Because we didn't get the full animation before, but now we do. So yeah, we can totally use that as reference going forward. Oh, beautiful. I've been missing that for a long time, many years. So yes, I think I will be doing a video on that at some point.
Hey guys, welcome to the bat here, aka Juracycler. Sorry.
So this is the first video I believe I did in this house, and yeah, you can really fucking tell with the quality of the mic.
This time, 10 years ago, my very first video actually went out on YouTube. Well, I say first video, but really, you've already seen my 10th anniversary YouTube channel video. It's no secret that I have already posted videos before this. But while I did have the motivation to get into doing YouTube videos, the real driving force back in 2011 was actually my friend wanting to film Cheats on CS. So while they were definitely some fun and collaborative experiences, this video really does mark my very first video that was uploaded to YouTube, being independent. In fact, I was so independent that I wanted to try to record everything all in one take. This is actually something I did mention in that other video I just mentioned. But yeah, I really did have a tendency to try to record everything back in the day. And yeah, this first video is no exception. I'm trying to remember now if I did do multiple takes. I think I might have, but if I had any of those filmed, they're definitely gone now. Because I pretty much all files that I had on my iPad that I recorded that on. So what's the premise of this first video? It's obviously Naruto Major title. Naruto is working on 2008, and Naruto Rising Ninja 2007. Ultimate Glitches. And I'm noticing upon looking at the thumbnail that, yeah, just I currently don't even show that much gameplay on the screen, as you'll soon see. I will zoom in a little closer so it's a bit more like what the thumbnail is suggesting, but only after you guys get a perspective of how it actually is. In fact, yeah, it was so bad that I did have a comment on it saying, oh god, I was like, whoa, okay, I didn't know what it is. And I just thought, out of curiosity, what kind of content is the people complaining about this covering? Do they have their own Rising Ninja content? And I just thought, you son of a hypocrite. The chat had footage coverage of Broken Bond, only what you were showing was covered through a camera. And I just thought, oh my goodness, this is literally my first independent YouTube video, and I'm dealing with hypocrites from the get-go. So back then especially, I was very nervous to even consider covering this content, because I very much wanted to, but knew that the game was despised quite thoroughly. With that said, I am going to react to this 10-year-old video now and see how well it holds up, if it holds at all, and brace myself for the cringe, because I'm sure it's going to be some. So yeah, with that all said, I'm going to go ahead and press play right now.
I'm going to be playing Broken Bond, and after that, I'm going to be playing reason why is because I've got some really good keys to show you guys. You can do this on Broken Bond and Rising Ninja. It's really hard enough on Rising Ninja than it is on Broken Bond.
So already I'm noticing just little things that I wouldn't say. And you have to keep in mind too, I was growing up in a time in a place that was very different to how it is for me now. I was going through high school at this point, and I was surrounded by people that there was a whole lot of kids that just swore a lot, at least in my school. So I don't know if there's gonna be a story here, but we'll soon see. Yeah, just something to keep in mind.
Okay. My Broken Bond's a lot different to Rising Ninja. And looks like I'm going to show you can do this a lot.
Oh man, I like how I make it out as if, oh, I've got a different version of the game, so look out, here comes the mods. But no, I mean, what I was hinting at, you can even see that I was trying to kind of keep this as much of a secret as I could until I revealed it in the video. When I loaded it, you actually see me move the camera to the left, so I take the focus off of the whole Pocket Mansion, because that's going to be revealed for a little later in the video.
There's another place that I have done, but it's pretty much impossible to undo it.
So this is probably my biggest critique of the video so far. I don't really have a good progression of how I'm going about making this video. I'm not really focusing on the main glitch for starters. I really go past the mansion, trying to have the camera not facing it, and I kind of mentioned that it's pretty much impossible to undo it. It's like, why am I talking about this? Why am I mentioning this now? And you clearly see that I'm trying to get to the exam stadium, and that's the main focus I want to show off in this first part of this video. But yeah, I'm talking about the mansion, and I've been looking at it a little bit before, so yeah, there's just little things I could have either edited out, or even just saved the game a little further than the mansion, but saving the game aside, as I said, I really tried to do everything in one take, so and it seems more apparent to me as I progress with this video that I might have intended this to be videos instead of just one standalone video. because while I do cover glitches in general, from memory I think I do mention something along the lines of, alright, in this next video I'm going to show this as if it was going to be its own video. I think one of the other reasons that I did end up keeping it as its own video is because I knew even back then that Broken Bond content was covered more and viewed more than Rise of Ninja, because, I don't know, Rise of Ninja has the quality, Broken Bond has the quantity, and people prefer the quantity over the quality. But I think I feared that if I did make it 2 separate videos, that the Broken Bond one would do better, and I wanted to show how difficult the Rise of Ninja process was, and I wanted that to get an equal amount of views, because of which, yeah, I might have decided, you know what, instead of editing it, I'll just have it as its own, I'll just upload it as is. It'll probably take a lot longer to get whatever knowledge I need to know how to do the edits I want to do.
You don't want to switch. Well, you can if you want to, but I think I have to get into it.
So I don't know, just, I don't think I would word that. It's like, oh, you don't want to do this glitch. It's like, why are you showing me that? But in all fairness though, I do have a point as far as if you do pull off this glitch, which I'm going to try to do later on. Yeah, it is very difficult to get out of it. I do my best as my 14-year-old self to explain how it happened. I forget if I explain how I undid it, but if not, I'll give my thoughts on how I feel about it to this day.
There's a new glitch, like I mentioned, I was wondering if there's a
So again, it's like, why didn't you just stop the recording here, save the game here, either boot out of it or go back to the title screen? I don't know, it's just little things that I would do differently if I made this video now.
This glitch that I showed you is how to get into the tunes and settings.
With that said, I do want to remake this video at some point. I kind of have already done the equivalent of this on Rise of the Ninja twice now. Once when I was on stream and I totally butchered it and I had a really crap mic then, and another time where I actually showed me doing it from not being on the rail to being on the rail to getting on stadium. And I actually didn't mind how it turned out, but it didn't get a lot of attention and it just didn't really do it too well, so I ended up privating it. I always don't want to redo it. So things I didn't even cover the Broken Bond side of things, so yeah, something to look out for.
How to get into the tunes and settings.
So this is actually pretty interesting. As I said before, the title of this video is Broken Bond, Rise of Ninja, Ultimate Glitches. And I do show in the thumbnail that I'm on Stadium, but you know, despite that, it is interesting that I did choose to not put in the title of the video how to get onto the exam stadium in either Rise of Ninja or Broken Bond. And I think because I wanted that title, because I knew I was going to be covering 2 forms of glitches, I guess, in this one video, the multiple videos, I think it's for that reason that I ended up deciding to zoom in to show all that thumbnail instead of doing the logical thing and actually zooming in footage, editing the video and uploading that. But back then especially, I didn't even know how to video edit in Movie Maker back then, so yeah, I was kind of helpless. In fact, at this point, I only really knew how to Photoshop. In fact, I think it was using Photoshop where I managed to take a screenshot of a frame from the video to zoom in the shot that became that thumbnail. But if it wasn't that, then it was paint. But no, I was using Photoshop, so you know, in a sense, I am kind of glad that I did get into Photoshopping over Final Cut Pro, even if it probably would have shown a very big difference at being the other way around.
It's really, really easy to put it on to the Rise of Ninja real. The good thing about this is that when you go on the rails in Rise of Ninja, you can't jump, but the one thing is you can actually jump.
So again, just little things here and there that I would either reword a bit differently or just that I'm probably taking over with it now. It makes it sound like it's a good thing that you can't jump in Rise of Ninja. And I mean, look, to be fair, you can kind of take either side. It's good that you can't jump in the sense that it's better programming on the game's part, restricting the ability to do the switch. But conversely, it's good if you can jump off the rail and land to assist doing the switch. So yeah, it really depends on your perspective.
And sometimes there's a bug where if you jump, you'll stop. And to get into the stadium, you just want to get over here, get ready to jump, and then jump like that.
So this was something that I made sure to improve upon when I ended up redoing this on the Rise of Ninja side of things, because I totally don't even mention that you need to hold down the right trigger to get ready to do a sprint hop. I just say get ready to jump. And really, if anybody has played me before and they try this, you know, they'll get ready to jump, they'll press jump, and they just do a normal jump instead of a sprint jump, you know. So I feel like definitely I could have made that more clear, which you know I did eventually fix when I did my coverage on the Rise of Ninja version of this, which yeah, obviously that bugged me enough to do it then, so it's still noticeable to me now. I don't know if I did that if I were making the video now, but I definitely would want to make the instructions more clear.
And you make it right in this here. Then we'll do that again from here, and jump here.
I should call that, but I did stumble when I hit the peak of the slippery drop. Again, just little things like that. You know, if I were editing it, I would make it a little bit better because, you know, we're trying to sell that this is like a pretty cool glitch and, you know, something while I'm showing it. You know, so again, one of the downsides for recording everything will take.
You can actually fall in, which is a
so yeah, I feel like it is probably for the best that we can't fall in because, yeah, good chance if we could, there would be walkable walls to the sides of the arena. So with that said, I mean, who knows, it could be just use a collision, walk right out. You're fine. So in that respect, it's probably the best that we just kind of landed what we did. Because we are able to get to the very top of the stadium, which is cool.
If you want to get up to the top.
Sorry, I had no problems doing this compared to when I did my first attempt of redoing this video for Resident Evil on the stream. As far as how that turned out, well...
I'm actually going to say, well, I can't say, because it's on the profile, if you don't get it easily, spawn back here, so don't worry.
Never. I mean, can you believe me? That wasn't a live stream. I was just experimenting. It was the first time I had pulled it off since 2012. Because yeah, keep in mind, I did pull this glitch off on Broken Ball first, and I think it was in 2011 when I did this. And when I eventually tried to do it with Rise of Ninja, obviously it was going to take a lot longer, and I'd have to figure out a different method of how to do it to keep my jump for real. I think when I eventually did that, it was 2012. So when I eventually redid it on the stream, where I screwed up the sprint hop, at that point it had been like 4 years since then. And in that time, since I hadn't attempted to redo it, I was very nervous that I was screwed up, and I did screw up a few times. But I think it was the fact that I wasn't on the recording, but I was streaming it to why I just wasn't prepared to mess it up. So yeah, you know. Yeah, almost make a sound like on that. And I guess, look, yeah, there's nothing truly amazing to like find here as far as the multiples go. It's just a piece of exploration. It's not like the Hokage mansion where you can get on that Rise of Ninja through a secret passage and get a gold coin and an achievement for doing that. No, this is very much an exploration type of glitch where, yeah, we're not meant to be here. It's because of that reason why there's no coins or achievements that are unlocked here. What we really get is a pretty nice visual. That's really about it.
Really simple-ish, but very, very difficult on Rise of Ninja. This is the first glitch I've been
I'm surprised I didn't point out my obsession with 14 to try to go on the Academy rooftop, because that was a really big curiosity of mine back in these days. Because yeah, where the upside down U-shaped building is, I want to get on there for the longest time. I'm pretty sure I can mention that in this video, but yeah, I'm not mentioning it here in Pokemon. But I did end up getting on this building through vaults, so I'll play that footage now.
Totally just... Yeah, that's rare. That's rare. It's just so obsolete now and unnecessary. It's. I just find it hilarious though. At the same time, it's like I am quite literally the only person that's done this, but you know, again, because there's no community. Again, it comes back to who cares. Nobody cares. Nobody's playing.
And yeah, like
there's no point.
Really amazing as far as a lot of
there's no point. There's nothing rare about it. Because there's no value.
It's very difficult to do. I accidentally said it.
Oh my goodness, why would you say that?
There's no
It's so difficult to do accidentally get the job before. That's how I take that now. It's like, oh, please just shut up. I think what I was trying to say was that it is very difficult to even accidentally pull off, and I did accidentally pull it off. Because in retrospect, even to this day, it does very much feel like an RNG-based thing that occurs when this glitch takes place. Let's see what I really have to say about this glitch, because I'm pretty sure a bit more context can be given in regards to this. To this day, there's still not really a whole lot known about this exploit.
You may know this already. Ball Party building, you mentioned, it's literally pretty much gone.
Literally pretty much gone.
There's nothing. You can see the inside of it, like you can see inside the building, but you can't see the outside of it. So what I've done is I was inside the building and I wanted to go outside. I did this really weird glitch where I think I'm falling. Anyway, I jumped and managed to get inside the building but didn't jump outside the building. So that was my Naruto right here. He's supposed to be inside the building, but I managed to get outside the building. So this is what happens. This is what it looks like when you get out of the building. You're supposed to be in.
Yeah, that's not a bad explanation considering the time I was making this video. I think the only thing that sounds a little out of place is the fact that I make it sound like I am leaving the building twice. I don't think that's actually what happened. I haven't been able to replicate it since, so I definitely could be wrong on this. Yes, you do leave the mansion interior, and yes, there are times when leaving the mansion can cause an endless void of not basically just falling endlessly. Yes, you can jump when you respawn from the state, but I don't think I actually got back in the mansion to cause this glitch where you can see the shadows and the transparency of the mansion's exterior. I think what makes sense, as we'll soon see, I can't actually enter Naruto's apartment. I think what happened was instead of entering the mansion in this endless void state, I might have entered a different location, so either through the Nothing Road Shrine where you can get to through the underground caves, either that or maybe Naruto's apartment. Entering one of those locations I could buy that would have tricked the game into thinking that I have gone into the mansion's interior when I'm actually on the exterior. So I really just can't understand how it could have been in a state where I was endlessly fallen and somehow able to get back into the village, but have the game still treat Naruto as if I'm in the interior of the mansion. Because I don't recall jumping enough to hop back to the village. I remember experimenting a lot with traveling between locations, whether it was exiting and entering the mansion, or exiting and entering Naruto's apartment, or other locations in general. Maybe I tried to leave the village in the state, I don't know, but I think it has something to do with that more so than just entering and exiting the mansion by itself. Anyway.
Also, you may notice, all these shops you go to are closed.
It's interesting seeing how I thought about it before I've done it, or redone it.
See where it was.
See, this is what kind of makes me believe that maybe I either did unintentionally or intentionally try to enter Naruto's apartment while I was in the Endless Void. See, okay, now that I'm really revisiting this, I think, yeah, I basically left the mansion, triggered the Endless Void. From the Endless Void, the map still shows where you are in the village. And I think from that, what I did was I basically just kept jumping every time I kept respawning, and guided the arrow on the map all the way to Naruto's apartment. And I think from memory, the collision does still load even in the Endless Void. So if I did manage to enter the apartment from the Endless Void, that would explain a lot, because it would basically mean it would load me from the Endless Void that's treating me as if I'm in the interior of the mansion to Naruto's apartment, and then leaving Naruto's apartment, it would try to return me back to the Endless Void. But I think because the Endless Void is treating the location as if I'm in the interior of the mansion instead of the exterior, I think that is what might happen, just load me back to the village.
No, I'm close with the diagram, sort of, but I'm not thinking, what's the term? Clone dimensionally? I don't know, because how you do it, and I'm glad I at least proposed this as the potential real perp to causing it, because that is necessary, that is what causes it. You basically need to do a battle with the Fox Scroll in the village, and by doing so, it could be Jiraiya, it could be Sakura. Yeah, as long as you have the Fox Scroll, you will guaranteed return to the village in this Endless Void state. And from here, you need to then go to the mansion by navigating, and you can only do this by looking at the map when you're in the Endless Void, because that's the only way you're going to get out of the Endless Void, by looking at the map and basically using the map as a guide to get to the mansion. And when you get to the mansion, you basically want to hang on, let me think this out loud for a minute. You don't want to go into this door, I believe. I think. Hang on, let me think. To get Naruto back so he's out of the Endless Void, you would want to go to the side, because that guarantees respawning. And by doing that, you will then see your Naruto clone where you quite literally have two Narutos on screen if you can get them to be next to each other. And yeah, that's what happens. You definitely need to have two Narutos on screen, because you need your clone Naruto that you are playing as, but isn't the focus where the camera's following. You need that Naruto to go up to the mansion, trigger the doors, and then that will obviously load that Naruto into the interior of the mansion, and that does actually recreate this visual. The problem is, how do you get that Naruto that's now inside the interior to basically go away? Because the whole point is that you want to have your main Naruto roaming the village and not just be randomly roaming and all of a sudden it fades out because the Naruto in the interior has accidentally hit the door and now it's faded out, and now you've got a second Naruto in the village. So how do you eliminate that? That was the part that was really confusing me. It turns out as long as you get your clone Naruto into the interior, all you have to do is save the game and load into the game from there. Because by doing that, it will unload this Naruto, and because it's keeping tabs on the Naruto that's that the camera's following, as soon as you load into your file, it will basically unload the Naruto that's in the interior, and you will forever be in the village with the fancy Hokage visuals, because again, it's treating it like you are in the Hokage interior, which you kind of were, even though your clone was there and your actual Naruto was not. But you saved it there, and now you've loaded into that, and now you're permanently on this interior map of the village, but from the exterior. But that is how to do the glitch. It's a bit of a complicated setup, but that's pretty much the gist of it. You need to use the Fox Scroll. You can only do it with the Fox Scroll equipped, which means you do need to complete the game, because you can only get the Fox Scroll after you complete the story. But from there, after getting the Fox Scroll, you can very much get into the Endless Void as long as you do a match in the village. I believe it will happen irrespective if you're going up against Sakura or Jiraiya. I forget about the other Amigos. I also know Jiraiya is a little bit... I can comment from experience that it's... I can't guarantee Jiraiya being the go-to all the time, because I feel like if that were the case, I would almost always be doing that, so I can then get the clone Naruto to immediately touch the door. Maybe I'm misremembering it, but I just remember Sakura being more consistent with the results. But anyway, that's the gist of it.
Imagine, okay, well, this is that map. So it's turned to the village, no longer in the Endless Void, but it's no longer the regular village, where it's just the exterior village you can enter Magic again, if that makes sense. I'll hopefully have a diagram, some kind of visual to try to help explain this. But either way, you can kind of see how I was trying to explain this back then, and I didn't really do a good job of it then, because I couldn't really comprehend it. Even now, I am struggling to explain it, because it is kind of complicated, but I do hope this at least kind of explains it a bit better. I definitely should look more into this so I can really understand how this actually was the case. This is a mistake, but I think this is the most credible explanation to how the glitch would work and how you get from the Endless Void back to the village while having the interior of the mansion still loaded all the village.
That's not the worst thing. The worst part of this glitch is that once you've done it, you can't get out of it. You know what I mean? You can't get out of it, but then you can't get out of the village as well.
So once again, I'm noticing that I really have this tendency to try to reveal everything in the right moments of the video to really sync my commentary up with what I'm showing in gameplay, which again explains why I moved the camera away from the mansion when I first started into gameplay, wanting to really save that reveal for when I was ready to talk about it. Yeah, back in these days, I really was just like trying to almost be like a bit of a show almost for gaming viewers, show me some glitches on multiple level. So I remember even one of my earliest recordings before I filmed any videos for YouTube, even those collaborative videos, I remember going local back to the show, even though I did take on this kind of weird, geeky, cringy execution.
Hey, come back to the show. Star Wars, Lego Sonic the Hedgehog Chronicles. Yes, welcome back to the show. Anyway, come back to the show. We do have some.
So yeah, it's kind of interesting that I try to adopt those elements in these types of videos.
It's completely nothing. Like, you can just try and walk into your corner and just one here. I mean, on the map, it might show you outside the village, but there's no tree for you to climb up and access an area, and you can get up with the game. You're just supposed to be inside the building, and you can still go into the whilst in the Hokage mansion. So it's like complicated.
Yeah, even though I did get carried away there, I do think that still is a valid point. If I, for whatever reason, somehow did manage to get a tree action sequence to trigger at this point in the game, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if the game did crash very well. Yeah, but then almost true though.
If you do this, I would suggest you guys save save it once in one file, don't save all of them like I have. Because it clearly starts the gameplay.
So yeah, that is a valid point. Yeah, don't save over everything if you've got the 100% game save and you want to be able to leave the village. Because as we'll soon see, I can't even do reverse battles in this story mode, so because of which I can't access any battles to reach my credits.
Oh, good to mention. On your map, you will notice your friends Shimari, Reggie, Sakura will be in the village, but Akiba, Jirai, and Lee. Because it's supposed to be in that one inside Hokkaido, so big difference.
This is very true. I thought sure that I'm forgotten Jirai, Kiba. But yeah, it is very interesting that they have these spawns and friends, but as I do say, this is because this is the map of when we are in the Hokkaido dimension.
And the funny thing is, so those match, you don't know everything happened yet.
Like how it took all the way from the entrance of the mansion of the funny thing is, and then I had to get all the way to Sakura to pay that off to be like, well, so those match, and even then I'm like, okay, no, nothing happens. Again, really trying to save the reveal when I actually get yes to show the reveal. It's like, my goodness, this really badly needed to be edited, and without those edits, it's just nasty. But even then, it's just, what was I thinking? No, nothing happens, no shit. Okay, but for real, to be fair, if I'm getting picky here, in Rise of the Ninja, if you hit no when trying to ask someone to do a verse match, there was responses to whether you hit yes or no. 3 different responses you kept asking to, and for real, it kind of did bug me a little bit that they got rid of that broken one. Because there is, like, even when the game's not glitched, you hit no or yes, there is no response, it just immediately triggers a fight, there's nothing. Even when you just speak to them, there's no, it just says start of verse fight, question mark, there's no lines, nothing there. And I think that kind of put me, the fact that I'm highlighting this in the video, because of the fact that there was lines in Rise of the Ninja, and had that treatment been applied to Broken One, we could have had characters like Rock Lee, or Jiraiya, or Shikamaru, with their own unique responses and questions, you know? Like, could you imagine?
Well, it's been a while, Naruto. Got to test your fighting skills?
See, I'm really glad I did this because, I mean, because I did this the same thing when I came back to redo the Crash Bandicoot videos from 21. I really am starting to use the current technology available to basically tell or to show and visualize how these ideas would work with what I'm roughly imagining, and it's so cool. I mean, because for the longest time, all I could really do was just be like, can you imagine Jiraiya going, it's been a while, Naruto? And it's just like, yeah, okay, cool, whatever. But if you can get it in such a fashion where it's like you are actually putting the visual together, and especially with the voice, where it actually sounds convincing and it can almost pass off as the real deal. And in this case, in this context, to really give it that kind of Rise of a Ninja flavor, holy shit, it's just, for kid me especially, it's super satisfying to be able to do that. And the fact that I've done that, I did that in 24 for this Broken Bond idea, and then did it this year for Nitro Kart. It's just so cool. It really is.
Okay, maybe next time. Come back whenever you're ready, Naruto. Time to test your fighting skills? Not a problem. Come back whenever you're ready. Time to test your fighting skills? Alrighty then. Show me what you can do, my protege.
I've been beaten. You have accepted my challenge. Please do not say no, Naruto! Naruto! Fight me! Good. I will fight with all my heart! What a drag. I'm here for a battle. Okay, next time. What a pain. You here for a sparring match? Okay, let's do this.
Hey, what's your power report? Okay, no problem. Hey, what's your fighting skills? No problem. Hey, what's your fighting skills? Oh yeah, this will be fun. Now we're talking.
No, now I can happen to a yes.
It's weird.
You can do this with anyone setting. But this is the two which I want to show you for Broken Bond. So that's for Broken Bond. The next video will be Rise of Ninja, which is the same which is the Broken Bond channel and stadium, except I'll show you afterwards. It's a lot of fun.
So yeah, this is what I mean. I was in a mindset when I was recording this that I was going to have these as 2 separate videos, and yet, for whatever reason, during the process of actually getting footage off the iPad, for whatever reason, I decided, alright, you know what, I'm not really good at editing because I don't have to do anything, so I'm just going to upload this directly to YouTube. There's a lot of mess, there's a lot of mess stuff in there, but what the heck. It's raw, unedited, and for that reason, very real, so hopefully the actions speak louder than my words through the content that I'm providing, through glitches that I'm showcasing. But you know, now that I think about it, even if I was using Movie Maker at this point in time, I know for a fact from memory there was nothing at all that actually would zoom the footage in from the start of the video. The closest thing that we had to this, which was something that I did actually use in Mirror 6 on my earliest ones in fact, it was an effect that would basically zoom the video in as the video would play and progress. Which means even with its effects that you could apply, I couldn't actually zoom the footage in from the start. And in that respect, I kind of wish I did get into Final Cut Pro before Movie Maker. I think I assumed that by getting into Movie Maker, it would be like a beginner tool to get me acquainted with everything, so that when I get into Final Cut Pro afterward, I'd be already familiar with half the tools. But then that's not the case. But yeah, I guess that was the first part of the video. And I said, well, that was supposed to be cut out, it was supposed to be its own separate video.
Yeah, well, going back to the main part here, which, now, in this game, you can't actually jump on rails directly at all. You can try, but pretty much just go to a destination, that's it.
Again, just little things I would just go in and re-record and just say, in this game, you cannot jump off rails. It's as simple as that. But again, it's all one take, so it's just raw words coming into a 14-year-old.
Yeah, the way I did it is a lot complicated.
Yes, a lot complicated indeed.
Here I am, Naruto runs a ninja on the stadium. Not very good. Well, I'm favourite use.
You know, I think I do. I think I look back better to that. I think it might actually be one of my favorite games of all time. It's not really fair as far as comparing it to all the other games that I view highly, because you know I love Unleashed, I love Super Mario Galaxy, I love Gran Turismo 3, and yeah, all these games that I really do enjoy playing, I don't play anywhere near as often as I do this. I think this game does have a special place in my heart as far as how it affected my life and always one, because this wasn't just the very first Naruto game I ever played. It's also the very first piece of Naruto content that actually got me into the franchise. I also think the fact that these games just really aren't played all too much these days is another reason I keep coming back to it, just to see what hasn't been found, because there's not really a big community here. Anyway.
Let's get the difference.
I don't know why I sound as bothered as I do here. I don't know if I was just bored or just trying to get on with the video or what. I was also going through that 14-year-old phase.
No, yeah. Oh.
No, do it. Oh, I can't. Just do it.
You can see the shy influence even back then.
So I don't know if that had anything to do with it. It definitely did impact my attitude for sure, especially at the age I was at. But yeah, I don't know, I almost seem frustrated.
And you got a really good.
Are you good? Why are you so delayed? Why are you so glum?
And it's like, again, what is the glitch at this point? Because I thought the glitch was getting on the stadium, but now we're talking about glitchy skyboxes instead. Like, there's almost a lack of clarity with what is a glitch and what isn't a glitch. Because getting to the stadium on Broken Bond, yeah, I mean, it's kind of a glitch, but it's more of an exploration exploit than a glitch. The only real glitchy part is the fact that you can stop on the rail when jumping. So the fact that you can't jump in Rise of Ninja, the only real glitchy part about getting to the stadium is the fact that you can walk diagonally and not trigger the rail. So, I don't know, I just feel like, again, could have reworded things better here, or even just cut them out to begin with. It's like, again, you can really tell that this is just raw.
It's fucking raw!
It is unedited.
One thing I want to ask you guys is
Okay.
what's going to be on that building when I finish? The big one, the new shapes after
You couldn't take upside down news, it's not news, upside down news, why is that? I don't know why that bothers me as much as it does, but just, I think because I really wanted to make it as apparent as possible what building I was talking about. Like, the building I'm staring at, like, I'm Naruto. It's like, you can see it, we're not idiots, okay, calm down. But still, I was so curious back in these days if you could get on the Academy building, and from memory, I don't actually think I ended up getting on this building in Rise of Ninja, because I think the collision is a little bit different in Rise of Ninja's Broken Bond, because even for the mods, the best I could do was being like on top of like the invisible collision, whereas Broken Bond I was actually able to stand on it. So yeah, I could be wrong, but I think it did have different collision.
I swear, if these games do take off at some point, and they do get like a recompiled version, and it's like 15 years from now,
I guess the whole thing with getting on that building,
and I've bailed.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to be possible unless you find it like really fling yourself way up high. But I mean, even then, you're
Heaven help.
still looking at it with chances.
You can see there's a little place over here. Yeah.
Sorry, this is a very valid point. There is a green patch of grass there on the map, and there is a green patch of grass there as well behind the wall. So yeah, naturally I was curious to get there, whether I could jump there, sprint up there, or truck or walk my way around there. And yeah, even for mods, again, I have done this, and it looks kind of interesting, but you know, once you're there, the mystery's gone, and it's no longer as intriguing an idea as it may have seemed before. It's like, okay, it's done now. There's no coins, there's no unlockables, achievements, or anything. And I think that was the reason why I was just curious to do this. I'm just about to bring it up now with the menu, how I pretty much clocked the entire game except for the final ancient coin.
And if I look on my screen, I've got everything 100% except for ancient coins. I've got 101 ancient coins out of 100 ancient coins.
I don't know if I convinced myself that the coin was behind that wall. It would explain a lot, because the idea that there could be just one on either the Academy's rooftops or behind the Academy in that patch of grass, it seemed to make sense, but, you know, in retrospect, the fact remains that building is a building that's not meant to be accessed, so of course, why would there be a coin there? But yeah, to clarify on what that final coin actually was, there are actually two ancient coins in the final Rise of Ninja that are a little broken. You'll run into them, it will collect them, but you'll get a different sound effect to the normal coin collecting sound. Sometimes you get a bit of a UI that pops up in blue to show that your credits have gone up a little bit, if at all. They won't actually add to the ancient coin counter. I think this is because the first version of the game had this problem, but it was patched in an update. I actually showed this in a coin locations walkthrough video a while back, so feel free to check that out if you're still looking for ancient coins. Dude!
Back when I didn't know about title updates.
Very good notifications and it's all take one. I'm going to actually show and go through our business.
So I do appreciate that I do at least point this out before trying this out, because I knew at this point that to show it would be difficult and long, because the last time I did it, the first time I did it, it was a very long experience of, oh, should I take another step through the realm or not? So I didn't know fully how the exploit worked. I didn't know how far you could go, I didn't really know the limits. And because of that reason, it ended up taking close to an hour pulling it off the first time, which is why I knew trying this here couldn't record for all too long on the iPad, because if it was too big, I couldn't actually get it off the iPad, it wouldn't show up. So I had to be very mindful of how long I was recording for, which was why I was as pressured as I was to try to get it done, enough to mess up the position on the rail, messing with progress, as you see. But I do appreciate that I did at least point that out, that there's a chance that I would be able to show because of how difficult it is.
So as you can see, on the rail, you can't jump at all, nothing, anything, but you can on the go.
Oh yes, I can just roll this one.
The way we approach is to be standing right here, you'll be very close to this rail, and what you want to do is not to like You don't want to do this.
So triggers the rail. What you want to do is you don't want to touch the rail, so I'm going to trigger anyway to show what to not do, even though I'm already showing you triggering the rail. Oh man, again, little things like this. Just could have edited this stuff out, turned it out, made better than that, this stuff overall.
You can get to the spot where you can jump and make it, except you have to do it back to the rails. So what you have to do is, as you can see on the building, you can walk across the rails, but that's the thing, that's where you can't walk, that's fine.
It would be nice if I mentioned this before, because I always make it look like I'm trying to pull this off the first time and I've never done it before. Again, just little things that could be improved if I need to have a script, or if I wanted to just through video editing and could, lay my commentary on footage or whatever, just have better piecing altogether.
You just walk like this, without fail.
Without fail, that's another term I
You just walk across the rail.
You should say that a lot.
If you get halfway there, or maybe almost there, just stop just a little bit, or just take it all the way over here, and all of your waiting and patience and all that.
Actually, I have no idea what to say about that. Patience and all that. Actually, I have no idea what to say about that.
You want to do this as best as you can. It took me a little time, but I was confused at the time, so I went, I'm going to get this glitch, because I'm not going to do it right now. I'm pretty sure I can do this.
Yes, that is pretty accurate. I was pretty furious at the time. I mean, not like rageful, but I was determined more than anything. But I was furious in the sense that I had stuffed up a few times in trying to pull it off. And I think it's because I kept on progressing and advancing to the point in the rail that I needed me to pull it off. And I kept on messing it up, even though I was getting closer to that location, to why I ended up getting as furious as I did. And I was like, yeah, I'm pretty confident this can be done. And the fact that I keep messing it up is just pissing me off that much more and making me want to do it more. So yeah, that's pretty accurate.
So yeah, be my guest if you want to try to glitch it. Yeah, you can try and break out because the way I did it last week, all the way, yeah, because it's possible. Surely you can try to do it.
So yeah, to this day, nobody has tried that. In fact, I don't think anybody has even pulled it off and worked on. Not to my knowledge anyway. Nobody's commented or popped into the Discord server and said, hey, I pulled the video glitch off. Yeah, as far as I'm aware, nobody else.
Nobody cares.
I do understand to a degree. Again, there really is no point to this. Again, there's no collectibles, there's no achievements to this. It's just a funky exploits. But even so, I was hoping that the video that showed, not to get into the hookup you mentioned, rooftop, the reception of that video, I was hoping to kind of get something like that because it always seemed like a big mystery back in the early days of these games. Could you get on top of the hookup you mentioned? Could you get on top of the stadium? In Resident Evil or Working Ball, because those are like the two main buildings that you could get on top outside of the, as mentioned, Academy rooftop. And I think it's because there's no levels to getting on the stadium to why this didn't really do as well as I was kind of hoping it would. I mean, this job, I think. Nobody's actually pulled this off as far as I'm aware, so I hope it did at least get some people trying to pull this off, because there was a few players that did watch this.
So yeah, just try to walk across, turn the camera in front of you guys. Turn the camera, walk across it slowly, maybe 3 or 2 steps. Make sure you have the camera facing towards it, not step, you're putting on steps, so make sure you get on angle.
So that's pretty accurate, although I would say it's the 2 or 3 steps, 3 or 4, depending how slow or fast you're walking. Because that's the thing, I think back in these days I didn't know my limits to how many steps you could take before it would trigger. But yeah, you can actually go pretty fast on the rails. I think you might even be able to run. It's just the certain angles that trigger it. Yeah, I think you can take quite a few steps, as long as you don't go too far to the point that you drop off and re-trigger it, and you're not facing it directly enough to again trigger it. I think in an ideal world, if the task for this game existed, we'd be pretty surprised to see what we could do with this exploit. I think we would be very surprised. Because I don't know about you guys, but I really would be surprised if we could like one line zigzag through the rails to pull this glitch in a speedrunning fashion, and without moving the camera.
Yeah, you see my this, try to take as little steps as you can, and not do that. Not let me get to it, so sorry about that. Really do like this supposed to be guys can try to do it.
It is what I mean. It's like I knew back then that the chances of this encouraging others to do it would be very minimal. Also for Resident Ninja and Working Ball, didn't think it was that mindset that led me to have this as the one video instead of 2.
So definitely like working on this one. Yeah, Resident Ninja will be a lot harder. Basically, this way, we really want to do it. We're gonna have to do it the hard way, which is
easy on the ear, easy on the shelf.
Unless you can find another glitch. Pretty much.
As it comes across, it is true. This is the only way, to my knowledge anyway, that this can be pulled off in Resident Ninja. I think from memory I did actually try the other rail that interacts with the trees, because I remember doing that on the stream. It might be around the same time, not the same time I was doing the stream when I pulled this off for the second time. Because yeah, I do remember doing this, running, walking, really learning the limitations to it, and just wanting to know if I could get to that point in the rail where the little branch actually interacts with the rail, and I could either stand on the branch or just from there, sprint hop and access the stadium from there. If there was like another method to do it, also using the same exploits, but from memory that just didn't allow me. I wasn't high enough to actually get to collision.
In the Working Ball video I'm going to show you, you're going to be a platform in the rail, jump it, and you have to muscle in.
Again, I do say what I kind of need to, but again, it's just good restructured script to make it sound better. But because it is all there, I do say you need to be at that spot that I was at in Working Ball before I was into it. It could have easily given someone the wrong impression. It could have made me sound like it was not making sense to others.
Very hard to do. That's all, but you can. Yeah, it's just.
I do like that I try to at least kind of go, hey, you can do it. I've done it. It can be done. You can do it. That's nice.
But yeah, if you guys want to do a video, please subscribe, comment, whatever. And yeah, the video. Yeah, peace out.
And that's the video, 10 years ago. Yeah, you know what, that wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. I do think I've done worse since then. That said, I definitely could have and should have kept my opinions about Working Ball and Resident Ninja out of that video, because especially back then when there was still an audience for it, there wasn't really a welcoming discussion to be had. It was just, no, Working Ball better, that's fact. It's only in recent years I think people are starting to kind of come around and go, oh yeah, actually Resident Ninja kind of was a bit more polished even if it did lack quantity. But I think it really just surprises me how neglected Resident Ninja has become over the years. A huge part of that is the fact that the Series X has not got Platinum hit Resident Ninja, and there was no game to Working Ball backwards compatible. But because these games were Xbox 360 exclusive, exclusive, not released for PS3 or Wii or PC, it does make playing these games difficult. Certainly Xenia has come a long way, but it is getting there with each update. And that is nice. We do have emulation. We're really grateful in that respect, because we didn't have that. It really would be stuck with the 360 in the meantime. The same 360 that's online marketplaces about to shut down. I thought I'd say that all the time. Since in retrospect to this entire video, definitely there would have been things I would have preferred to either edit out or just say differently. But in the end, I am glad I covered it, and I'm glad it is my introduction to YouTube, my full independent introduction. As I said, there were other videos. I still remember I had Sonic 0 All-Stars Racing Glitch coverage of the Super Glitch, where you do it on a variation of the Seaside Hill track and you launch off a rocket and it teleports you. It almost does like an ultra shortcut, so you can't the calls. And I remember nobody had done coverage of Super Shadow, and for some reason Super Shadow was my favorite character at that point, probably because of the version on Super Model. Again, I hadn't learned my lesson back in these days, so that video was also deleted, sad to say. But it was pretty much the same setup with this camera, that angle, that quality. The only difference was that I was playing music on top of the video, and I didn't have commentary. For all these videos in this era, I was really dipping my toes into really see what I could do and what the end result was going to be before I fully tackled Earth 6, because I knew back then I wanted to cover a lot of things Earth 6 related, from the mod to the DLC. I had a lot of ideas for Earth 6 at this point, that definitely was on the table. I just didn't know how I was going to do it at this point, which is why I was doing a lot of experimental videos before fully covering Earth 6 stuff. In fact, I had plans for Project 25 start back in 2014. I'm very glad I got into YouTube when I did, because I don't think I would have been able to collaborate with Chaos 6 and be a part of the founding of Pure 6 and its influence on Fen. It certainly has been a long and short 10 years. I know some were concerned in my last talk video that I was going to be leaving YouTube or something, how cryptic I left the title, don't know. I think now would be as good as time as any to address the future of this channel. Everything's pretty much proceeding the way as intended. Character swaps will continue until we pretty much finish the last episode. Its schedule will change beyond there once we cross that bridge. But that aside, I'm pretty much just going to work on each top video and that'll be it. I'll finish this Project 06 review, and with its current state, I'll probably be merging it with my thoughts about the silver release and eventually the last episode release. So I'm not going to put a release date on that video, but I don't want all that commentary video and saying too good waste, so I'll do what I can with that, but it will be something we'll definitely go out. It's just a matter of when. But please be patient, because I do have a lot to go over, and I do appreciate the patience. Once that's done, I will resume development on the TGS explanation video, which will cover a lot of the 06 builds, not just TGS related. Then once that's done, I do want to talk about the music of 06, because there's a lot of stuff that is not talked about with the music of 06 that I do feel should be. I kind of want to give my 2 cents on the soundtrack of the game ultimately, because it's something that is highly regarded, and I do have some things to discuss regarding that. So those are the 3 main videos that I'll be focusing on in the next few years to come regarding this channel and its videos, regarding my commentary at least. Sure, there'll probably be some small miscellaneous kind of related videos where I might be commentating reactions to whatever it is, maybe it's a Sonic 3 trailer, maybe some new developments regarding 06. If we get back to compatibility for PS5, I'll definitely cover that, whether it's video or stream. Any Project 06 releases from here.
I do think that's pretty interesting that I didn't mention a review for Sonic 3. I mentioned a reaction to Sonic 3, but not a review. I think I was very... at that point, I kind of had enough of like trying to like dedicate all the time into like video editing a review for that when so much else was on the plate. Yeah, that is interesting. Because I think I was considering just skipping reviewing it and just doing a stream even back then. And I thought, no, I'll do the trilogy, fair's fair. But depending on the reception too and how I feel, I'll see how we go for Sonic 4. But yeah, no, I'm good. I'm more than happy to just stream my reaction to the movie and review it and react to it after the fact. Because yeah, nah, I'm good. I'm done. It isn't. They're not hitting me in the way that I was kind of hoping they would to warrant me putting all that time and energy into video editing and commentating and scripting, all that jazz.
Now I will probably review them for streams, as I already have done with the silver release, which for the time being I've saved so I can slap it onto the review video that I'm working on once that's done. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm thinking this channel's headed, because once that's all done, I do want to focus more on my other channels and other projects. I think I mentioned before that since September 2021 I've been trying to balance time for writing a story, while also trying to manage all the channels. But yeah, just since then it just has not been easy. And please do bear in mind I still don't have a Patreon. I am looking to change that soon, but yeah, I haven't made a set from any of these channels for these videos.
So 2 years later,
people online like Chaos 6 or myself have been inspired enough by Earth 6 to go out and want to do something about it, whether it's to literally fix Earth 6 or to, in my case, be inspired by the things that Earth 6 got right.
The annoying thing is I actually can set it up right now, but in typical fashion, it's just the time and laziness of it all.
To try to share that from your experience results. I struggle every day with how I'm going to try to make the story as amazing as it can possibly be.
I gotta create a story or a post first, 2 Patreons to set up the account properly.
Sonic dubs, the gameplay dubs, movie dubs, even trailer dubs. And there's my original music that contributes to my story. Please forgive me for going self-topic, but I do hope this can serve as a bit of an update to the future of this channel, where it's headed. And I do intend to finish most of my projects. I think the only one that I'm just going to hand over to other people is really just to do Project 25. Pretty much all my manpower for Project 25 just shifted to PLS and Gear 6. People kind of seem to be drawn to what was public compared to what I was trying to surprise everyone with. I think that's part of the downside to keeping some projects under wraps, because if you don't have anything to show for it, because everything's been kept under wraps, because everything's been kept hush-hush, it can almost make someone lose faith in a project. I'd be lying if I said I haven't done that for other projects I'm working on the music for. So to dispel any questions or mysteries whether I'm going to be retiring from YouTube or whatever, yeah, but kind of nah. Once all the videos I intend to get out released, yes, I will be backing away, but that probably won't be for a while, because I really do like to make sure that my videos are as good as they can be before I put them out. Hopefully this is kind of updating you guys on what's going on with everything. I do apologize if it does seem like I've become a bit distant in recent years, but this has been the plan for a long time. I have always wanted to write this story. It just kind of out of nowhere. Even when I made this first video, I always always had the intentions to write the story when I did, and in a lot of ways, with this being one of my favorite games of all time, and in the same way that I have been inspired by the potential of 6 elements, the same can be said for Rise of the Ninja Broken Ball. I very much am a person that likes to keep my childhood alive and allow others to experience it in a fresh and enjoyable way. Some of you guys have experienced that already through Peter 6, and hopefully some others will experience it through my story, because it is something that is very ambitious, something that has been planned for many, many years now. And if I can deliver on that, I'll be making my childhood self very happy. And that has been my childhood goal since I was 7. And for a while I did wonder how I was going to balance the time of doing content creating and writing.
And again, I owe a lot to George Lucas for that, because I really had so many ideas because of Star Wars and wanted to do something like Star Wars, but it wasn't until 07 where I had like a real burning determination to write the story in a certain way, something that was about justice and doomsday, like an end of the world type of setting. And yeah, it was a very a big drive to tell that type of a story. And from around that era, just so many designs emerged, from weapons to characters, and yeah, again, it's just a lot. And it's not just George Lucas, because of course, everything else has been such a massive influence, whether Kishimoto for Naruto, or even just generally anything from the books and novels that I used to read back in primary school. Just, it's amazing how influential these things can be.
But the way I'm going, I will have to slow a lot of content down that isn't on a weekly schedule. Once the main videos are done, that is. I just hope I can really pull off something amazing that will be good enough to reach you all one of these days. If I can do that, and we can look back in a decade and go, wow, you had that time back then, you actually made the story, that'd be good. That'd make me happy. But in any case, thank you guys so much for watching this long video.
I like how I say a decade, but realistically speaking, it's going to take at least 2 decades by the time I'm going to be able to go, yeah, we can look back and go, oh, you planned that from there. So yeah, no, 2 decades is probably a bit more accurate than a decade.
Yeah, I hope you all enjoyed it. Learn out what's up on this channel, what's up with me, and what this channel's future is headed for. Hopefully I won't be too to wait for the next video. But until then, have a good one. Stay safe, guys. I'll see you all next time. Peace.
Then we get this curious visual. I thought, yeah, well, I did this glitch a while ago. I can't think where else to put it, so fuck it, put it here. Anyway, where does that put us? Okay, good, finally. The reaction to the trailer.
I'm sorry, man. I don't know.
I forget if this had an intro and if I cut it out. I don't think it did. I think I was doing a stream at this point and I just hit record whilst I was streaming.
This could be really good or really bad. I mean, this kind of says all already. I need to make it clear that, I watched Knuckles, sure, and I really, really, really badly hated it. It felt like the Star Wars Holiday Special of the Sonic movies. That's the only thing I kept thinking as I was watching the trailer. And I really badly hope that quote-unquote comedy is not in this movie, because this is a Shadow the Hedgehog movie, essentially. Or perhaps put it another way, with Shadow being the focus of this movie, I expect there to be the backstory of Shadow with Maria and Joel. And because of that, I do expect there to be a level of darkness within the story. It could be so easy for them to have gone in and tried to combat that darkness with quote-unquote comedy, like her. And that's what I'm very scared about. So I want it to be a really, really bad. I want it to be more than anything, more than Knuckles Show, more than Sonic 1 because the Shadow story is always had very special to my heart, and I think many fans' hearts. So but let's just, now that I've gotten off the chest where I'm at, please, let's go. Yes. Yes! Yes! Yes, that's good. Yo! Oh my god. Yo! Oh god. Fuck yes. Oh my god! Yo! Ah! Oh! Yes. Okay. There's a lot of... Dude! Oh my goodness. my word. Holy shit! Ah! Let's fucking go. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm so glad you've played German Bombay. Oh my god. Yo! Dude! Dude. Okay. I have faith. I have faith. Because I need to reaffirm the fact that I really do like the first two movies, but this needs to be like a home run, you know? They need to knock it in the park. And quite frankly, from what I can gather from that, it looks like you might have done it. Wow, holy cow. I wasn't expecting it to do that, but I was hoping it would be, but fuck yeah. Because I remember reacting after the Sonic movie 2, after I finished watching it, I remember going from the movie to the trailer, and I was like,
So I think this is why I had such a strong reaction for sure to the movie, because the trailer really got me maybe a bit too hyped, I think. Because on surface level, it's really fucking faithful, and it's really fucking great. But behind the layers, what's stitching all of these events together, you have a lot of just subpar moments that can drag down the movie. Again, it's still an enjoyable movie for sure. Something definitely kids can watch and have an amazing time watching coming out of. But look, the positives definitely outweigh the negatives. I'll put it that way. But I can't get it out of my head at the same time that the negatives or the Wade fucking Whipple, fucking Guardian of the Master Emerald, robbing Knuckles. Are you fucking kidding? Why would you do that?
yeah, they should have fucking winning, and they just didn't look hiding at all.
Like, I'm not even like the biggest Knuckles fan, but that pisses me off.
But no, man, this is so good. It's how I would want the continuation from Sonic 2 to go, even though Shadow into it, with Knuckles now being the team. I fucking love it. Jim Carrey's back, obviously. I love that he's also playing Gerald, as I said, holy cow. Because you kind of, I mean, in my opinion, you kind of need to. You know, we had Mike Pollock voicing Eggman, and he went on to voice Gerald, so...
Why does he keep showing up for the keyboard?
Man, Keanu, as Shadow, you know, better this than the Acolyte. I know he was supposed to play Soul, the Jedi, but,
yeah, I forgot about that.
Conflicts couldn't do so, and I think that's a really good sort of screen to basically say no. Hopefully because of this instead, in this case. But yeah, definitely, in my opinion, better at this than that. I want to hear that clip reactions for it, because he didn't get much dialogue. Okay, yeah, that is interesting. I don't mind that. I actually don't mind that at all. I know people will say, oh yeah, we should I think Christmas was Shadow. I'm sorry. No. I don't think there's anything, but that's exactly who he is. He's a little bit too well known as anything, vocally, I think. Whereas I don't listen to this and think Neo immediately. And I don't know, maybe that's just a testament to how much I've seen Star Wars compared to The Matrix, but holy shit. Yeah, no, he's great. I'm actually... Yeah, I'm on board. I'm totally on board. I think they did a really good job. I was very skeptical when I heard going back a few years that he was supposed to be in a Toy Story movie, and to be completely honest, I wasn't a huge fan of how that turned out, also the character, how much screen time he got, considering they really had Keanu in it. But yeah, Keanu Shadow, I think, is the only logical fit they could have done. I can't really imagine anybody else playing Ball, to be completely honest, outside of casting someone that was the character from the games. But you know, had it done, they would have gone Kirk or Jason. I wouldn't have been too confused about that, but that's just me. Yeah, I'm actually really fucking hyped for this. Holy cow. I can't believe this explains why it's taken so many months for them to get a trailer out. And he's alive, December. Okay. Yes! Yeah, it's not too far away. And it's this year, which means we are officially going to get a trilogy. You know, but you know what? That's the thing. I mean, even if they didn't, if we still got this quality and we had to win this year, so be it. But somehow it looks like they're not going to have a party night, so we're for this. Dude, let's fucking go. Let's actually. I'd like to think that the Knuckles show turned out the way it did because they were working on this art. Because they basically spelled it out. They have everything there. Wow. Yeah, they've got all that.
I'll put it this way too. I will watch Sonic 4 online. And if it is like truly like knocks it out of the park, it's absolutely breathtaking, it's absolutely amazing. It completely demolishes the first two and just even the third one. It's just there's a lot of feels, a lot of emotions, a lot of stuff in there that isn't overshadowed or overcrowded by all the live action traits that really kind of bog it down. Then I will actually go and watch it in cinemas or rewatch it in cinemas. But you know, I doubt very strongly that that will be the case. I might still come out enjoying it and giving it a thumbs up and, you know, going, yep, good movie. But it really will have to like seriously massively impressed me to get me to go, yeah, that's good enough to support it and go to the cinemas to, you know, here's the piece of the pile type of thing.
It's, you know, it's an SA2 faithful story with Tails and Knuckles. Rightfully.
Because otherwise, you know, the trilogy was what
looks fucking good.
We were told, and the trilogy we now have.
And he's got the laugh. Yeah, I think everybody is embracing full on and then both no.
Time to bow out.
And character arc. I know a lot of people were saying that don't worry that he wasn't going to come back. As he said, he's done. And then he's something. But I'm pretty sure he was like contracted to be there for 3 movies. So I always had it in my mind that I don't know if that's ignorance, but maybe there was an interview or something like it was stated, but I never had it in my mind that he wasn't going to take this one. Maybe it was a joke. There's a shadow basically confirmed. They mentioned Joe, so it was confirmed that he was going to have some involvement. So worst case scenario, we would have done that, but something else, and didn't have it in the movie at all, but I'm so ready for this. I am so ready. Yeah, I'm so pumped. I'm speechless. Yeah, I'm good. I know what it's taken care of. They're taking this long for this reason, because they're making this. Yeah, I've said.
Yeah, right. It is what it is. It's so frustrating because there are so many positives, but there's also so many missteps. Because I don't really want to call them negatives, because a lot of these choices are intentional decisions, but they really do drag it back a bit, and it's... You could kind of get away with it in Sonic 1 and Sonic 2 because they were its own unique scenes for its own unique characters. You know, like... I don't know. Sonic 1, you know, you had scenes like Rachel, and again, it was cute. It was. It worked. It was believable enough to happen. There were some red flags there that were easily missed because we didn't know how far they were going to take it going forward from there. But, you know, in small doses like how they did in Sonic 1, it was fine. It's amazing though, I still think it is the weakest movie out of all of them. But, you know, they had to set up the foundation, so you can't fault it for that. I do for sure think the execution could have been better, but, you know, it could have been a lot worse if the original design is anything to go off of, so, yeah. Sonic 2, it really had a massive misstep with the Rachel wedding subplot and her and Maddie using a fucking Tails gadget or gadgets to essentially Bruce Wayne their way through security and to get Sonic and gang out of there. Like, what the heck? How do we get here? You know? How do we get here? Anyway. Finally made it. Cause yeah, then Sonic 3 dropped. Sonic fucking 3. Actually, is that the long one? I can't tell. I can't read. I need to zoom. Okay, so that's 2:14. That's 3 hours. But am I correct in thinking this is the one that nukes the Pier 6 portion? No, this is the one with Pier 6. Well, duh, it's 3 hours, you get. Okay. And this was the one that was done in March, so that means, what does that mean? I don't know what that means. Because, can we get some dates? Oh, yeah, right, because that's the final version. Don't scare me like that. I was reading that as 2024 for a minute, and like, but that's impossible, does not compute. Movie came out later than that. Okay, so yeah, no, alright, Yeah, I am hesitant to put this on because even though this is the latest version of the movie edit, it does also have its own fair share of issues, or potential issues, because I've chopped off the Pier 6 portion. To be fair, I totally could have only cut out the Pier 6 portion, but still. I am going to need to decide though, and I am going to need to decide soon. Methinks because this is technically an earlier version, I am probably better off just leaving this for the Pier 6 stuff if I'm going to cover any more. I don't think I will. I've pretty much covered enough. Only thing I might...
Props to that, by the way. Plus the Phase 2 arena takes priority in my book.
I might look into is the end of the commentary, because I'm pretty sure I do have a thanks for watching ending.
And that's fine. But I would advise the second bounce being as high as the original instead of right now. Because what happens if you get gay jumps? Yeah. You have Sonic's a clone of the speed and duration, even the braking toward the end, is what happens if you get gay jumps. Yeah. Work. Like switching the weapons around, that's one thing. It's a save point. Even though the likes of Rouge currently only interacts with these kinds of sections twice. Spacing, when yeah, it should probably be dependent on where Omega's facing. And trophies. Again, depending.
Yeah, and new achievements and trophies.
Depending on which button icons. What I'd love to... Now, I realize this could be considered a bit much. Selected. And depending on the accomplishment that you've done, you have selected. Now, I realize this is achievements and trophies. Right now, basically, this is inverted colors. Now, this is something I've actually wanted to see in Pier 6 for a while. Tripping just plays the animation, then after it's finished, that's it. I feel with this, it really is a case of, no, you need to be pushing in the opposite direction and quite literally be on your toes unless you want to enter the ledge grabbing state. Often I've heard people say in Pier 6, you really do need to try, you actually have to put in effort. And in my opinion, that is a good thing. To me, this is the same. You actually do have to put in effort, you actually have to try unless you want to go into this ledge grabbing state. Quickly take a look at what we got for Amy's sound design and gameplay. This is the single jump, and this is the double jump. And again together. Which if we now compare Rouge and Tails' jump sound from the cutscenes, it's pretty much the exact same to what is currently used for Amy's gameplay, only with the pitch change. So I could definitely see Rouge then Tails' jump sound being used for Amy's single and animation, but if in the future Chaos wants to go even beyond that, then absolutely the ledge grab, especially since this was supposed to be tied to the tripping state. Conclusion. Not gonna lie, I didn't expect this to be longer than the last reviews. I think if I make the next review like this, the following releases that come afterward that I'll cover will either be more cut down, or just a live stream of my general thoughts and opinions, compared to a super over-the-top analysis and comparison. With that said, I do still hope that this was informative to you guys and Chaos, and I do want to reaffirm that I am so joyed to be involved with such an inspirational fan game and game developer. I'm incredibly hyped to see what we have upcoming in the Silver release, perhaps even more so than the Shadow release, since I prefer the original level design approach in Silver's campaign over what is, while fun on both, is still a slightly modified version of Sonic's layout for Shadow for the most part. Pier 6 really has come a long way in a short space of time, and it's amazing to see how it's grown and evolved through time. I still remember when we were all reacting to the project getting its own Wikipedia page, making it show up on YouTube for the game that's being played below the description. Now, it's even got its own game selection on Twitch. Yo, actually, hold up. Can I quickly just acknowledge this for a second? Pier 6 got a game category on Twitch, while the original still isn't a game category. The best part is, they didn't add the original before Pier 6, and still to this day haven't at the time of this video. All because the Twitch staff members don't like the original game. I'm sorry, but what fucking logic is that? You're a staff member to a streaming service. But because you don't like a game that people are speedrunning, modding, or believe it or not, just playing the game in general, you still refuse to add it for others to be able to select what you're playing. And even now, after a remake is showing that people do care about this game's legacy, you'll add the remake as a category, but still not the original. I'm sorry, but that is just cold, even for Twitch. Like, people have gotten in trouble, potentially banned, for selecting a game that isn't what they're actually streaming. You're experimenting on people in there. I know this is kind of off topic, but like this needs to change. Hashtag Sonic 2006 to Twitch. Alright, back to the conclusion. Overall, Despite the picky things I'd change, and things that will or may have already changed, this really is quite a slew of amazing content for a release, and at this rate, it's only going to grow with each release. I think the only thing that majorly saddens me is when I see players mess up, but blame the remake for being unpolished, or even blame the original to excuse the element they messed up on. I understand that because it's a remake, it's bound to draw a connection to the original. Not to say that the remake is flawless or complete, it's just unfortunate how caught up the player can get that they can't consider that they did something as basic as not play the game properly. At the end of the day, these kinds of games kind of give that impression, where the player is often unsure what is their fault and what isn't. Yeah, well, comes with the job, I guess. But anyway, I thank you guys so much for watching if you've made it all the way from the start. Again, I really do hope that this has been informative, and without prolonging the outro any more than I already have, until next time, have a good one, stay safe, and I'll catch you all next time, guys. Peace. Thanks again, guys, so much for watching yet another long video.
See what I mean? It just goes straight from the end of PS6 Release 2's review to back to the Sonic 3 review. So yeah, that's what I mean. I really did just stitch it on there, and I just thought, yeah, no, get it done, deal with it afterward in the editor. But yes, that is how it is. Because I really did want to get at least some portion of that video shown in the review, but it just didn't really work out, unfortunately, because I was just getting hit by everything copyright claim related and block related. And even now, I must admit, I'm actually a little anxious that even playing this at like double speed, I'm still going to get massively claimed and potentially blocked, and I might have to completely remove this video from the reaction, because yeah, even at double speed it might still be like, nah, not having it. We'll see, I guess. Didn't I just speed that up? How about now? There we go.
Hey guys, welcome to the aka Juracycle. So at long last, we finally reached it. Sonic 3, the movie. I've been anticipating this installment since the very first one. Of course, all the count on Knuckles being introduced in Sonic 2, but I am so glad that happened. And I think a big part of that had to do with the post-credit scene of the first Sonic movie. That made it clear that, like Sonic 2, it was going to at least bring Tails on board to the team, and they were going to go on their own adventures with Tails tagging along. It was because of this to why it became pretty clear that they were going to follow the Sonic 1, Sonic 2, Sonic 3 Knuckles formula, where 2 would introduce Tails, 3 would introduce Knuckles, and if we were lucky, we would get Sonic and Amy in either Sonic 2 and all 3. But then when the teaser trailer dropped for Sonic 2, it became pretty clear that they were going to at least change the formula a little bit, having Knuckles a little bit earlier, which is cool because it left room for there to be elements of either Adventure 1 or Adventure 2, whether that was in the form of Chaos, Decal, or Shadow Joe and Rio, or mixed story of the 2 and the 3rd movie. The post-credit scene of Sonic 2 made it very clear what was in their plans. Because of all this, it made me all the more curious as to what they were going to do with the Knuckles show, because that was announced pretty much a couple months before Sonic 2 dropped. And all I'll say is that there's a reason I haven't reviewed that and pretty much never will. In my opinion, I think it had a lot of potential to explore worlds that we haven't seen before in live action, either showing Knuckles going back to where he was before he arrived in Sonic 2. Maybe there could be a scenario where the Master Emerald was stolen, or the shards of it scattered across the world that you have to travel to get it back, or if the Chaos Emerald was Sonic 2 fought off screen, perhaps it could unpower the Master Emerald, and Knuckles basically has to go on a quest to retrieve the Chaos Emeralds to fuse them back with the Master Emerald to restore it to its full power. I think there's a lot of potential for him to explore other areas that were outside of Earth, and instead we got what we got, and that was what it was.
You also created a Knuckles show for Paramount Plus, which did pretty good.
You'd like to think that, wouldn't you?
Did pretty good.
But I've pretty much said everything that needed to be said about that show as a whole in my reaction to the Sonic 3 trailer, so...
Yeah, I'm just gonna say it now. If you have or haven't seen this video, I definitely come off a lot more strong and firmer in my conviction and opinions with this particular video and review, and I don't really know why. I could feel it before I was even recording the commentary. When I was scripting it, I could feel it. I was like, why am I feeling such a drive to get this out and talk about it in this way? Because it's not even a case that I don't it's not even a case that I don't like the movie. I actually do like the movie a lot, but I think it's the missteps that just really I can't seem to get past them.
Hello, Sonic.
Hey there, Knuckles. What's cracking?
You tell me.
To be honest, I'm not really sure.
In retrospect, I think on paper the concept of the Knuckles show was to have this everyone themed, but you know, wouldn't be a Sonic project without starting with some great ideas, much worse ones.
It's worth it.
That all said, I have grown up with Shadow also as a character than Knuckles. That's just from my personal upbringing. To those that do not know, Sonic 6 was the first Sonic game that I played, and anyone that has played 6 already knows that Knuckles doesn't really have much of a role in that game, quite literally managed to story override, so I was exactly attached to the character, but that matter I had no idea he was as connected as he was to the Master Emerald. It's why I thought Master Emerald was quite a theme of the Rivals they were, because I thought it was just something specific to those games. This is why I get across growing up with the Adventure series. But the reason I'm saying all of this is because I need to be clear that I am more of a Shadow Hedgehog than I am a Knuckles fan. If I have to choose between getting a Knuckles series and a Shadow Sonic 3 movie, or a Shadow series and a Knuckles Sonic Sonic 3 movie. As someone that has played it now and watched Sonic X more than a couple times now, you'll have to forgive me if I don't choose your favorite character and instead pick Shadow. The whole backstory between Shadow and Marina Gerald, the prospect of seeing that in live action, for me Shadow's story seems to be more emotionally gripping, at least for me. And to reiterate, I absolutely believe 100% there was a lot of potential, a massive amount of potential, for there to have been an emotional theme for Knuckles. Due to the sole survivor of the Kid Clan, they could have done a lot with that, be it a movie or a series. That said, whether Shadow was a series prologue to Sonic 3 would be handled with as much care or not is unknown. But given Knuckles shared its budget, I think actually it was Knuckles since it was debuted Shadow, whereas at least Knuckles had first started Sonic 3. On top of that, the prospect of them making a mockery of the Warrior tragedy in the same similar way that they acknowledge Knuckles' issues that shows off to pursue anyone as themes aside from showing Yeah, it can't be too far different to that of this scene if we still shoot all into Shadow's journeys.
Hey, Maria, how you doing?
I wouldn't be surprised at all if Shadow would get his own film. In fact, I hope he does.
You'd like to think that.
Which brings us to now, Sonic 3, the movie. Yeah, I had a pretty intense reaction when I first watched the trailer because I was so scared that it was going to have been in the way that the show Knuckles was. There was maybe a couple scenes that made me question if those elements would crowd the movie or take up too much time to the point that would get distracting or annoying you. Must not be able to tell that Sonic 1 Sonic 2. But like last time, I decided to go into this, rewatch Sonic 2, to go into this, and I implanted it because I did consider it, but it had been more than 2 years since I'd seen Sonic 1 Sonic 2. In fact, the last time I saw Sonic 2 was Sims, and I know I can't be the only one that's noticed this upon rewatching this.
Yes, Keanu!
I mean, this isn't exactly a huge issue since obviously behind camera his voice, but I think that going forward, it would be very easy to have, say, Luca in Sonic 4 as anyone, and Luca is one of their rappers. But another example of what we're getting here is this line.
She was basically Obi-Wan Kenobi.
I think this is one part why pop culture references either don't need well.
Some guys can ask these questions and remind you of some black when it is likable or charming as well.
All the best intentions of the long-term memories of the past. It's better to leave an empty number when if you don't need to cast where you manage and you produce
I got all the greats up there. Stallone, Keanu.
It was actually distracting hearing that line, knowing that, oh, hey, that's right, it wasn't shut off, and then, made me keep an uncomfortable eye out for any late pop culture references in case they influence into later results, casting-wise at least.
Is The Rock president?
It's really good, they were the most part, but it took me out of it.
Sounds like the Owls and the Kings have been fighting each other for centuries.
Like Vin Diesel and The Rock.
I loved all pop culture references.
And I'm really bringing something close to this one because it was made for kids that are now adulthood. Is this mine? I think absolutely. Sometimes I wish I wouldn't notice these things, but for someone like me, it does stick out to me. This story definitely has a slightly darker feel, and for the most part, they've really found a way to blend comedy and dark elements together for their worse. And in that respect, I admire the consistency that once again managed to maintain from Sonic 1 in 2020 to now. But that's a my word. For some scenes, they need to be so fucking careful. So I swear, there are scenes where I feel like we're in the long-haul territory, and human characters are dividing that story excuse for what we did really. Side note, am I the only one that found it kind of interesting that Jim Carrey in Sonic 2's press interviews pointed out what you should not do?
That's what you know is wrong.
Then in Sonic 3's press interviews, he pointed out what you should do. Or in his words,
it's the man that every man aspires to be.
It's good to finally use that recreation jingle because I did that like 10 years ago.
Sonic 3 the movie was directed once again by Jeff Fowler and again produced by Neil H. Morris. Starring Ben Schwartz as Sonic the Hedgehog, Jim Carrey as Dr. Ryder, and Keanu Reeves as Shadow the Hedgehog. Taking very close to watching a movie online, just like a review of you guys. But is this likely going to be more ambitious, anticipated?
Yeah, like I said, I will definitely be doing that for Sonic 4 next time.
Let me just start out by saying this was such an amazing adaptation and tribute to something that's true. Everything from cracking iconic lines like jumping out of trolls, Shadow, Gerald, and Mario.
Talk about low-budget plays. No food or movies? We're out of here.
Not sure why I felt the need to put that there. Comparison is one
thing. Appreciate this isn't just another Eggman teams up with another feature Sonic gimmick. It worked for SH1 and did since it was the first time having done with a new character in 3D crossover. SH1 felt more like a tribute or homage to Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Also much more short-lived as opposed to Shadow being the whole game essentially. With Chaos being a creature that didn't go on to become a member of the game later games like Shadow did, it felt more like Chaos was a tool of Eggman, an instrument of destruction by Eggman's will alone. I think the casting this time around is smiles better than the last couple entries. When I heard O'Shaughnessy as Tails in the first credit scene, I was like, okay, well, is that a one-off? Because it was the first credit scene, but then she came back to redo Tails again. And you know, all the to even give the opportunity to develop voice actors had at this moment. There's so many who are encounter Tails, I was a little bit more.
Yeah, see, like right now we will encounter for sure some deleted shots or deleted scenes, or I don't even know what to call them, sections of the video that have been removed from the one that, you know, is public, and it is technically still part of it. It's just, you know, I could probably try to. Well, no, I can't. What am I saying? I can't revert anymore.
Well, using that voice of the character. So really, for that reason, I'm not exactly a big fan of Roshan as Tails, but that's just because of my opinion, personal upbringing, and also because she does voice both Konami and Nina from Naruto, as well as Chang-Li. I think all three characters on weekly routine of watching the shows or playing the games. To me, anyway, it did stick out with the same voice. To make sure it's like I don't have anything against O'Shaughnessy at all. I just prefer Naruto. I just think she was great for games. I just kind of wonder what the casting would be like had they got someone else. But this time around, they had 2 or 3 new characters that they had to really think of the casting for. I remember a while ago there was a fan cast for Keanu to each other, and even Dave Christensen's character. And I just can't really picture the likes of him, you know, playing the ultimate life for him, especially after being so known as Anakin, as a Padawan, to Master Obi-Wan.
Why are you doing this to me? I never hurt you. Why'd you do that? What did you do?
Guess I don't know what's true. You know, I just don't think that would work well for me. Again, someone that really gets up who's voicing a character, well, usually not even argue that it has more distinct voice than Keanu. That said, I just have to say this. I've been so glad we got Keanu Reeves as Shadow. Yeah, this is pretty much my tier list based on performances and based on the voices. Big difference between the two. I was a little skeptical at first, but I think he might just be my new favorite Shadow voice. If I'm not nostalgic one, I'm not doing it objectively. I really cannot picture anyone else in the role of Feels. I was trying to think for a long time who would be a good fit, but just knowing how breathtaking the person Keanu is, I really just can't see anybody else in the role. If you're someone that's seen the likes of Matrix, John Wick, or even something as bodacious as Bill 10. No way! Yes, way! Like me, might be more familiar with his mannerisms, but that also done if I didn't know that he was in the role. Actually, I never looked it out. To be fair, I haven't exactly watched Amazing that Keanu Reeves movies in the last 10 years outside these movies. But I actually was thoroughly surprised with his performance. Makes me wonder if the line from Sonic 1 was a bit of, I don't know if you could say foreshadowing, but almost a hint from the writers or director that they wanted him to be involved. Would surprise me. That all said and done, they've really got to tone down the pop culture references and the over-the-topness. Not to say that Sonic stuff hasn't been over the top in the past, without doubt. Good, great, looking back at Sonic 1 and seeing how Sonic literally says, yes, Keanu, you are a national treasure. Only to go on to start said national treasure in 2 sequels later is a bit jarring, especially watching them back to back like I just done, and only at the same time.
Are you worried that Sonic the character would recognize Shadow's voice as the actor Keanu Reeves? He knows your picture and speed.
Oh, right.
But then he meets Shadow and he kind of sounds like actor Keanu
Oh.
Reeves.
That was said, I am very thrilled that we did get Keanu in the Shadow. When we were dangerously close to getting Keanu in the Acolyte. Because yeah, I really just can't imagine anybody else in the world outside getting away from the games. And even then, I doubt very strongly that they would have gotten Jason Griffith. That said though, I feel a little surprised that there's been absolutely no cameos from any of the voice actors that have, voiced the characters for a long time. I half expected either like all Colin O'Shaughnessy will eventually show up. The same with Mario movie had Charles voicing Extra. Is that just me? No, just me.
Oh, Patrick, it's a perfect.
That's from Maria. All I have to say is great interesting. I think this is actually the best portrayal of the character that I've seen. And that's saying a lot because I kind of grew up on Sonic X. And even after playing S2, I didn't really feel as connected to the character as I think I should be. I was reading the game and I was reading a lot of chat in those streams. I think I was trying to catch up with everything so I could be guided correctly. I think because of that I was going to see some of the cutscenes, some of the crucial cutscenes. Fortunately, I did go through Sonic X first, so I got the plot that way. But I know that the Japanese dub is a bit more intense compared to the English dub. And I did do a dub of the fan film that covered the Shadow backstory, which was an absolute delight to do. And that really reacquainted me with the story, informing me of the little details that matters in either S2 or even Sonic X. But yeah, I did a phenomenal job. Despite the fan film, I did already know that Maria was supposed to be a kid. That said, I didn't know exactly what age since kid could be anything from 8 to 18. He's just a kid. And I think maybe because Sonic X covered it in an anime type form, and S2 covered it with the PlayStation 2 GameCube-esque graphics, and the performances back then for its time. It's difficult to feel engrossed in the story, which is why it's surprising to me to now say the first time ever I actually feel like I was able to really digest the story properly. Like, this is a very dark story, and they adapted it really well. And while perfect, I really do feel like it's still well. If there's one thing that third movie often has in common with other franchises for its third installment, sometimes it can very easily have clashing themes. I think a good example is The Dark Knight Rises. Bane goes on about not trusting. Batman's essentially told us to not trust anyone after Catwoman's betrayal.
Victory has defeated you.
But then, instead of proceeding to learn a lesson, learning from his mistakes, and being perhaps a bit more cautious going forward. Yeah, that happens. But this is the type of theme that really teaches us that unfortunately the world isn't a great place sometimes. Sometimes it can be dark, sometimes people are bad. Or some men just want what you want. Knowing that Mike Pollock has played not just Eggman but also Gerald really did make me wonder whether or not they would get even like Origin 2 again play another character, just like Pollock had done with Gerald. Still think it would be interesting to see Mike have some kind of cameo whether it's Robotnik, whether as Gerald, some unsupported Eggman, former agent under Robotics control, like Agent Stone, especially since they literally cameoed in the fan film called Project Shadow at least a year ago.
Air shoes, used without propulsion to get you all the way to another planet.
But it was also refreshing to have the same formula of the same voice actor, or in this case actor, playing not just Eggman but in this case Gerald as well. The idea to have Eggman team up with his grandfather, if I'm not mistaken, the first time Brandon together stayed down, and mine was refreshing to experience it the way they did. I always wondered how Eggman would interact chemistry-wise with Gerald if he was still around. As Stage 1 Sonic X had Eggman trying to prevent Eclipse from destroying Earth, so it was a real treat to have that still happen, but only after Eggman realizes that Gerald was on the after event of a form of mass extinction.
Wiping out everything.
He tricked me. My own grandfather tricked me. What? Grandpa, destroying a planet is one thing, but destroying your grandson is another.
So here's a question. How has Gerald lived for as long as he has? Did I miss something? I swear they didn't explain it outside of
In exchange for my freedom, looking pretty good for 100 men.
I watched it back and I don't think it was ever explained. The only thing that I can think of is that maybe it was chaos energy or something mystical that prolonged his life force. Because otherwise, yeah, that's kind of strange. Yeah, because otherwise I'm really at a loss. Because unless I missed something, I don't think they stated how he survived 50 plus years not being able to sleep like Shadow being.
Gerald, he's yeah, but shouldn't he like super old? Yeah, and that's why I don't know. He said, oh yeah, you're better than whatever he said, but I don't. Yeah, I don't know if I can take up 10 lives. No, he's powers to keep him alive.
Revenge does wonders for the will to live. Don't cut the replay. Hello.
Hello. Yes. I knew they tweaked the shadow design for Sonic 2 now. Since even though there was no notable comments made on the Tails design back in post-credit scene Sonic 1, they still tweaked it for Sonic 2. And given this time shadow looked like Sonic Shadow Chain on, yeah, I was 100% expecting a slight tweak here too. And boy, the results did not disappoint. I think we should have some mind painting design too, and potential metal as well. Low key, I'm kind of hoping we get to see the classic angle.
I do think that's very telling that the trailer version of the movie looks more darker than the version we ended up getting, because, yeah. Again, to me, it kind of clues into focus groups going too dark, a bit scared, maybe don't do that, and then they just kind of, do what they do.
Look, also the sucker look. What was in, even though it's man expecting it. As cool as it was to see Shadow realize how long he'd been trapped for, putting a year on the movie's timeline, I think is gonna make things in the long term, but I don't really have an issue with it. It's also a nitpick. That's the way the line said. 2024. I think it's someone that was trapped for 50 years and doesn't know the year.
I realize
it was like say 2024 instead of 2024. Actually, the line was fucking awesome. I wish we got more of this. I wouldn't have fun with this. It's like the line instead of the super battle, super later. It was surprisingly satisfying to see Shadow using Red Black while holding it down. The choreography for the action sequence had made me feel that way since Incredibles 2 with its Red Black action sequence, which I think is saying a lot since that whole Festival 3 compared to 3's back.
1.21 gigawatts.
It's the Chandler. Are you Detective Pikachu?
I still can't believe I've met him. I have to remind myself, it's like, wow, he's in not just Sonic now, or Knuckles to be specific, but he's even in Star Wars, and it's like, yeah, man, when I met him, he was, because this was like, what, 2015-ish, so I don't even, he might have, no, definitely, he would have filmed Sin City by the time I met him, but yeah. But yeah, crazy that he's gone on to do this. I mean, good for him. I'm really happy for him.
Yes, he is.
It does look like.
But again, I'm nervous that they're gonna reference it into Oblivion, into Sonic 4, if time travel really is a theme where, like the DeLorean, Sonic's gonna need to go at a certain speed to go back in time and go forward in time. Just don't overdo it, guys.
Pokemon! Pika Pika!
Love on pop culture references.
Way to handle Chow Gardens in the real world being trickier, but looking giving it a super thing. I always wondered when if the Chow or Chow Garden factor into this world's logic. And through this, if someone concludes that likely not see cream and cheese in live action, they can easily write them in a claim that Tokyo Chow Gardens originated from Tokyo legends that have history of the Chow or subject to excuse cheese because they take that route. But enough of that. Let's get to the meat. They need to cover at least some dark elements, knowing they would be covering the Maria backstory. Actually, I was a little bummed out to see Commander Walters go. Not just because we later find out that he was there nudging young men to hold their fight because of Maria and Shadow, but just in general. Knowing they could have added more to the story, or even later stories with G-like history, as it does happen to be a retcon to its origins from Sonic 3.
After the events in San Francisco, a global task force was created. That day, Guardian Units of Nations was born.
Seriously.
Go.
Here's a question. Sir, why does Walters have the key on him when Joel is conveniently revealing himself through eyebrow stories and such for that very thing? Who knows? And I guess in regards to Agent Stone, if there's one thing they weren't afraid of doing in this movie, it was giving him an action scene. They weren't afraid to put him on light, and they weren't afraid to make him all, ooh, who's my helmet? My initial thoughts was that it was going to be just 2 punch runs. Gerald threw some strange age-altering tech that allowed him to move more youthfully, and in the end it looks like they didn't answer the age question of how he's lived for this long, so and I was leaning more in the direction of was Agent Stone. Although I wasn't expecting it when we first saw it. It was only after the Commander's death where I was like, hang on, no, I don't think it could be just because she's supposed to be involved in Legends Trail. It was for that reason I was starting to realize, hang on a minute. Agent Stone really risked his life in the last movie to just be with Robotnik. Could it be Endo Shiro to 3. I was curious how they're going to find time to include such extensive backstory of Shadow since it's short that time. I almost thought they were going to pull a TLJ, the 50-year ago incident, show multiple perspectives from Commander Walters, Gerald, and find the Shadow. Unfortunately, that being around the bush, we're pretty much interested in a couple of flashbacks. I don't know if it's just me, but when they were experimenting on Shadow before Marine Venom, I don't know if it was just a West Studio thing or a coincidence, but I felt that the room they were in when they ran tests on Shadow was eerily similar to a 6 to 10 year ago accident. Even the sense of energy core looked eerily similar to the Endless Portions of the Solaris project from that one past cutscene. I know Sonic Team technically pre-rendered that robot cutscene bloody, but I don't know, I just couldn't feel like I decided. I love the sense of a semi-horrible Shadow seemingly out-team Sonic. Really sure that this adding business is like an previous series Sonic Sonic against. I've noticed in recent games that it's easy for Knuckles and Shadow to come up with the same character and what they did to say.
You get this, Sonic. Come on, Sonic, smack him! You will be avenged.
Vengeance.
I want revenge.
Take away the Monster Emerald from Knuckles, take away Maria from Shadow, so or do never some game for Shadow Hedgehog. You basically get an character that has as much time for the rest of the game when they come into contact.
I'm not typing this. See ya. Do what you want. That's your business. You and the others take care of the Chaos Emeralds and I'll distract it. Let's go. So, Silver, what do you want with the Chow anyway? I have to save your world or mine will be destroyed too. Then you think the Chow can help? I want answers. What do you want to do? You'll find out. I have the emeralds. I'm busy right now.
Can we take a break?
You take one if you want, but I'm not stopping. Hand that girl over now. I don't want to fight you, Tails, but I will if I have to.
Why are you after her anyway?
I'm not going to tell you. Now move aside, or you'll be sorry.
So it was nice to see Shadow be given a more element to really differentiate between him and previous antagonists. Hopefully antagonists down the line. Gerald took me a little bit more time to get used to, curiously, but I think that's maybe this is very first few lines that happened with him off screen. Just made me feel like I was listening to Gary Vincent's impression.
Like the corners of my mind, misty watercolor memories.
But I suppose he uses grandson's drones to lure him and his team, I mean, reunite their family. It's pretty crafty, and still a believable scenario to have the two come together. It was one of my pulses to hear him call him Ivor, but pretty much no one has previously. It looked took me off guard. But seeing him all sane, calm, and composed Ivor was really saddening in an amazing way. As if he'd been so over the top and insane previously because he had no clarity till now. And finally getting that, he's brought back to his more human, childlike roots, being the same class as the main. It was really well done considering the attack on the terrorist games had before. That said, it definitely took me out of the fourth wall, as both characters were saying.
The two characters in the movie, you play with the same actor.
But even with that said, they don't need very much more dialogue to bring me back with quite the emotional Ivor asking once.
My entire life.
Repeating the more impactful.
Very good. My entire life.
And even the little scary Ivor does at the end of the scene, he still steals the show for me. And it really does sad me that this is like his final appearance, but Ivor finale in the chase. If there's anything I go to keep guys right now, I'd prefer to be wearing the iconic Eggman goggles more often, but really that's all I can think of. He lived up to the fantasy now in the hearing. I think he's speculating myself back in 2011 before live action Sonic using the that.
Get off, you clown! You trucking space puppet!
I kind of wish they played out the family tree dynamic, because it's still pretty unclear to me what Ivor's relationship is to Maria outside of they're cousins! I do low-key feel like there is a story to tell there, not just with the movies on that. Why the other dialogue scenes between Maria and Gerald when he wants a mass extinction of all the Shadow is beyond me. I suppose they didn't want to have an audience and kids sympathizing with the global terrorists. That's actually led to the splitting of the moon. But I don't know, I feel like they could have shown a relationship in a way that drove him mad about her. Also, the Shadow sends a life around. He wasn't one and instead had to live in prison with the cursed knowledge that he'd lost his granddaughter, and in his view, failed her. I live around and Maria did a very impressive job considering what she was working on. I seriously love that when Maria and Shadow were watching the movie together, the text saying, we got Shadow similar. That was a really nice attention to detail to show it's from beings from a time very different to Sonic's. And also, you know, I was a second real life alien would react to watching our own movies. Let's screw the payoff hater review with saying Shadow and Maria's relationship was inappropriate or unsupervised.
Also, let's talk about Shadow and Maria. I'm having a little bit of Super Mario Brothers moment. Now, I have learned from the Super Mario experience, you know, this is just my take on it.
Sure.
But I don't really know if Shadow and Maria should have been hanging out together so much.
Yeah, pissed me off maybe more than it should have.
I don't know, they didn't need to watch movies together, you know, cozying up in a room. Why not in the commissary with everybody else? Kind of defeats the whole purpose, you know what I mean? I don't know, I'd be like, I think you guys can have magical times together with adult supervision. I don't know. Hey! Shut it for back! Do me a favor! How about keeping your freaking ideas to yourself? You quick fortune of us! What about Lilo and Stitch? Thank you very much. I don't know, he's not like an adult guy. I don't know, there's just something about it. I don't know.
Jeez, you're annoying, but hey, so am I, right?
Well, I think this, you know,
Sure, think it over.
I have a little bit of issue with it. I hope, you know, I'm just saying.
You may believe that a person's love needs the darkness, but you're wrong! You can't destroy love! Ever!
Almost all the friends' houses that I went to when I was a kid that had sisters, even my girlfriend at the time, pretty much always had plush toys on their beds. And do you think kids like this shouldn't hang around something that looks like a plush toy in real life? Like, aside from the fact that Shadow was essentially born from a meteor for its worth, age-wise, he's literally more of a child than Mario. Worst case scenario, he has amnesia from his past world. But like, what the fuck were you expecting? An edgy little boy's voice in Shadow's performance to make it tolerable to your needs just because you got some freaky ideas when no one else did?
I will get my revenge!
Fuck off. Dave trolling, Randolph. You never cease to entertain us and showing how brainwashed you are and talking on behalf of Hollywood for the big bucks. Keep pretending to hate video game adaptations. We won't cancel you yet. Oh, fucking random. So I had to look this up because not just Sonic Adventure 2, nor Sonic X, but especially now, confused me as to what age Maria was roughly meant to be. And
Again, I was really driven.
And to be honest, I actually think I was tripping from the knuckle show.
Really driven.
She didn't get called Maria Robotnik, but instead of all the characters.
Maybe a bit
She's
too
very
much.
She continues acting, it doesn't knuckle show's failure stopper. For real, for all the negatives of the show, I definitely thought she was going to be a list during episode 1. Even though she started off as a brat, turned full team player, and did she live with, I actually think the character of Susie Barnes delivered more emotions than Ellie Brown's Maria. I don't know if it was the directing or the lack of emotional scenes including Maria, but when she started to warm up to way at the again, in some ways she kind of like throw a mini character up and throw it at anything she showed. Some pretty versatile acting for someone of her age. Again, it probably does come down to the directing, as well as the fact that, like I said, there really is no major emotional scenes in this movie. I don't know, what do you guys think? Do you think she did a better directing? Because yeah, we're going off the age faithfully. I low-key feel like this was a bit of an opportunity. And like I said, I prefer her say she didn't look failure, but I'm sure straight up from assuming acting. But despite my what ifs, even though Maria is slightly older, like I said before, they did a great job. I really love the detail where Maria basically pointed out that looking into the vast stars were essentially seen light from millions and millions of years ago. It takes that long to reach us now, so what we're seeing is essentially already happened, and it's over. And if we were there, there's probably nothing there. That is a true fact, and I actually really like the one phrase to be scientific. Gerald is essentially a scientist, a doctor. So it stands to reason that Maria would know these facts. But more than that is the fact they did use actual scientific facts in this one. They could easily just made up some yes claims, or something like the Tommy equals square, all that type of thing. And I'm glad they did. This actually felt consistent and believable. But even more than that, it was also attached to a very simple yet slow scene that really was quite moving. Again, I truly got more of this, because for me personally, I don't want it to be afraid to show more calm and simple scenes. I want that more than even toughness. Even if it means we have way longer to get to the action heavy stuff. I'll say the setting over the toughness. It was really refreshing. I do hope we see more of this going forward. Might not have done the iconic style on that line. I'm sure I'd love for a little more bonding scenes between her and Shadow, preferably including Gerald, to show where the latter stuff got wrong, especially with his appearance. But seriously, if it took Iroh getting stranded, knocked into another dimension, to look like his faithful Eggman self, it feels like they kind of gave up with Gerald, since he's just like this from the get-go. And in that respect, I actually feel that the fan film Project Shadow has one up over the movie, really showing the progression from highly respected scientist to mad scientist going insane by the death of his granddaughter, and backstabbing betrayal from his own government, to which he served. That not only made me feel for Gerald, but it also made me buy how he could look like this and turn to this. This Gerald, I guess because he's the villain, they didn't want to show that progression. I feel like I would be more okay with him being a sympathetic villain, even if he didn't get a redemption in the end. I feel like that was the core of Gerald Robotnik. Despite that, I think it could easily have all those, so I am fine with what we did. 4. Whether you were expecting or working for it, like the novels, oh no, that all was. The iconic I found you, Faker, is not here. In my opinion, thank goodness, the context of the original line of why is everyone to be colorblind in the shooting Shadow of Sonic. And while this would absolutely fucking would have me questioning if humans on the server even have our own, they probably could have found a way to pull it without ever putting Shadow of Sonic.
Whoa, have you guys seen this?
He looks just like you.
You're crazy. We do look alike. Where'd you get that Chaos Emerald, you phony freak? I assure you, Sonic, I'm no imposter. I possess far too much power. So it's you that's been getting me in all this hot water lately. Consider yourself fortunate.
Even though I was teenagers, they at least considered it. So if they thought it wasn't what they could potentially harm the movie, much like other movies in recent times. Get away from her. You bitch. Potentially taking the island. Then respect right there. Movies don't need to be nostalgic all the time to be adapted.
Why do you look like me? Why do you look like me?
Why do you look like me?
You are a colorful bunch. Excuse me. Why do you look like me? I don't look like you. You look like me. Why do you look like me, you fake? Hey, you know what? I'll ask the questions here, you faker. This is a waste of time.
The Iroh and Gerald VR bonding scene, it was priceless simply put. I had wondered how they were going to cover those scenes, especially Christmas ones. Initially I would say I was dead next, they wouldn't be looking for it. But at that point in the story, it was as good as life to G went, so I didn't really know what I thought. But I also knew that they were going to grow for everything leading to this moment was nothing. But it certainly was a refreshing twist that they catching up on that time path through VR means. I wonder if this is hinting to a VR Sonic game. Irrespective, I do wonder how long it will be before we get a fully dedicated Sonic VR game. Because I remember they were talking about it in Forces with the next news something. Around this point, Grant pulls out a short little study. And I'm going to cover this now because things I didn't cover Sonic 1 came back to haunt me in Sonic 2, and Sonic 2 things I didn't cover came back to haunt me now. Which is why I'm tackling this a little more harshly than last times. But again, careful. Cue for a single scene, it gets old after upsetting 12 of them. It happened with Rachel, it happened with Will, and it's going to happen with Donald May. So please be mindful with how many you make female characters. Because you're lucky making you root for the mad scientist that's trying to exterminate the incompetence that is the humans of this world. Look, I've always had a problem with humans in this universe, but it was very spread out for the most part. And I don't know, maybe I'm not sure how I'll line the spot with the red flags. Because the people in this universe feel way less intellectual from the days when Donald snuck out Robotnik when he was trying to sneak his snooping way into his house in search of Sonic. That all said, I can't believe I say this, but can we give Donald a kid? Sonic needs to outgrow him so he can spread his footprints in other continental lands. And I felt till they have a kid, he's going to continue to feel handicapped to their family. Sonic has always been one to travel when that's down.
I guess I've seen every place there is to see on this planet.
Once you defeat Eggman, you'll leave, won't you? Hey, Sonic, we're going to Silver Valley. Come along and we'll have a picnic there.
I've been there before.
He doesn't do the decent thing, settle down with the gal, because he's too cool for that.
I just hope he's careful. That's not his style. Sonic likes danger.
It's one of the only major critiques I have on Sonic X, taking as long as it did for him to lead the phone dice.
Party.
On Thursday.
And naked.
Why can't you?
I promised Helen we'd hang out.
You mean the girl in my class?
Yeah, that's the one. She's a friend of mine.
I didn't know that.
I don't have to tell you everything, do I?
So maybe it's mean, but I think it'd be a sitcom on today, meaning that Joe Chris will have a phone dice existence in this. I know it's not Earth to where Chris and Gang but still, just a thought.
Okay, I'm just gonna say it. Sonic used the Master Emerald to go golden cosmos.
Anyone who tries to take it away becomes sworn enemy.
Okay, sheesh. We need to all rally on me, buddy.
One of my biggest concerns and critiques of the last two movies were the scenes that felt like they put the plot on pause. It felt like they were red flags I should have anticipated when it was announced they were doing it, so sure. Sonic 1 had the bar scene, Sonic 2 had the bar scene canon edition, and I was really hoping they wouldn't have something like that here, and they don't have one! Yeah, no, they don't have a bar scene this time, no. We'll get to the Dance Off 2.0 bit, no doubt. But for now, the gang has the tech to transform their appearance, and Donald and his wife pretend to be Randall and his wife.
Oh, my name is Randall, and I'm too much to handle. Welcome to the gun show.
Do you know what gun stands for?
All you need.
Hidden Ultra Master.
Let's see, let's game. Right, do you want to get unsubscribe now? Yeah.
Would you describe it as tactical, juice, or shred?
What, me? To get Ultra Master? Nasty?
No.
And I take a little side fingers,
This is for this idiot on there. Yeah, if it's not clear, also not that discrepancy. I know obviously it's just Maddie and Tom trying to impersonate the likes of Rachel and Randall, but still it sucks. I'm sorry, but I'm not here for this. I'm here for Sonic.
That's what we need you two for. No, you don't. Well, that's fine. Is this what we are? Mr. and Mrs. Smith? Can't we just get Tom Cruise to do this? Love on pop culture reference.
Rewatching Rachel in the first Sonic movie it was frustrating more than anything, knowing what she would go on to do in Sonic 2. I think her scenes did its job in the first Sonic movie, and I think the most part did so well. It felt realistic enough to happen. Sonic 2 came along and decided to flip the script, giving Maddie and Rachel Tails Tech to make G-Man look like fools. Oh, God. Yeah, that's still painful. This universe really just makes G-Man look like absolute fools. Tracks, tools, compared to games. And that really does sad because it would really be nice to at least introduce them as the force director. And if not in Sonic 1 with its final scene, where it was apparently created, if not in Sonic 2, where it really should have been, then it really badly needed to be here, especially since they were covering story for 50 years ago, when everything wasn't as lighthearted and taken it seriously. And look, not to say that it didn't in the past, but to me it did not say it. Maybe because it is attached to the same movie that has these scenes.
Have fun, not with another.
Oh, are you not Tommy? Oh,
What? We really borrow? You can have a super. No, you mind? Matt, we need to have a super name is top secret mission.
Yeah, great.
Right, but first things first, what is that? Look, Tom!
Be great.
Sure. I told you about his very creepy. Once again.
For the last night of this heist?
We're going in blind.
Yeah. La última pasión.
Última pasión can only belong to one.
No, it can only belong to one. Gabriel should tell them both.
Me too, kid.
What do you want?
Don't you realize I should keep yours?
Thankfully, there's no Quicksilver scene here this time. That said, upon rewatching Sonic X, I was surprised to notice that there was a semi-Quicksilver kind of scene here. Somehow I kind of don't mind it as much as they used to. And he basically decides to pull, hey, I'm a Karen, let me in or die.
That's my goal.
Hey, what? Wait. What?
Quicksilver scene here this time.
What do you want?
Watching Sonic X, I was surprised to notice that there was a semi-Quicksilver kind of scene here. Somehow I kind of don't mind it as much as they used to. And he basically this time.
I forgot about that scene. I think that was also deleted.
That said, upon rewatching Sonic X, I was surprised to notice that there was a semi-Quicksilver kind of scene here. Somehow I kind of don't mind it as much as they used to. And he here this time. That said, upon rewatching Sonic X, I was surprised to notice that there was a Thankfully, there's no Quicksilver scene here this time. That said, upon rewatching Sonic X, I was surprised to notice that there was a semi-Quicksilver kind of scene here. Somehow I kind of don't mind it as much as they used to. And he basically decides to pull, hey, I'm a Karen, let me in or die.
That's my goal.
Yeah. Can they fucking get in?
Nasty. That's my goal. Get back in. Now you check.
I don't know what Randall's position is in G-Man at this current point in the timeline. I don't know so what G-Man really make clear. Going to be taxed or not, they are. Fine. So yeah, we're using transforming tech. No, actually, where did this come from? Nobody brings it up, nobody mentions it. It feels like a new possibility for the sequel trilogy. Oh, you just have something that just happens to be convenient to the plot because, you know, we didn't tell you before, but now it exists, you know, accept it, please, screw if not. And where the fuck did they even get the G-Man uniform from? Because I find an excuse that Tails Gadget Tech made it. You know, like, what, at this rate, what's next? Ooh, Tails has a magical weapon that allows them to be able to disable myths like later on. Ooh, Tails happens to have a piece of technology that forces the user to tell the truth. No name, she reveals the truth into that Sonic, when they could prove it to Jessica Jones that the antitrust through the tech. You know, like, you could just keep on going on with this story. You know, like, since when has Tails ever brought on tech that we're expected to believe he's always had, that hasn't been recently developed? That would have been super convenient to have in the previous story, when he's supposed to be at then. On top of that, with this logic, we could have transformed into Waltz in Sonic 2, so all the guys to leave, sneak Sonic and get out. Instead of many Rachel's PS scenes one-shotting G-Man agents with Tails Tech for the first time.
I did not mean to do that.
You know what I mean? You gotta stop with this Tails Tech, it's starting to get out of hand. Like, if barely nothing changes, it's only gonna get worse. They're already starting to back themselves into a corner, and it's set a plot hole. Not a good position to be in. And like I said, it's only going to get worse if you don't get more competent writers on your team. I can recognize and acknowledge that half of the writers team do genuinely want to honor and tribute the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise with all its characters, with its lore, and implement that as best as they can to the real world. And I'm not sure if it's the same people or not, but I swear it feels like there's another half of Suits essentially. But basically, no, I'm gonna have this instead, and put that there, and that's too long, that's too short, that's too dark, this isn't family friendly. Ooh, I think this is really the problem that has plagued live action Sonic movies since its inception. It's all fun games, kidding and all that, but you really can't be afraid to get dark, especially if you want to honor the lore. Because if not, don't adapt it. I don't want to see Shadow in that case. Because if you want to be family friendly, then respectfully, I don't really want to see any of the lore being adapted. This, in my opinion, is why the Venom trilogy failed. And as someone that was extremely hyped at the prospect of getting a Venom solo movie and a Carnage potential sequel villain, what plagued that trilogy, for simply the same reasons, is that they put a cap on the audience by calling it a family-friendly movie. Now, believe it or not, this trilogy is far more unforgiving than this, because I do expect Venom to be more brutal and violent, and the fact that it wasn't is saddening to say the least. This trilogy, on the other hand, while obviously not expecting an A rating, even N, I know, is stretching far beyond what they're ever going to get to. But like one of my favorite movies of all time, despite being a film for 12-year-olds, he wasn't afraid to change the rating because he knew that the story needed to go dark. It's what best served the story. It's what was in the best interest of the story and did justice. And I absolutely do feel that Jeff Fowler and the rest of the team working on these movies should really take notes from this. Because even if you are trying to aim for kids, this universe has been at it for 4 years now. And let's say your target audience was around 12 years old. In 2 years, by the time Sonic 4 is ready, they're going to be out of it. Meaning if you want to keep catering to that audience and not lose them, you cannot be afraid of going dark. Especially since these later stories from source material release are only going to be done justice by being executed in a dark way. The movies really should be growing alongside the children of watching. That's why I've always respected the heck out of Naruto. Because when I first started watching that, I was a child. And it did have very childish, prankster kind of elements to it in its starting roots. And you know, 12, 13, 14 years down the line, if you really A-B the first few episodes to the last few episodes, you really wouldn't think it's the same franchise. Like character development, that's something called story development. Story, or if you will, franchise evolution. The good kind. But going back to the Lucius Sproul problem, right now, Tails' borderline feels a little bit out of character just because of how many comedic gadgets he has.
I'm the gadget guy. That's enough. The last of the Achilles, the most dangerous warrior in the galaxy. He's obsessed with finding the master.
Position dump.
Everyone calls me Tails. Growing up, I didn't have any friends. Everyone in my village thought my two tails were weird.
I really am starting to get to notice the fact that twice now, these characters have just magically pulled out some tech that literally comes out of nowhere from that backpack to conveniently help with the plot. You know, like, come on. And realistically speaking, if you're telling me that there is tech that can project the likes of Tails and Knuckles, draw hologram style, you really think something that could magically have their hologram tech transform them into the human characters? And that's what I mean. They could do it, but they won't, because it's cheaper this way, and it forces the human characters to be influenced more into the story. Which I do understand to a degree, but respectfully, I didn't come to the Sonic the Hedgehog movie to see the human characters. I came to the Sonic the Hedgehog movie to see the Sonic the Hedgehog characters. Tails has always been the tech guy. It's true, but I always viewed it as the more intellectual vehicle mechanic from Lucius Fox, gadget convenient, lore-telling exposition type of character. When writing, if it's too convenient, it's likely no good sign. And in my opinion, this kind of is a big deal, because with this tech, on paper, no one really can die. Robotic sacrifice, Gerald getting zapped. Both characters could technically be processed by Agent Stone if he gets his hands on the test set. And this is what I mean, even though they might be an imposter, you're essentially writing a tool into the story that makes it very difficult to trust when a character dies, in the same way that Command Wolf died. But then we see him a few scenes later, even though it's just a normal. And I don't know what they're trying to set up in the grand scheme of things. Maybe they're not going to figure out a way how to use the big line, with Shadow being alive, the Frozen Sonic, but to be honest, I think that's a bit generous, considering the amount of potential that has been there for the past few installments, respectively. So I thought this was pretty interesting. In episode 1 of the Knuckles Show, and Sonic 3, both make use of G-Win agents from England, London specifically, my birthright hometown. And what they both have in common is, like Sonic 3, arguably even more so, they once again have made them look like fools. Is there an agenda here? Why are we trying to make England G-Win agents look bad? Look at me, I'm not on the wrong side of the road. Are they trying to not use American G-Win agents because they know they have to make G-Win look like fools every time they're used? For that matter, why did Randall even report for lunch? With his non-agent wife at England G-Win HQ. Like, wouldn't they be asking why he's there? He's stationed at the American G-Win headquarters, correct? Would there also be questions about her being an agent? Because, you know, she very fucking clearly isn't an agent. Like, I'm sorry, this is just way too convenient for me, guys.
Nasty. Nasty, nasty. That's my goal.
Sorry for the inconvenience. Barely an inconvenience.
That's my goal.
GM was a real agency, I promise you now, they would know everything about Randall's life, where he lives, his diet, what vehicle he drives, his family and friends, their occupations, medical conditions, his birth certificate, and definitely his wife, most especially after the events of Psych 3. Pretty cool enough stuff, huh? Unfortunately, not getting here. Then we get this really beautiful, calm scene where Jessica Jones is approaching them and they have to look like a get in, and then Durham was trying to switch, and his fucking eyes start going all cartoon, his mouth lets get juiced, his ears go eye, his fucking head starts growing, it starts shrinking, he turns into a fucking donut Sunny Sauce, he later transforms into his dog, and here's the best part, he switches to his fucking puppet that he just pulled out a few scenes ago, that Sonic was surprised to see for the first time, as if Tails has had time to fucking scan the fucking ventriloquist dummy. What the fuck? What the hell, guys? Come on. You know, in a lot of ways, I really wish I could go back and watch these movies with a clean slate as a child when I was 7, 8 years old. I really want to know what my reaction was back then, because I do not believe I would be laughing at this. Like Ninja's reference is really my reaction to Chipmunks.
Hey, back off, man. This is Dave Seville. We go way back, alright? We've both come a long way since college. You, not so much.
But they had just sort of vastly different movies. They really stuck the predicaments and find themselves with. You know, face enough for the kids that watched this movie. Nobody was laughing at this scene. Nobody was giggling. It was dead fucking silent. Best part is it wasn't just this scene. They were dead silent for the way fucking Bible scene too. They didn't laugh. Inconceivable. And I saw this on opening day for the afternoon during school holidays. The cinema was packed with kids. And unless I'm stupid, and you didn't intend this to be comical, and in which case, what the fuck did you intend this for? Your mission failed. I.e., your idea of comedy is wrong. I also like that Tom nearly gets them busted while in disguise when dude is not only a literal sheriff of the law, but has remained composed and knew what to do in past predicaments. If this were a BF,
Thank you, Master Point.
then it would be a different story, not what my king possibly. But if it's something the first 2 installments continue to try and sell, if their donor lord knows how to handle people that work for the government, yeah, whatever, he panics because Tails trolled them with his new hologram tech. Sure, why not? That might as well have to make the others look the rest. As if we didn't get enough recurring elements. We got another scene of this Spanish movie that scenes just kept on taking me out, and it got on very fast. That said, I did just get done watching Aliens in the Attic for the first time recently, and then watching Zorro was based on this touch line until happened. And I thought the was Zorro. Don't get me wrong, I grew up on that shit, man. But I didn't watch either Aliens in the Attic or Sonic the Hedgehog to be interrupted mid-movie because other movies are playing, fictional or not. Believe it or not, I prefer fictional movies to be playing if it means being spared the action movie or culture references, but definitely not at the expense of shoving a fictional movie in the audience's faces of a Sonic movie that doesn't elevate the plot. Case in point, elevated the plot by giving shots to character development. The Spanish movie accelerated the plot by putting on pause for the sake of a couple jokes that I guarantee you could have still told without putting the plot pause. And if not, behold, this is what we call a deleted scene. Fortunately, it didn't last too long, but when it came back, it just reminded me of a double show. Like you have quite a tense reunion of Team Sonic and Agent Zero, the Doctor's right hand man. He offers you invitation to be a man my own. And what's gonna happen?
Sorry, we're not this movie to review Spanish movie that's relative to this Sonic movie because we want this movie to interrupt the movie because we have to interrupt tension at all costs. Yeah.
Eggman and Gerald sneaking into the base. Are they gonna get the key first? Tension is raising. They seem to be more on top of things. Are they gonna beat Donald and Maddie? Are they gonna make Gene look like fools again? Is Jesse Jones gonna go to waste? And
We stand by as we interrupt the cycle. It's Spanish movie, turn down the Sonic movie for the Sonic movie.
you effectively kill the tension that you have raised. And the screwed up thing to me is that it seems to be a choice. You've done this multiple times in the last 2 movies, and you're still doing it now. And again, I really feel like this all comes back down to it being capped under family-friendly movie. Ha ha ha. And in which case, I hate you. I feel like the only real reason the fictional movie was even made was for the team to experiment with the same actor playing 2 characters on screen, just so they can back at me for when they come to Joe. And if that is true, as someone whose mother and grandmother were actresses in the industry way back then, allow me to give some insight to something even a common viewer will learn. Screen test on the movie.
Yeah. But it's true. Both of them were in the industry. And I mean, it's funny too, because I was even trying to like find a second one, because I found the first one, when did I find that? 23. Christmas 2023, yeah. I tried to find it, because that's the thing, I don't really have like a whole lot of information until I really visit, and that's the thing, because I was out of town, and able to get a bit more context, a bit more info. I did try looking for another one, but yeah, no, I just I found a physical copy that could be purchased, but it's got region issues, and I mean, yeah, and she was an extra in that, so I don't know. Might still pick it up anyway, because you know it's an heirloom in a sense, but I mean, that wasn't as surprising as I thought it was going to be. I mean, it's like, you know, an extra's an extra's an extra, but I was more surprised to learn about a frickin' connection to a bloody Parsi princess, whatever Parsi is, and a French corsair that kidnapped said princess, and it's like, wait, what? How? And from what side and what year? And it's just, I mean, look, there's more leads to that than supposedly being connected to the freaking iPod creator. My God, because seriously, I remember hearing that when I was a kid, and I was like, yeah, no, I'm gonna hold you to that, and even reuniting with the rest of the family, I was asking if there's any more information, like any names, any kind of leads, because I'm always scavenging for like family tree history to really see how things can connect, because especially as like an author, I really kind of have to have that type of way of thinking, because it's helped tremendously with getting characters organized and as well as building off of anything from reality to help with getting ideas and all that good stuff. But yeah, no, it's still couldn't find anything relative to that. But I wonder if that's why I'm so connected in tech to Mac stuff, but Apple stuff in general. No, but ironic in any case, the fact that I've owned pretty much everything but an iPod. But to be fair, we're also talking about a pre-Apple deal. It was, the invention that was picked up by them. But no, I'm still, if anything, I'm more bewildered to this Parsi thing more so. So that kind of just, I'm more that's the real news compared to an inventor descendant. It's like, yeah, all right, but if we find anything to that, fine. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm more intrigued by this other thing. I still have to look into that and document it more than anything, because I really do like to parallel a lot of my life and my stories. And to be honest, I think that's true for most authors in some way, shape, or form. It's just how exaggerated or how echoed and how much is ultimately put into the story. Because I think there's a lot of George Lucas, for example, in Star Wars. Even in THX 1138, I remember watching that for the first time recently for its anniversary, and again I could really see a lot of Lucas's car accident in some shots in both that movie and in Revenge, and it's like, yeah, it does happen. Same for the author of Mary Poppins. When you have the context of that author's upbringing and backstory and her relationship to her father, yeah, you can see a lot of the influences from reality, and I think we'll find that anytime you dig into an author's upbringing and influences, a lot of it does come from life experiences, and they do find a way to even unintentionally echo themselves, and that's kind of the only way you really can write, because it's what you know how to write. You try to just completely go out of the box. Yeah, sometimes it can work, not to say, it's just, no, that's never going to work. It can work for sure. But I think the more emotionally gripping and the ones that do tend to be maybe a bit more everlasting are the ones that can really speak to the heart and really do come from something real and true from life experiences. But anyway.
So, let's talk about Ivor and Gerald's dance scene when they were sneaking into the base.
So now we can just dance right through. That sounds like a carrot.
No, I don't think so. Let's dance. Anyway, we should probably get moving.
I thought the dance sequence that he had was amazing.
Behold, yet another deleted scenes. I know Jim Carrey's always had his mannerisms, and if you look past that, it really is an enjoyable experience. But this was like one of the only times in all three movies that were really actually took me out of it. Like, if they want to turn it into a musical, fucking pull away, but this might come as a surprise, but this fucking isn't a musical.
I can show you the world, shining, shimmering, splendid. Tell me, princess, now when did you last let your heart decide? I can.
And I think I'd be a bit more accepting of it if it happened literally anywhere else in the movie, when they're on the eclipse counter, before they attempt to infiltrate the base. Literally any other scene where Ivor and Gerald are on screen, I would be okay with it. But no, they have to choose one time where they're trying to stealth and infiltrating. They can't stop trying to make these movies like Deadpool and Guardians of the Galaxy. Just because you have someone that's worked on the Deadpool movies doesn't mean you should try to make these movies like them. Doesn't help that Ivor pushes Gerald, his grandfather, his only form of family that he's only just been reunited with, into the latest Deadpool. Potentially exposing himself to get caught or killed, and he full pushes it, like, irrespective if the suit is meant to block at all. This isn't a fucking full head-to-toe bodysuit. This ain't even fucking skin to the laser. He's a fucking gone. Like, I'm not taking that, right? Suit is immune. Suit is not covered face. Face touches laser. Face might as well be kicked by a white stick for his own personal gain, so he can tinker with a bullet one. But he was literally just ecstatic for the first time, sincerely. The knowing that he still has family left. It just kind of felt like a bit of a contradiction to what was just established a little over 15 minutes ago, in which very little has changed between the two characters. For what, a literal gag, just so he'd say,
Your heartless son brought him to the core. I'm screwed.
Again, and I think that really does. It's why it kind of bugs me, because again, I'm so connected to like family and ties, and again, it's like I do try to look, because I do care and I am interested, and again, maybe this clues into me being an only child. Maybe that's why I'm so interested in that stuff. Because it does disappoint me when I do meet like a dead end. Because I did look up the whole thing with the icon and ancestry, and I really couldn't find anything. But unfortunately, that's probably going to be the case for the other one, because that's even more ancient. But still, point is that I am very sensitive, I think is the word, and I do when it comes to reuniting and seeing, especially family after a long time. I don't know, maybe I'm getting too real with it, because for the way I took that scene, it's like, okay, so this is his grandfather, just alright, where have you been my entire life? He gets emotional. It's like, where have you been? And then from that to, and I'm gonna test the suits out by almost killing you and maybe even killing you. Oh, wasn't sure it would work till now. I shouldn't take it too seriously. I know, and maybe that's my problem. Maybe I do take things too seriously. Because I try to find the realism and the believability, and I try to make things that are unbelievable work in a believable manner. I try to look for the extra context that maybe I don't have. And in this case, I think it bugs me, because everything I keep coming back to is this is stupid. This doesn't make sense. I don't buy that he would do that. Why would he kill his only family that he was ecstatic for the first time sincerely? Why would he do that? I don't buy that.
What are we in episode Wednesday Adams?
I don't.
The fuck? In my opinion, this Republic would not be this heartless. Definitely not this soon, at least. Perhaps a little later when we find out Gerald is more heartless than I wrote. But yeah, I just feel this was way too soon. And a couple seconds later, I was thinking, oh, okay, well, he was just bragging to his grandfather to show off the new suits that was developed to not sell the alarms.
Was it your word to them?
Oh, guess not. Then why the fuck did you just kill your grandfather?
See?
Essentially expressing you to be put to jail. What the fuck?
What the hell is going on?
And why do the lasers literally change color mid-dance?
You don't fucking care, do you?
Like I said before, if you want to make this a fucking musical, fucking have at it. Because unless Ivor is with Gerald back in the crowd, why can't you have a fucking eclipse cannon? I'll happily accept your funky color-changing lasers, not at GUN headquarters. Stop making them look dumb, please, I beg you. Fuck, even say the lasers were hacked to excuse this. Give me something to work off of. I just can't do it, Captain. I do.
Again, I'm literally looking for ways to make it make sense. Why do the lasers change color? It's like, it's the musical logic, and this is probably why I'm not a big fan of musicals, because it all coming full circle. Yeah, get me out of here. I half expect them to break into lyrics at this rate.
Making them look dumb, please, I beg you. Fuck, even say the lasers were hacked to excuse this. Give me something to work off of. I just can't do it, Captain. I did have the Please come and miss something. What is going on here? This is like musical logic. What the fuck? Come on, guys.
Literally.
I hate you. I hate you. I don't even know you, but I hate you too. And I especially hate you.
But yeah, those 30 scenes really just took away from the movie for me. I was like, real talk, these movies might not be for me anymore. That all said, for the most part, I really did like Gerald's inclusion in this movie, and Tinker absolutely not the part. They just should have taken the scenes a little better, and in a way that feels more organic and real with the pressure. Especially since this is the most human we've ever seen Rebel story in the We didn't see Ivor do his funky dance, Sonic 1 right after the robot slaps Ivor in the fucking face. In or out of all resonance mid-scene. Like, it's clear to me that they wanted to mirror the visual scene from the first Sonic movie. But for all the best intentions they might have had, since when does Eggman dance with infiltrating an enemy base?
And that's the thing! It fucking works in Sonic 1! It fucking works! It actually works! I have no problem! Dude's in his lair! He's got his own tech, and he's, flashing the lights around. It works. I buy it. I believe it. I support it. I encourage it even. When you're sneaking into a GUN fucking base where they have their own lights that magically change color, that's where I have a problem. It's not realistic. I don't buy it. I'm sorry. Is it wrong that I want it to make sense? Maybe it is. Maybe it really is just me, because nobody else seems to be taking fucking issue to it. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
I feel a song coming on.
Even generally, it feels borderline out of character outside of Steam Short I was taking the dancing he's trying to dismantle that word while it's on herself.
Stop right there, Robocop.
Then after everything, I'm reminding once everything's about to calm down, they pull the same thing again, but they're not Lord Percy's Common Waltons, 2 Jessica Jones, and she died. Like, I know they haven't experienced this tech before, but at the same time they also have experienced this tech before in the last movie. Okay, again, not this Transformers tech, but like, she believes him to be dead, and she's supposed to believe he's back here so soon in a sling, and aliens are also not to be trusted according to her, and she knows they've got tech.
Yeah, I didn't like it. Everything's in it's not what we all just remember this. Yeah, it's not good. Yeah, I just didn't do it at all. Except for trying to reform, and I appreciate that, but yeah, I don't know.
So that's another thing. Strong opinions from Cyclone's side
But
too.
Donuts keep a watch key on command that can't even remember that existed 50 years ago. They're just supposed to retire and hold Donuts to give the key to little kids, because they don't intend to hide. They're probably handed out at their red free flag, despite probably knowing where they live. Smart enough to know shadows inside, but dumb enough to not question when some suspicious leading couples next small scene wants to get in on the moment. Dumb enough to ask for some clearance or identification when a suspicious couple was trying to access these people. Dumb enough to forget that Randall was Vanny were trying to access the vault, and now instead have Tom and Vanny holding before they know Randall will still be out there working. Better yet, dumb enough to bring the key stealers to the room with the key, the fuck why, when they could have easily kicked them out and or turned them over to the cops. Dumb enough to not question how your commander isn't dead, when there absolutely would be an autopsy confirming Bill's death. Not to mention suspiciously re-emerging on the same day others tried to steal the key. Smart enough to tell someone is blue and not black, but also colorblind enough to have your red laser go funky blue.
My suspension springs of disbelief have been corroded with
Super frustrating. You know, I really want to give her a chance to Oreo and pull something really different and have her play an older Oreo who either side. Or maybe Joe wants to her and that's so much older.
Oh, hell, you're no Maria.
My opinion should be perfect for voicing Rouge. I'm not, but you know, instead of just trying to Oreo, except we'll come down and, you know, like all option agents in the universe, it's like action world. You know, in order to sound like a working record here, I really can't see the potential of this deal. I think they could have done a lot of things with these characters, with these actors, with these stories, but really just, they were turned down with the dumb little kids plot. Kids are stupid. Stop writing for dumb idiot children. They're not idiots. I don't even need to say it. One of the greatest filmmakers of all time has literally said this.
They're already white anymore.
And it doesn't help it.
I couldn't find the right clip I was looking for that George Lucas says it, but I did eventually find it. And if I ended up re-uploading this in an attempt to make the full cut get published with no copyright issues, yeah, I would want to replace that with the clip from his interview with Jim Cameron, because there he very much does say essentially the same thing, but more directly, and that was, I believe, the clip I was looking for.
Like the only plots, there's no real reason for them to get the key when it's only going to put target on their backs. It's like, actually, what happens if you did get the key? Like, what, you take it back to the Grenoble house? I've heard where you live, so they'll just go there and burn fights and destroy Green Hills. Like, what is the plan here? What is Walter's going to do? What the fuck does this mean to them? Because again, showing off the Grenoble house, and then specify whether they're going to take that around, hide it, or what, destroy it even, or even use a reference, is where they decide to relocate the Master Realm after the events of Sonic 2, seeing as though they were only going to continue to keep getting werewolves. And well, how did that turn out?
We made a promise to each other to keep it hidden, in a location only Knuckles knows.
Apparently, they don't even ask what the fuck it is that they're after. They don't even ask why they're infiltrating G-Wayne headquarters on this. Super Demon top secret mission. They have no clue that they're after the key within G-Wayne headquarters. And despite this all being one scene, where nothing can be off-screen.
This plan would work a heck of a lot better if Sonic used the Master Emerald to go golden god mode to get the key.
Did you catch that?
To get the key.
That was a little something called ADR. So yeah, again, like the old plots, this really did kind of just feel like, no, we're going to get to it first so we can get caught, but still be intertwined in the action when they get to it and everybody else gets to it. Yeah, that's kind of getting old, low-key. It was super frustrating seeing Durant switch back from Walters to himself to report he got the key, but then switch back to Walters because they need to have Shadow see Thomas Walters. It was only made worse when he was all, no, wait, no, wait.
Today I wreak vengeance on you!
Wait, what, not even a, wait, you don't understand, I'm not.
No, you see, I'm not.
It felt like
There are bigger things happening here than me and you.
excuse to not tell the truth then and there because we want there to be drama for later. It's worse in this case since without words or stumbling words better yet. Dude could have turned off the hologram tech as he just did seconds ago, had failed to switch off and instead switched to the cartoon chat again. Boom, would have been attacked, at least for enough time for Sonic to pull up. Heck, even if it failed to switch off, whether Donald urges him to hold it as he goes to turn the hologram off, I would have brought in more to why Shadow attacked, thinking he was fully gone, and of course wanting revenge immediately, while also explaining why Donald doesn't try to explain himself or all of his stuff this world immediately. When Shadow selected Thomas come on monsters, there's tension raising at the stakes worth trying to reach, and you pretty much immediately they would kill Donald. These movies are just too PG for it. I really would be surprised if Jeff Bell or any of the other producers of the movies, like the Stranger Things team, have become somewhat attached to either the actors working on these projects, the characters they're portraying, or so much so that they really just don't want to kill them off or wipe them out, which I think is just another maybe that much will Though I did really like this reaction once Sonic realized what happened, where Shadow kind of questioned his choices and decisions, and it did kind of echo the previous movie with Knuckles when he was questioning his choices, trusting the Doctor, and deciding he was on something. And that's what I mean, it's just those types of scenes we need more. Stop treating things like dumb kids, and give us some realness. Real live action, let's get real. If you want to pull the stuff through, just go ahead. Just make it happen in the movie.
It's a new suit.
The final scene that kind of took me a little bit out of it was Wade fucking Whipple having a Master Emerald, the source of all his power. Nah, I gotta get this off my chest. Why is Wade fucking Whipple taking over every Sonic project? Even for Sonic 1 and 2, his character is just absolutely disappointing me throughout every installment.
No, wait, I'm actually on a yacht in Barbados. With Beyond. LNG. That's amazing. Please send pics. No, wait, I'm at Speed Drive. How did you get back so fast? Barbados is in the ocean. Hey, wait. Hi, Tom. I'm not really here. What is going on? Gosh, what should I do? Wait, hold on. Without getting the instructions. Okay, alright. You can do this. What was the first thing he said to do? Right, relax. Some guys came in asking some questions. A little creepy. Kind of remind me of there's a minimal act, but mine is charming as well. Smith. Oops.
I'm loving pop culture references.
Don't tell me that we talk, okay? I think they already know. I think he actually hung up because I noticed that the lake isn't out. I just watched the brain fart. You just sit there and be you. So that's... No one's gonna erase my memory here? I will tell people about that! That's our sheriff you're messing with. Just I'll let you stick your nose out the window.
Sonic, where are we?
Welcome to the Wade Cave, which is something I hope to someday say to a woman. A woman who's not my mom. Wade, focus. In other words, shut up.
The Emerald has the power to turn facts into reality.
In other words, I won't let you download Clone. So is that your dad?
What?
No?
Two things, okay? Shut up. And with Knuckles already here.
Knuckles. You know I knew King Bill's holding Knuckles. No, you don't. If his whole fist is out. Ah! Shut up! If this is the same Knuckles, I Shut up! Hey, Bob. Hey, Maria, how you doing? Working on this. Steeping the grain, don't need to burn the fuel. Speaking of fuel. Oh, what's wrong with that guy? Oh, doesn't seem right. Doesn't seem right.
So that entire sequence of him on the scooter was actually dubbed. I dubbed the scooter sound effect, and obviously I isolated the voice to basically. I even put like the car passing by, ultimately to remove the pop song. Yeah. Make of that what you will. It was ultimately to just basically show the scene as it is, but without the music, obviously for copyright reasons and many others, but fucking hell.
Don't need to burn the fuel. Speaking of fuel. Oh, what's wrong with that guy? Closed. Doesn't seem right. Doesn't seem right. Where's Mike? Oh my god, cover my hands. Cover my hands. Shut up. Oh, your gloves, stand up. Now spread your fingers. Now wiggle. Wiggle your digits. Yes. Like you just finished a big musical number. Just shut up. Why is there a letter?
No, you're digits. You are immoral.
I'm done playing games now. Here, tell me what I want to know. I'm asking you the last time. What would you like on your bagel? Shut up! It's a display bagel. Oh, that is a display bagel. Shut up! Just stop! Just stop it! You're here. Sit down in the chair. I didn't know. Because he was in the chair, so I said, shut up! Very hard to understand you.
You just sit there and be useless.
I knew it. Just like a single more moment.
Shut up!
Try away with Ryan and stone water.
Shut up! I wouldn't insult you if you weren't such a fucking loser.
Maybe I wouldn't be such a freaking loser if you weren't insulting me. Shut up! Can you shut up? Shut up! Shut up and take it! My job is to make sure things like this don't happen, actually. Shut up! Because that is that, technically, but you got that. I'll give it to you. You'll work forever, Jackson Clare!
Do you think so?
Jackson Clare!
Chris, is it Chris R? Just, I don't know why. No, his name Chris R. Call him Chris R.
Jack?
Thank you.
Wait, Whipple. I know this man. He's no great warrior.
Do you think so?
Oh, help! Help!
You're that warrior.
I'm not strong, I'm not tough, I'm not a warrior.
Do you think
Show you the secrets to all my strength.
Then I can use that to challenge Susie in a trial by bowling combat and earn a spot back on the team.
No.
Yes.
No. No. Didn't I hear you were grounded? There's no way you're allowed to leave home.
Yeah, well, speak for yourself.
Alright, that checks out. Let's do this. Destiny waits!
You're fired. No.
The name's Knuckles, wise guy. I hate you. What are you gonna do for fun?
Vengeance. Get all back.
Yeah, so what's your point? Get all back.
That is the point.
Yes, can I kick it? Yes, can I kick it? Yes, can. Shut up! Take it. Get ready to mind blown. Knuckles Gage.
F-U-T-A-Y-O-U.
Watch it. This is my background. I don't care. I don't care. That's my responsibility, man.
I'm beginning to understand your interest in this game. I'm beginning to understand your interest in this game.
You know, there's another reason I love bowling so much.
I don't care.
It's kind of a big reason.
Oh my god, I don't care. I do not, I don't care. Come on.
There is nothing an apprentice like you cannot achieve in due time.
You think I can do that? Listen, I know you may be slightly stupid. Most people think I'm just kind of a joke.
Yeah, so what's your point?
Sorry, his latest reserve.
What are you, an idiot?
Okay, so this is because Knuckles is grounded, right?
Who's the idiot?
Well, I got it, rolls if he's grounded. Don't let me get away, I'm disciplining him! It works!
If all the village idiots from all the villages left their villages and formed their own village of idiots in that village, you would be the village idiot.
You might not be a warrior yet, but you are a deputy. In fact, you're one of the greatest deputies in the history of law enforcement. You're fired! And normally, in a situation like this, you call for backup. You're fired! This is Montana, so you are the backup. Oh, you're fired! Rely on your instincts, think back to your police training. You are prepared for this. Shut up! Get up! I am extremely unprepared for this.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh, and Knuckles now. Wade's awesome rescue plan starts now. Give me a blue raspberry icy. Quick! Time to rock out! Quick, time out! You're fired! At least you're still drivable. That's it. Oh.
You again.
Yes, Ronnie. If you're going to get
What's that, BB?
I think you mean he was just my guy. No? You think you're any more attention here? Fuck you.
Pretty proud of that.
You don't just not get kids anymore.
I just killed Wade Whipple!
Stop acting silly and just bye.
That's just wrong.
On a scale of 1 to warrior, where does Wade fall?
Right back along.
I don't know about you, but I am starving. Hey, look, a burger shack. Let's go eat.
The story is not gripping me. I'm in a state of non-gripness. I'm completely smacking ungripted. Shoot the smack up.
Victory feast for the boys, huh?
What victory? We won nothing tonight.
Incorrect. Some of the things you just said might have happened. Might have, huh? It might not have been pretty. Might be stupid looking guy, but that doesn't mean it wasn't a
glorious victory.
Now you're getting it. Let's dig in.
That shall be my goal until the moment I join my people in the great battleground in the sky. One thing I have learned in pledging my life to this quest is that I have been betrayed. Again, and again, and again, and again.
Wow. Sorry that happened. I'm strong enough to know that I would never betray a friend.
And again.
I don't know if this was Layla, but it's gonna be going somewhere I haven't been in a really long time.
It was his fault.
I do have something to say. You will be here. And I think today is gonna be a beautiful day.
gonna rescue him?
No.
You are more.
In order to become a true warrior, he must learn to rescue himself.
Oh no.
Anyway,
You guys shut the fuck up.
That's not the right lesson! You're gonna get a military! I got it from here! I know exactly what to do.
you'll never change.
Time to unleash the source of my true power. My fist.
What is wrong with you?
I don't know why you do half the shit you do, Ken.
Oh, sure, listen to the rest of the story.
Oh God, what does it all mean?
Oh, they did. You don't fucking care, you do. Of course I can care. You don't give a shit.
Oh. I don't know, didn't have to do that. Oh, I got two. Oh.
Listen to yourself whining and complaining like some sorry little victim. You can whimper all day for all I care. You are nothing!
With my true strength.
Nothing but a worthless scumbag!
What? No in here.
What?
What? I'm sorry, I'm not hearing you all that well. What? Oh, okay. Got it.
Just die.
Here's what I'm getting you. You're fired. I'll never do this ordinarily, but I'm fired.
I don't care.
Die. Kevin James is headlining here. The Lord Cop? That means you know it's top notch.
Ooh. Leave my sight.
We're cool. Yes, of course. Yes. We like to say
Well done, Knuckles. I have not lost your touch.
Wrong.
Man, you can make out the natural ability to be overlooked. I was able to get in the room.
Just stop. Please, just stay away.
Wow. Okay, a lot of drama.
Why?
Oh, there he is. Wait, Lieutenant Deputy of the smallest town in Montana. No, you're not.
Could it be that your art style is a rip-off?
Never mind, just talk. The flames of disaster!
The ableist trigger isn't Knuckles the Echidna.
Disaster!
That's better.
And actually, this has happened before. There was a visit by an extraterrestrial.
I forgot about that.
But I don't think he was red. Oh, crap. Come and get me. Okay, I was looking.
But heed this warning. The Master Emerald is guarded by a fearsome warrior, and to seize this ultimate power, you will have to go through him.
It's you.
Not you again. I hired him. Hired all of you. It all comes down to this. Last you said, you pull down the ice. He scores! We won the champion again! Alright, fine. See my goal? Pretty sick, right? Look, sorry, I'm sorry. I promised to guard this emerald with my life. I would do whatever it takes. Well, I tried.
Why would you do that? You reminds me of TJ Miller from Deadpool and You're Dead. Also, and don't forget, Tim Miller was the director of Deadpool. I reminded that first of all.
It's like Tim Miller was like, yeah, TJ Miller is like my name in the acting field, but he's kind of getting canceled right now, so I'm holding you. That's convenient. Responsible to emulating your life and don't you think take practice nothing there. But you will be the having TJ in this universe, and you will perform Marvel like you did, and interrupt every conceivable aspect of the movies and shows that have been a shred of emotional depth or character development. Do you understand me? Yes, sorry, get it. A Marvel hero writing movies, even though they probably should have never shown that. Do you understand? If you pull this off, I will personally see to it that you are in every installment going forward. You have my name, and you have my word. If you pull this off, we'll finally get him attention. And if you about the trilogy contract expires, he'll make sure it has many sequels with his short movie formula he's been doing since it's surely will never get old across every genre until it does. If there's one thing that you learn from him, you suggest is that he's need pop culture references to remind you of the fundamental world we live in, and make cinema possible. Yes, sir.
Middle school watchers in my life proof that Adam Pally is a capable actor. He's actually really cool at everything.
I'm gonna roundhouse you in the face. Do it. Do what? Roundhouse him. Roundhouse him in the face. Because I don't think you can. I don't think it's physically possible to get your leg that high from where you were standing.
Well, don't get me wrong, I do love versatility when it comes to anyone trying to make a career in acting. I prefer it usually. But I mean, this is just rubbing it in the faces of police officers and audiences.
OMG.
There's a limit to dumbing down a character for the sake of dumbing him down. In my opinion, they really fucking crossed the line. Unfortunately, though, it really is kind of too late at this point. We are essentially fault and souls in, and every time he's made an appearance, he's basically the, oh, hey, point and look, he's the dumb cop that everybody likes to make jokes of. Because he's stupid. We can't take him seriously, he's not a real cop. Oh, so funny. I'm really fucking happy. Woo! It's at this point where we're not laughing with we're laughing like, or in my case, laughing with tears that totally joy, nothing else.
He's like actually worse than Mesa.
It is to the point that he is beyond repair, so much so that I want to say, can we just get rid of this character, please? Because I'm personally done. I don't want to see him in Sonic 4, I don't want to see him again for stop. Officer Braveheart literally got more screen time than Sonic and Run Out. I feel like I'm stupid for saying this, but I really have reminded that this is a Sonic project, this is a Knuckles show that's part of the Sonic universe, this is a Sonic movie, this is painfully trying to burst into that universe. Just because it's cheap to use humans doesn't mean you have to focus on dumbing them down. Focus on GUN, show their struggle with feeling belittled and overpowered by the likes of anthropomorphic animal aliens. I want to see their struggle, I want to see their frustration, I want to see them feel pathetic when they report to the president, knowing that they are no longer the ones in charge, they are no longer the ones with the power. And in simple way, Suicide Squad said this.
Who was stopped?
Have something like that where they are threatened by them, fuming, pissed, raging to get back at them to make them look bad, to make themselves look good. I want to see their struggles.
What if Super Sonic or Super Shatter had decided to fly down, rip off the roof of the White House, and grab the President of the United States right out of the Oval Office? Who would stop them?
There is a story there. Not Sonic's would-be family in a dumbed-down town just because it's cheaper for the budget. This is supposed to be a Sonic live-action universe. Just because the humans might be done in the games does not excuse crap humans in live action. And it's a shame because I think there was a lot of potential in what could have been. I really do think that. I feel like I could have done a lot of options well in this universe first. Don't know what hasn't crossed that line yet.
For the last time in this heist, we're going in blind.
But wait, way that's fucking low casting. This really was lost off me. If Sonic 1 grabbed his face and shook the intelligence out of him from the get-go, showed the equivalence displayed, then showed the potential in way in a single scene, or immediately cutting in that shot. Sonic 3 came along and bitched out the potential right at him, and top it all off. That was the show really just shoved into the dirt, but Sonic 3 absolutely traded to the fucking mud. Which is ironic since this time he has the least amount of screen time. And yet to me, this is the most insulting because of how it affects the Guardians of Master Emerald 12. And this is what I mean, like, they're gonna really just chill. They're really just gonna tone it down with this over the top stuff. It's a bit much, even for the kids in the audience. Even if you want to pet humans in this universe so far, I fucking love Ancient Stone. Dude's hilarious.
It's the Goat Milker! It's the Goat Milker! Relax.
And I chip him in almost every scene compared to RBF. I'd even go as far as to say he's a better actor than the guy that spammed Gareth Edwards to get the role of Brody in World 1. And Tom did the same thing for them.
The obsession starts, so you start sending like 50,000 takes of some things in FDR devices.
Gotta go pilot. And a pure pilot.
He's a pilot. He's a pilot. He's a pilot. And pilot. Pilot. Brody is a pilot. It was like, okay, anyway, you've got the part, and then got another like 8 clips saying all this, all this, all this, all this. Yes, I'm that spamming director.
You really expect us to believe that Sonic, or better yet Team Sonic, entrusted fucking Whipple with the source of Bondman's power? Again, this just hurts me knowing that if Knuckles the show was really good, if it had potential, which it fucking had, they could have actually fleshed out his character and perhaps it would have made it a bit more acceptable that they would leave the Master Emerald with a human, let alone fucking Whipple. But no, we got, and he still ends up with the Master Emerald. Playing ice hockey with it? What the fuck?
People doing ice hockey.
I don't know, maybe this is just commanding, but this really is not my cup of tea. This is just embarrassing to me. It's what takes me out of the movie and makes me think, oh yes, this is a movie, part of a movie franchise that they made intentionally being dumbed down for kids, even though it should be made for kids for stop. It should be dumbed down. It's insulting, honestly. Oh, they're just dumb little kids. They don't know any better. They don't need to watch good entertainment. Fuck off. That to me is one of the most insulting things. Because that has stuck with me from childhood. I have experienced those movies and grown up with them and then realized, oh, you made it like that because, you know.
It's gonna take it for kids.
And you might be wondering, well, look, okay, what's the issue? Why are you so bummed out about this character? Why don't you like it? What's the deal here? Surely you just don't understand American comedy and that's it.
I didn't really shoot until the radiation, which is like background.
How long?
3 million years.
3 million years! That's what my people.
I couldn't let you out until the radiation died down to a safe level.
Really? You're gonna die.
How long?
Just under 3 million years.
I feel like I could have used better.
Yeah, sure, that could absolutely be
a better example.
That's no civil war, and I don't like a bit of comic book nerd, but. Now, sure, they kind of already have altered this law in the movie universe by having it in Island Zone instead, but irrespective, you can still have that as a Island Zone underwater and placing it in an underwater version of the Emerald Shrine, but not still being the Guardian. Voila, you can make that fucking island float out of water. 2 birds, 1 stone. Island Zone in movie universe is the Island Zone underwater. They could have very easily made that happen. This is something that would be difficult to do. They have to fucking let you do this. And it's not so much the fact that it's a missed opportunity, which yes, it definitely is. It's the fact that instead of that, we got way more fucking Whipple as the Guardian. It's
The Master Emerald is guarded by a fearsome warrior.
Yeah, it's you!
And to seize this ultimate power, you will have to go through him.
You again? Why
He's walking across Knuckles' Labyrinth Zone holding the Master Emerald, which has the potential to be Angel Island underwater. He's essentially running us 2 key Sonic elements, potentially 3, in this universe. Just for what? A fucking gag? Real fucking funny. I can't even pretend. It's not funny, it's fucking annoying. Every time I see him on screen now, it just reminds me of either the Knuckles show or this fucking decision Sonic 3. And it's a fucking shame because aside from this and 2 other things, I actually really didn't like Sonic 3 the movie. And I want to like it more, but shit like this just drags it back for me. I've said it already, I don't want to see Wade fucking Whipple in this universe again. I really fucking don't.
Let's just pump him and get back already.
It was never funny, I tried to tolerate it, but now you don't even look out of place. You are out of place. Leave this franchise Wade Whipple, because if I hear the name again, it'll be too soon. Leave. See yourself out, Pally. Do yourself a favor. Either speak up when the character in the script you read is god awful, or stick a stand up elsewhere. Crack freaking tongue.
Crack freaking tongue.
I'm done.
Just stop. Please, just stay away.
On a positive note, I really love that Knuckles chose not to fight Sonic when Knuckles pushes buttons with Master Emerald. It really shows that despite everything, he still has as well. You know, it's amazing how showing and developing Knuckles can be done with this little to seem like this, and yet we still got whatever the hell was we got in his show instead. Entertainment is too spent back lives these days. A lot of false advertisement going around. Not cool. Who would have thought that all you need to do to get people to like Knuckles live action is to show you small scenes that reflect his character that, you know, include Knuckles in it. I swear, if they called it the Wade Knuckles show, it would have actually excused the amount of shit they caught. Because not only are you not lying about what they're selling, but you also remind fans that you've had forgotten about the games. It might just be a title change, a lighting design change. It's these details that go a long way, showing that you do actually care for your audience. Knuckles the show feels like a lady and saying the exact opposite about their audience. And why should they care when they aren't even advertising what was really in the show? Anyways, I'm still bitter about it. Earth 6 is nostalgic to me because I grew up with it.
Don't hold back, let him have it, Silver!
And I do like the idea that Knuckles has 4 coins of disaster in this universe, which definitely was a reference to when they filmed it compared to the My Character Soul series film. And believe it or not, I actually do want to like it. On paper, the idea of a Knuckles show sounds amazing. I even theorized what they could have done in Sonic 2 review. And you know what, even as a sub-sequel, and with a limited budget, forcing Knuckles to actually interact with humans, I actually do believe there was something in putting Knuckles with the Whipple family and their Jewish history. I'm serious, they could relate. They could really share trauma stories to help them get by it. Books are too dark for Randolph's Knuckles.
Movies is extremely sad. Just trying to have a nice time, man. I don't know.
It's probably a hug.
I didn't need to feel Shadow's pain as intensely as I did. These are such cute little cartoon characters. Having them talk about such serious subject matters was a little jarring.
Deal with it! Of course, I still would have included more SC1 themes, but based on what we've given, it's very doubtful that we're going to see a live-action show that steers fully away from humans, and based on that premise, I think if you were to include elements of the Whipple family and their history, with Knuckles trying to overcome what he's gone through in recent years, almost reliving the past, especially with the clan leader coming back, yeah, I definitely feel like there was a good show waiting to happen, but I don't know if they're just the wrong people, but I think in general live-action Sonic is just in the wrong genre. They shouldn't be family-friendly movies, or perhaps I should say they shouldn't be afraid to lean a little away from that. Of course, absolutely still have her elements and themes, but the fundamental fact of the matter is that characters like Knuckles and Shadow, there's some very dark characters. They've got some dark history for a reason. You can't just sweep that under the rug and still show them in a family-friendly movie or series. Because if that's the aim, then I'm sorry, but in my opinion, we should be going forward with these projects. Because it just doesn't do it justice in my opinion, not fully it is. At best, I get semi-satisfaction. And look, to be fair, honestly, I'm a little bit too old for these types of movies and shows. And that's why I mean, maybe this just isn't for me anymore. Part of what attracted me to the original Star Wars is that even though they are movies for 12-year-olds, they weren't afraid to go dark and have strong themes at their core. I'm returning to these movies 15, now 20 years after I first initially watched them. And as I've been growing up with these movies, I continue to learn things each time I revisit the movies. And yet, despite that, they still ended with hurtful messages and still can be watched as family-friendly movies. Anyway, yeah, there was 4 elements really attractive movie that, you know, it definitely felt more sprinkled out throughout the movie in short bursts compared to 2 parts that really felt like a drag and just stuck out in the movie. Yeah, in that respect, this did feel more sprinkled out, for better or worse. Take by far Wade Whipple scene out matches all of them. That was just insulting. Like, from what I get from it, they were trying to play this joke, like, ooh, who could possibly be worthy of being a guardian of such immense power? Yeah, like, fucking would. Okay. Like, I actually think that's what Knuckles' character. He is supposed to be the guardian of the Monster Emerald, and yet he is giving said role to incompetent human. Great fucking guardian of Knuckles, making me real happy and proud.
I have to get back. It's my mission to guard the Master Emerald. Nothing's gonna stop me from doing my job. You can count on it. Nothing's gonna stop me. My mission. Mine.
Like, what happened? He was part of the police department. And what, after the Knuckles show, he just decided, nah, I'll take on the role of guardian of the Master Emerald by, play hockey with it daily. Yeah. He literally neglected his occupation in the Knuckles show, and is neglecting his occupation on top of the fucking building, so he can steal the guardian role of the Master Emerald from Knuckles. Bad touch. I would have said I blocked it out of my mind because I wanted the show rules, but for the sake of this review, I skimmed through it, and there was nothing I could find to suggest he left. On the contrary, actually, every episode I was always on the lookout, wanting to see if anything set him up being the guardian of the Master Emerald. And again, nothing. Like he actually had promises, believe it or not. And not only did they chuck that away, they insulted Knuckles' original role and shoved it all together for a story excuse for a game. Sorry, but that to me is just a big no-no, especially if it's going to change established characters and shove their more in the dirt. I think that's what you might as well leave it at it. 9. But there is one thing that this scene did tell me. It is that there can be multiple Chaos Emeralds in this world using Master Emerald. If you watch Sonic 3 back, it proves that you can send the Chaos Emeralds into the sky, off-screen, crunch shards into Emerald, then you can turn crunch shards Emerald into Chaos Emeralds. Again, like, probably stupid, but like, that means there are more than 7 Chaos Emeralds out there. There are 7 Chaos Emerald sets. I was trying to figure out what was going on when they were at the Game Super, because obviously Sonic became Super with the Master Emerald. It was interesting to see all the Chaos Emeralds became one again, because you kind of cast them into space in the last movie. And then it almost means you can create multiple Chaos Emeralds. Like, I'm not getting that wrong, right? They did go off-screen, Master Emerald created new Chaos Emeralds in movie 3. But like, if they're still over Super Emeralds, I'm not going to say anything, I'll just, say what I said.
So this was a flick. Try to get this working.
I don't want to have to do this, but I have no choice.
But yeah, seriously, by that logic, going forward, we could have Super v Super, which is kind of strange to think about since this movie does treat it as though you can already have that if you're close enough to a single set of 7 Chaos Emeralds. Shadow and Super Shadow and Super Sonic was Super Ring. And I thought that was a very interesting choice to have. I actually like it, because it does mean that even though you might actually have the emeralds in your possession, if you get too close to their end of the battle zone, your opponent might just, power themselves. So I like that there's a risk to use such powers, and I think that's one of the few things that kind of was absent from all the games. There really wasn't a weakness to using emeralds, aside from the game having been tamped down. I have to say, upon editing this review, and upon rewatching Super Battle, and sitting through the movie a few times now, I just have to praise how many long shots there are without cut. If you really rewatch, I don't know about the other movies, but specifically this movie, I was actually really surprised to find a lack of cuts in a lot of the action. I'm the type of editor that really likes to get clips specifically to the cut, be it style and upon doing that in this review, yeah, it really was a surprisingly lacking amount of cuts. And I really freaking love that. Keep an eye out for it as we watch the movie.
I wish the budget hadn't gone up as much as it did for this entry.
You like the thing?
But another reason why I think I second Super Battle is because I'm a little unsure about something, and for that reason, here's a question for you guys. Can you tell me who has the Chaos Emeralds and or Master Emerald at the end of the movie? After the Eclipse Cannon's laser sends Sonic down in a non-super form, Shadow is still Super Shadow. He's the last character to have super abilities. But at the same time, he also went back to normal Shadow when Super Sonic was overpowering him to the moon. So I think, like Sonic 2, it could be leading the sequel to answer this question, but based on the fact that the Emeralds got off-screen in Sonic 2, and now there is essentially another set of Chaos Emeralds through the Master Emerald, I'm just a little unsure. Even the scale of the Chaos Emeralds compared to the Master Emerald feels like they're treating them more like Infinity Stones than really Chaos Emeralds. Because let's be real, the Master Emerald scale is more than Chaos Emeralds. But let's suppose, for argument's sake, Shadow has it at the end of the movie. It could be said that Shadow does have it, and that's actually what kept them alive at the end of the movie. But if Team Sonic has it at the end of the movie, I'm left with the question, just how long can a character go be separated from someone that has the source of the super transformation? If Sonic has it when he transforms back to normal Sonic, unconscious, can Super Shadow technically create a new set of Chaos Emeralds because he's in super form? But going about it, because I really am a bit concerned. Anyway, enough about that. Let's talk about the sound design. For me, I never saw all game sounds used together in the previous 2 movies, and while they're lifted and hardly modified, this to me is my type of sound design, and I strive toward dubbing Sonic videos live action included. In fact, take my recent dub. Yes, it is a game sound effect, but in my opinion, it does actually enhance it and make it sound just a little bit more epic. And as a Euro 6 fan, my eyes snapped wide open when I heard the Euro 6 sound effect. Scaring me into thinking perhaps I left my phone on despite it being on mute. And this was around the time Fury dashing sound when arriving in Land. So even though it didn't make me second guess my memory, it was surprising to be sure of what one. And again, I love that they have continuing acknowledgement for Six's existence, even in these small doses. Sure, there's a chance it's coincidental, but after the last 2 movies, and this video is behind which what we see out here, I have one. It's also pretty slick to get Sonic 3 into present time victory jewel integrated into the score of the Team Sonic race.
I believe the undefeated speed champion of all time. Yes, better rap one.
I think generally this is my favorite score of the 3 movies. I don't know if it's in my place to say this, but it's about damn time we got a Crush voice on the Sonic movie. I was going through this last time in the last review, but I'm lucky getting a bit sick of pop songs. Queen. The correct music was on 1 through. Gangsta's Paradise.
Hey, Mom. Hey, Maria, how you doing? Come for me. If they steal my power, they could conquer the universe. You have to help me.
I know some of these trail tracks, but in my opinion, the way they've directed the trailers, it does give me at least a bit of insight to how these Sonic projects are being directed, to what the mindset is behind the people editing this.
He's like
like this don't get much better. Time down, good fan, good weather. Days like this, we don't miss never.
None of these tracks shout Sonic to me. Do I need to reiterate? These are Sonic movies. This isn't Avalanche, this isn't Yoga, this isn't Smurfs, and this isn't Paddington. This is Sonic the Hedgehog. Iconic soundtracks come with the games. Orchestral or 5 songs if you must. And credits due. I really dig the piano solo readings. I actually really like it. We don't have nearly enough of those kinds of tracks in the movies, and obviously a big portion of that is because we like to go into these songs in the movies. But there I guess lies my problem. By being restricted and capped to our real world, well, we're making it more difficult for Sonic to go through Sonic stages. Not to say they can't be done, because in a lot of ways it has already been done. Sonic 3 being no good example. And yet, if I try to recall the melodies or just in general score for those scenes in those discount Sonic stages in the movie, nothing comes to mind. There's no ice camera remix that I can think of. There's no Battle remix. I was really bummed out that there's no Ground Union tribute. Even Sonic X had already used Ground Union before. So yeah, in my opinion, let's pop songs, more Sonic remixes, orchestrally, or even if it's like a rock remix, anything's better than pop music in my opinion. It's only going to take movies in the long term, I feel. If there is one pop song that isn't Sonic related, that did actually give me Sonic vibes, it was actually one in this movie. And I could swear that I have gone on screen in the past and compared these two tracks before, but I think this is why I'm more accepting of this compared to the others. Just in general, some scenes, and it does reflect a Christmas theme. It felt like it was setting up the original release of the first Sonic movie, so it would be home by Christmas. That year,
I'll be home by Christmas.
which would have tied into the original timeline for the plot Sonic 2, and how they had shown up as a series of walls, but the backlash happened, and I think for the better, and because of which, we did get that original release date, which made the ending seem a little out of time, even though we can't see what they were aiming for. But now I feel like we got that end-year release that everyone was promising getting harmful, but now he isn't. Because he's gone now. Just I know so now they probably weren't viewing Christmas Sonic too highly, and perhaps I am just overthinking in that respect. Real talk though, it does sadden because this is probably one of the feature characters in this movie. Absolutely adore the guy. He was my childhood idol, and someone I would always go to for a fun time. Yeah, so, this is quite possibly Jim Carrey's last movie, which is very sad.
Oh, look like that. That's never easy enough to be
Yeah, he did, he really did.
No, I care.
I think he held the movie in a lot of ways. I think I enjoyed it from Jim Carrey and having confidence. I'm not sure why.
Although some characters from it, but yeah, definitely got Jim Carrey to
I don't know, essentially the Rock counter and the Rock and side of things. Somehow each time I return to this world with his entire thing, while he certainly does have his Carrey's mannerisms coming through, especially the general compared to looking forward, I somehow find him even more enjoyable than the rest of the characters. Maybe I understand why, but I like it, but it's not like this, and left me feeling the sweetness of the character at the end of the movie. Which leads me to 10. The face of Mario.
Yeah, it was obviously really sick.
Yeah.
Second one.
The what? Oh, that, yeah. Yes, that is very, yeah, that. Well, they wanted to, obviously, PG-ify it, because they didn't have her full-on M. I thought it was not brutal. Because you didn't see it, you got the idea, and that's why you didn't see it, because it's how dark it is. I'm curious what you guys thought on this one, because what I thought didn't matter change. I thought it was going to take away from the brutality and the length G-Wing was willing to go to. No, that's not the only change to G-Wing, because as I mentioned, it does appear that they have retconned what they established with G-Wing's origins from Sonic 3. G-Wing, if I recall correctly, was established as a new force from Sonic 3 after Sonic merged.
After the events in San Francisco, that day, Guardian Units of Nations was born.
However, according to this, 50 years ago, it existed.
You took down the gun helicopter. What is it? A key. The most powerful weapon Gun has ever built. I gave Gun the most powerful weapon mankind has ever seen.
After the events in San Francisco, Guardian Units of Nations was born.
Oops. Yeah, almost awkward, but anyway. Sure, you could absolutely argue that it did already exist, but they also couldn't disclose that. And when it did exist in Sonic 2, they brought back all that remains of those old G-Men. Rewatching the post-credits scene of Sonic 3, now after Sonic 3, made me realize that Command Walters was not reacting to Agent Rockwell's info. He was actually remembering the events from 50 years ago. He put two and two together when this information was disclosed to him.
A secret research facility. Someone worked very hard to keep us connected.
My God, Project Shadow.
That's actually a really nice detail, and I don't know if I just missed the last time, but yeah, the way I took that first time I saw it, like I said, I really did think it was just reacting to the music being and that's absolutely just Command's character in Sonic 3 before they got the established actors or stop performing to replace it. There's no way anyone's convincing me that that's a different character. I remember I was looking at a monitor and Shadow started to retaliate against Joel, and I couldn't tell if they were trying to do an homage to that one pose that Sonic Shadow put together in SC2. And I'm pretty sure it was close, but I don't think it was one-on-one. And if I'm not mistaken on that, then I do think that was a little bit of an opportunity. There was another scene that kind of gave me SC2 flashbacks, but again, I don't think it was one-on-one pose-wise at least. Yeah, there was. But credit where credit's absolutely due. They most definitely do tribute the iconic SC2 intro pose that was echoed in Gens. And with a beautiful cinematic and accompanying score, I absolutely smiled with delight. And I think it got me in the nostalgia feels, not just because it's an iconic pose they mirrored, but mainly because I've actually seen this pose more often than Supermodel Gens, which, I don't know what that says about me as a fan of the game too, that to me as a fan of the mods, but maybe that what you will. However, it's toward the end, Tails felt unconscious, he was just about to chuck the ring. Not just for the scene alone, but everything around it starts happening in unison. Built up to again, Shadow sacrifices, and the visuals are just as glamorous as always. I was kind of curious how the attacks of Shadow when he was a little bit lighter than Supersonic's small, yellow, gold-looking hue, and I honestly have no idea about one on this. I really have tried to avoid any old reviews, but I thought it was really amazing how they animated Shadow. It was a real treat to see Chaos Theater's number one action take, and I was not sure whether it's each of your Shadows, let alone the inhibitor being rude, but my goodness, they found time to bring these elements into hardcore fans, where was being used on screen without me in our faces. Let me say, it is a truly fucking sad revelation once you realize we haven't seen Super Shadow since Sonic Bird fucking 6. 18 years ago! Someone born then is a fucking adult now! Too long, man, too long! It's hard to copy perfection. That's only fair. Let's talk about Agent Stern. Why I'm addressing this is that we really should not underestimate this character since he really is the Eggman of this universe, perhaps even more so now. The first post-credit scene of this movie revealed what I was actually expecting to see for the previous movie's post-credit scene. Good old Sonic and Amy. I mean, I knew something was going to be at the end. Yeah, it was either expecting so or bad or not bad. I guess I thought that Amy and Metal would be in the post-credit scene Sonic 3. Yeah, I guess because Sonic 1 came out, Sonic 2 came out, and in between Sonic 2 and Sonic 3, there was a game called Sonic C. This was before they did 3 crossover with each other, and that game introduced Amy and Metal Sonic in the same game. I like that they weren't afraid to create clones of Metal Sonic to make it really feel like, oh, this isn't just one. It might come off as controversial, but there are more than one Metal Sonic. But they can be clones of drones. It's that's the reason they could be clones of Metal Sonic. That said, though, it ends off with Robot supposedly sacrificing himself again. Sorry. Begs the ultimate $1 million question. Who do we at Metal Sonic program? My initial thought was Robotics and Shadow did survive, given they were pretty close when he exploded down. I was thinking, yeah, well, they could have, but then I remembered this is basically what Jupiter signed on for contract-wise. Pretty well, no this. And as much as I absolutely love the idea of Gerald surviving from being yeeted off screen, in a very, dare I say, anticlimactic end for Gerald. Yeah. Yeah, he's definitely a very different Gerald to the one we've received in the past, whether from games or even shows. I don't think it's a bad idea, the prospect of having Gerald be the one creating Metal Sonic in this universe. But you have to remind ourselves that Jupiter did also play Gerald, and he's found out as a roller. So yes, that does include Gerald as well, which really does only need Agent Storm. And if any character would be ballsy enough to even dare to take on the torch to become the next Dr. Eggman, I think Agent Storm is a pretty big contender. And for that reason, again, I don't think we should underestimate his character. Sonic 3 made it clear that he was not going to just wither away and buzz off. No, he's in this for the long haul. He adores this guy, so much so that I can definitely see him taking the reins to adopt the title of Eggman. It was almost like in a lot of ways, Ivor's dying speech to Agent Storm was setting him up to become the next Eggman. So yeah, I do think there is a strong possibility that he could take on the image, the personification of Dr. Eggman. In that respect, this could be the crossover from calling him Dr. Robotnik to Dr. Eggman. Again, they weren't afraid to give Agent Storm limelight for an action scene. Whether he literally processes Ivor through some of that transformative tech that we now know does exist in this universe, yeah, absolutely could be done. Or of course he could take on his own persona. But again, he literally had tech of deepfake times 196. It's ridiculous. The only other thing I can think of, and this is super far-fetched, and I this isn't true, this is how plausible it is realistically and unrealistically, but it's that Ivor has an alternate universe self from the multiverse that sent Metal Sonic to take down Sonic. And I mean, they weren't afraid to mention multiversal loss and restart, or stopping an alternate multiversal Eggman from popping in and being like, yo, what yeah, what's up? You can be my arch nemesis. I don't know, we could be okay with this because I'm not sure. I'm not super fan of this. It's always found a bit repetitive having Eggman constantly being the villain's first convenient to put aside his differences to stop the new threat, even if it's now done, so to speak. But with that said and done, let's talk about the voice of Amy Rose. So Amy didn't have any lines in this first credit scene, which I'm glad. I think one voice from the game is enough to be honest. Unless they can cut different periods of time, different Sonics. Never realized I love to see occasionally a light come back, whether on screen or even voicing an alternate Sonic. But because Amy didn't have any lines, I'm curious if they would get to voice the character. The only two actresses that come to mind is either Melissa McCarthy or Melissa Roach from Coffee. If you've watched or seen clips of Film Girls, well,
are they good? Will they look good? Yes, they do. Oh, I can't. It's not making up. Thanks. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'm a good don't worry. You are present. Okay, I'm back.
but I haven't seen enough of the Roach to comment on their versatility. And for Roach, stay no more.
My husband actually went to outer space. I'm so sorry. We want to see if they talked or jumped in another direction. We came all the way here and the town's filled with bad guys.
Her hyperactive voice, I think, would really suit the character. But believe it or not, that's not the main factor for me. It's actually her more down-to-earth performances that I think would really work for Amy's character in live action.
I don't know if you guys got a beeline for the place that gives you a princess makeover. So you pick your princess, Sleeping Beauty, Snow White, Cinderella. They give you hair, makeup, the works. We can't all be Cinderella. Well, it's simple. This was my idea. I'm driving. I'm Cinderella. If you've got a problem with that, we can stop the car right now.
Yeah, Kristen Bell's a really, really great pick. I do wish I brought it up because I have thought that in the past. I remember watching Heroes for the first time and just thinking, holy shit, it's Amy Rose. So, yeah, it's a shame. I was trying to think of like who could be like the best picks, and yeah, these were like the only two that came to mind in the moment when I was scripting it, because otherwise I totally would have included it. Because she really does, like even when she's not putting on a voice, she kind of just naturally sounds that way. So yeah, really, really great pick for Amy. Really, really great pick.
I think Roach sounds more like Amy than McCarthy, from what I've seen in Earth and Show and Interlude. I think she'd be who I'd be rooting for in the other two. But going forward, irrespective of who gets forward, and just in general for future castings, I just hope we don't see actors in future installments that have been previously cast in live action animated movies. I don't want to find out the chick from Elm 3's being Sonic 4, for example. Same with these guys, talented actors, but it's almost like double dipping instead of giving underrated talent the spotlight for that chance to shine. And I'm only really saying this because I feel like casting in modern movies just generally tilted towards that thing. But now, let's talk about the final post credits scene. You survived. Nice. Nice.
You survived.
Shadow the Hedgehog is still alive. What do we make of this? You know, to be honest, I don't know. I didn't think they'd make it for 4 movies. And if they're good for them, I heard it seemed better than before, and it's better than Sonic, but it has been Sonic 1. Well, that's what movies anyway. But you know, they've already teased us with Mel and Amy, and that wasn't the sequel I was expecting the third installment to be. So for that reason, yeah, signing up, I love seeing storytelling. Just really did see progress in one story, perhaps they could still find a way to merge S1 with Amy and Mel. It would be a real possibility, because I mean, after all, S1 did introduce Amy's character. I'm also the end game. I think the spirit of Amy Rose's character really did peak in S1 story. At least on what gets out of the And as for Mel Sonic, I could definitely see them taking on more still on all to zero, especially if there aren't any clones involved. That said, though, I am a little nervous about the albums doing that because of the fact that there are more than one. From what I've seen so far from the experience of the cinema, more numbers is better because, you know, 201 players, which outside, and you got news in town. Ooh, you know what they say, the more the merrier. For me personally, though, I'm a little nervous. By making multiple copies of Metal Sonic, you are already trying to cheapen or mini Metal Sonic. Well, Metal Sonic. This is a character that likely went was supposed to be reckoned with, for different reasons, but still. And the character was written to the show in recent games. The fear factor and threat levels just really aren't as high as they used to be. Now it's just like, oh, there's a character from another game and another game. There it is. Oh. You got the slightest bit with like GUN, it would be very, very easy for a single choice with where they are taking this character direction-wise to have an enormous power like piss off the fans. It doesn't even need to be a mistake. It is that thin a layer of ice again later on, and just pursuing that one single change to the character could be enough to piss off the fans. I guess what I'm trying to get at here is please just do not cheapen the character. Don't think, oh, well, we're out of ideas, we don't have our villains anymore, so what do? We gotta bring in more, let's just clone them down so we're going to do multiple ones. That's not how you tell the story. More doesn't equal better story. I've said it in the past, but sometimes again, less is more. This, from what I'm gathering, from what I've seen alone from the post-credit scene, it looks like a recipe that could work, but it also looks like a recipe that could easily fail. And then Sonic is one of my favorite characters out there. I don't want to see this character fail. I don't want it to turn into another GUN, so please let there be fans involved with the writing process of Sonic 4, because I think that installment is going to need more than all these movies combined. Initially, I looked at Sonic 3 as well. In my opinion, I think an SA2 adaptation would be more ideal after a metal name story, and not just because the game's getting that close. Building up to a more end-of-the-world type threat, I buy more from an SA2 kind of story as opposed to metal name, respectfully. That's it. If they try to turn things around by implementing chaos into Sonic 4, forcing Sonic 2 to only get 2 opponents, if done right, and you don't blow metal into that portion, I think that could potentially work. Design-wise, I can't really comment too much about what they've done with metal, because, I mean, it's as faithful as ever. What more can really be said about it? And if it's not Robotnik that's controlling Metal Sonic here, if both Robotniks are gone and out of the picture, why should Metal Sonic look like a Robotnik drone? Because as cool as I think I would need to see before, being upgraded to what we're more familiar with as a final metal form for the movie, so to speak, I think on paper, yeah, that would be really great. But that's the thing, Robotnik so far doesn't seem to be on the table. So for the most part, we can't expect the drone tech to have been used here, unless it really is Agent Stone, but, even then, there's still a possibility that it's neither Robotniks nor Agent Stone.
You always have a choice. We always have a choice.
It's something between Sonic and Shadow. Just quite sentences and you might know who it is, or something that's there. Smash and kill. Sounds like what they do, and they look like I don't forget if they have those kinds of emotional cool-down scenes in even Sonic X or but I really did appreciate that. It was all sort of like with that. Yeah, it was awesome. I'm glad we went to the full session because 1 and 2 sort of get ready. Yeah, such a rush up, and then now it really is. So I've got sort of really so. Unfortunately, I kept on getting kicked from Tokyo. I don't know if you noticed, but some fucking backup off the shot. I think I would have made up just to see the 6 word. I was looking at it, when we were sitting here, just behind something. Yeah, so. But we're good. General, the kids in general. So, I mean, we've got pretty good here compared to America from what I've heard. There's like horror stories from contemporaries. I don't know, I just clicked on why I like particular Agent Stone. Because it's very happy. No, but no, the reason why I worked was in the previous 2 movies, particularly the first one, it was very much Jim Carrey. Sure. Whereas this, I didn't play Jim Carrey. He also looked like Jim Carrey, actually even better fit. I didn't mind that the previous ones played even more. Yeah, but yeah, he just didn't act Jim Carrey. Like the first one, so yeah, he got the same sort of. But he did the fourth wall break, which was very Jim Carrey. That was the only thing that kind of stood out. And I guess if you compare Gerald to this Gerald, it definitely felt like he had a Jim Carrey in it. But you kind of need to do that. You couldn't have him be this, I'm going to get my revenge, and he's so old, he can't do anything. He needed to be a bit more like, no, he is fueled by revenge, even more sort of shadow. But he just really played part of the best out of the reason these characters and back in the like Shadow. Yeah, Shadow's great. He did a really great job. I'm still on. Yeah, there you go. Was it Gerald that even maybe survived? Because who else sent Metal Sonic onto Sonic in the first person? Yeah. For Robotnik still as well. Yeah. Yeah, that's sort of the problem. That's why I like it's promising a new movie. I think this movie would be very, very cool to see. So it didn't like so far it has been from what I've seen. I mean, it could be Agent Stone. He could be trying to, pass the torch down type of thing. And that message that they then gave to him, and he's like, oh, fully let it see one person. I don't know. Because I mean, they weren't afraid to give him an action scene at the start of the movie. Because I don't know if you saw it or if you missed it, but he was on a bike at the start of the movie, just after Shadow woke up. Agent Stone. Yeah, and it seemed like he might have been one of the Shadow, but he was actually there to basically. Yeah. And Sonic's been like, no thanks, we've already had our daily motorcycle action scene, that I think. And ultimately, it told me anyway that they weren't afraid to get his character action scene. Based on that, it wouldn't surprise me if they say not to be next man. So I did see that scene. You did? I didn't see Star Wars. Yeah. I think it's probably not who's one person. Yeah, because Shadow was on a motorcycle at the start, but then there was someone else that was on a motorcycle, and my first initial thoughts was see Agent Stone Gerald by some miraculous technology to decrease his aging, or the disappearance agent character. But yeah, that is Sonic 3, the movie. Despite the negatives I do have with this movie, I do think this is the best of the 3. There was just something more emotionally gripping with this, and I think it's because they got so much more of the serious turns in this compared to the previous 2. On the flip side to these scenes, do not look rosy was going on, Walter nearly died. Okay, yes, I did call it they were going to take him out. Yeah, I definitely saw it coming that he was dying, but I needed more of that. I was glad and really appreciated that they weren't afraid to at least put the characters in more risk than before. After the Commander's death, I thought, okay, this movie means business. They're not afraid to get rid of some characters. And while I didn't think they would take out any more, in a way, they kind of did it in the form of Robotnik, at least for now. I'm hoping next time they'll actually be consequences to certain actions to the point that, maybe there will be death on the characters' conscience also. If they absolutely want to be inspired by superhero movies for this type of genre, if they must, like Civil War, I think they should be sitting down with Team Sonic and either GUN or even the President are basically capping their free because in their eyes, they totally destroyed the movie despite saving the planet. But with all that said though, I thank you guys so much for watching yet another long video. Please forgive me to my 6 video fans. It's not fair that I'm reviewing what essentially is a Shadow movie when my Shadow King 6 review should be out by now. All I really have to say on updates for that is, in the same way I merged my Emerald 1 review with Emerald 2 and 3, I think I will be doing the same with merging it with Silver and Lost episode releases. Till then, I will actually show what's been done since the last update. Entering and without prolonging the outro more than I already have. Until next time, have a good one. Stay safe.
God damn.
I'll catch you all next time, guys. Peace. Thanks again, guys, so much for watching yet another long video. I hope you all had a wonderful Christmas. I was very happy to finally complete my Sonic 06 collection and getting the official soundtrack. I got the verbal trick a while back, and since then I've been patiently trying to find the official soundtrack. So with this now, I'm pretty damn satisfied with the collection that's been going up. I seem to be consistently adding 30 plus minutes to each review for each installment. That said, I'm actually going to cap it off here. If I do a review of Sonic 4, it won't be a video. It'll probably just be a stream of my thoughts and opinions, just raw live. I swear, it's getting even harder than it was 2 years ago when I was trying to balance time for writing my novel and my video and all your projects. Yet somehow it still hasn't gotten any better. It's arguably gotten worse, actually. I'm not writing as often as I want to be. This channel is making money to justify the amount of videos that I put out, all the fucking strikes that I got from the inside of the normal street. And with a weekly schedule, you can bet that has helped to ease attention. Now try balancing that with a few other YouTube channels and anniversary dates to the schedule. Yeah, fun times. I'll manage. I have said it before, but I'll say it now. This is mostly why content has been online, so I think until I finish the weekly series, the content is only going to keep getting smaller, and I do apologize for that. It's gotten to the point where I'm wondering if I should be trying to approach these original projects through other means, whether through 3D creations, movie making creations, like I'm sure we'll say at least once. There just aren't enough hours in the day. And this is one of the reasons why I don't ask people to subscribe and like the video, because I'm not lying, I am slow, and there will come a point where I will be done with this, where I will bail and be doing full time on the original projects. But until that day, thanks again, guys. Until next time, stay safe, have a good one, and I'll see you all next time. Peace.
My gosh. Yep. That is, yeah. That's certainly, yeah, that is a video. Yeah, a lot of stuff in there. A lot of stuff. I really, it's frustrating because I don't even think I regret much of what I've put in there. I do think for sure I probably didn't need to have all the meta stuff in more ways than one. But like I've said many times now, I really was just very passionate and very driven when I was putting that whole thing together, both the scripting and the clip compiling, and yeah, very, very much so. So yeah, you know, it is what it is. But we're done. We're done. The rest is easy. I forgot that we were at the tail end. Jesus, my iMac is really tripping over itself. I hope it's not. I don't know what's going on. Because I thought it was the internet, but maybe it's not. Maybe there's something else. But as long as we're still able to get the rest of the videos, the literal last 2, then we're all good. But yeah, so I probably should provide some context to this, because this, without context, I think is just gonna garner some weird kind of reaction of like, either are you okay, you sound kind of crazy, or what the hell is this? Are you promoting some kind of, you know, some weird shit? Yeah, again, I realize that only now in retrospect that, yeah, I probably should have provided a bit more context. Look, it does say it in the title, it is an audition. And Nia basically made it clear he wanted it to go dark, he wanted it to be full on, like really try to sound like desperate, emotional, and like really rageful. And I thought I would try it out. And look, keep in mind too, I actually recorded this when we were at the old house, so this would have been late when, if it wasn't late 2022, I don't think it was late 2023, that doesn't sound right. I think it was late 2022. But then, it sounds like it was too long ago though. But it was definitely the old house. And we moved around like 24-ish, so the only reason I don't think it was late 23 is because we had family visiting, and when I recorded it, it was around the end of the year. but family wasn't visiting at that time, so that's why I'm thinking Christmas 23. Anyway, point is that I recorded it a while ago, and it was back when I was fortunately alone in the house, so I didn't have to worry about blasting, you know, the volume up or whatever. And I was trying to sell that whatever Jedi I was playing was really committed to basically get Anakin Vader back, as we'll soon see, even to the point of being vindictive, whether that's through the dark side or even the light in their twisted ideology. So with that context, hopefully that now explains what we're about to hear a bit better. I should also mention that I've always had this kind of weird, twisted idea that either Palpatine puts into Vader's mind or something along those lines, where, or even if it's Vader himself that comes to this conclusion on his own accord, where he realizes that, hang on, I can't commit to the dark side unless both Anakin and Padme are completely cut out of my life. Anakin's kind of already dead, but he's going to cling to anything Padme related. Because of which, I need to basically go and destroy, annihilate, massacre the rest of Padme's family, so there's absolutely no trace of that family left. There was a few ideas that I played around with, and that was one of them. Again, like I said, another variant was Palpatine putting the idea into his head, or maybe he ordered him to do it. It's like, you prove yourself to me, you know, just type of thing. Just make sure that they're dealt with, taken care of, so you can prove yourself to me that you really are my servant, you are my apprentice. You know, basically getting him to test himself and be like, alright, yes, I am as you wish, my master, type of thing. So there was a few ideas of that predicament to basically get Vader in the household in a very dark midnight setting where he basically goes to commit the massacre, and it would have been a very, very dark visual. But that's kind of where that idea originally came from. And when I heard that Theory was looking for some auditions for Jedi, I basically thought, okay, well maybe this is a way of kind of telling a variant of that idea, where basically the Jedi is threatening Vader in this moment, that I will go after the family and I will kill them in front of you, or I will use their DNA to clone Padme and bring her back in front of you, just so I can kill her in front of you, so you can be put back to the pits of hell. Just really trying to get under his skin and really mess with Anakin's psyche, any remnants of Anakin still in Vader. Yeah, the reverb kind of betrays it. You can't really tell certain things, but if you know what names to look for, what I'm actually saying, yeah, it's a pretty freaking dark and twisted proof of concept for a scene, so to speak. But yeah, that's basically the gist of that scene and that idea of what I was roughly trying to kind of convey, both in the vocal performance as well as not so much the visuals. The visuals just needed to be done in such a fashion that painted it that, oh, okay, this is the scene from Nia's Vader Episode 2, and this is potential dialogue banter that could be said by one or more of the Jedi, basically trying to egg Vader on and get him to reveal himself and really try to damage him psychologically, mentally, make him unstable, to weaken him so they can get their revenge and kill him for him basically taking out the Masters and, you know, putting them in the state that they're in. So yeah, that's kind of how that unfolded in the way that it did, but yeah, it didn't do well. I wasn't expecting it to take off or anything, but I was curious to see if there was any kind of reaction or any kind of comment or anything, but yeah, nothing at all. So I'm not entirely surprised. Again, this is like essentially a Sonic, if at all, more so an 06 channel. Nobody cares about Star Wars content, so I either need to work on the tags or, yeah, start up an actual Jerifan Skywalker Volcanic Starkiller YouTube channel, and maybe, just maybe, we'll get some traction relative to that. But in any case, we are now actually up to date.
Happy E3 2006 days, folks. This time, 20 years ago, Sonic 06 was for the first time playable to the public to a limited amount of players that attended the convention, which naturally means that pretty soon the prototype that went on to become the final, that pretty soon was dubbed Sonic 06, will be turning 20 very soon. All this to say, we are basically 20 years on from the game's release. Now, I don't know about you guys, but it is absolutely unbelievably bonkers that all this time later, we are still finding new glitches. Actually, maybe it's not that unbelievable after all. Can you ever recall a time in the snowboard gameplay where after dying, sometimes Sonic goes launching when he enters an air state, akin to a similar effect that can happen in Blaze's gameplay? Or maybe like me, you've encountered times where you could swear that you have no mods on, absolutely zero patches or modifications enabled on your game, but after charging a jump for as long as you can upon releasing it, you seem to have the height to something that can only be thought of and described as modded attributes, but simply an amplified jump height. This has puzzled me time and time again in the last 8 to 9 years. Something I just shook off as some partial code storing in memory, similarly to the press start patch soft locking in a very consistent manner across emulation and hardware, despite several relaunches, until I caught the bizarre jump in video documentation of this unnatural effect in gameplay, and in a very typical fashion, despite streaming my reaction, Arbius conveniently wasn't streaming despite showing the label "Stop streaming." I at least had the raw footage in gameplay as I began to freak out like a madman when this happened, and upon retracing my steps to the exact state of states, it turns out if you take damage in a jump state as any variant of the snowboard Sonic's gameplay, even if you entered a death state, then proceed to enter an air state, your jump height is hilariously stored and played back upon entering said state, resulting in some Blaze-like launches that no longer seem random anymore. But the kicker for me is that you can store the jump height you cut off by taking damage, so that when you charge another jump, you can quite literally jump as high as a double jump. More. You can not only do this without dying if you carefully do this in the jump up state, which as a normal character would trigger its own unique animation, which I believe was intended to play when taking damage in a mid-air jump and fall state. But again, through careful gameplay, you can actually build up multiple stored jumps by interrupting the state through the wall bonking state, which while unfortunately coded out of the jump state for walls, was fortunately left coded in for the jump state when taking damage, instead of allocating its own state with its own animation, which was originally intended. To recap, so long as you can use something to take damage? With careful and increasingly precise gameplay, Snowboard Sonic can charge up moon jumps in the original game. Could this be useful to speedrunning? I fear that for the time and precision it takes to build up the necessary height to jump Crisis City's Collision and Death Plains to skip straight to the end, I fear that it would be slower. White Acropolis, meanwhile, is harder to answer considering the speed cap glitch makes it even harder to get an even more precise jump-up damage. But, on paper, in a Taz-like performance, it could make the Snowball Avalanche section faster if able to, jump-wise, evade the death triggers and, fall-wise, land on the final path to the door. But it also took years of convincing before speedrunners took to trying to manipulate certain objects with havoc physics to increase the speed of the game and decrease record runs. Either way.
Yeah, and it loops back to the start pretty darn seamlessly. And I even had the end of the music at the start of the short, so it would loop a bit more seamlessly. So yeah, no, pretty happy with that. Yeah, and I did that recording on the MacBook, so that was first and only time using the new MacBook speakers. So that was kind of an interesting test to see how that would roughly sound. And yeah, it's actually pretty good. I think that actually is better than the quality that I'm dealing with right about now with this mic on the iMac. So yeah. But that's it. That's all the videos. We are up to date. And I realize now that I was a little little silly to play that. I should have played that before, because like I said, if that really was recorded in like 2022, then yeah, Lurky should have technically gone before's. Where are we going? Before 22. Yeah, so like around there-ish. I only put like the visuals together in the last 7-8 months. Because aside from that, yeah, no, that's the audio was all done a while ago. So, yes. Yeah, actually that makes sense, because if it was that year, it makes sense that I would have lapped up the opportunity to do a new audition at the end of the year. Yeah, I see. Interesting. But yes, we are indeed, and in fact now, up to date. Yeah, quite the evolution, for sure. Yeah, okay. I think final notes in regards to Sonic 3, because I still don't feel like I've fully recovered from that. That really is like the last real like kind of commentary kind of video I've done till I made the short, I guess. But even then, it's still really a short. And yeah, that was like what? When was that? May? I did that? Yeah, May. Compared to when I recorded the Sonic 3 review, the last bit of commentary would have been about February, like 25. So yeah, it's been over a year. Yeah, I don't really regret much regarding Sonic 3. Maybe aside from, like I said, the meta stuff. But you know, I really was driven, and I don't know why I feel the way I do when it really does seem like I'm the only one that just feels as strongly as I do. Because I don't think I disliked the movie. I think I rather quite enjoyed it. I think that, like I said before, the positives really do outweigh the negatives. At least that's what I think I believe. Because I mean, if I feel as strongly as I am, as I've conveyed through everything I've pointed out, do I secretly just not like it? And I'm still in like a denial phase maybe, because I don't think so. I think I do really like it, because I really just, again, I feel like I could just, I wasn't able to get past a lot of the negatives, and I don't want to let that ruin the experience, but it really did drag it for me, and make it hard to get by, because there's just certain things I think that really just you can't mess with, you can't alter. If Knuckles is the guardian of a Master Emerald, that's his reason for living. He has no family. He's the sole survivor of the Echidna clan. He's got nobody aside from Sonic and Tails. If that's his sole reason for living, to protect the Master Emerald, and he's got nothing outside of that, Wade Whipple taking over, that's just so wildly out of character for me. And if you are going to have your version of Knuckles basically show that he is a bit more accepting, he's a bit more chill, and he's able to let the Master Emerald be supervised by incompetent people, then you have to set something up or show that he isn't. But even then, you have dedicated, you have committed to showing scenes where Knuckles basically has said to the camera, anybody who tries to take it will be a sworn enemy. That is very much in character for Knuckles. You can't have that and then have Wade Whipple be the fucking guardian of it, robbing him of his role. That you can't have it both ways. And I think that really bugs me. That combined with all the other elements, it just really worsens the pace kills in the movie, I think, because there very much are those symptoms in Sonic 1 and Sonic 2, but the difference is that I can sit through those scenes and patiently wait for them to end and be like, all right, that's for kids. Oh, don't do that. That scared me. I thought it bailed. Yeah, I can sit through them patiently and be like, all right, yep, it's for kids. It's just trying to be silly. Let it have its moment. Let it have its scene. And I still do take issue to the dance off in Sonic 2. That's still pretty freaking silly. I could never see that happening in the games. But anyway, point is that for the most part, I can sit through them and be like, alright, have your moment, let's get back on topic type of thing. But the difference between that and Sonic 3, how you literally have a scene where the main getting back to topic is dragging it into the silliness of, well, yeah, Wade Whipple, he's the guardian. Whoa. When you literally have, like I said, a literal piece of dialogue by Knuckles who says, anybody who tries to take it, anybody... Yeah, that really doesn't jive well with me, and I haven't seen anybody get as frustrated by that as I have, and I don't understand. I feel like, I don't know, maybe I haven't checked out enough Sonic 3 reviews, but oh yeah, there's the prompt again. Something's going on with my keyboard. I don't know what's going on. Something's up. I'm gonna have to attend to that. I wonder if it's why my iMac's been really laggy the last few hours. Yeah, I should wrap up pretty much now, I think, because we are essentially done. But yeah, it's frustrating. It's really frustrating. I really want to like those movies. And yeah, I really do have to wonder how I'm going to feel. How am I going to react to Sonic 3 when we get more closer to Sonic 4? Because I don't see myself rewatching Sonic 1 and 2 again, to be honest, to build up to Sonic 4. I see myself rewatching Sonic 3 to see how I feel, if my opinion has changed, if I can overlook it a bit better. But this absolutely will be the last time I check the review. I've checked out the review from the course of now to I think Sonic 4, I think it would be nice to just, alright, that's enough. No more scenes. Like, I am tempted to see more reviews of Sonic 3, again, just to see if I am not alone in that respect, because I do still feel very much on my own in regards to how much it bothered me. And again, the fact that I'm not even like a massive Knuckles fan is what really surprises me. It makes me question, do I actually not like the movie? Because I really enjoyed it. I feel like I really enjoyed it, so why did it bug me as much as it did, considering I'm not really a big, super massive Knuckles fan? Yeah, it's so interesting to me. Because, again, I really do feel like I enjoyed it. But it's amazing how even a single scene from a movie really can mess you up almost. It can stick with you more than anything, you know? So, yeah. I've never really had that type of reaction before, and it makes me wonder if it's the type of thing that a lot of Star Wars fans experienced in The Last Jedi, because I can't get it out of my head. Yeah. I can't get it out of my head. But anyway, I do, in any case, look forward to seeing where they take the main band in Sonic 4, with hopefully not too many distractions, not too many pop culture references, not too many human NPC silly kind of filler, let's be real, kind of moments that bog down the plot. But only time will tell. It shouldn't be too long from now, actually, because, yeah, I think they said, what was it, March or April next year, so, yeah, it should be interesting. But I am concerned, like I said, about the amount of times they might reference Back to the Future, but we'll see. But for now, that is pretty much all of my commentary-based videos. I think if there's one thing I've taken away from all the videos I've made is that I didn't realize how unintentionally egotistical I come across in my videos, especially in the early days. I remember picking up on it at some point and being like, yeah, okay, turn that the heck down. But I am noticing that there's like an element of it that is still lurking around, even in later videos, and yeah, I gotta work on that because it ain't good. Yeah, I think when it's earned, maybe different story, but even then, I wonder if that's my constant rewatching of DP Cars with me absolutely adoring Lightning McQueen with his nature of being that way. But anyway. Not to project, but yeah, something I do need to work on, and I think in that sense, I'm kind of glad that I've slowed down and stopped with the commentary videos, because it just, yeah, I cringe actually. I do genuinely cringe anytime and every time it happens, which is good in a sense, but yeah, it still doesn't change the fact that it is something I should be trying to avoid and work on ultimately going forward. But in any case, it's been good to see the evolution. I do, I think for sure there is an improvement somewhere in there, a gray area that outshines hopefully most of everything else. Yeah, I think again around the 2020 period, the video editing really did start to take shape, but I think going forward from here on out, it would be very interesting to see how I adapt all the commentary that I've recorded for the explanation video as well as the PS6 review, because I know that my editing has absolutely improved from the last time I did like basically Sonic 3, because even though it hasn't been a massive amount of time, I know that I've picked up certain techniques that I do look forward to sharing. But I do also need to make sure I'm in a very comfortable position to video edit, and at the moment frustratingly is not the case. Hard drive's still not showing up. I'm gonna have to do something about that. And to make matters worse, it's literally going directly into the iMac, so I don't know, I genuinely don't know why that's not showing up. Again, it must be a case of too much power is going into the hubs at the moment. So I will have to attend to that. I also need to make sure that the capture card, we have something to work with getting footage going forward, whether it's in regards to PS6 footage for the review, or just in general for the character swapper series, because I really don't have a capture card at the moment. You know, if we don't resolve this in the next month, I don't know what I'm going to do for the next character swapper videos for Silver in Shatter's stages. So yeah, but only time will tell. We'll see how everything unfolds. But for now, that was the channel video evolution saga. I don't even know what to call this, but I have wanted to do this for a while, like just check out all the videos in a mostly chronological order, as well as shedding some light on some videos that perhaps didn't really have or give the full context, and yeah, just generally to show the stuff, especially that didn't make it. That was really great to bring some light to those videos. I mean, having said that, I'm probably gonna end this in less than a day. I'm gonna come across something that I was like, oh no, I should have shown that or talked about this or that, but it's always the way. But the good news is that, you know, there's always the next few streams, if for whatever reason that does happen, because yeah, we will be back on the 10th for DP Cars. Just talking about that, because yes, we will be going on with, hang on, no, sorry, I stand corrected. No, we are going on with GT3, not DP Cars. Yeah, GT3 on the 10th, we will be coming back for that. And I'll have to make sure I have the soundtrack sorted for that, because that's still something I need to attend to. But pretty soon after that, when is it? It's the 14th, I believe, that we do DP Cars. Is that not so? Yes, the 14th. Yeah, because I've got the 10th for GT3, I've got to do my dev diary on the 13th, and then we come back for DP Cars on the 14th for the PSP playthrough. Really excited, can't wait for that. And then we end the month off with GT3 again on the 20th. And yeah, then I get to take all of August off, so hopefully I can get some video editing if I have a more comfortable setup by which point. But yeah, we'll see how we go. But that's pretty much the plans for this month. So yeah, stay tuned for that. Till next time, thank you guys for watching. Hope you all enjoyed. And yeah, have a good one. Stay safe and see you all next time, guys. Peace.